Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It is extremely late for Americans. I'm sorry, guys. I had a big sleep in. A lot's been going on, believe it or not. But I think for Europeans, this is quite a good time. How the hell are you guys? We have a banger, huge bloody stream lined up for today. My god, the amount of YouTube videos we are going to record. And variety, it's not just going to be the usual game that we talk about. There's going to be a whole lot of other cool shit as well. So thank you so much, first of all, for the resubs during the starting soon. Thank you for the subs, guys. Existential Bread. SEPHIROTH, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you very much, SEPHIROTH. Deku, thank you for the 11 months. Peanut, thank you for the 56 months. And the Sebi Soys. Speaking of which, chat, we have a brand new emoji for the channel. It is, I'm going to post it right here, the Sebi Cactor. I made that in Photoshop as a, just because I thought it was funny. And it's just a great little reaction emoji. I don't know, I find it a lot of fun to use, so have fun with that. Cornfield, thank you for the 11 months, welcome in. Funzar, thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. Everyone's a winner. Well, not everyone, but thank you for the tier 2. Screech to Play, thank you for the 500 bees, honey. Oh, we'll be talking about Baki, believe that. Maki Makesity, thank you for the 5 months and the Ryu noise. Sorry, Ryu nose. Thank you very much. Thank you for that 5 months. Corn Bloody Field with the 5 gifted subs on Semi Bloody Webs TV. Thank you for that 5-pack Cornfield. You all right? Thank you. Lovely, thank you for the 22 months with the Prime. Thank you so much, Lovely. That was a lovely resub right there. And never underestimate, thank you for the $2 super chat and the anime PFP. Appreciate it. Welcome in, how you guys going? Holly, what's going on? Arjun Hayes, Be Deadly, Raven Rib, Nyaku, Master J, Dented Lotus, welcome in, and welcome in all the new people. I saw quite a few new people hopping in who've never seen the stream before. I don't stream every day. I've kind of become more of a YouTuber shorts guy, if anything, which is quite strange. But the first 5 years, I've been doing this 6 years now, but the first 5 years I was primarily a streamer. I stream whenever I can, whenever I got the energy. These days it can be a little bit exhausting. But yes, I have some cool games lined up, not this stream, but in the coming streams. Raven Rib, thank you for the 20-month-ero. 40 degrees in Poland. Minus 40 degrees in Poland. That's brutal. 40 degrees hot? Poland doesn't get that hot, does it? So I might be reading that wrong. Thank you, Raven Rib. And Bouter Shark, thank you for the 26 months. Been watching my VOD channel at work to get you through the day. Thank you so much. And thank you for appreciating the years of entertainment. Thank you, Bouter. Thank you very much. Oh my god, there's a lot of people here. Welcome in, Tukuru. We will not be playing anything today, but we have a ton of YouTube videos to record. That's what we're gonna do. Charmander, welcome in. Madone Amia, Bloody Webs, what's going on? Holy shit, this is a lot of people. Kicklol, how you doing? Shadow Rogan, Desi Quinn, Magic Missile, Valor 4, Seph of Wrath, Vera Savinia, welcome in. Sun Tzu, welcome in. Pablo Joel, Dragoon Knight, Ariante Dita, Gizmo Heath, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Holy shit. Logan Bloody Lifts, thank you very much for the 14 months. You all right? Appreciate it, man. Deathbringer, thank you for the membership on YouTube. DP the God, thank you for the $5 super chat. Square couldn't make Clive get any more garlic because of hardware limitations. This is true, DP God. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 was on the PS5, which has extremely limited hardware, so they could only have one main quest where Clive has to go buy garlic. But hopefully we get FF16 remake in about 20 years where he will now have 3 main quests where he goes to buy garlic, perhaps even some horseradish and some vinegar. That's true, chat. That's actually a main quest in FF16. Clive goes to buy garlic. Not even a side quest. it's like, oh my god, yeah, this really is a single-player MMO. All right. Smackfrost, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that, Smackfrost. Screech to Play, thank you for the 250 bits. You turned into Brock Lesnar. Your rare appearance, but you get a huge pop when you come on. Yeah, I've become like Sephiroth in the original FF7, all right? He doesn't show up that much, but when he does, a lot happens. Unlike a certain other iteration of that character. Lance Despan, merci beaucoup for the 1 year on SebiWebs TV. Thank you, Lance. Thank you for the 1 year. It's awesome. Logan Bloody Lifts, thank you for the 10 gifted bloody subs on the channel, Logan! Fuck! And oh my god, Cornfield, there's another 5 gifted subs! Cornfield, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Logan, thank you for the 10. Absolutely massive. Cornfield, thank you for 2 packs of 5. Lovely, thank you for the 100 bits. You all right. Chicken chorizo burrito, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2 months prime. Thank you. And Moan Enjoyer, thank you for the 18 months. Oh shit! Raven Bloody Ribs, thank you for the 20 gifted Subarus on SebiWebs. Oh my god, my autofocus isn't working anymore. I'm blurry. You blurred the stream with your 20 subs, Raven. And Peanut. Oh my god, Peanut, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Peanut. I appreciate the hell out of that. Holy shit, 5 big whoppers, 5 big peanuts on the stream right now. You all right? How the hell is everyone going? So, guys, today, here's what we're doing today. As you have seen, there's been a... How would I say this? There's been a jolly old time going on Twitter in the last few weeks, and I will make a few videos about that. They'll all be relatively short. They just cover a few exciting tweets. After that, I will then say thank you to Deku for the 10 gifted subs! Deku! I loved you in My Hero Academia! I thought you deserved better, mate. I thought you fucking deserved better. But thank you, Deku. Thank you. Thank you. Every time I hear Deku, I think of that meme where the guy's like, oh my god, there was a gamer girl in my lobby. I wonder if she knows I'm into her. I just think that every time. Safira, arigato, for the 5 gifted Subarus, for the Sabiras. Safira, thank you for those 5 gifted subs on the channel. Absolutely massive. Appreciate that, guys. If you guys got if you got a sub from these excellent people, from Peanut, from Raven Rib, from Logan Lifts, from Deku, from Safira, from Cornfield, please say thank you. And in fact, you could even say you all right. Holy shit. Werewolf, thank you for the 62 months. Imagine being a believer in your content for this long. I can't believe that's 62 months, Werewolf. That's actually insane. Thank you for enjoying the good stuff from the start, man. Appreciate it, man. C0, thank you for the gifted Subaru. Charmander, thank you for the 500 bits. Holy shibbly wibbles. Oh, Jens, welcome in. Necromancer, how are you? Red Barrington, what is going on? Sean Colt, how are you? Sebi Fan, thank you. Welcome in. How far can we take the hype train today, Cornfield? I mean, it's on you. It's on you, man. Boy Time, welcome in. Silly Games, welcome in. Twitter, brace yourself. Oh, fuck, mate. It's been a bloody war zone there. It's been a... Twitter, people treat this like a PvP zone, mate. Sometimes, like, someone quote tweets me to insult me, and I just kind of respond to them as civilly and politely as possible. Then they delete the tweet. But then they come to my reply and say, oh, sorry, I didn't actually mean it that way. I'm like, it's like everyone was just hating on you. I kind of misread who you were. I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. Look, it's Twitter, mate. People treat this website like a PvP zone. You know, it's not a big deal. So, Desi Quinn, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on SebiWebs TV. For the 5 Quins, for the 5 Desis. Holy shit, thank you for that massive 5-pack. And bloody Cornfield, thank you for another 5 gifted. Holy shit, guys, the stream already. The stream is crazy. Holy shit, thank you, Cornfield, for another 5 gifted subs on SebiWebs TV. Oh my god. People say shit online that they wouldn't say to your face. Some of them feel bad when they see you read it and respond to Torsten. You know what's funny, Torsten, is I remember even learning that lesson in acting school, one of my teachers was, I'm not going to say who they were, but they'd been in a few things. And sometimes on Twitter, they would just someone would just insult them. And they would actually respond to them directly and just be like, hey, I don't think that was very nice, man. I worked really hard on that. And then the person suddenly changes their tune. It's like, oh my God, I didn't think you would respond to me. You're like, I'm sorry. I thought you were good at that too. So, I mean, it is kind of interesting how, I think with the internet, there's sort of like a road rage that happens where, you know, for example, you don't get pedestrian rage where like you bump into each other on the street and you look at each other and you're like, oh, sorry about that, mate, and you keep going. Road rage, you don't see their face. You don't see a person. You just see this huge 1-ton piece of metal that nearly killed you and you're like, this motherfucker! And I think a similar thing happens online a lot of times. Like, you only see a person from a distance or you have an idea of them and you attack that, and then the person talks to you and they're like, hey, man, why'd you say that? I didn't insult you. And they're just like, oh, fuck. And they realize they're talking to a person. They're like, I've had people say, oh, look, man, I'm sorry. I just had a really shit day. Like, it actually wasn't that bad. And it's like, nah, it's all right, mate. It's all right. I hope your day gets better, man. Fuck. So, yeah. Devereaux, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Subarus on Sabby Goddamn Webs TV. Devereaux, thank you for the insane support of the channel and the 5 big boys. DP the God, thank you for the Prime. Existential Bread, thank you for the 5 gifted Subarus on Sabby Webs TV. Thank you for that 5-pack Existential. Huge, man. Guys, thank you for these 5-packs. Thank you for these subs. Thank you for these resubs, man. You guys are bloody awesome. Triune System, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Quiplash, you're not sure if I've answered for this, but is the Metaphor playthrough cancelled? It's not, it's just like put on hold. I'll tell you what I think I might do. I think the next game, believe it or not, I think the next game I'm gonna do might be Devil May Cry Reboot. Yeah, I know I said I wouldn't do it. I know I said not in a million years, but I've thought about this. I want to do a video of all Devil May Cry games ranked from 1 to 5, and you can't do it without that game, because that game I think is in between 4 and 5, and from Reboot, even though it butchers the characters, you get a lot of moves that then show up in 5, I think. And I just think like you can't do the list without that game. Whether we like it or not, it is part of it, and it's bullshit. So yeah, I imagine the game is fun and the story is bullshit. I also chat, because I can knock these out in probably 1 or 2 streams tops, I might do FF2 and 3. I know, that's not good. It's going to be unbelievably boring. Or will it? Will I bring those games to life with my Academy Award-winning voice acting? Screech to play, thank you for the 250 bits. Anything to avoid FF13. The thing, yeah, because FF2 and 3, let me put it this way, you don't need, I would say you probably don't need to play those to know Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to know Final Fantasy, like, its absolute highs, it's basically FF4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. 8 for aesthetics, 5 to see how fun the job class system can be, and I would say 1 as a museum piece. But no one's gonna say that, like, oh, you know, FF2 and 3, those are the crown jewels of Final Fantasy. Let's get real. Let's be real, guys. Let's be real. And I've heard nothing good about FF2 as well. FF2 is quite funny because it shows that, like, Squaresoft is perfectly capable of making a bad Final Fantasy without Enix's involvement at all. I've heard great things like, you have to attack your own party members to increase their HP. Just absolutely stupid mechanics. Or, it's unbelievably grindy, apparently, which we can solve because the pixel remasters give us 4 times XP, 4 times gil. And I also hear that it's so open world that you can just wander into a random area and run into level 60 enemies and then just one-shot your party. I hear it's fucking this. I hear it's just. I hear 2 is a set of mind-bafflingly stupid decisions. But apparently 2 does some things story-wise that are actually kind of fun. And it's even, I think there's like a tower of something in FF14 that comes from 2. So, yeah. 3, on the other hand, is basically it's got the job class system, but 5 takes it to the max, and then FF Tactics takes that even further. I wouldn't say that FF2 or 3, from everything I've heard about it, I've never heard anyone recommend either, and I don't think you need to really know those to fully understand the best of Final Fantasy. 1's where it starts, 4's where the series takes off, 7 is where it explodes worldwide. That's the truth. That is like, there's nothing incorrect about what I said right there. Dalaran, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for that Prime. Mega, thank you very much for the tier 3. Fucking oath, Morty. Thank you for the tier 3 subscription, Mega. You all right? DMC Reboot is fun because you play as Matt Damon. Oh, God help me. How good is this remix? This is DJ Cutman, by the way. So, yeah, good day, Voodlo. Welcome in. Ross, good to see where the series came from. Only play once, though. Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to make a few videos today, right? So, for example, did you know I accidentally caused a massive Twitter trend? So, some people have been going around saying that I did not discover the FF series until Final Fantasy XIV in 2021. I didn't even think that they believe that, but because they hate me and they want to spread lies about me, they say that, and then like 7 other people upvote that. So I thought, well, maybe I'll give them a helping hand, all right? And I will just post my history of Final Fantasy. The first one I ever discovered was FF7 when I was about 10 years old, and from then I just kind of moved forwards and backwards and did the thing, and I just posted that and I pinned it to my profile. I know the Lord of the Rings Orc Skaven Dunedain video is no longer my pinned comment. I think it's run its course. Now my pinned comment is basically my FF history, and I don't think anyone can look at that list and say that he hasn't played enough Final Fantasy. But naturally there was someone or two who was like, huh, that's it. Don't worry, we'll be making a video about that. But yeah, so I'm seeing people in the comments saying that I've never even played FF7. I mean, yeah, that's why I don't want to paint this whole fandom with the same brush, but it's not even a minority at this point. I think it's like a lot of them. They will just lie and make things up and then upvote each other to make themselves look right, even though they all know it's a lie. So, but what's funny about this is that because of my list, it then became a Twitter trend, and then everyone started posting their list. And I don't mean this to be an EP measuring contest. I mean, let me tell you this way. Like, when people say, like, oh, you have to have, oh, you've only played the game 5 times? Well, I played it 10 times, so my opinion is correct. It's bullshit, man. Like, if something is blue in the game, it doesn't matter if you played the game 10 times. You can't say it's red. Alright, that's not how it works. But with a lot of fans, that's how they think it works. And if you've played it 10 times, they'll say they played it 20. You know, it's just, it's stupid. Everyone wants to think you're the bad guy because you don't respond to childish responses, Werewolf. Oh, yeah. They'll say that you respond with a Red 13 farting face to, you know, legitimate criticism. No, I don't. If anyone argues with me respectfully, I talk respectfully back with them. But if you insult me, lie to me, lie about me, or just pretend not to understand, I can tell, by the way. I can tell when you're pretending not to understand. Then I got no time for that. I will respond with a joke. Yeah, so... Oh god, I got one guy who's like, I agree with your points, but here's 5 paragraphs about how much I can't stand you. And I think I responded with, you reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? I was like, what am I supposed to say to this? And someone's like, you're dense, that's your fan. I'm like, man, look at how this guy wrote to me. Does that sound like someone who likes me? Like, if your friends talk to you like that, you need better friends, okay? And I actually mean that. If you have friends who are constantly verbally abusing you, but then sprinkle in a thing of like, oh, but I actually like this, you need better friends, all right? This is actually like a very unpleasant type of relationship you can be in. I would say get out, to be honest. Yeah, so. SEPHIROTH. Oh, hi there, opening. What's up? Welcome in. Yeah. So, Existential Bread, you got a new admirer? God, I don't know about that. You've never seen a Bruce Lee movie? Yeah, they'll probably say that next, that I've never seen a Bruce Lee movie. This guy I've grown up on for decades. Yeah. Gale, it's stupid to be proud of playing a single player game over and over instead of playing more games and enriching oneself. Well, the thing is, and we're going to get to this because when I make this video about like the whole thing of like fandoms and stuff, Roger Ebert actually nailed this when he talked about Star Wars fans decades ago, that there are some fans who are not necessarily fans of Star Wars, but they're fans of being Star Wars fans. And that's fascinating, because when you look at it through that lens, suddenly all the behavior makes sense. That's why they're right, because they've watched the movie 10 times. You've only watched it 3 times. So whatever you say, you're wrong, because I've watched it 10 times, so I know it. I love this more because I camped out on the side of the street in a tent to be the first person to watch this movie. You don't need to do that, by the way. Like, the movie will still be there. They're not going to run out. You can, yeah, so we will be talking about that later on. You thought I was Bruce Lee? Well, oh my god, I do want to say something funny. This is from ages back. This is from like an old FF7 remake drama on Twitter. Some guy tweeted that Sebi is, what is it? He's half Chinese, but he tries to hide it by wearing sunglasses. I'm like, do you know why I wear these sunglasses? Because Bruce Lee wore them. The most Chinese man in the world, the most famously Chinese person of all time. I thought they looked fucking sick on him. That's why I wear them, because I fucking love his work, and I thought they looked mad on him. And I don't need to hide the fact that I look Chinese. If you can see, I don't know, the thousands of hours of VODs of me online where I'm not wearing sunnies, some of these people will they'll just say anything. They'll make up anything. It's crazy, man. So. But anyway, you got to taste the Persona fandom after P4 Revival got announced. A bit of them behave like FF New fandom. I don't know anything about that, but as I say, like, I find it fascinating, and we'll talk about this as well, because we'll talk about like the some of the fandom divides with the FF7 remake stuff. I am blown away at the trailer views, man. I'm blown away that it's been like 3 weeks and the FF7 Revelation trailer is at like 850,000 views. Whereas like Persona 6 teaser that shows literally nothing has double. Persona 4 remake, like a real remake, has like over 3 million. Like, that's the weird anime game. That's the weird anime game with no Western appeal, crushing the realism slop, the realistic JRPG that's supposed to be geared for the West. That's fucking crazy. That blows my mind, man. And we will be talking about that later on as well. Oh, and guys, let me tell you what else we will be doing today. So here's how today's stream's gonna go. We're going to record a bunch of short little Twitter FF7 remake news things. We gotta do it. They're just there. We gotta do it. Then we're gonna do some variety stuff. I will react to and comment on Death Battle, Dante versus Clive. And I was completely unaware that there was another one until someone mentioned in the comments, which is Death Battle, Vergil versus Sephiroth. I'm actually more excited about that, to be perfectly honest, because I feel like I'm actually more invested in Vergil and Sephiroth than I am in Dante and Clive. Clive is whatever. Dante is very cool. He is the face of Devil May Cry, but Vergil is absolutely my most fun character to play. I still to this day will say, and I'm even going to make a short or two about this, I think that Vergil is one of the greatest inventions in video game history. I think Devil May Cry 5 Vergil is one of the greatest inventions in video game history. Just like everything that guy can do. Every move is cool. Every move is as over the top as it needs to be without it being too much. The sheer degree of control he gives you is amazing. His concentration bar is one of the most amazing things I've come across. Like, the fact that it rewards you for playing like an aura farmer. It rewards you for aura farming and it punishes you for playing like a noob. I've never seen a game do this ever. I think he's got one of the best theme songs I've ever heard as well, man. Like, when you're playing as Vergil and as you're like, you know, going smoking sexy style, and the song's like da 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 na 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 da na na da na 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 na. It's just like, oh, I feel so cool. I've just never seen a character like this who's just like every aspect of his design is so perfect and so carefully considered. It's just amazing, man. He's such a cool character. But anyway, so yeah, Virgil versus Sephiroth will be cool. We will also, I'll respond to these super chats and these resubs in a second. We will also be doing a Baki character tier list, because the second arc of the Miyamoto Musashi arc has come out. For those who don't know, they cloned Miyamoto Musashi back to life, then they breathed his ghost back into him, and now Miyamoto Musashi is alive in this day and age, and then he fights a caveman who punched a T-Rex in the face. This is an average plot line of Baki the Grappler. It is the greatest show in the history of the universe. For those, and oh yeah, for those of you, what the fuck is Baki? Well, I'll tell you another plot line to give you an example. Another storyline of Baki is that Baki kidnaps George W. Bush, the President of the United States, in broad daylight so that he can be put in jail to fight Mr. Oliver, an American prisoner who is so strong that the American government has to monitor him at all times by satellite. But before Baki can fight Mr. Oliver, he has to wait his turn because Che Guevara is in prison and wants to fight him first. This, this is real. Everything I just said is true. And you know what? That's how you write a plot. That's a plot, all right? As an audience member, you got my attention. Baki is one of the greatest shows in the history of the universe. And when I do my character tier list of these guys, usually the way everyone does them is they do a strength tier list. I'm not going to be doing that. They already exist. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to rank these characters as characters. I am going to rank their quality as characters in terms of storytelling. I'm going to go from a full storytelling perspective. So there might be a character who's very strong, but I might put him in B tier because I don't think he's that interesting. Vice versa, a character who could be a B in terms of strength, but an S tier in terms of character. I'm going to break down exactly why I think these guys are so interesting. Because at a first glance, Baki is a show about the most jacked dudes in the world headbutting each other in the face and pissing on each other. But it's much deeper than that. It's actually much deeper than that. There's more than one piss scene, by the way. It's the guy who wrote it clearly understands art and martial arts on a deep level, and we will be talking about how he demonstrates that through the show. All right, I am going to respond to these. Man, thank you for that 6 months. I'm so sorry that that was 4. I'm going to get to your super chats and your resubs. Man, thank you for these 6 months. Have I decided what I'm going to swallow the FF13 pill? 13's the last one I'm going to do, all right. I'm going to do FF2 and 3 first. Then we'll get there, and God, I'm not looking forward to it. Metaphor I might do before 13? I don't know, because I have started Metaphor. And I feel like it'll take me longer to do all 3 13 games than to do 1 Metaphor. Unless I'm wrong, and Atlas games are really that long. Juggadad Jones, thank you for the $2 super chat. Persona fans are cool, but there's a lot of LARP. I don't know much about Persona, but apparently it's a trend that people are fans of the game without ever having played it. As in they've just watched playthroughs and they're fans of that. To me, I mean, it's new to me. Maybe that's how the kids are doing it these days. Trikushin, thank you for the super chat. Got to do an all-nighter. Glad to have Sebi live. Oh, I'll still be here. I'll still be here. Thank you. Free Thinker, thank you for the $2.60 super chat. Sebi, your glasses are the shit, man. Thank you, Free Thinker. Well, these are aviators. If anyone ever wants sunnies like these are called aviators. As I say, I first saw them in the 1960s on Bruce Lee, and he is one of the coolest looking human beings ever. Yeah, he made it look sick. Raven Rib, ask Preach about Persona. Dude noped out because of anime. You know what, Raven, I did see Preach streaming Persona 5. And yeah, he didn't look like it was quite his cup of tea. And that's where people need to say, this is where and the thing is, Preach has played all the Final Fantasies, right? This is where people, when they say that Final Fantasy is anime, you're wrong. It has anime elements and influences, but it's not anime, because people who can't stand anime games will still play Final Fantasy. So clearly it's something different. Clearly it's different. You can gaslight all you want, you can make Reddit posts with all the upvotes, you can make tweets with 1,000 likes. It doesn't matter. You can't change that fact that a person who will never play an anime game will play an FF. Clearly they're different. So, I gotta get these super chats. Trikushin, am I gonna watch these summer games done quick? No, God no. I got too much on my plate already. Today is me knocking out 1 billion videos that I just have to get done. that I just have to get done. Oh, chat, here's another thing we'll be doing today. I'll get to the super chats in a second. If we have time, I might even do some positive Final Fantasy content. I might even do some tier lists, all right? I might do all Ifrits ranked, all Shivas ranked, and all Bahamut's ranked. I think that could be pretty goddamn fun. And we'll just go through all their summons because Shiva and Ifrit show up for the first time in FF3. We will talk about why each of their designs are strong or why they work or don't work. FF15, Ifrit is not going to have a good time with me. No, I thought that was dog shit. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Bahamut's going to be interesting because he shows up as an NPC in FF1 and he just kind of level boosts you. I don't think he's really a summon till 3. We all know that FF10 Shiva's going to win the game. She's just she is the best Shiva design in the history of the series. She is the ultimate pitch perfect combination of multiple different cultures and influences, all just seamlessly coming together in this beautiful, stunning package. We will also, and I feel like FF8's Ifrit might win that one. Bahamut's going to be an interesting one because there's a lot of excellent Bahamuts in different ways. All right, now I'm going to respond to these bits and super chats. Gohan, thank you for the 100 bits. Am I up to date on the anime? Baki, I'm fully up to date. I've started rewatching Overlord, by the way. And fuck, I forgot how good that show is. Oh my god, that anime is amazing. That Overlord is unlike anything else, man. There's a lot of animes that are kind of very fun, but you could argue a bit simplistic. Overlord is not like that. Overlord has like weird amounts of depth and complexity and unpredictability to it, and it gets me thinking a lot, that show. It's really cool. Yeah, and when I finish rewatching that, I might even do a video where I rank all Overlord characters in terms of, as I say, in terms of how good they are as characters. They're probably just, most of them are probably just going to end up in S tier because I think they're so fucking good. Like, Albedo is the most amazing simp. Momon Einzelgaun is a great character. Demiurge has grown on me massively the second time. And you know, I think one of my favorites is Cocytus. The fucking gigantic four-armed huge insectoid Giga Chad who just pumps steam every time he says anything. And Cocytus has one of the coolest voices ever. Just like, Cocytus Nazarico Einzelgaun. He just sounds so fucking intense, man. Who else? Every character is I love Seabass. Sebastian is the ultimate gentleman. I fucking love that man. All right, let's keep going. Dodo Games, Goal, thank you for that $6 super chat. Yo, Sebi, how are you enjoying Metaphor? For you, it was the definitive unbeatable turn-based JRPG, then E33 came out. Metaphor, while it's not necessarily my preferred aesthetic, it's been very fun to stream it. I've only done one stream. It's fun to voice act every character. The turn-based, believe it or not, does not feel stale at all. It feels like the genre, you know, as it's meant to be. Just wrapped up in a modern package. I at no point when I was playing Metaphor did I think, if only this played like Kingdom Hearts or FF16. It's just stupid. So yeah, but I don't know enough about its world. I am curious as to why humans are monsters, but let's not spoil. I might come back to that. Cocytus wanting to give a piggyback to Einzelgaun's heir is hilarious. Yeah, no, that's what I like about Cocytus. He's unbelievably brutal, but he's quite a fair and nice guy. In a way, and when he fights the lizard men, he's immensely respectful and even doesn't want to kill them because he respects them as warriors. Even though he says they're weak, he says their spirit is top tier. Can we actually revive all of them so we can, because I think I can make them stronger. Yeah, so Mega, oh wait, hang on, let me catch up with these super chats. Andrew, thank you for the $13 super chat. You love the singing. Was I ever part of a band? Believe it or not, no. God. I have been in some musical theater when I was a kid as part of some school plays. We don't talk about that. I've always loved karaoke. I've always loved singing, but I was never good at singing growing up. And you know what's kind of funny is that after I did voice training, voice acting training, and just did my vocal warm-up for years and years and years, I was suddenly able to sing after that. It's like a secondary skill. Like you when you gain control over your voice, you're now able to hit a lot more notes than before. But I don't really have a lot of singing training. I know a trick or two. I know enough to be able to pull off a, like a parody if it's sort of in my vocal range, like the ones we've had. Guys, also thank you for enjoying the music videos I have released in the last week or two. The David Bowie Starfield parody, the Warcraft The Best parody, The Best of You by Foo Fighters, and now the Tekken 8 music video, 500 moves. I'm gonna lab to the tune of the 500 miles by the Proclaimer. They are all on my YouTube channel now. Anyone who says that I only make FF7 remake content, know that you're wrong. There have been literally 3 music videos released in the last week or two about things that have nothing to do with FF. As I say, the ones I listed, plus a tribute to indie and AA games to the tune of Blink 182, all the small things. If you haven't watched those, it's because you don't care. I mean, as I say, I've even run this experiment, right? Like, I have sometimes posted 10 to 15 shorts in a row that have nothing to do with FF7 Remake. As soon as I do one, the Nazgul comes swarming in to be like, you only post, this is the only type of video you make, you don't make anything else. It's like, no, I made plenty. Clearly this is all you want to see, all right? I don't control your algorithm, okay? Your algorithm is, by the way, your algorithm is not an accident. If you only see my videos where I rip on an FF7 Remake or Modern FF, that's your fault, all right? It's because that's the only type of video you click on. So, Garage, what's going on? So, Nazguls, it's the Nevrons? Oh god, but you know, I only joke. Let's not dehumanize anyone here, even as a silly joke and all that. It's not even, I think you can just joke about it. I mean, fuck, I get called old head, boomer, nostalgic, all like dinosaur all the time. It's like, you know, it's fine when they do it to me, but you know, it was all funny until I did the exact same thing back to them. But anyway, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Jean, you like Remake and Rebirth a lot, but at the same time you enjoy my videos and agree with a lot of the criticisms. How's that possible? It's because you're a normal person and you haven't attached your identity to those games. That's why. Like, I mean, you know, one of my best friends doesn't like E33. He just actually, he hates almost everything about it. We're still best friends, mate. And we troll each other about this all the time, man. You know, he always jokes that, like, he didn't like how emotional it tried to make him feel right off the bat. And I just joke that he's an ice block of a human all the time. Like, whenever we joke about something, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, did that make you feel emotions? I'm sorry, are you okay? Since your heart is encased in a block of stone? Like, just, and then we just fucking laugh our asses off about it. Like, you can, the beauty of sense of humor, the beauty of like comedy or having a laugh is that you can disagree and still like each other. And I think that is, I'm gonna say this, I think that is the fatal flaw, the Achilles heel of many 7 Remake fans, is they have absolutely no sense of humor. You know, they'll call me Mr. No Fun Allowed, and then I'll make one joke at their expense, and it just melts down the entire platform. I mean, I just like, well, I thought I'm Mr. No Fun Allowed. What's this? You know, so, and as I say, not all, many of them. I mean, we just saw an example in chat right now of a normal Remake fan who's able to disagree and have a sense of humor. So, all right. I mean, like, I'm sorry, guys, I got so many chats I got to catch up with. McDo. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Sorry, that was 5 minutes ago. What's my opinion on Advent Children? My opinion on Advent Children is that it has great graphics. It's got some cool fight scenes. The best one I thought was Tifa versus the crying guy in the church. But I do think it's written like fan fiction. I think it rewrites Reno to be a bit of a joke. The fact that S7 Remake treats Reno as a more serious character, that's kind of how butchered he is in Advent Children. I didn't like that it retconned the death of Rufus, and I don't know. I think that I didn't like that when Cloud's fighting Sephiroth, it has to have like 50 cuts to the party where they just like talk about how amazing Cloud is and how he's the main character. And isn't it great that he's fighting Sephiroth because he's the main character and we all love him? So I didn't need all these shots of the party telling us how important Cloud is. I also think Vincent should have transformed. Vincent has a lot of cool moments in that movie, but he should have transformed, all right? Doesn't turn to Galleon Beast or Chaos. What else is there? I think Advent Children was largely carried by the PTSD we all felt from the spirits within. Like, we saw that, wow, we're actually getting a Final Fantasy movie. We switched our brains off and just enjoyed the ride. But the problem is when you then look at it again and you assess it purely from a writing perspective, it's just, again, it's just expensive fan fiction. Advent Children is fan fiction with a $100 million budget. That's my final verdict. So, I wouldn't consider it canon. I wouldn't consider any of it canon. Also, I'll tell you what I don't like about Advent Children is that in 2005, that's where they solidified that Aerith is now pronounced Aerith from now on. And you know what? I'm sorry. I still reject that to this day. Her name was Aerith for fucking 8 years straight. For me, that's like 10 until the age of like 17, 18, man. It's just like, you don't, I'm sorry. I think that's bullshit. I think that Aerith is a happy accident. I think it sounds better than Aerith. Aerith is like a Japanese person's idea of a word that sounds cool in English. The problem is in English it sounds stupid. And anyone who says, well, you have to accept it, no, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because if an American game company made a game and they named their character something that they thought sounded cool in Japanese, and the Japanese thought it was stupid, they are fully in their rights to reject it. They are fully in their rights to say, thank you, Americans, I see what you tried to do, you thought it would sound cool in our language, but to us it actually sounds stupid and we're not saying it. Would you tell them they can't do that? No, you wouldn't. So guess what? The door swings both ways. Aerith is a happy accident. Sounds better than Aerith, and I'm not saying it. Also, Aerith is a mark of bad writing. I'll tell you why. Because her name is Aerith in the only well-written piece of FF7 media, the original game. Every game in which her default name is Aerith is poorly written. That's why I also reject it. As soon as I see the game calling it Aerith, I know it's poorly written. And that's true, and you know that I'm right. You know that I'm right. That's why I stick with Aerith. It's just such a nicer sounding name. Aerith just sounds stupid. It sounds dumb. It'd be like if I made a character and the name was Chin Chin. Because you know, he's got a big chin. Well, the Japanese can just say, Chin Chin means penis. It means penis. We're not saying that. We're not calling this character. I think that's what it means, actually, in Japanese. So, yeah. So I'm not doing it, man. I'm actually not doing it. That's a short for YouTube? Maybe it will be. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? We'll call it Why I Don't Say Aerith. Why I Don't Say Aerith. Stupid. Sounds dumb. It sounds so dumb. Yeah, alright, so I'm gonna catch up with chat over here. So, Turbo Apology, thank you for the Prime. You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? Thank you. Screech to Play, thank you for the 250 bits. I love how she seems so nice, but there's a dark side to her. I don't know that name. Rena Thier Charlton Real Vaisef? Nani? Thank you for the 250 bits. Cornfield, thank you for the 100 bits. We have similar lore for voice acting. Thank you, Cornfield. Yeah, I mean, look, voice acting, acting is one of those things that's worth studying. It doesn't translate directly into any financial benefit, but acting kind of teaches you how to speak better, how to use your voice better, how to hold yourself better, how to read people better, and all those things have an indirect positive benefit on your life, man. That shit is, you can't measure it in terms of money. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. Shindo, thank you for the $3 super chat. Just discovered your channel and amazed how spot on your FF7 takes are. Thanks from Japan. Shindo, arigato, God, I hope I can say this right. Arigato, I appreciate that. Shindo, I'm sorry I was 7 minutes late to that, but as Barrett said to Leslie, you all right. You know what's fascinating to me? Now that Twitter lets you translate tweets from all over the world, like Japanese tweets into English, I see a lot of Japanese people on Twitter saying they're not enjoying FF7 Rebirth. And I see them saying that, like, guys, they're saying in Japanese, guys, like, I'm sorry, I tried to enjoy it, but I can't. Please stop attacking me. This is, like, worldwide, man. It's really interesting, you know. Yeah, because some people argue that the Japanese love Chadley. I don't think they do. I think that the devs are kind of not reading the room on this one. So not the case that even FF7 Remake diehard fans in the West were mind blown by that. Even 7 Remake fans in the West hate Chadley. Like, I don't know where Square Enix got the information from. I don't know where they got the idea that everyone loves Chadley. I think he's a self-insert at this point. I really think he is. I think he's a self-insert. I don't know what else to say. Oh, Shindo, thank you for the super chat again. Sorry, you sent it twice, Shindo. I'm so sorry, I missed that twice. Thank you for the 2 $3 super chats. Arigato. And Mega, thank you for the 200 bits. You were gonna try FF Resonance, but you found out it's $50 US. WTF Square. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's the same price as Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's just, I mean, look at the market right now, man. For $50 US, you can either choose between a 2D mobile game that has been repackaged, FF Resonance, or you can get Claire Obscure Expedition 33, a game that basically looks like a AAA, top-tier quality, turn-based combat, story, characters, music, visuals, everything, the full shebang. Same price. Or for an extra $10 US, you can get Bravely Default 2. You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? I mean, look at that. That is an insane market statement. That's why I say we kind of live in a post-E33 world. You know, we already live in the aftermath of this apocalypse, and a lot of people still haven't realized it yet. There's still, yeah, there's a lot of people still haven't realized it. So, yeah. You know what? I might even make that into a short, because that is a very interesting set of statistics, man. It's all true, what I just said, man. 50 USD Resonance E33. Bravely Default 2. Fuck it. I mean, it's worth knowing these price differences. You can't unknow this information once you know it. So, Ether Zone, thank you for the $20 super chat. 20 big boys. Thank you, Ether Zone. $20 donation is absolutely huge. Seb, thank you for entertaining me while I slog about a 3rd shift at work. 3rd shift, my god. Do I play any forms of WoW? Not anymore. I think I've done my time in WoW. I'm very lucky that WoW only took 6 months of my life. Most people don't get off that easy. Most people it can take like 10 years. But not anymore, but that music video is a tribute to the time I was in there. Did I ever hear about the Final Fantasy house? I know about the Final Fantasy house. I don't know if I want to react to that on stream because it ultimately is just a really horrible story that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy at the end. It's just that people just have, that they just call themselves these FF character names, but ultimately it's just like a really weird off living situation that has nothing to do with FF, and I don't know if I want to go there. Maybe on a rainy day. There's many things I would do before I react to that video, but thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you for that. Yeah, I do like though in that story, the guy who calls himself Sid Highwind is the only normal person out of them all. When you know what? That's lore accurate Sid. The only guy with his head screwed on straight who just comes in, kind of like saves the day temporarily, and then once he's gone, all the gaslighting re-begins, and it's just brutal, man. It's insane. Yeah. Saber, thank you for that $2 super chat. As a diehard Final Fantasy fan, you love my takes. Thank you, Saber. Appreciate it. Well, actually, you're not a real fan, because according to the FF Mafia, a real fan has absolutely no standards and buys literally anything with the FF label slapped onto it and plays the game 10 times even if they hate it. Why? Because they want to be the one fan to rule them all. That's literally how many of them think, and it's ridiculous. Stop poking me! What's up, Eris? How are ya? Screech, thank you for the 100 bits. Is the princess from Overlord? Oh, that! No, I know you. Because I'm rewatching it, I forgot her name. But yeah, that princess who seems like a nice person, but she's actually one of the most evil characters in the entire show. Like, I remember being shocked by that on my first watch. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah. Will I be making a comparison between the composers of FF, my tier list? Do you mean like Uematsu versus Soken? I don't think so. The difficulty with doing a music thing, right, is that a lot of FF music is like insanely copyrighted, and That's fine. YouTube seems to understand this is fine when it's paired with the visual of the game. It's like, okay, they're playing the game, but music on its own will get copyright. So as much as I would love to just listen to these songs back to back and break down why they're all so strong, it won't quite work. Yeah, Quentin, I won't play Dragon Quest. No, I'm not interested in that. Old internet deep lore, DRD. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. So, Frog Guru, you here live? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. E33 is the best modern day game, whether most want to admit it or not. It is. If I were to say off the top of my head what I think the best modern games are, like literally within this last decade, this 5-year span, I would say it's Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Devil May Cry 5. I'm putting it there. Guys, like you all saw when I streamed that, as soon as I finished it, I started and played the entire game again with Virgil. I never do this with any game I stream. I never replay a game. When I finish a game, I've done it, but I'm like, I'm not ready to leave this behind yet, and I need to see how this character plays, and I couldn't stop. In fact, I want to come back to it. I actually, one day, want to come back to DMC 5 and do Dante Must Die as Virgil. I don't know if that's going to be... The thing is, I feel like even that's easy mode. I feel like Virgil is like various degrees of easy mode. I think he's actually too strong. I actually think he's broken, but that's why he's so good. So I think the real Dante Must Die, you got to do it with like Nero or Dante. I won't do it with V. I think V is a well-designed character considering the challenge that they had to make someone play completely differently from the other three. They kind of used up all the big ones. I respect V, but he's okay. I wouldn't play him again. Virgil is not broken, he's lore accurate. Yeah, no, Virgil is fucking insane, man. He's insane. Razu Khan, thank you for the 41 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Dante Must Die will punish you and push you, even with Virgil, Eggman. If that's the case, then I'm looking forward to it. Scouter, what's going on, you dog? How you holding up, man? It's been a bloody war zone on Twitter, mate. Dante's Royal Guard is broken. Yeah, well, it's broken when he's using it against me and I'm playing Virgil, alright? He fucking kicked the shit out of me, mate. It wasn't even funny. So, what else would I say is like among the best games? I would say, obviously Elden Ring. That goes without saying. I would put Baldur's Gate 3 there as well. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was some of the most fun I've ever had on stream. That was just a wonderful, hilarious playthrough. And you can see the entire playthrough on SebiWeb's VODs, the separate VOD channel. It was one of the most fun times I've ever had. As far as new games are concerned, let's say like indie games. Let's say like small games that I would say are top tier that are quite recent. I would say Megabonk is actually one of them. That game is absurdly addictive. Now, all these indie games have a much shorter lifespan than like a big AAA, but so we'll judge them by different criteria. Broforce, yeah, no, Broforce is one of my favorites. And the thing is, I know well enough to know that you don't just recommend Broforce to anyone and say it's objectively amazing. Broforce is great for a very specific type of game. Broforce is one of my favorite games. Titan Souls, Risk of Rain 2, Dave the Diver I thought was superb. Slay the Princess is phenomenal for what it is. Slay the Princess is probably like the best branching storyline game I've ever played. Like literally every choice you make, whether you commit to a choice or then start to backtrack on it, all of that changes the story. They have a story prepared for that. I've never seen anything like it. Subnautica, yes. Subnautica was one of my favorite. I think that's one of the best games I've ever played. If we're talking about modern games. I put Dark Souls 3 there as well, because Dark Souls 3, I think, I like it pound for pound more than Elden Ring. But Elden Ring is one of the rare games that pulls off an open world game. But in terms, I do love Dark Souls 3 just for like how tight and finely tuned it is and how strong pound for pound it is. So yeah. Yeah. Well, I play Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5. I will do 4. I might have to do. Would 5 be interesting to watch, chat? Because I really didn't like 5 when I played it. But when I tried 5 back in 2015, I'd only ever played MGS 1. So maybe it was like too many leaps towards there. Maybe after MGS, maybe now I've done 1, 2, 3, and then 4. 5 will make more sense. I've heard 5's really unfinished, man. And from what I've seen, 5, like, I don't think that swapping David Hayter for Kiefer Sutherland was a good idea. I don't think it was a good idea. And if you're going to do that, at least give him like more than 5 lines in the entire game. I've just seen like things like Skullface sitting with Snake on the back of a truck, just monologuing to him for like 20 minutes. I'm like, man, Snake would have said something. Snake is not a strong silent type. Snake is a very talkative, witty character. It doesn't feel right to me. And I know that I already know the twist of MGS5. I actually think it's stupid. But then again, I mean, I guess the twist of MGS5 is like, that's the birth of Venom Snake, who isn't necessarily who you think he is at first, but Venom Snake goes on to be a very strong, dangerous character. Quiet was cool, yeah. She's alright. You see Otacon's dad, and I think he's a huge piece of shit. 5 isn't a real Kojima game, it was hijacked. It's a hijacked masterpiece by Hang on, I think my cat wants to get in. Just 1 second. I'm hearing a scratchy. Let me hear you. Oh, you want to come inside and come here, you. Oh, come here, William. Just 1 second, chat. Come here, you. Just a fatty fluff. Just beelines in, leaps on my desk, immediately jumps onto his bed. There's no one hanging out with you, Billy. No one hanging out with you, you little possum. You want to give chat a smile? Oh, look at that little possum. Look at that wee little marsupial. That wee little fluff poof. Look at his little flapping hand. You are so fat and fluffy. You know what's funny, chat, is because it's winter. Yeah, basically it's winter. And Billy's getting cold. So he's grown like a bit of extra winter fur and fat. That's why he looks a bit fatter than usual. That's why you look like a big fluffy loaf of bread, Billy. You want to say hi to chat? Come here. Come say hi to chat. All right. Come here. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, hello. It's me, Cat Sith. I'm gonna go box throwing for about 3 hours. I ruined FF7 Rebirth. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, I just want to raid my chocobo all day. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. There is a... after you win a fight, there are times when Cat Sith will literally go meow, 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 meow. I think Billy's over it. All right, we'll put you on your bed. Say goodbye to chat, Billy. Say goodbye to chat. Here comes a goodbye chat. Off you go, buddy boy, you little fat boy. Off you go, mate. Off you go. Oh, he's so soft and thick. Burmese cats have been described as a brick wrapped in silk. And I gotta tell you, it's not an inaccurate description. So, yeah. So, guys, we have a lot of things to do. He's a squishy loaf? Yeah, he's like a big furry loaf of bread. Low energy? It's not that he's low energy, he's just like in a perpetual state of chill and zen. Billy's sort of like one of those like fantasy NPCs, like a really serious cat who just stares at you and then gives you a quest. So Metal Gear Rising? Yeah, I'll do Metal Gear Rising. So I mean, oh god, if I could, oh fuck, I just realized I could do a Metal Gear Solid ranked, all games ranked video, but in order to do that, I'm gonna have to play 5. Fuck. I'm not gonna do Peace Walker, but I would do MGS4, 5, and Revengeance, and I think that's more than enough. I think 1 to 5 and Revengeance is more than enough. I don't think I need to play all these other games. We'll just say, like, let me put it this way. When I rank the MGS games, I'm gonna rank the ones that people actually play. Alright, we're not gonna... I'm not playing through the NES ones on stream. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna be so shit at 5 as well. I remember getting my ass handed to me in 5 or non-stop because I was just so bad at it. Peace Walker isn't a good stream game? Yeah. Alright. By logic, can you rank all the FF summons without playing 13? Yes, because I can just look at the 13 summon. I can just look at it. You know what I mean? I don't need to play all 13 games just to experience, like, the three Ifrits that they have in that, or to watch the Shiva sisters scissor each other and become the scissor cycle for Troy Baker to ride around on them. So, but welcome in, Game for Chill, Holly, Morp Heads, welcome in, chat. Sorry I'm missing so many of you. Cursed RNG, thank you for the 26 months. Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. Metal Gear Rising will give you the best memes. Yeah, no, Metal Gear Rising looks fucking sick. It looks so fun. It looks so silly. So, you've been here since the start, Game for Chill. I know, there's so many chats. There's so many chats, I can't keep up with them all. Someone would complain you didn't play VR missions. I have played the VR missions on PS1. I am that old, chat. I've played VR missions on PS1. And it's actually really cool that when you play MGS2, Raiden references those. They're not kind of like they don't exist in their own reality. They are a part of the Metal Gear Solid world. So Raiden, he's like, no, I've done all the VR, I've done 300 VR missions. So I think I'll be fine. Whatever. So 13 summons are unserious. 13 has the worst Bahamut I've ever seen and the worst Alexander. I think it's got the worst Alexander, period. It doesn't look at FF9's Alexander and then compare it to 13's. It's a fucking joke. 13's looks like a Digimon. It looks like it looks shit. Pinkman, thank you for the 750 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Occam's Chainsaw. That's an awesome name. You have the urge to play through E33 again? Yeah, I think E33 is just gonna keep selling. You know what I mean? Like, notice how Devil May Cry 5 in 2023, Devil May Cry 5 had sold 10 million copies. Well, it sold 12 million now, 3 years later. 3 years, like, that's like fucking, it has continued to sell 5 years after it was released. Now, usually like AAA slop doesn't do that. Most games, right? A modern FF unfortunately falls into this cycle. FF16 is the best example of this. A game like FF16 is kind of just built through hype for years. We think it's going to be good this time, despite 20 years of evidence that it won't be. It pops on the first like few weeks to the first month, and then everyone realizes like, okay, it was mid, it was a mixed bag again. No one tells anyone to play it. And it's only hyped for like that 1 month. That was FF16. It was hyped for less than a month. That's why it sold 3 million on launch, and then 1.5 years later, it only sold an extra 500,000 copies. It's just sad because no one told anyone to play it, man. And even people who love 16 won't. Even people who defend FF16 know better than to tell you to rush out and play it, because they know that you'll never trust their opinion on games again if they do. So that's a very interesting thing to think about. Whereas like Devil May Cry 5, I would stake my reputation on that game. I would say fucking play it. I would say play it, and I'll tell you exactly why it's so fucking good. You know, you want to play like a deranged psychopathic gorilla, you got Nero. You want to play like a Pokemon trainer from the Edgelord universe, you got V. You want to play as the world's biggest troll, you got Dante. The guy's a fucking asshole. Or if you want to play as the world's biggest aura farmer, if you want to play as that guy who teleports you behind you, tips his fedora and says, nothing personal, kid, you got Virgil. And each of those characters are done to the absolute max of how well they can be designed. I would stake my reputation on Devil May Cry 5. But you would be a fool to stake your reputation on FF16. You would be a fool to do that. No one will trust you again. And the thing is, even the biggest defenders of modern FF know that. So, you know, like that's why they won't tell you to rush out and play 12 or 13. They'll say they're great, but they won't tell you to rush out and play them because they know you won't trust them again. Game for Chill, thank you for the 4 months. My gift expired. Well, you know what? You all right. Travesty, thank you for that Subaru. Those 3 million will buy any FF regardless. Well, that's the thing. It kind of shows you that that's Mega. It kind of shows you that that's the number. It's just like a handful million of people who will just buy anything with a label slapped onto it regardless of quality. So, yeah. You'd rather Square close its doors and never get another FF game versus them ruining the 9 remake. I just don't think they're gonna remake a game again. I don't think they'll remake another FF. Like, they know this has not been financially great, despite what some of the gaslighters in the fandom will tell you. I think they kind of just want to get it over and done with. Like, let me put it this way. If they could have made Revelation Part 3 a PS5 exclusive, they would have. But they know better than to do that. If they could have gotten away with a Yuffie Intergrade DLC style game for Rebirth, I don't know, Sid Intergrade, Highwind Intergrade, or Vincent Intergrade, if they could have done that, they would have. But they know not to. They know better than to do that. Like, it would be, yeah. It's not looking great, man. So... Mantis, you watched my Resonance video. People telling me to end myself over an opinion is crazy. Yeah, as I say, chat, I'm sorry I haven't streamed in a while, but I'm here, guys. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm in a good mood. I'm fully bloody recharged. But a big reason I didn't stream in a long time was, to be honest, I was kind of a bit mentally exhausted, man. It was one thing for the Revelations trailer to drop the day before I came back to stream. And I was like, all right, I guess we're talking about this now. This is going to be a big one. We better be word perfect on this, because there's a lot of people who don't like me about it. And then as soon as I burnt the candle at both ends with my editor to get that done, a 1-hour video where every second is good, get that thumbnail done, that all done, and so on and so forth, then bam, Resonance drops and people on Twitter start screaming at me for not talking about that. And I'm like, 1, I didn't even know it existed. 2, I'm tired as fuck and on my day off. 3, this is not what I asked for. This is not what anyone... FF Resonance, I'm sure it's going to be good for what it is, but that repackaged mobile 2D game is not what people are talking about when they say they want the mainline Final Fantasies to go turn-based again, and you know it's not. And while I could have just left it, no, I won't, because fuck them. Because I honestly, I'm sick to death of these bullies and liars and gaslighters just saying whatever the fuck they want, upvoting themselves to make themselves look right, and basically going unchallenged. No, fuck them. You want a video about Resonance? You got your video about Resonance, and that video has like about 100 to 200 screen caps of people telling me to off myself, that they hope I get bashed for not liking Resonance, that I should have been aborted, that I'm the product of incest. You've seen it. If you see the end of that video, it's like, oh my god! The sheer torrent of hatred and abuse over a cute little pixel 2D game. Who would have thought that a cute little game like FF Resonance could inspire such feelings of hatred amongst its fandoms towards me? I was like, well, I mean, like, well, there you go, mate. There's your Resonance video. There's your Resonance video. It's, next time, just fucking leave me alone. And I keep telling them, if you stop being assholes to me, I can't make videos about you being assholes to me anymore. I can't. If no one wants to see a video, it's like, guys, look how politely and civilly these people disagreed with me. Boring, you know what I mean? Like, even though that's the right thing to do, and that ultimately that is what we should be doing, is like disagreeing with a sense of humor, with some politeness, some civilness. Yeah, it's if they keep being assholes to me, I can keep making videos about them being assholes to me. And like the toxic behavior of this section of fans will basically be preserved for all eternity, all right? Aliens will come to Earth, they'll watch my videos and be like, my god, some people in this fandom are a bunch of assholes. Them, not me. They'll make, the aliens will make a statue of me in the town square because I am the main character of the universe. But, you know, the people who insulted me, you know, the aliens won't think too much of them. So, let me catch up with chat over here. Growfile, welcome in, you fucking dog. So, it's all trying to drain your energy. I mean, of course it is, but it's okay. I can deal with it. I can deal with it. Because at the end of the day, right, like, it can be annoying, but it has this weird effect on me. Where, as I say, a lot of Final Fantasy content creators, and I think a lot of Final Fantasy fans, they're kind of like elves. Whether they are the new fans or the old fans, what I mean is that they are sensitive souls who want to avoid confrontation. And as soon as people are yelling at them, they're like, you know what, maybe I won't say anything all, and say nothing, or maybe even change my position. I'm not like that, though. I'm more like a Warhammer orc. I'm like a... In a way, the more that these people kind of insult me and attack me, the more that it kind of just makes me want to fight more. And I don't think I think some have actually figured this out. and they've learned just not to do it, but others don't. And it's like, I'll be minding my own business on my off day, just chilling, having a lovely time, and then bam, someone's added me about resonance to yell at me about this, and it's like, all right, boys, it's on. And then that activates my inner war. That activates my inner Warhammer orc, and it's like, all right, why don't we go to Twitter and argue with these people for the next 3 days? Why not? Why not? Because it's fun. And because what do they say, like in Warhammer 40k? It's like, why do the orcs love fighting? Well, the orcs don't really understand this question. They're like, why wouldn't you? They're just like, because it's fun. Because it's something to do. that's how they say it. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, or Lord of the Rings dwarf. Yeah, dwarves I would say are like probably the most orcish when it comes to human beings. Yeah. Oh, that's what I love about orcs in 40k, is that like things just kind of work because they believe in them. Like, I think like that's why no one can take orc technology and use it. You can't use their guns and you can't use their tanks because they're kind of only half well made. Like there's some technical expertise in how the gun works, but then the rest is they just kind of hammered bits of metal onto it and then they believe that makes the gun stronger. And then it just works because they believe it. It's so unbelievably stupid. In fact, I think I was reading this. Apparently orc spaceships don't have windows. It's just holes. And the orcs can just breathe in space because they don't know they're not supposed to be able to. Because the orcs don't realize they're not supposed to be able to breathe in space. They just can. They can just breathe in a vacuum because they think they can. They are that fucking stupid and powerful. They're just amazing. They're just such a fucking excellent race. They might be the strongest and funniest comic relief race of all time. And the fact that they accidentally make the God Emperor of mankind stronger is even funnier. Because they don't understand why the humans all worship this one guy, but they're like, well, all humans in the universe worship this one guy, so he must be really strong. He must be fantastically powerful. And because all the orcs think that actually gives the God Emperor of mankind this huge power boost. It's so fucking dumb. It's amazing. Like, how do you think of this, man? And it's great because it shows what's amazing about Warhammer 40k is that all the sort of space setting and all the armor and all that and the alien races, that's a fun little window into that world, but the real treasure, the real juice of that is actually the writing. It's actually these fantastic ideas they've come up with, these explanations for how things work that just are endlessly fascinating. You just want to learn more and more about this universe because of its writing, because you're just like, why are they that way? Why do they think this way? Like, what's their goal and all that? It's just so cool. It's so cool. Nate, thank you for the $3.50 super chat. If back when FF7 Remake was announced, and they didn't call it 1, they called it Remake like smart, huh? And if they didn't 1, call it Remake like a smartass, 2, didn't pretend it was up until release, would it annoy you less? Yes, Nate, like if they just called it, let me put it this way. Most of the problems that come from FF7R stem from that one word remake. FF7 Remake is what part 1 is called, and the whole thing is called the FF7 Remake Trilogy, or the FF7 Remake Project on Square Enix's official website. You remove that one word, you solved most of its problems. Fanscapes, thank you for that prime. Appreciate it. Like, notice how these problems don't exist for Crisis Core, Advent Children, or Dirge of Cerberus, because we all know that those are separate spin-offs. But the word remake now ties it to the original game, and it makes it impossible to separate from it. It makes it impossible not to compare the two. And you can argue all you want, and the thing is, like, people defend this game, they change their story depending on where it suits them. If you point out how you hate something is different, they'll say, well, it's not a remake, you idiot. But if you say you hate something in the remake, they'll say, oh, well, then you hate the OG game because this is a remake. You know what I mean? There's so much doublethink that goes on here. Many people defend it, change their story depending on the argument. Many of them don't even believe what they say. They just believe that you need to shut up. And they kind of just say whatever it takes to end the conversation. So... yeah, I'll call it I wouldn't even say reimagined, because Resident Evil 2 is a reimagination. And that doesn't split the game into 3 parts, add timeline preserving fate ghosts to represent the OG fans who you have to kill in order so the writers can change the original story in wacky new directions. It doesn't add Disney musicals. It doesn't add 100 boring new characters and tedious mandatory minigames. You know what I mean? Is it like Resident Evil 2 is a reimagination. 7 Remake is not. And we will also do a tweet about that as well. Actually, have I got that open? Ooh, thank you for reminding me. I actually need to open one of these tweets. Yeah, basically I made a tweet which is like, what is FF7 Remake? Because no one can, and part of what I say in this is that like no one can get their story straight on this. The devs won't give us a clear answer from what I've seen at least, and the fans can't agree on what it is either. You know what I mean? Like even the diehard fans can't agree whether it's a sequel or a spin-off or a remake. It's I've never seen anything like this. There's nothing else like this in gaming, and the reason I do go on about it is because it's one of the strangest conspiracy theories in all of video games. Final Fantasy as a whole, you know what I mean? I mean, screw the reptilians and flat Earth and the Illuminati and all that. This is the real conspiracy, man. Final Fantasy is an almost uncrackable mystery. Well, it can be cracked. It's just that there's so much to it. There's so much to it. You can learn it, but you have to learn it. So, yeah. I'm going to respond to some chats here. But yeah, Nate, I would say, and I'll say this right now, if they removed the word remake from FF7R, if they removed that word from that project entirely, it would severely hurt my channel. Think about that. Because if you remove the word remake, then there's suddenly no need for shot-by-shot comparisons anymore, for side-by-side comparisons. The whole debate between whether this is a faithful remake or not evaporates overnight if you remove the word remake. The thing is, they'll never do that. I don't think they'll ever do that, ever. I think it's like an ideological point at this point, but I'm literally spelling out how to hurt my channel, and I don't know if they ever will, so. Fanscapes, thank you again for that Prime. Luff Balloons, thank you for the 300 bits. Hello, boys, with me, Sephiroth. Oh my god. Yeah. Square Enix could kill off my content by making a good game? Not really. I mean, if they made a good game, I'd be happy. I mean, notice how, like, I've got videos on my channel that are very happy with, like, games that I think are good from Final Fantasy and elsewhere. Ash Trover, welcome in. Yeah. I don't want bad games. I think we got enough, man. The more good games, the better. So, from Eggman, thank you for that $5 super chat. You and your friends like to jokingly call Remake the sequel pre-sequel as a nod to Borderlands the pre-sequel. Oh my god, that's just torture, isn't it? Yeah. That's Borderlands the pre-sequel. That hurts my brain just reading it, man. I hate that. I hate that, man. So, good games would drive viewership. Well, that's the thing. Like, I pull plenty of viewers playing good games. You know what I mean? There are people who argue that I only get viewers by ripping on something. It's simply not true. It's simply not true. Lord Megamon, welcome in, you dog. Like, my Devil May Cry streams were fine. They pulled like as many, if not more, than my E33 streams. My E33 streams did great. So, yeah. Oh, the Bob trailer drops at 4 a.m. Megamon. Chat. Tekken 8 is about to drop the trailer for my main Bob, the 300-pound American man who, despite his enormous fat, can do jumping, spinning backflips and is one of the fastest characters in the game. And because he's so fat, he can turn himself into a big rolling spinning ball and roll around and throw his entire bulk at you. Bob being cut from Tekken 8 was a big reason that I dropped that game. Big reason. He's one of my favorite characters of all time. Tekken 8 sucks, it does. But from what I hear, they've tried to fix it as much as humanly possible, which is, apparently they have nerfed heat as much as they can. They can't structurally remove heat from the game, I don't think, but I think they've made heat as weak as possible. And, this this fucking, what am I trying to say here? This season of Tekken with its DLC characters, it's kind of made for me. Exactly. It's like the devs knew the exact lineup to bring me back into the game. Not Kunimitsu, though. Kunimitsu, fucking trash. Get the fuck out. Rubbish, stupid shit, dog shit character. But considering that everyone in Tekken 8 is way too strong, she probably won't be overly, overpowered like she was in Tekken 7. Terrible, awful character. But what they did do, Bob, that's going to bring me back for a bit. Roger, the kangaroo. I mean... you know, finally, my people have been represented in the video game world. You know what I mean? You know how people always say, oh my god, I never see anyone who looks like me on the screen. Well, guess what, mate? Australians are eating well. We're eating well this season, mate. Fucking Roger the Kangaroo is fucking coming back to Tekken. And the thing is, the one that's got me even hyped than those two is Yujiro Hanma from Baki. Now, so Baki is basically in the news for those two reasons. One is Yujiro Hanma is gonna be the final DLC guest character, and that is insane. I could not believe that they were putting Yujiro Hanma in that game. I thought I was getting trolled. I actually thought it was like a AI. I thought it was AI, I thought it was a prank. I had to check 3 times to make sure I was right, because it's too cool. Like, Yujiro Hanma in Tekken, in this day and age, in this game, is like too cool. It's almost like something you're not allowed to have in video gaming, because he's a pretty fucking red hot character at times, man. Yujiro does some very bad things in Baki. Yujiro is a fucking terrible person. And even though he's certainly chilled out from Baki the Grappler to like the later seasons, even though he's chilled out a lot, he's still a fucking asshole. He's a bad man, bro. The thing is that, like, that's actually fine in Tekken. Anyone who's like, oh my god, but like, why would you put Yujiro amongst all these moral exemplars? All these wonderful people in Tekken. Like, these people are terrible. No, Tekken people are fucking terrible, man. Like, Heihachi threw a 5-year-old boy off a cliff. A huge cliff, not a small hill. Heihachi threw a child off a cliff. I don't know if you need to think about this for a while, but that's not something you should do. That's not something a good guy does. And then Jin, I think, started a war that killed millions of people because he was trying to wake up a devil god so he could eliminate the devil chain. Like, these are bad people, man. These are really bad people, you know. So I think Yujiro will fit right in. I think he'll fit right in with these guys, you know. I think you need someone equally terrible to do. Marduk, yes, Marduk has done some... I've seen the Marduk clip. I was like, oh my god. That was a different world of video gaming back then, so... but yeah, let me respond to these super chats. Christopher Glass, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the 10, absolutely huge. FF7 Remake series is the Matrix. The remakes fans are the agents. The Square devs are the architects. And Sebi is the one. You know what, Christopher? That makes me sound so much cooler than I really am, but I'll accept it. Right, I'll accept the glaze. Glaze away! Glaze away. Travesty, thank you for the 100 bits. You discovered me when I was fighting E33 from Simon. Simon, that was such an insane fight. That was absolutely fucked. Thank you. Would I consider playing the Dragon Age series, Grimcross? Which one is it? Is Dragon Age Inquisition the best one to play, or is it Origins? Because maybe I will do Mass Effect Trilogy first. Origin's the only good game in the series, and I might do Origins one day, because I hear the writing's very good. I hear it's a really interesting, well-written game. So yeah, maybe. Trakushian, thank you for that super chat. Can I put the thing on screen to say song at the moment? Here, let me give you the playlist. Just 1 second. There you go. What you want, Trakushian. There you go. There's the playlist in Twitch chat. The name of that song is Marble Gallery from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Castlevania Symphony of the Night has one of the best soundtracks in video game history. It's fantastic. It's fucking top tier. So, right. Oh. Actually, you've just fucked the whole story. It's like Squall dying at the end of Disc 1 in FF8. If that's true, then you've just made a stupid story. Like, was that really your attempt to top FF7? You set up this story, you have the main character die, and then absolutely nothing is resolved, and it's his daydream for 3 discs straight. This is stupid. This is a stupid idea, and it's so stupid that even Square themselves came out to say how stupid it is. So yeah. Cosmic Carb, thank you for that $3.50 super chat. You saw me talking about FF12 earlier. There was probably a fallout with Matsuno and Square after Sakaguchi got fired. Neither of them wanted to play it. I can't see 12 being a product of Sakaguchi. I really can't, man. I mean, 10-2 already makes it... 10-2 is clear enough that it has no Sakaguchi involvement in it. I don't see how he... I don't see Sakaguchi's mark on 12 at all. I really don't. As for Matsuno, is he the guy who wrote Tactics? I think he is. I always forget. But if Matsuno was not a fan of 12 either, again, the quality of writing between Tactics and FF12 is staggering. It's like it's not even the same person. I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out Matsuno did not have a lot of involvement on 12 either. So, I mean, look, I can't know everything with Square. There's just so much behind the scenes and so much obscure shit, so... Yakuza seems to get that humor right, from what you guys are saying, so... Zacchaeus, there's a new trailer out for Crisis Core. They spoiled Remake Part 3 story in it. Oh, God help me. Get me out of here. I can't get back to Crisis Core. It's fucked. So, Alright. You know what? I'm gonna take a piss, guys. I'm gonna take a piss. And then I think it's time. I think it is then time to start recording a bunch of videos, alright? Do not judge me for the amount of tabs I have open. I've got so many tabs open that I have 2 entire separate windows for each of these tabs. One for all the FF7 videos we gotta quickly record, and then one for, like, the Dante versus Clive, Virgil versus Sephiroth Baki. Like, we've got a lot to get through today. Alright. Enough fucking about. Credo Skywalker, thank you for that super chat. Tifa's scar in the OG was removed due to plastic surgery. When do they ever say that in the OG, though? I don't remember this line in the OG at all. If that's some Ultimania stuff, that's just fanfiction. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, fuck. Okay. East Blue, welcome in. Casabella, thank you for the bless. Alright. Enough fucking about. Let's do this. In the last episode of SebiWebs TV, my chair just fell over. Hang on. Sebi was, I've lost my train of thought. He was doing something last stream. Fuck. But anyway, he did some things, and then he took a break. And then there was a crazy fire on Twitter. There was... tweets were sent, likes were given, and there was even a quote retweet or 2. Oh god, this one's trash. But anyway, he's back and he's better than ever. Because now it's time for him to record a bunch of FF7 Remake Twitter videos and then move on to Virgil versus Sephiroth and Dante versus Clive. Will he do an amazing Baki tier list? Will he rank Ifrit, Shiva, and Bahamut summons? Find out today, only on SebiWebs TV! SebiWebs TV! I watched the interview! Oh, that was bad. That might be the worst one yet. You know, Geneva, I think I deserve that face, Geneva. I think I deserve the Sebi L for that one. That was appalling. God, that was a shocker. Alright, get out of here. Hang on. Oh no. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Can I? All my alerts are going to pump, which is okay. I think I can... I thought I fixed this. Alright. Alright, boys and girls, I'm back. Not fucking a boot. Oh, woo! Holy shit! Guys, Twisted Legion, thank you for the 10 gifted subs on Sebby Goddamn Webs TV. Yeah, you better scatter, chat. You better scatter. I see ya. Twisted Legion, thank you for that 10-pack, absolutely gigantic sub on Sebby Webs. If anyone got a sub from Twisted Legion, please say, you alright. ShredX, thank you for that Prime. Thank you for the pity sub for the Sebby L. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Cat Pig, thank you for the 10 gifted subaroos on Sebby Webs TV. Cat Pig, thank you for the 10 massive big boys on Sebby Webs TV. If anyone got a sub from Cat Pig, you better say, you alright. Whew, oh my goodness gracious me. I've just had a third coffee and now we can actually do this. Oh my god almighty. Zanakin, thank you for the $5 super chat. What do I think they will do after FF7 Part 3? A new FF remake? I don't think so. They'd be mistaken to do that. If so, and which one are they worried about how they're going to handle it? Please get into Yakuza. I will do Yakuza Like a Dragon someday. Deadly Mouse, welcome in. Yeah, no, I don't think they should remake another FF. I think they should focus on FF17, and I think they should figure out exactly what they're going to do with that. Maybe a space opera, man. Maybe fucking like... Maybe FF17 should be like Mass Effect, but Final Fantasy. I mean, fuck it. In fact, when I played Mass Effect 1 halfway through, which is all I've ever done through that, I remember thinking, this feels like American Final Fantasy in space. Billy, what are you doing? What? Hang on. Sorry, just a second. What are you doing here, Mr. Bimbles? Mr. Jumping on my lap over here? Billy, I'm going to just full screen for a bit while I read these super chats. Hold the line. Hang on. It's okay, Billy. Let me read these chats real quickly. Thank you again for those 10 packs, Cat Pig and Twisted Legion. Yeah... Oh, I just realized. No, it's fine. It's not that people are subbing, it's that all my alerts are repeating. Well, we're just gonna have to get through that first, or I'll just mute them and maybe pop them back on once we are doing the video or something like that. Knights of the Old Republic with guns? Yeah, I mean, if you remove parries from E33 entirely, it's still the FF7 of 2025. You know what I mean? Just use that as the blueprint. Like, that level of storytelling, that level of characters, that level of music, and so on and so forth. Just, it's gotta be, that's kind of the standard now. That's kind of the standard. Alright, god damn it. Okay, well, I'm going to have to mute my thing. Gonna have to mute this. I'm just thinking I'm gonna have to mute these alerts while I do this. They will come back on. Oh, fucking hell, man. I don't know how to fix this, man. It's so fucking annoying. Every bloody stream. Shutdown source and not visible. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. I don't know. Maybe that. Maybe this. I'm just going to try and see if that fixes it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. I fixed it. I fixed it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. All right. Okay. Now we can do the fucking stream. Let's do this, boys. So, I'm also going to turn my aircon on because it is, it's just not working, chat. It's winter, I got my window open, it's just not working. So enjoy this and I'll be right back. Billy's just sitting there fatly staring at me. I'll be right back, okay. right. Fucking time. Sebby the genius generates his own gravity. Oh god, I'm not. Definitely not that. Right. Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to start the... Here we go. Just going to timestamp where this begins. And then we're going to do this. Okay. Alright guys, so I'm going to be recording a bunch of YouTube videos back to back. They're all pretty short. They're just covering some of the news, some of the things everyone's been talking about lately in the FF7 remake sphere. And wish me luck. I will not be as responsive to chat while I'm doing this, just so I can keep my head in the game. But there might be a moment or two where I take a break and I'll respond to you guys. So if there's any sort of, you love this remix? Oh, dude, have it. This is DJ Cartman's remix of the Final Fantasy Prelude. It's in my Twitch chat right now. He's so good. Such a good musician. Any subs or gifted subs or whatever, I will take a moment to then respond to them at intervals during then. All right, let us begin. We'll do it in silence because then it'll just be easier for my editor to add music in later on. So, right. Are people who don't like FF7 Remake in the minority? This subject has been discussed in recent weeks, and here's my 2 cents. I don't think that people who don't like FF7 Remake are in the minority. Actually, no, let me just... God damn it, start again! Start again! Fuck, how the fuck do YouTubers do this? Yeah, so here was my contribution to the productive discussion on Twitter. People who don't like the FF7 Remake trilogy are not in the minority, alright? The trailer for FF7 Revelation has been out for weeks, and it can't even crack 1 million views in the West. Remember, this is the Western-oriented JRPG. I mean, these numbers are a bit old now. We will update these numbers when the video comes out. This is like nearly 3 weeks, just over 800,000 views. Oh yeah, we'll get back to that in a sec. Yeah, can't even crack 1 million views in the West. Why? Because no one outside the FF7 Remake bubble cares about it, you know? Remake Part 1 turned off a staggering number of players, and Rebirth turned off even more. There were people who were turned off Remake by the fact it was just split into 3 games. They were out from the beginning. When the people who did buy it found out it was some weird multiverse timeline spin-off, it's not actually a remake, Sephiroth's just remaking the story, they were like, okay, I'm out. Then when people played Rebirth, multiple people got turned off at like, because of Chadley, because of Red 13, Dine's censored death, the Eris death scene. I mean, I could go on. So yeah, not looking great. Whereas the original FF7 from 1997 was so huge, it made JRPGs mainstream worldwide. For many of us in the 90s, we learned what a JRPG was through FF7. In fact, many of us, like myself, I didn't even learn what the word JRPG was until about a year after. I kept seeing it pop up, and it's like, oh, that's what FF7 is. And it's like, oh, I just thought that was a Final Fantasy game. Back then, we called JRPGs Final Fantasy games. We're like, oh, it's a Final Fantasy game, but it's like this. It's a Final Fantasy game, but it does that. It's a Final Fantasy game, but it does that. That's how big it was. As for reviews, if we say it's got like good reviews, I mean, like, no one cares about reviews. Like, we learned this lesson years ago. You know, by that logic, Mixtape is one of the greatest games of all time. So is Dragon Age Veilguard. You know, there's so many games. You can all think of 1 million games that got top tier reviews across the board. In this day and age, it means nothing. So, yeah. Not too bad. 1,200 likes, you know, 230,000 views. Not too bad for the old Twitter sphere. And then we go on to discuss it further. It's not just low trailer views, all right? Like, I don't know the exact sales of FF7 Rebirth, but here's what's available to the public. After 3 years, FF7 Remake Part 1 had sold 7 million copies. On launch, FF7 Rebirth sold 2 million, followed by a 91% drop-off. That's a dismal drop in player interest. And don't take my word for it. Look at the articles themselves. You know, I mean, 2023, it came out in 2020, then bam, 2 million on launch. This is like a 60-70% drop in player interest. This is insane. And then it just slips, like 91% drop off, like right after. This is really bad, guys. This is really, really bad. Yeah, and anyone who thinks this is due to PS5, actually no, I'll just read the tweet. Yes, PS5 exclusivity was a factor, but you know it wasn't the only one. All right, I talked about millions of players hated the bait and switch of Remake Part 1. Rebirth turned off people with its tone-deaf cringe, its padding, its horrible rewrites. And I'm sure that Rebirth has sold more on PS5 since then. I don't think it's at 2 mil now, but we don't have any official numbers on this. VG Insights estimates that FF7 Rebirth has sold 880,000 copies on Steam. Not looking great. 76% positive reviews. It's, yeah. And there's also Steam statistics that people talk about where a very small number of people on Steam have even beaten Rebirth. I mean, this is their... I don't know if they're going to get Part 3. Now, why do I think 7 Remake... Now, why do I think 7 Rebirth hasn't hit 5 million copies? Because Square Enix announces whenever any one of their games hits 5 million copies sold. They did this for Octopath series. They did this for the FF Pixel Remaster series. These were both announced when they hit 5 million, and then they were announced again when they hit 6 million. Bravely Default series, they announced when this series had sold 4 million, you know? You know, the series where you reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? You know? But there is still, to this day, no 5 million announcement. But to this day, there is still no 5 million sales announcement for FF7 Rebirth or FF16. Yet? Maybe? Maybe one day? I don't know. Look, if it sold 5 mil, it sold 5 mil. By all means, you know, just show me the proof. Some FF7 Remake fans claim... Some FF7R fans claim that Rebirth sold 6 to 7 million copies. 6 to 7... Hang on, let me read that again. I want to do this for this part. Some FF7R fans claim that Rebirth sold 6 to 7 million copies. Their source is an AI answer and a trust me bro from a message board. I've asked them for their evidence. That's what they gave me. Like... I'm sorry, guys, but that's not good enough. Look, here's the thing. If I used evidence like that, you would laugh in my face, man. Billy, what are you doing? Sorry, Billy, come here. Billy, if I used evidence like that, Billy, you would laugh in my face. He's giving me a talk to the poor. So I'm gonna put you on your bed, all right? Off you go. Oh, he was having none of my nonsense, none of my shenanigans today. Yeah, look, as I say, if I used evidence like that, you'd laugh in my face. If you have the evidence to back up the sales of Rebirth, then by all means share, all right? Like, I can't know everything, all right? Maybe I missed something. I'm just going by what is publicly available. Yeah, so it's not looking great. And then let's go through some of these responses, all right? Going off trailer views is a bad argument. No, it's not. It's a pretty big indicator of interest. I mean, look at this, man. Hang on. Like, 800,000 views. Persona 4 Remake. Over 3 million views. Like, do you remember, chat? Think about how bad this is. I never thought I would see Final Fantasy get crushed by Persona. That would be unthinkable in FF's heyday. And remember, Persona fans are the ones who, what am I trying to say? Remember, a lot of JRPG fans complained that, how do I word this? A lot of JRPG fans said that Clair Obscur Expedition 33 was only as successful as it was because it had realistic graphics. You know, it was realism slop, as they say. It was westernized. And that, you know, normal people think that Persona is the weird anime game. Well, you know what? Final Fantasy has always been the westernized JRPG, the realism JRPG, and it just got crushed by the weird anime game. Like, this is really bad. Do you have any idea how bad this is? This is so bad, bro. This is not a good look for FF, man. So, yeah. And, but don't worry, chat, it gets even worse. Let's have a look at these Steam wishlist statistics. Persona 6. Hang on, let's have a look at the Steam wishlist statistics, all right? Persona 6, 12,000 wishlists. Final Fantasy Resonance, the 2D mobile game, 12,000 wishlists. FF7 Revelation, it's under 9,000. It's that... How does FF Resonance have more wish lists than the biggest JRPG of all time? Like, this should not be real. This is fucked, man. This is really bad, bro. I just, yeah. So, in conclusion, right, I'll tell you what. Let's conclude this video. I will throw the people who love this game a bone, all right? I think that the people who love this game and the people who hate this game are both sizable minorities, all right? But I think that the vast majority of players just don't care. I think the vast majority of OG fans are just like, fuck. You know what I mean? There's people who love anything with the FF7 label slapped onto it. They are the people who love FF7R. And I think there are people... What am I trying to say? There's a type of fan who's happy as long as FF7-ish things are happening on the screen. As long as FF7-like things are happening on the screen, they're happy. The problem is there's just not that many of these people. There are also people like me, who the original game was immensely significant to me on a personal level since I was a child, and I just can't stand seeing how these false remakes basically rewrite the history around the original. It's why I argue against them so much. It's why I make so many videos trying to show how different they are. But again, people who hate 7 Remake with a passion, I would argue that they are also a minority. The lovers are a minority, the haters are a minority. I think the vast majority actually just don't give a shit. I think they just don't care. I think that most people, FF7 was important to them, or they thought it was a great game. Then they looked at Remake and they're like, oh, wait, they're splitting into 3 parts? Oh, well, that's obviously a cash grab. They're obviously just milking it. Oh, damn, it turned out to be a time travel multiverse spin-off? Okay, they're just ripping off Marvel. Bummer, I was really looking forward to that. Oh well, anyway, they go off and play something else. I actually think the vast majority of people just don't give a shit. I think they just don't care. And that is so incredibly sad. And you know what the sad thing is, chat? I'm basically becoming one of those people too. I'm kind of already there. When I saw the trailer for FF7 Revelation, I didn't feel angry. I didn't feel any hate. I just felt tired. I just felt exhausted. Just felt over it, to be perfectly honest. And let me put it this way. When I saw the FF7 Revelation trailer had come out, I felt inconvenienced. That's how little my care is for this. I think, and you know what? I'm seeing a lot of FF7 Remake fans kind of exhausted by this as well. If you live on Twitter, you'll see that the director of the 7 Remake trilogy, he constantly posts updates like, there'll only be one ending, but you can influence how characters behave in scenes. It's like, okay. Remake Part 3 will wrap up the story. You'll be able to change the ringtone on Chadley. People love Chadley. We'll put more in. It's like, don't do this. Don't do this. I mean, like, it's just a lot of FF7 Remake fans on Twitter are saying they're kind of exhausted by this. Like, we don't need constant updates. We're just give us the game when it's ready. Even if I liked the game, I don't think it's a good idea to constantly remind us of this every single week. I think the best way to do this is make a banger trailer that gets everyone excited with the concept of it, and then just go radio silent, you know, make this great game. And everyone will be like, oh, hang on, I remember that trailer. Oh, shit. Oh, this is going to be good. And then, closer to the game's release, bang, a new trailer that gets everyone soy-facing. It's just like, oh! And then, bang, drop the game, blow everyone's mind. I don't think this whole drip-feeding of little tidbits of information is a good idea, personally. And I think it's exhausting even the people who love this game. So, there you go. In conclusion, I think that people who love this game and hate this game are both minorities, and I think that most people just don't give a shit. I think most people are just disappointed, tired, exhausted, and just ready for it to be over. And that makes me sad. So, anyway, all right, okay, that's the video over. Twitter, FF7 Remake news over. Like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch. You know, I'm walking here. Get out of here. Get out of the stream. It's over. It's done. All right, there you go. All right, chat. Let's put on the music for a wee bit while I power up for the next thing. Okay. Yeah. I just got here. Super Snoot Booper. Get out of here, Booper. You get out of my goddamn stream. Don't you ever watch me live. I'm just kidding. Welcome in. So, you're more excited with Resonance and Revelation? A lot of people are. I mean, how the fuck does Resonance have 12,000 wish lists while Revelation can't even hit 9,000? It's literally under 9,000. How? It's fucking insane, man. It's fucking insane. Yeah. So, and I do apologize, chat. I know that, like, I do find it very difficult to record stream. I do find it very difficult to record YouTube videos on stream, but it's kind of got to be done because I don't know. I find it difficult to get this energy off stream, but I also find it very unnatural to record a video on stream because you see at the beginning, I just like, what am I trying to say? I always flub my opening, and I've like 3 bad openers and stuff. So, you'd rather replay Expedition 33? I mean, yeah, you're one of the Resonance preferers. I mean, I feel like I'd have more fun streaming Resonance than Revelation. How sad is that, mate? Interesting way to describe your method at work here, Seth. Well, I'm trying to learn from the streamers who basically record videos live on stream. I mean, that's just that's just how I do it. So Retro Grey, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sebi, you're like a theater kid who's not cringe. I think I am cringe, but I mean, like, it's streaming, man. Like, I'm a guy sitting in my bedroom with a camera complaining about video games or playing games. It's cringe by nature. I can't really help it, but thank you. I hope I'm not as cringe as other theater kids. So unlike most video game writers these days, cheers to you, ooh. Thank you for that $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Zetzer, thank you for the 8 months. Luff Balloons, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Victus Omega, thank you for the $20 super chat. I feel the fatigue as well. It's not a one-to-one, but what they did with FF9 and Dawn Trail kind of hit similar points of time-traveling cyberpunk games that you have. Hit points of time-traveling cyberpunk fanfiction of a game you held dear. Stranger Than Heaven has you more hyped than FF anymore. What is Stranger Than Heaven again? What is that? So... But thank you for that $20, Victus. Yeah, I mean, I remember playing Dawn Trail, which is like the FF9 expansion, and it's just like, I don't know, it didn't really feel any FF9 shit at all, to be honest, man. I kind of prefer when they just more shamelessly lift it. Like, the Omega raids is really good. Omega's from FF5. Void Ark was really cool, with Diablos from FF8 being the final boss. Sorrow of Werlet was fantastic. I loved that. I thought that was some of the best writing, some of the darkest writing in 14. Yeah, no, thank you, Victor Somega. Logan Vector, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hope you're doing well. I inspire you to start streaming. It's been fun and you got your brilliance to thank. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Logan. Yeah, good luck with your streaming, man. Good luck with your streaming. It'll take like about a year before you finally, it starts to really make sense and stuff. I don't know. You need to make a lot of mistakes on stream before it finally starts to make sense. Yeah. So, but yeah, good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. And from Eggman, thank you for the $20 super chat. It's late for me, so I'm gonna crash. But if you're gonna watch Dante versus Clive and Virgil versus Sephiroth, just know that both death battle vids are wrong. Oh no, I kind of have had the endings spoiled by some people, and I disagree with both. And I will argue why I think that, you know, the real characters should win. So, but yeah, thank you for that $20 super chat, Eggman. Absolutely huge. Appreciate the hell out of that, man. Massive. Credo Skywalker, thank you for the super chat. Keep up the good work, Sebi. Oh, you get out of here. And there was another chat I wanted to respond to. Ryu Kurai, seeing you try to give the remake trilogy rare props when it deserves it. Shows you're passionate and sadly speaks... Huh? When it deserves it, and Devolver and not caring about a game series you're clearly passionate about, it speaks more than anything really. It's disheartening. Yeah, Ryu. I mean, the thing is, the opposite of love isn't hate. They're just kind of two types of the same thing. What was I trying to say? Indifference is worse, man. Kind of not caring is worse, to be perfectly honest. It's, that's kind of the worst thing. It's like why you see a lot of old people say shit like, oh, you feel bad about that, or you hate that, or you're upset. God, I miss that, because I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like, oh, it's just depressing, isn't it? So, it's kind of better to feel angry than not feel anything at all. Also, Marco, sorry, from Eggman, thank you for the $5 super chat. The Virgil versus Sephiroth is ancient and gets both characters wrong. They use Netflix Devil May Cry for Dante versus Clive. Oh, yeah, wrong. Yeah, thank you, from Eggman, thank you for the $20 super chat and the 5. Thank you so much. Marcos, thank you for the $6.80 super chat. FF7 remake broke my heart like MGS4 before it. The disappointment of those games left a mark on your soul. MGS4, is that considered bad, or? I don't know. I haven't played it, so I can't really comment on it. So, but good night, Marcos. Cynimus Maple, thank you for that prime. Thank you for that prime. Can I share the link of my FF list, Spud? I'll get there in a second, but yeah, whatever. I'll give it to you now. Okay, that's it. And I'll chuck it over here. There you are. It's in my Twitter. So, did I watch the Resonant Arc video about why Sakaguchi left Square? I haven't, but I imagine it's basically... I just figured it was Spirits Within. You know, it kind of nuked a lot of profits, and maybe he felt embarrassed by it. Maybe he felt he'd overreached. But I think it's fine, man. Look, mate, look, Sakaguchi, we all make mistakes. You know, just... as Barrett said to Leslie, you all right. So, I think the good outweighs the bad when it comes to his legacy in like a gigantic way. I think the good gigantically outweighs the bad. So, from Eggman, apathy is death. Worse than death, because at least a rotting corpse feeds the beasts and insects. Oh my god, what is that from? Kiera Franchise's inspiring apathy as a dead one. Is that from a game or a movie? Raw X, thank you for that prime. Thank you for that prime. Hi Sebi, to throw in a hot and probably very unusual take, I don't like the FF7 remake much in relation to the OG, but I never gave a shit about Eris's death. But when Zack died in Crisis Core, even though the game plays like shit, he cried like a bitch. That's your words, not mine. Well, you disgust me. Nah, it's all right. I mean, for me, Eris was very, that was very important. That was very formative. Zack in Crisis Core, I think I prefer Zack's OG death. and I don't like what Crisis Core does with it. I don't think it's a bad scene, but it's like a romanticization. It's like a glorification of that scene, if that makes any sense. I don't think it needs to be romanticized. I think it works more effectively when it's just kind of cold and brutal. Many people didn't like MGS4 for several reasons, from the stories, pacing, and long cutscenes. Oh yeah, I know MGS4 has an 18 minutes long cutscene. Oh, that is absolutely brutal. Take care of yourself, Frombeck, man. Have a good sleep. So, Matt V, if you want to know my answer about FF Resonance, watch my video on it. The most recent. It's one of my most recent, well, it's the only video, long-form video you'll find about FF Resonance. Just watch that. That'll answer it. So, all right, I need some water. All right. The OG death scene being shocking. Oh yeah, it's really intense, man. It's fucked, mate. So, so I'm just grabbing something on my Discord, and let's get back into it. MGS3 is the best balance. I didn't like the forest parts of MGS3 so much. I loved MGS2 the most, streaming it, to be perfectly honest. I couldn't believe how good it was for its time. It was mind-blowing. So, yeah. You can have a one-for-one remake with new things like the Super Mario thing. Oh, you guys are just chatting with each other. Okay, never mind. Sorry, it's like the multi-chat's kind of confusing. So you would love a comparison video on Zack's death if it doesn't. Oh, that's a good idea, Cosmic. Yeah, that is a good. Yeah, that's a good idea. You're not a fan of the whole shell setup. It's a bit bland. What's shell setup? Sedan? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Sucko, welcome in. What game would I recommend during a Steam sale? I don't know. Just whatever you feel like, man. I'm just gonna check something. I'm just gonna check my aircon is on, because I'm just like roasting right now. Okay. Right. The fuck you about? Well, MGS4 is coming to Steam in like a couple months, man. Fuck it. I think that'd be an awesome set of streams. So, Darsheki, have I tried Strangers of Paradise? Chaos. Bullshit. I don't know. Doesn't really grab me. Doesn't really grab me. Oh, the big shell. Oh, Sedan. I thought you were talking about like my stream setup. I'm like, wait, is this type of stream setup called a shell setup? I'm like, is that boring to you? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, look, for me, MGS2, so much of it was so interesting and new to me at the time, and I couldn't believe how cool and clean the whole thing was, and how deep and detailed. I was just blown away constantly by it. So, yeah. All right. Enough fucking about. Let's do this video. You miss Billy, Nayako? I had to let him out. I had to let him outside. Either that or he's sleeping under my bed sheets. This is this tweet. There we go. All right. We're going to be talking about the Final Fantasy fan trend that I accidentally set on Twitter because I don't know. I just posted my own list. But anyway, well, let's just get down to business, guys. I'm just going to record this video quickly and we will do this. So how do we begin this? God, how the fuck do streamers record YouTube videos live? Hello. So somehow I was trending on Twitter the other day, and well, let's just read it. Final Fantasy fans share playthrough histories after streamers post. A popular YouTuber, SEPHIROTH, handsome and noble, posted a detailed list of his Final Fantasy completions across mainline games, spin-offs, and movies, sparking fans to share theirs from casual plays to dozens of clears on titles like FF6 and FF8. Playful debates emerged over true fandom, with jokes about needing 10 launches per game, while Domino2097 boasted multiple platinums, including 11 FF10-2 runs. Oh my god, this guy might be the one fan to rule them all. The trend coincides with Square Enix's announcement of Final Fantasy Resonance, an HD 2D remake launching October 22nd, fueling nostalgia for the series' 16 mainline epics since 1987. My god, it's been going on that long, hasn't it? Yeah, so, this happened because... Look, here's the thing. The reason I made this post is because I saw a couple of people online saying that I had discovered the FF series in 2021 with FF14. So I decided to give these well-meaning people a helping hand and just correct the record. I'm like, screw it. I'll just put it all in one big post and we'll just leave it there. So it went something like this. I get asked about my Final Fantasy history a lot, so here it is for reference. Sorry for the TLDR. Final Fantasy 1, that was... Oh, wait, hang on. Let me just... Fuck, sorry. Let me start... Sorry. So we're starting again. Sorry, I had really loud music playing in the background. We'll just do this for the editor. All right, here we go. I get asked about my Final Fantasy history a lot, so here it is for reference. Sorry for the TLDR. Final Fantasy 1, once in my 30s, and you can see the full playthrough of this on my VODs channel. Now, SEPHIROTH's VODs. Now, I wouldn't actually recommend this to anyone as a game, but it is a museum piece. Like, FF1 is where you can see the bare bones, the skeleton of a Final Fantasy game. It's got, like, you know, the crystals, you got, like, you know, Thief, you know, Black Mage and Monk and all this. Bahamut even shows up and gives your characters this huge power boost. It's where it all started, and it's really cool that when you boot up FF1, they've got that iconic prelude music, you know, the that was there from the start, which is really cool. So, yeah. FF2, haven't played yet. I haven't heard a single good thing about 2 ever. Like, you have to hit your own party members to increase their HP. My god. Yeah, we'll do that on stream eventually. FF3, this introduced the job system as far as I know, which FF5 souped up to the max, and then Tactics souped up even further than that. FF4, this is where the series really takes off, in my opinion. FF4 has the first great story, the first great cast of characters. It's got one of my favorite boss themes in the whole series, one of my favorite overworld themes in the whole series. Just a fantastic game. So I played this once in my teens and twice in my 30s. You can see my playthrough of FF4 on the SEPHIROTH's VODs channel. I'm going to pause so I can say thank you to the $20 super chat from Patrick. I have not seen that, but the thing is, I don't actually want any... I don't want to get involved in any drama. I just, as I say, I will attack arguments. I'm not interested in going at people. I'll go at arguments. I don't want to go at people, you know. So no, I'll leave that. But thank you for that $20 super chat. I appreciate it. Absolutely massive. Right, let's continue. Final Fantasy V, once in my teens, once in my 30s. FF5 its story and characters are much lighter compared to FF4 and 6. They're not as memorable, but this game is so fun. It is so addictive. Doing stuff as simple as, like, I don't know, making everyone a berserker, so they're just always attacking, but then giving them barehanded, so they're punching twice like a monk. It's hilarious. They just steamroll everything. You can do a lot of different fun combinations in 5. It's really, really fun. It's probably the most underrated out of them all. FF6, once in my teens, once in my 30s. I need to do a proper playthrough for this on stream so I can chuck it on my VODs channel. I haven't done it here because I had COVID and I was coughing nonstop, and I was also on about 10 beers. Now, if you want to see what that looks like, you can type SebiWeb's opera scene FF6 and you can see me sing the Solis opera after about 12 VBs. And it's an absolute travesty in the game. It's shocking. Yes, we can't put that on the VODs channel. It's just too unhinged. So I'll do a proper, more sophisticated playthrough of that later on. Also, in my teens, God, I did this on the PS1 version, which has such a brutal, like, loading time, or every time you open the menu, it's like a 5-second loading screen. It's so bad. It's passable when you're just brand new to the game and you just want to see what happens next in the story. But as soon as it was like the open world and you could do anything, then I really noticed how brutal the loading times were for PS1 SF. God, then it was, how do I say this? Then I realized how brutal the loading screens were for PS1 FF6. God, that was a hard sentence to say. Yeah, thank you, MLI. I don't mean to be, but it's like, if someone lies to me and I debunk the lie, that's not rage bait. That's just kind of what you're supposed to do. Like, I don't know. Like, that's, yeah. Cornfield, thank you for the 100 bits. This is why you like watching the streams. No holds barred take on Final Fantasy. Thank you, Cornfield. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, what else can we do here? FF7. This is the first Final Fantasy I played, believe it or not. This is what sucked me into the series. I played this twice at the age of 10, and the second playthrough was not actually intentional. That's because in Disc 3, in the crater, you find a save crystal that you can place anywhere. Now, naturally, you know how there's like a little sort of like rope string you can climb down, and that's when your party splits off and you can send some left, some right? Somehow as a kid, I thought it was a good idea to place my save crystal literally on the base of that rope ladder you need to climb out of the crater. And I couldn't get out. And I wasn't strong enough to beat Sephiroth. And I didn't have enough items to just sit there and level up and grind up to be able to beat him. And I was stuck and I was fucked. And I must have been about level 65. I was also just bad at the game. I think I only figured out materia combinations, I think, in Disc 3. Oh, I was 10. It was 1997. I was so shit. So, and I remember having these two different I had these two thoughts. One was like, oh no. But then the other thought was like, oh yes. Because now I have an excuse to play the entire game all over again from start to finish. And that time, my second playthrough, I went through and I crushed everything. First playthrough, I did everything wrong. I got punched in the stomach by Elena. I lost the slap fight against Scarlet with Tifa. I just buggered everything. I didn't get Bahamut Zero. I crashed the train into North Corel, like Barrett's house, and like all his town folks are like, oh wow, thanks Barrett, you did it again. I was like, oh my god, I fucked everything. Second playthrough, I crushed everything. Yeah, after I beat Emerald and Ruby Weapon, I must have gotten Cloud to like level 90. I just love playing it for its own sake. And yeah, it was just really, really good time. I'm trying to think what else of that playthrough. I'm just struggling to think here. That's right. Oh yeah, and my dad even helped me write a guide, a physical copy guide of FF7 that I gave to some of my friends in Australia. He sat down with me and we went through like GeoCities. I think that was the website at the time. That's how old I am. I remember GeoCities. And he found these cute little sort of chibi versions of like Cloud, Eris, Tifa, Barrett, and like I just put them in my little book and I like wrote a little blurb about each of them, and whatever secrets I found online, like how to unlock Yuffie, how to unlock Vincent, and all that, I put those in the book as well. And then I remember I tried to come up with my own challenges. I came up with my own challenge run for FF7. It's so shit. You could tell I was like 10 years old. My challenge was walk the entire game. No run. That's the best. That's the best I could come up with. Don't use the run function ever. And my friend said he tried that, and after like 5 minutes, he's like, fuck this, this is horrible. It's like, never doing that. So yeah, Angel Fire, yeah, oh my god, man. I need to find this. My friend might still have this at his house in Australia. I gotta find this. It was so cute. But yeah, that's how much I loved this game, as I actually wrote a little guide for it that my dad helped me print out. He had like a little binder folder as well. And yeah, I really gave a shit about this. So yeah, then I played it once again in my 20s. This is when I was, I think, like, I was living alone in my late 20s, and I remember, I think I just left my job at Demolition. It was just too intense. I was like, I'm out. I feel like I'm going to break a bone if I'm here for too long. And I remember just being like, you know what? I haven't played FF7 in forever. Maybe I should reconnect with my childhood. Let's see if it really was as good as I thought it was back then. And it was fantastic, because in my late 20s, I just learned so much more about like visuals, about art, about music, about storytelling, pacing, dialogue. I just like, because I actually like, there was a time in my life where I didn't play video games for like years and instead focused on school and acting, like English literature, essay writing, theater, and just school in general. And after learning all that, then coming back to video games and applying all that to storytelling, that was like, that's kind of why I have the perspective I have on all of this. Also, just 1 second, chat. I will come back to that train of thought in a second. First, I have to say thank you to Voodlo for the 7 months. Thank you to It's Molsey for the $26 super chat. Typical, you're streaming when I'm going out to celebrate my birthday. How dare you? Just wanted to drop in and say hi. I'll catch that stream later. Motzi, thank you so much for the $26. Absolutely huge. Enjoy your birthday. Happy birthday, Molsey! Everyone say happy birthday to them. And Bugs Era, thank you for the 50 subs on Semi Goddamn Webs TV. That is absolutely massive. As Barrett would say, you all right? Bugs Era, that is absolutely enormous, man. Oh my god, thank you for the 50 subs. Thank you for the 50 subs. Guys, if you got a Twitch sub from Bugs Era, please say, you all right? Bugs, dude, that's so huge, man. Thank you. Absolute hype, man. Absolute hype. Absolutely massive. Holy shit. Right, guys, shit. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to try and get my head back into this. Where was I? I was talking about FF7 in my late 20s. It's all right. I can bring this back. And, yeah, I remember when I was playing this, I was walking on each individual room in FF7, just kind of like appreciating the detail of every room. I was like, man, they just went balls to the wall with this, man. They just created this entire world in this game that feels authentic and also like worn out, weary, rusty, kind of broken down and stuff. It was just, it was fantastic. Then I streamed FF7 3 times in my 30s, believe it or not. I streamed it to about 15 people in early 2020 in prep for FF7 Remake Part 1 dropping. It's like, well, it's dropping, I've just become a streamer, may as well, seems like the time is right. There's no VODs of that, but then I streamed it again in early 2021, I think. Yeah, and you can find a video of that on my YouTube. It's just me just running around for 2 minutes with like triple speed on, just going. You can tell it's an old stream because I'm bald and my green screen is trash. And the reason I'm bald in that is because I screwed up with my barber. I wanted to tell them, get a number, can you do it number 2 on the sides? And he's like, oh, number 2? And I'm like, well, I guess we're doing a number 2 everywhere now. So I'm bald in that stream. I'll pull it up, actually. I'll pull it up. Let me see if I can find the video. This is so stupid. This is so dumb, man. Let's see. Sebi Webb's FF7 speedrun. Oh, God. It's probably just buried in the algorithm. This is so shit. This is so shit. Oh, God. This is terrible, man. This is shit tier, guys. This is real. This is real. And I typed it, fastest FF7 speedrun ever, not fake, real. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, man. No, not there. Fuck. These are the high IQ streams of Sebi Webb's TV, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that shot, by the way. Look at that. Look at that insane bridge shot. You kind of can't, you can only pull this off with fixed angled, and it's like a painting. It's amazing. And then I'm just ruining it here by having triple speed and encounters off. Jesus. Anyway, I think you get the picture. I think you get the picture. I think I made my point. Yeah, so let's get back over here. And then the third time I streamed it was after FF14 in 2022. I'd done everything I wanted to do in FF14. All the MSQ, all the side quests, all the job quests that had a decent story. I'd done fashion shows. I'd done a Savage raid, which was way too hard. I'm still PTSD'd from that. And I just was like, I think I was voice acting the Red Mage job quest. And I was like, yep, I have definitely run out of content here. This is that's it. You know, Dark Knight job quest, Rogue job quests, these are fantastically written. It's Ishikawa. But I was like, yeah, no, I think I've done everything I want to do here. So I transitioned out of that by streaming like FF7, then 6, then 4, then 5. And then T10 Bloody Nat dropped a massive Uwu Sugoi raid in my bloody stream! Fucking oath! T10 Nat, thank you for that raid. Thank you for that raid. Guys, please chuck a follow to T10 Nat. We love her over here. She's a true blue Australian, mate. And, yeah, I don't know if she's still down for, what's the game again? Reanimal? The Little Nightmares co-op game? But if she wants to, I'm more than down. But yeah, Nat has been doing a ton of IRL streams. She's also been doing a ton of desktop streams, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's fantastic. Chuck her a follow. Welcome in, rats. Welcome in. You all right? So, I am also going to do this. You are bombarded with filming stuff, but you're free in July. Finally. Oh my God. Yeah, Nat, you've been really going. As I say, I didn't realize that was actually you interviewing the cast of the Mortal Kombat movie. I was like, oh, that's cute. She's edited herself in. I'm like, no, wait, no, this is real. She's actually in the room with them. Bang TTS, you fucking dog. Welcome in. How are you, mate? Guys, follow my man Bang TTS as well. Bang, congratulations, mate. You got yourself a cameo in the Tekken music video. Thank you for helping me get those clips, mate. That was what it was for. Varaxis, welcome in. Les Enfants Tribes, welcome in. Pseudo Dreamy, welcome in. So, Nat and her viewers, I'm just doing a video about how I accidentally caused an entire Twitter trend. Yeah. All I did was post the list of Final Fantasies I played because a lot of people were curious about it, and then I accidentally sparked off an entire trend of everyone posting their own lists. So, yeah, we're just making a little Twitter video of that right now. So, all right. Anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah, before I lose my train of thought. Where was I? This playthrough, the third playthrough of FF7, sorry, the third stream of FF7 I did was really good, but again, I didn't want to post it on my VODs channel because I had a bit of COVID and was coughing a bit. Also, I was way too hammered. It felt really, really good to stream a game that wasn't FF14. I'm not saying I didn't enjoy FF14, but I am saying I did stream nothing but that game for 1 year straight. So it felt really nice to just do something else. And I remember just being absolutely plastered. Now, there are some scenes of this that are on my YouTube. You can see me voice acting Sid Highwind yelling at Shearer after I've had 12 beers. You can see me voice acting the Barrett and Dine death scene. There's also the final ending scene where I fight Sephiroth, and I accidentally unequip all my... I accidentally use remove all on all my material while I'm trying to prep for the fight. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I think that's all I can remember off the top of my head. So there's a scene from my second playthrough, from my second stream, and there's scenes from my third stream. I still want to do... How weird is this? I want to do a seventh one. And when I do that, well, as I say, I'm kind of just tweaking as many voices as possible for this. I think I've got all the main cast and supporting cast figured out, but I also want to make sure that a lot of the NPCs don't just have a bunch of recycled voices. I want to find like right voices for them as well, even if they're just like a two-line Johnny at the, you know, the gun store or something like that. So, all right. Also, I get people saying like, oh, you call yourself an OG FF7 fan, but you've only played it 6 times? It's like, bro, I think once you played a game 6 times, I think you can say that you like it, all right? I might even say that you know it pretty well after 6 times. I mean, just, if someone's watched Lord of the Rings 6 times, I think they like the films. I would even say that they know a thing or two about it. All right, there's this whole, like, I've watched it 10 times more than you, so I win the biggest fan game. It's stupid. I don't even play this game, like, who's the biggest fan? I don't even think of myself that way. It's just like, I like it. That's it. Yeah. So, it's just dumb. Reels talks only 6 times, you're a tourist. Reels, I've seen you argue on Twitter. I appreciate it, man. You know, you stand your ground, mate. So, but all right, let's continue. FF8, this was once in my teens. God, this was torture because I played so much FF7 to the detriment of my school work and behavior at school that my parents imposed a half an hour of PS1 limit a day. I could only play the PS1 for half an hour a day, and I could save up these half hours so I might be able to play 2 hours after 4 days. That's so bad. Oh god, it's torture. Especially in FF8, where at times there's more than half an hour between save points. Oh, I did not have a good time with FF8 as a teenager, I can tell you that. Then I played it once in my 20s when I got my first gaming PC, and I remember, like, oh god, I remember sitting there and just, you know, Elvaret, he's like the big flying thing in disc 1. I knew for a fact that was the only place I could get the spell double from until disc 3. So I sat there with like a podcast in, and for like 1 or 2 hours, I just drew 100 double spells out of him for every character. About 300 double spells in total. You're not supposed to do it this way, but the rewards of having 300 double spells in disc 1 is that you will fucking steamroll the entire game. You will crush everything. Yeah, and then I streamed FF8 again in my 30s. That you can see the entire VOD, the entire voice-acted performance of that on my SebiWeb's VODs channel. That was a lot of fun. That was actually really fun, man. I might have given Squall I gave Squall a pretty bad voice by the end. I think by the end, Squall was just like, oh, jeez, oh, Quistis, what are we gonna do? And Quistis, I think I voiced her like a horrible Australian woman, which actually works amazingly well for her. So, then we have FF9. I did this once in my teens, played the absolute shit out of this. And I played a lot of the card game as well, even though no one knows the rules to this, but I played the shit out of this. That was quite fun. And then I played it again in my 20s. That was in my 20s, as I say, I came back with a lot of knowledge I'd sort of gained from studying theater and storytelling. And when I wrapped my head around like 9's overall plot at that age, I was blown away. Spoiler alert, I'm just going to talk about what's really going on in the big picture of 9. If you don't want to know, right, I'm sorry, I'll come back to this in a second. But here we go. The overall plot of FF9 is that a science fiction planet is trying to take over a fantasy planet. This is insane, man. Because the science fiction planet has some serious shit, okay? It's got like cloning, cryogenic freezing, spaceships, lasers, nukes. It's got a lot. And the fantasy planet looks primitive in comparison. You know, they got castles, you got the Qs like Queen are living in like mud huts and whatever. It seems like an unfair fight, except the fantasy world has eidolons. They have summons. They have monsters like Atomos, the size of a mountain, who can literally inhale an entire city into his mouth. They have Odin, you know, riding on his giant six-legged horse, who can throw, with one throw of his lance, blow up this entire city. The fantasy world is no joke either. And it's interesting to see these two completely opposite types of powers clash against each other. It's a phenomenal idea, FF9, and I've never seen anything like that. It's amazing. Kumadri, thank you for that Prime. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. FF9, I have streamed twice. The first time, this was the first Final Fantasy game I ever voice acted on stream. This is before 7. And it is a wonderful game to VA. If you're a streamer and you just want to have fun voice acting, stream 9. Like, it's such a delightful story. The characters are so well written. They're so well characterized and distinct. It'll be very easy for you to find voices for them because they're so radically different from each other. And it's just got a great sense of fun and whimsy. It's got like elements of Shakespeare in it, which is quite nice. And my latest playthrough, that is on my VODs channel right now. SebiWeb's VODs. Yeah. What do we have? You butchered Garnet and Beatrix. What? No, I didn't. Wait. Oh, no, wait, I did. No, that's in the drunk video. All right. There is actually a video from my first stream of FF9 where if you type in like SebiWeb's drunk FF9 stream, or if you type in FF9 drunk SebiWebs, you can find me after I think about 10 beers, absolutely butchering a scene with Beatrix and Garnet and Steiner. It's atrocious. So yeah. Then we have FF10. FF10, I played this on launch. I enjoyed it, but didn't quite like Tidus. The voice acting, like Auron's voice acting is dope. So's Riku because, you know, it's Tara Strong. She's amazing. Lulu's is really good as well. I just found Tidus very annoying. I just didn't like him the way I like Cloud or thought Squall was cool. But I did have a lot of fun with the game. I think 10 is a strong entry into the series. It looks really good. It sounds really good. It's really fun to play. The story, despite being very Kingdom Hearts-ish, is still very fun just to go along for the ride. But here's the thing, FF10 is unique. FF10 is fun and moving in a way that a lot of the old Final Fantasies were, but it's also cringe and Kingdom Hearts-ish in a way a lot of the new FFs are. It's kind of like this weird half and half. Some people think that I think 10 is perfect or it's my favorite. No, I don't. I think it's a strong entry point into the series for newcomers, but it's not my favorite. I think it's one of the top FFs. It's one of the most fun ones, but I don't think it's perfect. Do I hate Kingdom Hearts? No, I just think that Kingdom Hearts should stay Kingdom Hearts. I think that and I think FF should stay FF. So, you know. But anyway, not fucking about. I then played FF10 again in my 20s when I moved back from America back to Australia, and I was like, holy shit, this is really, wow, damn. Because FF10, for all its flaws, still has that amazing feeling of a Squaresoft game where it, like, pulls you into, like, a different world. It fucking, like, you feel like you've been pulled into this crazy science fiction fantasy world where everything's different. Like, you know, yeah, there's humans there, but you're not on Earth, man. Like, the very rules of reality are not the same as we know. It's really cool. It's 10 also has a really strong opening. It's very, very cool. Then I streamed it once I must have streamed it to about 40 people before I started FF14, and then I streamed it after FF7 Rebirth, and that VOD you can find on my VODs channel. Right, okay. Also, 10 is Auron, who is, in my opinion, Auron is one of the coolest characters in all of Final Fantasy. And I don't think they really made a main character as cool as him until Cid in FF16. And it's quite sad that that character got wasted as well. So yeah, but we'll get there, FF10 too. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, I've played this game once in my 30s. You can find the VOD of that as well. FF10-2 is, you can immediately feel the lack of Sakaguchi's influence, like, right away. Now, yes, he is technically listed as an executive producer on it, but this is widely acknowledged by everyone that this is just like an honorary title. It's like when a university gives you an honorary degree because, you know, even though you've never attended the university, they just want to have your name on them. Yeah, my main complaint about FF10-2 is not actually what you think it is. I think FF10-2 has a stupid direction. I think making an FF10 sequel is a bad idea, and I think that making it like a J-pop musical Charlie's Angels thing is a bad idea too. But I think the worst thing is that they don't fully commit to it. That's the worst thing, in my opinion. I think if you're going to do something, then at least go all the way. You know, the musical parts, there's only 2 songs. There's What Can I Do For You, which has no relevance to the story at all. It's completely irrelevant to the story. They just felt like doing it. And then you have 1,000 words. Dun, 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 dun. That's it. And then you have a couple of Charlie's Angels poses. That's it, man. It's just like, well, like, outside of those moments, which are the only memorable parts in the game, oh yeah, and the infamous massage scene, we're not going to talk about that. But apart from those moments, most of the game and the story and the characters are just boring and bland. Like, Shinra is boring and bland. Tobli is shit tier. It's just so much boring shit. Let me put it this way. If I directed FF10-2, which I never will, I'd say this is a stupid direction, but fuck it, we're going in all the way. I think FF10-2 should have been like K-pop Demon Hunters, all right? I think they should have found an excuse to have a musical number non-stop, relentlessly, just like endlessly. I think FF10-2 should have had 12 songs, all right? Stupid idea, but if you're gonna make a musical, make a musical, okay? Yeah, so... Bruha, thank you for the 100 bits. Will I be finishing my FF6 run? Oh, you found my videos on YouTube? That's actually just like one stream while I was hammered, and we never made any more videos after that. No, I'll just have to stream the whole thing again. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm just going to drink some of this water. 10-2 just left you confused? Oh, yeah, well... FF10-2 is full of wonderful story moments. Like, you know how Wakka was all chewed up about his dead brother, Shapu, and how Lulu used to be engaged to him? Yeah, well, in 10-2, Wakka bangs his dead brother's wife. He bangs Lulu and gets her pregnant. And, yeah, that's canon now. And you all have to live with that information. Thanks for that. So, I also think Lulu should not have been replaced with Pain for 10-2. I think if you're going to make a game where it's about the three ladies, it should be about them. It should be Yuna, Riku, and Lulu. And anyone who says Lulu can't be as acrobatic because she's a black mage, Yuna's a white mage. They're equally unfit. A white mage should not be able to do backflips while dual-wielding like twin pistols and doing the splits mid-air. All right, it's out the window already. You can have Lulu do this as well, and it would have been better. And anyone who runs defense for Pain and says, oh, she's this and that, here's the thing. If FF10-2 came out and it was Yuna, Riku, and Lulu, no one would be asking for Lulu to be replaced by some nobody. And everyone knows it. So... Fenny, thank you for the $5 super chat. I fell in love with the demo for FF16, but I was heartbroken by the delivery. Did you know it was doomed from the start? Yeah, well, people said the demo was fun, but there's times where... I would say if the demo of FF16 was the desert area, it would have sold no copies at all. It's just, that was dreadfully boring, but FF16 in the trailer and on paper... I actually thought looked interesting and looked fun. Remember, this is the pre-E33 world. We basically, at this point, most people have given up on ever getting a turn-based Final Fantasy ever again. This was kind of the best year. This is the best you got. There were some things in FF16's trailer that looked like cool spectacle, and it looked quite serious. And FF16 is a bold entrance, but it just gets boring the longer and longer the game goes on. In fact, I'll get to that. I will get to that. So thank you for that super chat. I'll get to that in this video. Right, FF11, haven't played, never will. Some people want me to play FF11, but I'm like, man, life's too short. And like, there are 500 other things I would rather do in 2026 than play 1,000 hours of FF11. Okay, let me put it this way. Like, the amount of games I want to stream already is staggering. I would rather... if I could choose between, right, playing The Witcher 3, the Mass Effect trilogy, Metal Gear Solid 4, Revengeance, Death Stranding... What else is there? Telltale Walking Dead, Telltale Wolf Among Us, Telltale Batman. If I could choose between doing all of that or playing FF11... the choice is extremely obvious. All right, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, guys. I've done my time with FF MMOs. All right, I've done my time. I've done my time. So, Cody Bayer, thank you for the $5 super chat. It's transparently obvious that FF16 was made to cash in on Game of Thrones' popularity when development began, then dropped after Game of Thrones fell off hard. Yeah, if Game of Thrones ended really well, FF16 might have done better. But FF16 came out when... the entire world collectively forgot Game of Thrones on purpose as a self-defense mechanism. Notice how we never think about that before? But it was the biggest show in the world for the early 2010s. Everyone knew it. Even our parents and grandparents were watching it. It was, it was a bad idea in my opinion. All right, let's continue. Oh, Smog Hobbit, thank you for the 4 months. So happy to see you online today, Sebi. Is it just me, or when you hear the battle theme for Final Fantasy Tactics, you start walking on the spot? Oh, yeah, because they're all doing that. One of my favorite songs from Tactics is the right before the battle. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's fucking awesome. That's so sick. All right. All right, enough fucking about. Let's do this. Where am I next on this list? Thank you again for that, Smog Hobbit. I appreciate it. Oh, no. FF12. Once in my 30s. Never again. In fact, technically I didn't play it since the game plays itself. 12, I would argue, is the most boring game in the entire series. Most boring story, most boring characters, most boring music, most boring... I think the visuals are extremely bland and boring as well. Extremely boring combat. And here's the thing, if you like FF12's combat because you like programming, MMO auto-battlers, that's fine, but please understand that it wasn't like that for the first 10 games, you know? It is radically different from FF1 to 10. It is not a natural evolution. It's just not. Just, you can like it for what it is, but please be honest about it. I am sick to death of seeing 12 Andys say that, oh no, it logically had to evolve into that. It's logically the next step. No, it's not. No, it's not. FF12 feels like it was designed to get more people to play FF11, where the real MMO money is at. FF12 feels like Square Enix used an entire numbered mainline series. How do I say this? FF12 feels like Square Enix used an entire mainline numbered Final Fantasy as a beta testing ground for FF14, the next MMO. That's what it feels like. Extremely, I don't know. Not a fan. Yes, I know Fran is hot, all right? Yeah, okay. Yes, she's hot, but it's not good enough. It's not a good enough excuse, you know. And Balthier is overrated. Yeah, I just said it. All right, here's Balthier's whole character. Scene. Enter Balthier. Snarky remark. Okay, that's it. All right. Witty retort. Clever comeback. That's it. That's all he does. All right. He's like a 1% Astarian. Balthier is less boring than the other characters, but he's not one of the great Final Fantasy characters, in my opinion. And Fran is boring and hot. All right. And 12 killed Final Fantasy for a lot of people. A lot of people thought it would be amazing because, you know, we'd learned to trust the series up until this point. And the gaslight culture around 12 is very strong as well. Famitsu somehow gave this a 40 out of 40. Like mixtape. So, but yeah, and it's interesting that when I streamed this game and made shorts about it, so many people in the comments are like, oh my god, yes, I was right. Okay, god, I've just been gaslit this whole time. They're like, so I wasn't wrong to find this boring. And it's a weird thing about modern FF's gaslight culture is it results in a lot of people thinking that, like, am I just crazy? Am I wrong? Like, is it my fault for not trying hard enough to have fun? Which is a really weird thing to think, because that's not how fun works. That's not how fun works. Real fun is like Devil May Cry 5, where even though my fingers were actually hurting, I still couldn't stop playing it on stream, because it was so fun. I just wanted to farm more aura as Virgil. That's real fun. When you stay up too late, you miss work, and all your relationships fall apart because you can't stop playing. All right, that's real fun. So... Brah, thank you for the 100 bits. You started playing FF7 and it's hard to get through it. Is it even worth buying the second one? The second one? Are you... Which FF7? The real one or the fake one? Because there is no second one. There's just one real one. You recently got back into FF. The last you played was 10-2. Oh god, what? Why would you choose 10-2 as the one to get back into it? Yeah, no, the dialogue is trash. Everything after 10 is basically trash. Or basically a mixed bag of mid-slop. A confused game. That's the best way to put it. So, yeah, you know me, man. I don't recommend Remake or Rebirth. Yeah, so. Alright, enough fucking about. FF13, parts 1, 2, and 3, Lightning Returns. Haven't played, and I dread the day when I do. Oh, God. It's not this. Here's the thing. There are people who are like, judging 13 before you played it. It's like, look, man, let's not pretend that FF13 has a stellar reputation, all right? Everyone knows that this was the game that killed Final Fantasy for millions of OG fans. That's the reputation this has. Second of all, it's 3 long games, man. It's going to take so long to stream. However, I have heard 13-2 is the best out of them all. But 13, I've also heard, is the blueprint for modern Final Fantasy. 13 is where you get all the challenging fate and stuff that shows up in 7 Remake. 13 is where you get the stagger bar from, and so on and so forth. So I don't know. That said, 13 might be technically worse than 12, but it might not be as boring. And if 13 is not as boring as 12, then I might end up liking it more. Because as I say, make a good game or make a bad game, but never make a boring game. I think I might be less bored with 13. I've heard it described as Square Enix trying and failing to make a Final Fantasy. That's how I've heard it described from a friend of mine who grew up with it, and it has a soft spot in his heart, even though he says, oh god, Snow, Hope, they're just dreadful. So, yeah. Right. FF14. that was from 2021 to 2022. I did all the MSQ, including all of Dawn Trail, God, and that's it. Like, I haven't done any of the patch stuff. I don't know if I'll come back for Evercold. All the side quests, such as Void Ark, Sorrow of Wurlet, all of them. And I mentioned Void Ark and Sorrow of Wurlet because I thought these were really good. Void Ark was very fun, and Sorrow of Wurlet, the writing in this is like, I was like, oh my God, it's been a while since I've seen Final Fantasy go like this dark, this intense. You can even see me voice act the entire Sorrow of Wurlet on my YouTube channel. I was so impressed with this story, and I had such a good time VAing it that I made it into a YouTube video. The villain of Wurlet, Valens, he's not as destructive on a wild... The villain of Wurlet, Valens, is not as destructive on a wide scale, like a mass scale, as other villains in FF14, but what he does to the people he affects on a personal level is like horrific. He's such a bad person. He might be one of the most evil characters in 14, maybe all of Final Fantasy. Yeah, I was really moved by that. And multiple job quests, Dark Knight and Rogue, both which were written by Ishikawa. Fantastically fun. Loved voice acting the Dark Knight. Had so much fun with Rogue. These were so cool. These were so fun. Oh, when I say I voiced them, I mean I voice acted while I was playing through them. I didn't voice... No, I was not hired for this. So, now, while I have a lot of criticisms of FF14, like, mainly specifically how bloated its writing style is, I just think it doesn't respect your time in that regard. I remember it very fondly. I don't disrespect the time I spent with 14. I am critical of it, but I met so many of my community through that, so many of my viewers. I had so much fun during the MSQ, doing the fashion shows, voice acting some of these quests and stuff. It was also, I entered FF14 with about 50 viewers. I then grew to about 65 right off the bat. And then when Lulu's FF14 Highlights, this YouTube channel, discovered me and started featuring my clips, I grew from 65 viewers to about roughly 200. And basically stabilized there. It did spike for certain MSQ moments, like, say, when you fight Emmett or Reigns of Ceased and stuff, but that only lasts for one stream, and I was very lucky that I had FF14 streamer friends who basically prepped me for that. They're like, okay, when you get to this climax fight, your view count is gonna, like, triple. It's gonna go through the roof, but understand that's only gonna be that way for this one story scene. After that, you're gonna go back to normal. Just need you to know that. I was like, no, thank you. And I kind of knew that, like, once the MSQ was over, you're kind of like, you're at your new base. You're at your baseline from then on. And I was very lucky. In fact, I'm going to tell this to any streamer who ever wants to transition out of FF14 and not have your view count cut by 50% or even 70%, which I've seen. I'm going to tell you exactly how I transitioned out of this and kept my view count exactly. I streamed other classic Final Fantasy games. As I say, FF7, 6, 4, 5. They are technically different games, and they're technically variety games, but they still fall under the umbrella of Final Fantasy. And this wasn't even necessarily a strategic move. I just wanted to do it, and I only kind of realized it afterwards, because I'm like, that's weird. Everyone I see stream 14 or streams anything else just drops their view count, but I didn't. And it's because, you know, they fall under the same umbrella. In fact, at times I was even pulling more viewers doing FF7 and 6 and 4. I was like, that's strange. And after that, I started doing like Tekken streams, and then I did Elden Ring, and then ironically, my view count went up from Elden Ring. That was like roughly 250. And it also went up again for Baldur's Gate 3, which was after FF16. That was like roughly 250, sometimes even 300 viewers at a time. So I was very lucky. I was one of the only, I think I was one of the only streamers in the entire FF14 boom who grew massively, basically quadrupled my view count, and then kept that view count when I left. which is extremely lucky, and I'm incredibly grateful to all the people who found me through FF14 and continue to enjoy the variety streams and literally anything else I did afterwards. You know, I see a lot of your names in my chat. You know, as Barrett would say to Leslie, you all right. So, yeah, what else was I going to say? You don't think it's luck? I'm just a good entertainer? Oh, you! I mean, what can I say, mate? So, but yeah, where was I going to go with this? Yeah, my view, I remember as I celebrated my view, I remember as I celebrated my follower count hitting like 4,000 in FF14, that was when Lulu's FF14 highlights discovered me. And when I left FF14, I'd gone from like 4,000 followers to something like 17 to 18,000 followers on Twitch. And I was just very, very lucky that people wanted to stay a while and listen, as Deckard Kane would say. Let me respond to, I'm going to put some music on. I'm just going to respond to some chats, and I'll respond to some super chats, and I'll continue. So, Fenny, thank you for the $10. One thing FF16 did that turned the tables, Sid as a role, not as a person. That's a meta-level awareness that the series has never made. It hit half. Sid as a role? I didn't like that. I didn't like that for the second half of FF16. Everyone's calling Clive Sid. I thought it was stupid. I found it really off-putting. It never felt right. And no matter the justifications we gave for that, it just felt wrong to call Clive Sid. I didn't like it. So, yeah. But if you liked it, that's cool. And thank you for that $10 super chat. I'm going to read some chats here. Lulu is waifu material. FF10 Lulu? So, Les Enfants 3. Oh, I'm not at 200 yet. Oh my god. Maybe one day. You know, but we are at 150,000 subs on YouTube, which is insane. Ajay, it's not because of the games you stream, it's because of your personality. And you're handsome! Oh, you get out of here! Well, I think a lot of streamers suffer this problem where they get famous within a game for their skill or knowledge in that game, but as soon as that game dies, or if they do a different game, they're not a known authority figure there, and the view count can drop. But I think if you have like an interesting storytelling perspective, if that makes any sense, or like a personality, then people are kind of just interested in whatever it is you do. But you also, as a streamer, it does help to grow in a single category for a bit. These days, I would say just shorts. Just shorts everything. No one's going to know who you are without shorts. So, Villy, I like this guy's voice. Get out of here. Also, welcome in. It's like going from League of Legends to IRL. I don't know anyone who's done that. I think Tyler 1 can do that because he's such a force of nature with his personality. Like, you know, there's no one else like him. Yeah, Veraxis. I mean, that was cool that you guys like you discovered me through that competition. So, GFI TV. You've learned over the years people will stick with a personality and not the game. It only matters slightly what someone's doing if the person is likable. You do, I think, need to pick a game that people are watching, and then you need to let your personality shine through that popular game. I think that's an important thing. Coraline Who, thank you for the Subaru. Would you look at that? Thank you, Coraline. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, enough fucking about. Let's get back to this. Where was I? So yeah, to wrap up, FF14, I think I've done my time with it, but I really cherish and respect the time I had in 14. It was a very special time for the stream. Yeah, there was nothing else like it at the time. Final Fantasy 15. Oh no. Once on launch for 100 hours. Never again. FF15 for me and for many OG fans was the last straw. All right, the hype around this game was insane. It was going to be the first FF on PS4. It wasn't going to be 13, which everyone was sick of. It was riding off the hype of Versus 13 for like 8 years. it had been hyped by the movie Kingsglaive starring Sean Bean, Lena Headey at the height of Game of Thrones popularity, and Aaron Paul at the height of Breaking Bad popularity, enormous marketing budget in this CGI film. It looks like Final Fantasy was back, and millions of us took the bait. I was one of the people who pre-ordered the deluxe edition, and after 2 hours, the dreaded feeling started sinking in. This game sucked ass. And I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. Millions of people feel this way. And because I had nothing else to do at the time, a mate and I just basically played it for like 100 hours. He just kind of enjoyed it. He was in a lazy mood, so he kind of just sat on the couch. He kind of just like reclined on the couch and just liked watching it like a movie and just us talking shit the whole time. But oh my god, I played this game so much that I have written 2 music videos about how FF15 destroyed my social life and my social skills. You can find them both on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't know. They're not good. Just type in SebiWeb's FF15 music video and you'll find them. Yeah. So what else can I say about this? Anyone who says that FF15 sold 10 million copies, this is true. But anyone who says this is due purely to how brilliant its gameplay and its story was, is on an avalanche of cope. They are on buckets of cope, all right? The real reasons are the reasons I just listed. FF15 shows how many copies you can sell through pure brute force marketing. Also, I forgot to mention the fact that FF15 went on sale for $20 for years when it went on special. Also, Noctis was a guest character in Tekken 7, the first Final Fantasy guest character in that game ever. Got a lot of eyes on that game that way. Tekken 7 was much more popular than Tekken 8. Also, oh my god. Just 1 second, chat. I don't know how to pronounce this name, because I can't pronounce these letters, but thank you for the $150 super chat on SebiWeb's TV! That is... oh my god, man. That might be the biggest super chat I've ever received, to my memory. That is absolutely gigantic. Thank you for the $150 super chat. I'm just going to read this right now. My biggest issue with Final Fantasy and JRPGs in general, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, is the reliance on Gnostic tropes. God, you are much smarter and more knowledgeable than me. I'm trying to... Let me read the rest of this and see if I can wrap my head around this. I find it's kind of lazy writing that humanity is always under the yoke of some demiurge. Remake sucks. You all right? 8's better than 7? Oh, now that's a free thinker opinion. Anyway, thanks for the laughs and entertainment, you fucking mensch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that $150 super chat. That's absolutely massive. Yeah, the idea that humanity's always under the yoke of some demiurge, it is a very Final Fantasy idea, you know what I mean? Like, FF16 has it, as you say. And that's where sort of that stereotype of we have to kill God or the God in that. FF10, it's very prevalent. It's very on the nose in that regard. But in a way, 10 is kind of ahead of its time in that it's a game that was quite skeptical of religion before that was really a thing. Like, we all live in sort of this post-Christopher Hitchens, post-Richard Dawkins world where some of the less strong arguments for religion have kind of been destroyed, but and now they kind of evolved to an extent. But back then, even just kind of like challenging some of these basic ideas was considered a bit like, ooh, careful, man. So 10 was kind of cool in that regard, that it was doing this before it was as popular. But yeah, I'm gonna have to brush up on the meaning of Gnosticism and all the tropes and that and stuff, because God, my head is full of a lot of things right now, and I'm just trying to think like remind me exactly what that is again. So Rip Christopher Hitchens, the GOAT. Oh, he was a phenomenal debater. Whether you agreed with him or not, very, very good at arguing. So, FF has always done that. Yes, but Final Fantasy has always been about change, which is why Final Fantasy 17 needs to be a racing game like Forza. Or perhaps even a game where you drive cars into a football like Rocket League. And if you don't like that, you're just a nostalgic old boomer who's stuck in the mud. So, you know, have a good long think about what you've said. Yeah. Thank you again for that super chat. That is absolutely gigantic. Gohan! Oh, hi there, opening! Thank you for the 200 bits. Alright. Enough fucking about. I gotta finish this. Let's do this. Yeah, FF15's... The contrast between FF15's sales and FF16's sales shows you how many people weren't going to get fooled again. Because as I say, 15, 10 million copies. 16, 3 million on launch. And after 1.5 years, it sold an extra 500,000. Because no one told anyone to rush out and play it. And even the people who defend FF16 and say, oh, it's good, it wasn't that bad, even they know better than to tell their friends to rush out and play FF16. Because they know that if they did, their friend would never trust their opinion ever again. So, yeah, 16, I did this on launch back in 2023. You can find the VOD of that on my SebiWeb's VOD channel. I didn't... For me, the main complaint was not actually the gameplay, it was the story. FF16 is nothing more than a bold entrance. It starts strong, it gets your attention, and then it just gets progressively more and more boring as the game goes on, until it's an absolute chore to finish. When a certain main character dies, alright, a character who drinks whiskey, smokes cigars, and is voiced by Finchy from The Fucking Office. I can't do the impression, but you know who I mean. When they die, the story dies. And they do it like a third into the game. It's just like, when that happened, I was like, uh-oh, that guy was the carry. It's not going to be good now. Yeah. But, my opinion for FF16's combat dropped dramatically when I streamed Devil May Cry 5. I could not believe how many moves from DMC5 were just copy-pasted, just lifted into FF16. And yes, I know it's the same combat director, but it doesn't matter. This is still a bad idea. This is just not a good idea, man. Like Clive has bloody Judgment Cut End, but like a weaker, crapper version, like the Limp Noodle version of that. FF16, I think, would have been better received at first and in the long run if it was a spin-off game, but then it's just too high budget for a spin-off game. It might not be the worst FF game in the series, but I think it's the least Final Fantasy out of them all. You know, it's just Devil May Clive. That's it. FF7 Remake, once on launch, I streamed this to 7 people back in early 2020. And at the time, I remember thinking like, well, I'll be open to this, you know. I mean, this is the only remake you're gonna get, so let's be open to some of this. It just... A lot of my attention at the time was on learning to be a streamer, so my attention was divided on this, but I remember after it ended, just all these things were just not sitting right in me. Like, Leslie, what was the point of his character? You know, if we see more of him, that's a mistake, because he's boring and he sucks, but if we never see him again, then they just wasted our time. Pillar collapse scene, I knew it wasn't as effective as before. I didn't see any point of all... I didn't like Roche, and I didn't like, going and having, like, what, dinner with Wedge or Jesse's mum? I don't need a family meal with Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse and their mum, and then go to the bedroom and see how Jesse wanted to be an actor in Gold Source. I don't know. It's just I think it's all unnecessary. Some people liked it. I personally didn't think it was necessary. As I say, OGFF7, I was shocked and sad when Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse died. In FF7 Remake, I was like, oh god, finally. You know, it made me kind of like them less, in a way. So, Keoth, thank you very much for that tier 3 subscription. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Absolutely massive. Thank you for the tier 3. And Ether Zone, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is it just me, or does anyone else think Biggs in Remake is just a young Charlie Sheen? Oh yeah, everyone thinks that. Everyone thinks he does look like Charlie Sheen, yeah. Crimson Desert, I don't know, but a lot of people seem to love that. A lot of people seem to love that. But thank you again for that tier 3 and that super chat. Oh yeah, and I remember the War Market music really bothering me back then. I was like, they should not have replaced this. This is not better. And it doesn't matter that there's like a remix version of it in a fight somewhere else. No, it just should be the area's music. I think with Remake, a lot of us were on autopilot and we were asleep. We had our blinders up and we kind of turned our standards off because we all knew that this is the only remake we were going to get. And it wasn't until Rebirth came along that was just so fantastically bad that it woke up millions of people. And the crazy thing is, millions had already woken up before Rebirth. Like, it's not like Rebirth sold amazingly, then everyone hated it. Like, as we all know, 7 Remake sold 7 million copies. As we all know, when Remake had sold 7 million copies, Rebirth then sold 2 million on launch. And if you think that's only due to PS5 exclusivity, you are willfully blind. All right? I don't think even you fully believe that. So, I'm going to take a piss and I'll be right back. Sorry, chat, I know this is a long video, but like, it's just gotta be done. It just gotta be done. So, this will be a long stream, though, so stay a while and listen. Alright. I'm fucking back, boys. I'm fucking back. Chat, I've baked 100 cookies in the last hour. Please have one. Ooh. Alright. Feeny, thank you for that $5 super chat. If Jill and Torgal didn't immediately rejoin Clive in FF16, and you felt the weight of the loss, there might have even been a story there. See, I didn't play the demo. I just played the full game. I just don't remember a lot about 16, to be perfectly honest. It's just kind of whatever. But thank you for that $5. Sulfur Noir. I just beat Remake and was mad. The whispers are such a dumb idea, they're really bad. The added fluff is just pointless. Took away Sephiroth's mysterious nature and added Zack way too early. Yeah, I don't think Zack really should have been in that game. I just think Zack has way too big a role in that. He's not that important. So, Regumby, welcome in, welcome in. I don't want to ruin your life. So, all right, enough fucking about. Let's continue this video. Sorry guys, I know this is a long one, but we got to do this. We got to do this. Then FF7 Rebirth, one time on launch in Japanese, in the correct language. I did Remake in Japanese as well. The reason I do the shot-by-shots in English, it's just much easier to follow. Also, a lot of the people who say this is peak, they play it in English, so let's see how peak the peak really is. This game absolutely broke something in me. This was like the birth of a villain origin story. And the sad thing is, I made a short about this. I tried to enjoy this on launch. I was skeptical of this. I remember when I saw the trailers and Sephiroth was doing the whole, you know, Tifa was saying, what do you mean you think I died? And that I'm just some weird Genova clone. I was like, this is stupid. This is unnecessary. Because as I say, if it turns out to be bullshit, then you just wasted our time with this new pointless information. But if Tifa does turn out that she died 5 years ago and is actually the thing like Genova clone who's going to explode into a massive tentacles to rip Cloud apart, this is horrible. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's a stupid idea either way, so it shouldn't even be in it. I wanted to go in with a good attitude. I didn't want to be negative. I tried to, I enjoyed, well, actually, I made a tweet about the things that I enjoyed in Rebirth, which I'm going to do later on. I tried to enjoy it, but it just kept kicking me in the balls, all right? The Zack boring multiverse scenes just put me to sleep. The gold saucer dance number, I was like, what the fuck was that? Dine censored suicide, I was just like, hey, no. Red 13's voice, I was like, come on, guys, stop kicking me in the balls, please. Stop. My balls can only take so much. And that just, oh god. I was not happy after Rebirth for a very long time. So, but I think we all know that. So let's move on. Now let's go to the spin-offs and the related games of Final Fantasy that I played. FF Tactics. This game is fantastic. There's a reason that when people argue which is the best Final Fantasy, Tactics is kind of the cheat code. It's a spin-off game, but you can win that argument with it. Because Final Fantasy TikToks, because FF Tactics is extremely well written, really cool story, really cool characters like Agrius and Gafgarian, you know, and the gameplay is just so fun and addictive and deep and interesting and varied and customizable. It's just so fun. Tactics is the game that I wrote it off at first as a little kid, because I was like, it doesn't look like FF7 or 8, you know, it's, you know, and then I gave it a go. I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't stop playing. And I streamed it again in my 30s, which you can see on my VODs channel. That was when they released the Steam version quite recently. So, let me just respond to these. Chopped Cheese! Thank you for the Prime, Uwu! And how do I pronounce your name? I'm so sorry, I can't read these. I don't even know how to pronounce these letters. Thank you for that $20 super chat. Sephiroth is Team Rocket from Pokemon. In Remake Rebirth he is. Also, the team leaves Cloud, who tried to kill Tifa alone in a room with her and keeps his sword. But the thing. Yeah, I mean, Cloud tries to cut Tifa in half with a Buster Sword, and then the next scene she tries to kiss him. Like, man, I'm not a Casanova, but even I know that this is not the way to charm a lady. And even Game of Thrones has a story where they talk about how they play on a guy's naive innocence or something like that. She's like, no woman does this after that happens. Like, my God. And he's like, oh, I was young, man. I didn't know. So, is it pronounced Mishka? Mishka, is that how I pronounce it? Mishka, thank you so much for that massive super chat earlier, and thank you for that $20 super chat as well. Yeah, Sephiroth, he just kind of shows up and is annoying most of the time. He's lost all his aura, so yeah. I'm gonna say Mishka. I think I'm gonna take chat's word on this one. So, right, let's keep going. No, not Rainy Night at the Neon Ramen Bar. Give me this. Let's play this one. Actually, no, we don't need to, because I'm going to have no music for this. My editor's going to put the music in later on. Sorry, chat, I know there's no music here, but it just makes it so much easier for my editor to splice this together and add music for the YouTube video later on. So, yeah. Oh god, Chocobo's Dungeon 2. This game is so cute. This was Squaresoft back in the PS1 days, and it's just adorable. It's a little spin-off game where you play as little baby Chocobo, you know, little baby Goblin, little Moogle. There's like a tiny little white mage girl. Fat Chocobo, I think, is in it as well. It is just so adorable. It's I don't know if I'd recommend it to anyone, but back in the PS1 days when you just wanted more Final Fantasy World, this is a fun little game to play. Also, I'm going to respond to this super chat as well. Georgios Wise, thank you for the $10 super chat. I wonder if there's a single person who liked Chadley. Like, every time he would interrupt other scenes with his background music, it was horrible. So many places had overlapping music that annoyed you to death. Oh god, isn't overlapping music great? Isn't it just brutal? Yeah. I don't, yeah, I mean, well, as I say, even FF7 Remake fans hate Chadley. That's brutal. Existential Bread, take care of yourself. Good night. And good luck. Jerozomi, you love Chocobo's Dungeon? A lot of you guys know Chocobo's Dungeon, right? It's so cute. It's just adorable. It's just adorable. All right, I'm gonna get back to this. Then you have Chocobo Racing, which was Final Fantasy's answer to Mario Kart, and it's starring the cast of Chocobo's Dungeon too. So it's like you got Fat Chocobo, you got, you know, all these characters in their little racing vehicles. And again, this is actually really fun. And it did something that I don't think Mario Kart did at the time, which was you could upgrade your weapons. So for example, if you had just Fire 1, it would just shoot a bolt of fire ahead of you. Fire 2, it would shoot like a homing one to someone. And if you ran over 3 fire orbs, it turned to Fire 3, and that would go through and just hit everyone in front of you all the way to the front. Upgrading your magic during these fights, during these races, was really fun. Yeah, no, Chocobo's Racing was a very cute PS1 game. Then you have Ergaze, or I still don't know how to pronounce this. Ergaze. How do you pronounce this? I've never known how to do this, and I've never bothered to correct myself. But Ergaze? I'm just going to call it Ergaze because it's funnier. So this was a fighting game in sort of a 3D arena that had a whole host of original characters, which was sick. All the original characters are pretty cool. I liked the fat sumo guy because if you pressed grab, he would go, Gah! Sha, 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 and he would just sprint right up to you. And if he touched you, boom, power bomb, and there was nothing you could do about it. Now, in this game, you could also play as Tifa, Cloud, and Sephiroth. They were actually in this game. And this was just such a fun spin-off idea back in the day. It was obviously non-canon. It was just, let's do a fighting game and have some FF characters in it as well. It was good fun. Oh yeah, and Zack was in it. I don't think I ever unlocked Zack. I think I was like that bad at games that I never unlocked the other characters. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna respond to this. Muckles, thank you for the $6.80 super chat. FF7 OG was the Dark Knight of Final Fantasy. That was as grounded as it gets for FF. It is, Muckles. I can't think of a single FF out other than that's really topped 7 in that regard, in terms of like just crushing dark atmosphere, just a really serious vibe and tone. Now that's not the same thing as saying it has no light moments or no funny moments or moments of levity, but overall the atmosphere of OG FF7 is very intense. It's very dark, and everyone who played it back then knows this, and anyone who says that it was as silly and crazy and wacky and cringe as FF7 Rebirth is lying. They are trying to rewrite the past because they want to use OG FF7 as a shield. Their little trick they play is that, oh, you thought Rebirth was cringe? Well, OG was cringe as well. So if you hate Rebirth, you have to hate the OG. And if you love OG, you have to love Rebirth. It's just, that's why they do it. That's why they do it. Because... But the thing is, luckily evidence is not on their side, and even the most basic shot-by-shot of almost any scene in the entire game shows this. So, yeah, it can be very easily debunked, but it can be a pain in the ass to, like, you know, find those scenes and have them at the ready to just be like, oh yeah, well, what about this? So, yeah. And they'll just deny the evidence in front of their eyes anyway. So but thank you, Marcos. Thank you for the $6.80 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So, let's keep going with these spaghetti. Where were we? Parasite Eve. Now, I know this isn't a Final Fantasy game, but this is lumped in with that golden age, because basically this was like Squaresoft looking at Resident Evil and being like, why don't we give that a go? And by God, did they give it the old college try. Parasite Eve 1, in my opinion, is as shocking and intense and brutal as any Resident Evil. Oh my God, the scene where you see the rat transform for the first time, where like its head splits into like 3 parts with like goo connecting them, and its tail like splits open so it can throw fireballs at you, and it starts getting so big that it starts exploding out of its skin. Like, that is horrifying. That's a level 1 enemy, by the way. Parasite Eve 1, showed that Squaresoft, when they took the gloves off, they could go toe-to-toe with the most extreme games out there. It was so cool. I don't even think it's necessarily that great a game in terms of its mechanics, but its environment, its atmosphere, it just felt like you were playing a mature adult game. It was so sick. It was so cool. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not on Steam or PS5, I think due to, like, some weird licensing issues, but, like, just... Come on, man. It costs what it costs, man. Just do it. Don't make me emulate it. I don't want to do that. I'm not buying a PS1 for this either. So, yeah, anyway. Let's continue. Then we've got, God, Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3 on Game Boy. Yeah, these are not even actually Final Fantasy games. These are technically Saga games, also by Square, but they were branded as Final Fantasy in the West. And you know what? It's good enough. It's still Final Fantasy to me, damn it. Yeah, so these were... One, I don't remember too well. That was kind of whatevs. 2 was really interesting because you could pick the races of your entire party, like your 4 main characters. You could be... human male, human female, mutant male, mutant female. The difference is like physical and magic. Then you could be an octopus, a robot, a raven, a spider, and a baby dinosaur. And I think a goblin. I might be wrong, but I know that I'm right about most of that list. Like, this is crazy. So naturally, as a kid, I just made my entire party horrific monsters. And it had, like, really cool mechanics. Like, if you are a monster character and an enemy, and you kill an enemy, sometimes they drop meat. If you're a human or a mutant, that meat can simply restore your HP. But if you're a monster like a baby worm, you can eat that meat and transform into a different creature. You can transform into a skeleton. You can transform into other enemies. It's like you can make your entire party like a bunch of blue mage transforming creatures. It's just, you know, God, I miss when games were like this. It was such a cool idea. It's also got a song called Burning Blood. If you go into bars, there's like jukeboxes and you can put on a song called Burning Blood, and it was dope. It's actually like one of the maddest songs on Game Boy. Final Fantasy Legend 3 on Game Boy is also really cool. That involves time travel, past, present, future, and it's pretty cool because in the present, I think, there's like these little kids who are so cute, and when you go into the future, the boy is just so grown up. He's just this total Giga Chad with like spiky hair, just heaps intense armor. He's a really good fighter. Oh fuck, it was so cool. Yeah, tons of airships. You could upgrade the airship in this. You could increase its speed. You could upgrade it so that if you got into a random encounter mid-air, the airship could automatically attack them and stuff. Oh, it was so ahead of its time, so incredibly creative for a game with such hardware limitations, as they might say. So, I had a great time with Final Fantasy Legend 2 and 3. I'm just going to respond to the super chat and then we'll continue. Sir Scuffington, thank you for the $10 super chat. The only good thing about Rebirth was being able to put Tifa in Daisy Dukes. Why do I not know what Daisy Dukes are? I know that term. Just one second. What are Daisy Dukes? Let me just type this in. Oh, that's like a deep south, a cowgirl, I do declare type affair. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I didn't really care about the dress-ups in that. I mean, I don't even think the fit system, the job class system in 7 Revelations is necessary. I think they should just give you transmogs, you know? You don't need job classes when you have materia. Like, that does the work for you. So, but thank you, Sir Scuffington. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Marcos, thank you for the $2 super chat. South Park: The Stick of Truth was more FF than FF7 Remake. I haven't played it, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. That would be a great game to stream. That I heard is fantastic. And I heard The Fractured Butthole is not nearly as good. I hear the story and the jokes are fun, but the gameplay wasn't as good as Stick of Truth. Yeah. So Daisy Dukes are cut-off jean shorts. God, that's an amazing name for clothing. So yeah, right. Daisy Duke famously wore that bunched up button shirt. Let me have a look at who she is. Daisy Duke, who is she? A fictional character. Oh my God, she is magnificent. No, I'm not going to show her on stream, you goon lords, all right? Just Google Daisy Duke yourself. She's magnificent. So, anyway, I'm going to drink some of this and then we will continue. Torius, thank you for the 37 months, you fucking dog. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. What have you missed? I'm recording a ton of YouTube videos that just have to get done. They just got to get done. But here we are. Good to see you, mate. So... it was the 70s, the 80s, it can't be TOS. Yeah, but you know, we're all just gonna splooge, so we'll leave it out for now. Let's come back to this list. I gotta get these videos done at the end of the day. FF7 Crisis Core. Once in my 30s, a few months ago. And oh god, you all know my opinion on this. This was like the final piece in the puzzle for FF7 Remake. Crisis Core is basically the blueprint for FF7 Remake trilogy. All right, 7 Remake makes no sense as a remake of the original game. All right, it doesn't look like it, doesn't feel like it, doesn't play like it, but it looks like Crisis Core, feels like Crisis Core, and plays like it. Crisis Core and 7 Remake have the same bad acting. So, no, Crisis Core and Remake have the same bad writing, the same fanfiction feel to it. You may as well call Crisis Core FF7R 0. In fact, 7 Remake, how would I say this? 7 Remake assumes that you've played Crisis Core and that you already know the secret about Zack's identity because it blows the secret about who Zack and Cloud really is right after Cloud's flashback in Nibelheim. Okay? This makes no sense as a remake of OG FF7, but it makes perfect sense as a sequel to Crisis Core. It's just... Yeah. Anyway, we all know my thoughts on that. Chrono Trigger, once in my teens and once in my 30s. You can see my full playthrough of Chrono Trigger on my SebiWeb's VODs channel. This is before I knew to break up my VODs into 3 to 4 hour chunks. It's just like 10-hour VODs, but hey, it's there. Okay, I was new. And I had a great time with this on stream, although I made the mistake of playing the Steam version rather than... Is it on PS5? I mean, if it's only on Steam, well, it crashed like 10 times while I was streaming it, but that's a Square Enix port. What are you going to do? But Chrono Trigger is a very important game in this series. It's kind of like the cool cousin of Final Fantasy. It's the intermediate step between FF6 and FF7. It's where the synergy attacks in FF7 Rebirth come from. They are a turn-based attack, believe it or not, from Chrono Trigger. Yeah, ATB, no one cares. All right. This is a very, very cool idea. It's basically Final Fantasy crossing over with DBZ, with Toriyama, and you just get this... It can be argued that Chrono Trigger is one of the few perfect games or near-perfect games ever made. It's superb. So... let me respond to this. Giorgio Sawires. Oh, and bruh, thank you for the 100 bits. Do I think they should remake FF6? No. Yeah, I don't know. And if anyone should remake FF6, it should be Sandfall. But I think that they should just be doing their own thing. So, Giorgio Sawires, thank you for the $4.69 super chat. I don't get why in the remake, why could they not make Materias more customizable instead of creating extra synergies and skills for each character? Materias was supposed to be the thing. Yeah, Materia works very differently in that, I mean, I just don't even really think about it, to be perfectly honest. I don't really think about FF7R's combat systems too much. It's not really my main complaint, but it also doesn't really interest me too much. My issues have always been with the story and the characterization and the atmosphere. That's the main thing I think about way too much. So we all know I think about too much, so we'll leave it at that. Chrono Trigger is the GOAT because even the creator of your GOAT adores the game and wanted Xenogears to be a sequel. You can also argue Xenogears is a step between Chrono Trigger and FF7. Yeah. I played Lost Odyssey? Not yet, but I will eventually. So, it's not that I don't like ATB, it's that I just think it's an unnecessary creation. There are some people who like it, some people like that time pressure of doing turn-based combat, but I just... It's like if you made chess, but you only had 5 seconds to do each turn. It's stupid to me. I don't like it. I think that FF10 kind of nailed it perfectly, and that's the reason that E33 uses FF10's model, you know. Same with Metaphor. Like, when I was playing Metaphor, I'm so glad it's turn-based and not ATB. I just don't like it. ATB adds some difficulty. It's artificial difficulty, though. As I say, imagine if you gave people in chess 5 seconds for each turn. I don't think that's adding difficulty. I think that's just ruining the game. I think it's just artificial. I think it's dumb. I don't like it. So, you can like it, don't get me wrong, you can prefer it. But I think that ATB was invented to trick people into thinking that these turn-based games were more actiony than they really are. But all they do is achieve the complete opposite. Because in a turn-based game, the next turn is after each turn. It can go bang, 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 bang. With ATB, you and the enemies have your turn, and then you just stand there for like 5 seconds while you both wait for your bars to fill up. ATB, in an effort to make turn-based more active, made it less active and made it slower. How ironic. How ironic, man. So, in fact, I might even make a short out of that, because I don't like ATB. I think it made it worse. I think it made it worse. So, yeah, just, that'll teach you for defending ATB. Jules J, thank you for the red 13 face. Trakushin, thank you for the $3.50 super chat. Have I played The Secret of Evermore? No, I haven't. It was made by Squaresoft USA before they blew their budget on Spirit Within. No, I know the name Evermore, but I've never played it. But thank you for that super chat. Marco's Child of Light. I actually quite like Child of Light. I think really her hair physics kind of sell the whole game. But that story has heart. It's got soul. It's got atmosphere. I wouldn't even mind streaming. I wouldn't even mind streaming it at some point. Anyway, enough fucking about. Let's get back to this. So, do I think I snorted a line before stream? No. But if it was legal here, then I don't know. Why not? But no. You know, I'm not that cool. All right, let's get here. Chrono Cross. Once in my teens, once in my 30s. Now, Chrono Cross is like a weird sequel to Chrono Trigger, but I think that kind of hurts it. I don't think... Yeah, because it's not for the better, let me put it that way. Chrono Cross is a very strange game. There are some things about it that are absolutely phenomenal. Beautiful visuals, some of the most beautiful music I've ever heard in video games, like, period. Maybe, like, of all time. But then it has the worst normal battle theme in any JRPG I've ever played. It's like unlistenable. It's so bad. The song they make you listen to the most is the worst one. I think it's a cool idea that it gives you like 40 different characters to play as, but the problem is they just didn't really flesh out that many of them or really balance them, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you give us 40 characters, they should all be viable. But you just get like a bunch who are like, well, you use these 5, they're the strongest ones, and then the others, they're just a bit of a joke. Well, I don't know, just commit, man, just commit. You know, I want to play as the stupid characters, like the big fluffy dog, or the little pink fairy cat, or the little baby dragon, or the alien. I think the alien was kind of strong. I had the stupidest party ever, basically. Yeah, I made a short about Chrono Cross. You already know what I think about it. It's all right. It's all right. Well, it's just like an extreme mixed bag. When it's great, and when it's not great, it's not great. Legend of Dragoon, Volcano! This is fucking awesome. If Chrono Trigger is the cool cousin of the Pixel Final Fantasies, Legend of Dragoon is the cool cousin of FF7, 8, and 9. This game is by no means perfect, but no one hates it. It's just so fun. It's just so iconic, man. You know, this is before 9 came out, I think. And I remember getting it and being like, oh my god, I've accidentally bought a secret Final Fantasy. And then when you're playing the game, your character just like, gust of wind dance, flame shot, more and more, hard blade, explosion. It was so fucking good for its time. It is so hype. And everyone who has ever played this game has everything that I just yelled seared into their brain, like etched into the grooves of their brain. Once you play Legend of Dragoon, that is never leaving your brain ever. It's so fun. It's so fucking cool. My only real complaints about this are the translation is somewhat generic. I think that like it needs to, yeah, we all know what I mean. And its encounter rate is brutal, and Oh god, I don't know. It just, if they ever remaster or remake this, just give us the option to turn off encounters. All right, yeah, I know it's part of the game. But look, man, unlike other Final Fantasies or other turn-based games where encounter, one shot, it's done. You can't do that with Legend Dragoon. You can't just like one shot and go. You have to go, sha, go, okay, madness hero with every single attack. You know, like after a while, it's like, man, I just want to get from point A to point B without it taking like 8 hours, man. So yeah. Oh, and the items you use to reduce your encounter rate are complete trash. Charm potions are rubbish, and you can only hold 32 items max. Not 32 stacks. 32 items. The good news is that these items are completely overpowered. For example, like an item that restores 50% of HP of all your characters. Okay, so I mean, yeah, you know, I'm working here. It's interesting. Also, Hannah, thank you very much for the 3,000 literoos. Thank you so much, Hannah. I appreciate that. 3,000 goddamn bits on SebiWebs TV. Oh, also, Hannah, enjoy the secret emojis that you unlock through the bits on this channel. You got them for life. Sebi S is my favorite one, the 1001. So, spinning cane, harpoon, rod typhoon. God, they're just like, they're there forever. What was I going to say? The last thing about this, Legend of Dragoon is also where you get the menu music. No, how do I say this? Legend of Dragoon was ahead of its time in that it had menu music, which, to my memory, I don't really... I remember FF7R having it, which I think is actually quite a good song, Crystalline Chill. But when you hear my shorts, and you know that da-na-na-na-na, da-da-da-da-da-da, that comes from Legend of Dragoon. And that is just such a chill song. It's so cozy. It's so good. It's one of my favorite video game songs ever. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, 5 minutes as a teenager. All right. Yes, it has a banger opening title, but I was like, no, I'm out. That was it. I just never, yeah, I'm not doing this. There's a reason people call this baby's first Final Fantasy. And then, you know, let's go to the end of this. Movies. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. Twice on launch. Now, people asked me, why did you watch that movie twice? Because I didn't believe it, all right? I refused to believe it. It couldn't have been bad. It was Final Fantasy. I must be the one in the wrong, all right? And I watched it a second time with a friend of mine, being like, surely this time it will be good. It's clearly my own fault. And it wasn't my fault. It was just bad. It had basically nothing to do with Final Fantasy at all. I think there was one character called Sid, spelt with an S. That's it. And I think a game sound was at one point in their spaceship. That's all it really was. And the thing is, even if you remove the word Final Fantasy from the title and just call it The Spirits Within, it is still a generic, bland, depressing, miserable science fiction movie with amazing graphics for its time. That's all it is. It's the movie that broke the hearts of millions of Final Fantasy fans. Millions of people, how would I say this? Millions of us lost aura and reputation points when it came to how do I word this? This is a hard thing to word. Many of us had to apologize to our friends for recommending this movie. Many of us had to apologize to our parents for getting them to take us to see it. You know, we had to be like, we're like, I'm sorry, it was Final Fantasy. That wasn't supposed to happen. None of that was supposed to happen. I didn't. It's not my fault. This was, yeah, a sign of things to come. And this movie caused so much damage that its aftershocks can be felt to this day. To this day. This is the movie that destroyed a lot of... Red Stinger, thank you for that $13 super chat. I'm going to complete this thought. Thank you for that $13 super chat. And thank you, Bruja, for that 100 bits. You know what, Red Stinger? You all right. I think Final Fantasy Spirits Within destroyed I think the profits that had been made from the golden age of FF, it was Sakaguchi's baby, you know, the father of Final Fantasy himself. And you know what? It shows that even the best of us can make mistakes. This was a pretty big mistake, but you know what? All is forgiven, and you know what? There was nothing to forgive to begin with, all right? The golden age of Final Fantasy from, I would say, FF4 to 10 is still one of the greatest runs in video game history, and, you know, it deserves an immense amount of credit for that. I say the positives outweigh the benefits with this. So I say the positives outweigh the negatives with this. But yeah, this is kind of basically a catalyst in the merger between Squaresoft and Enix, and, well, we all know the rest is just history. So, yeah. Yeah, it was brutal. We all have brutal memories of Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. And, yeah, all right, anyway, let's keep going. Then, FF7 Advent Children. I saw that twice in my teens. I saw that once on launch, and I remember watching it years later in university while I was studying acting. And it's interesting, while I was rewatching it, that's where I could see how kind of fan-fiction-y and retcon-y the writing was. As I say, like, Reno's character Reno is a bit of a joke in Advent Children. Reno is treated more seriously in FF7 Remake and Rebirth, believe it or not. Like, that's how different he is in this. I didn't like how it retconned Rufus's death. Tifa's fight with, I think it's Loz or Goz or whatever, the crying guy in the church. Tifa's fight in the church is the best part of the entire movie for me. Absolutely fantastic. No notes, 10 out of 10. But I remember while watching Cloud fight Sephiroth at the end, it keeps cutting back to all the party members where they just stand there just glazing Cloud and just telling us, the audience, how amazing he is. And isn't it great that he's the main character and he's going to beat Sephiroth because he's the main character, and they're always fated to fight because he's the main character. It's just like, I don't need all you guys to talk about how amazing Cloud is. Just show us the fight. It's fine. So, but I think Advent Children was heavily carried by the collective PTSD that millions of us felt after The Spirits Within. All right. We saw that. We saw Cloud we saw FF7 movie with $100 million budget, and we were like, that's it. That's the Final Fantasy movie. Switch off our brains and just enjoy the ride. Just enjoy the ride, man. So, yeah. All right. But ultimately, I think Advent Children also did damage to the FF7 brand. Because, again, it's where you just get a lot of retcons and fan-fiction-y stuff in. So, anyway, I'm going to read this chat. Maurice Jamais, thank you for the $6. Hi there. Are you considering ever streaming a Shin Megami Tensei game? I think I might be shocked. I think it might shock you with how good turn-based can get. Also, FF1 had menu music. FF1 had menu music? I don't remember that in the Pixel remasters. Maybe I was just really drunk. Anyway, I was also in my late 30s when I played it, so if it did, then fuck, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. We will add that in post. My editor, please add Sebi is wrong, FF1 had menu music too. There you go. That's how much of a fake fan I am. So, but thank you, Maury. Thank you for correcting me on that point. So, how is Billy, Hannah? He's all right. He's all right. So, he might be sleeping in my bed. I don't know. So, well, I got to get through Metaphor first. I think Metaphor is the big boy that I'm in right now. And I haven't watched King's Glaive Voodoo either, yeah. Where was I with this? Yeah, Final Verdict, Advent Children has some cool fights, but ultimately it's fan fiction with $100 million. Also, one of my main gripes with Advent Children is that this is where the name Aerith was then solidified. And you know what? I'm sorry. It's too late in the game, all right? She had been Aeris for 8 years, all right? 7 or 8 years since 1997. Aeris sounds better than Aerith, okay? And I'm not saying it. I'm not. All right. Now you can all say, oh, but like they always meant it to be Aerith. Yeah, well, it sounds stupid and I'm not saying it. And anyone who says that I can't do that, yes, I can. Because if an American company made a game and they said, oh, we're giving this character a name that we think sounds cool in Japanese. All right. And the Japanese are like, okay, maybe you think that sounds cool to us, but that sounds stupid to us and we're not saying it. They would be totally in their rights to do that. They would be totally in their rights to say that. And you're not even going to try and argue that point. Well, guess what? The door swings both ways. Okay? Aerith is also a mark of bad writing. Okay? The only well-written piece of FF7 media is the original game, and her name is Aerith in that. Anything after that, where her default name is Aerith, is poorly written. Advent Children, Crisis Core, 7 Remake, 7 Rebirth, and I assume if they mention her in Dirge Cerberus and The Kids Are All Right, the Leslie novella as well. All right? I don't like it. I'm not doing it, and you can't make me say it. If you wanted to retcon her name, you should have done it earlier than 7 to 8 years later. All right? Final answer. You should have done it earlier than 8 years later. I'm not saying it. So, all right. And if you make me say it, I'm just going to go, Aerith. All right. Now, enough fucking about. Mr. Dolphin, merci beaucoup for these 38 months on SebiWebs TV. I thought it was 36 months last week. This time flies. How are you doing, Sebi? I'm doing good. Doing good. Mr. Dolphin, thank you so much for the 38 months, man. I hope that you all right. Also, how do Japanese people pronounce Eris? They say Erisu. Japanese people don't use a TH. I'm simply pronouncing it the correct way. All right? I'm pronouncing it... I pronounce Eris in glorious Japanese. Now, enough fucking about. We're going to finish this video. Sorry, guys, this is a big video. I know. But it's got to be done. It's got to be done. So... let's keep going. And that's it, guys. Sorry for the TLDR. People asked, so here's the list. Hope it helps. And you can see some of the fine artwork, the promo artwork for my FF1 streams that I did a while back. This is for my upcoming FF7 stream. 7's a hard one to do, but I think I did an okay job here. You know, Cloud looks fairly disapproving. I like Billy as Cat Sith up there. Vincent, you know, he looks rather tired, as he should be. Yuffie, I think, is having a good time. Tifa looks rather ravishing. And then we have Billy 13 down here. Barrett, I think, looks kind of cool as well, with his sunnies and his joint. And, you know, there he is, mate, with his signature cigarette. Good old Sid Iwind himself. This was my promo art for my FF9 streams. Steiner looks so stupid. Oh my god. Zidane looks horrifying. Vivi and Sunny's, I think, looks quite good. Don't worry about the rest. And this is probably the best one I've ever made of these classic games. I think I blend in rather seamlessly into FF10. Not just Tidus, but I think Yuna looks rather ravishing here. It's kind of perfect. All right. I mean, I love doing these little Photoshop things. They're one of my favorite things to do. So, last thing I'm going to say is that, for the record, you don't need to play a 40-hour game 10 times to know if you like it or not. And if you do, you need to develop a more critical eye. All right? The only reason... As I say, I spent years studying theater, storytelling, writing, acting, and that's why I can sort of pick apart why I think a scene is good or bad and back it up with evidence or explain it in a way that anyone can understand. I'm not the best at it or great at it, but I can do this because I've studied that stuff. If you can't do that, it's probably because you spent your life playing bad Final Fantasy games 10 times in a row. I'm sorry, that's really mean. But hey, man, if those people I just described are going to be assholes to me, I think I can turn the, you know, I think I can say my part. I think I can have words about that too. Scorpion, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. What else was I gonna say here? Oh, the last thing I'll say is don't ever let anyone make you feel like you... What am I trying to say here? Last thing I'm gonna say is don't ever let anyone tell you that you don't love a thing enough because they've played it more times than you, all right? That is a stupid bullshit game. Don't play into it. Okay, it's ridiculous. I'm kind of sick to death of seeing people behave like that. Anyway, let's now here's the thing. Now I have a question. For those of you who look at this list, did any of you seriously think, this guy hasn't played enough Final Fantasy? You know what I mean? Now, yes, a normal person would react that way and be like, okay, that's a lot of FF. But we all know the usual suspects. There's going to be someone who looks at that list and says, not good enough. And lo and behold, we have one right here. Meanwhile me, FF1 4 times, 2 4 times, 3 3 times, 4 5 times, 5 3 times, 6 4 times, 7 more than 10, more than 10 for 8, more than 10 for 9, more than 10 for 10, 10 2, 11 times just on PS2, FF11, still using the same character. I mean, that's a flex. 12, 5 times on 12, 5 times on 12. My God, he's a madman. A madman! How can you do 12 5 times? 13 3 times! Oh my God. 14, basically all content. 15 twice? 16 twice? He is the one fan to rule them all. My God, this guy basically wins the biggest fan contest. But sure, he's the expert on the franchise. Meanwhile, me with every mainline platinum. And he's just quote tweeting me here. Well, I responded. I was like, I'm not an expert. I've just played a lot of Final Fantasy. People kept asking me about this, so I figured I'd make one post and just get it over and done with. Mr. 10 likes versus my 133. Well, Sonny Jim. Looks like you didn't win the numbers game this round. You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? How come my numbers are a wee bit higher than yours, mate? What do we have here? What do we have here? So, it's not a big deal. Like, whatever. You like to play the games like 10 times, you like to play the games 10 times. That's fine. Cornfield, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Keel, thank you for the 300 bits. Agreed. You know what is fun. Appreciate that. But yeah, now, here's the thing. This is a very interesting thing worth studying here. This is a very interesting thing worth talking about here when it comes to, like, fandoms, especially the modern Final Fantasy fandom. And it blew my mind that Roger Ebert nailed this years ago when he was describing Star Wars fans. And we're going to read this because once you know this, you can't unknow this. And you'll never look at a lot of people in the FF fandom the same way ever again. I'm going to read this now. A lot of fans are basically fans of fandom itself. It's all about them. In other words, there are people who are fans of being fans. A lot of Final Fantasy fans, a lot of FF fans are fans of being a Final Fantasy fan. That's why they buy literally everything with the FF label slapped onto it, so they can pull rank on you. So they can say, oh, you didn't like that? Well, I played more things than you, and I played it more times than you, so you're wrong. The problem is it doesn't work like this, you know what I mean? Like, if something in the game is blue, it doesn't matter if you've played it 10 times. You can't then say it's red. Do you see what I mean? But that's how they act like it works. You're like, if you're like, oh, that sucked, and they're like, huh, I played it 10 times and you're wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, that's not how this works, man. So, but yeah, let's continue with this. So a lot of fans are basically fans of being fans themselves. It's all about them. They have mastered the Star Wars or Star Trek or Final Fantasy universes or whatever, but their objects of veneration are mainly used as a backdrop to their own devotion. Anyone who would camp outside in a tent on the sidewalk for weeks in order to be first in line for a movie is more into camping on the sidewalk than movies. I mean, I think this is true. I mean, the movie's still going to be there. You're going to be able to see it. But I think this was maybe for Star Wars people, this is a flex. They say like, huh, I camped on the sidewalk for 2 weeks to see Phantom Menace, you know, or something like that. Extreme fandom may serve as a security blanket for the socially inept who use its extreme structure as a substitute for social skills. Oh my God. That sentence is brutal. Yeah. If you are Luke Skywalker and she is Princess Leia, or if you are Zack and she is Aerys, you already know what to say to each other, which is so much safer than having to ad-lib it. Oh my god, that's so brutal, man. I mean, like, it kind of is, you know? It's like, if you have difficulty with social interactions or just social skills, it's like, oh, well, at least we can just kind of speak this language of fandom. This language of Star Wars fandom, this language of Final Fantasy fandom. Your fanish obsession is your beard. What a sentence. If you know absolutely all the trivia about your cubbyhole of pop culture, it saves you from having to know anything about anything else. That's why it's excruciatingly boring to talk to such people. They're always asking you questions they know the answer to. Roger Ebert, a horrible experience of unbearable length from his book More Movies That Suck. Oh god, Roger Ebert was a legendary film critic, probably the best of his time period, and he's actually one of my influences because I used to be obsessed with movies and I used to read his reviews, and even though I didn't always agree with what he said, he was extremely good at articulating why he thought what he thought, why he felt the way he felt. But this, now that you know this, you will never look at certain video game fandoms the same way ever again. You'll understand, you now understand how a lot of modern Final Fantasy fans think. The way many of them see the world is that the bigger the fan, the more correct that person is. The bigger the fan, the higher the rank. The more times you've played the game, the more correct you are, even if you're not. As I say, if something in the game is blue, it doesn't matter if you played it 10 times, all right? You don't get to say it's red. But in this mentality, it is red. Because I played the game more times than you. So you're wrong. Do you see how weird is that, man? It's really weird. But, there you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The red pill on modern FF fans, or just like many types of video game fans in general. Now you know it, you can't unknow it. Like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch. Good night, and good luck. And scene! Oh my god, guys, holy fuck, that was a long-ass video. I'm going to just, like... Sorry, guys, I know that took for fucking ever, but it had to be done. It had to be done. And I will give you the Roger Ebert... I'm going to give you that link in chat right there, in case you want that Roger Ebert link again, because this is basically, it's basically the red pill for extreme cultish, almost religious fandoms around video games. Once you know this, you can't unknow it. So yeah. Also, Hecatalia, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Chat, I can be a bit more attentive to you at this point now. It's all right. We're through the worst of it. We're through the worst of it, all right? Sort of. We'll get there. We'll get there. What an ending. I know. What an ending. So, Ryu Kurai, similar to his point of social ineptitude, it relates to people having no personality or shitty one, because this thing I like is how they define their personality. When you say you dislike it, you take it as disliking them. Yeah, Ryu, you know what? I see this with music fans as well, right? Like... How often do you meet musicians, people who actually make music, and they're just very chill and they can be very open-minded? But then you meet people who can't make music, but they are music fans, they are music snobs. They can just be the most obnoxious, irritating, annoying people ever because their taste is their product. That's where they draw the sense of self-worth from. They have the best taste. And I've always despised music snobs because those people somehow found a way to ruin something that should be unruinable. You know, like one of the most accessible, easiest to enjoy things in the world, music. And music snobs found a way to ruin it. Yeah. You know who you are. So, you know what? I might even add the music snob thing to the end of this too. I'll say add music snob. Before YouTube goodbye. So, And guys, I know we're not doing any games today, but like there's so many YouTube videos I've just needed to make in light of like just recent events and stuff. It's just got to be done. It's got to be done. So it's why you're a fan of No One and Nothing. If you like it, but you're not going to idolize it. That's the thing, Casabella. When people say I'm not a real fan, I'm not even thinking. If this is what a fan is, then I'm not that. I think you're getting the order wrong. Like, I don't love something because it's Final Fantasy. I loved Final Fantasy because it was so good. But that doesn't mean that when it's bad, I still love it. You know, it's such a weird, it's like getting it wrong. It's like mixing it up. This is Fun Food Low? Oh, you, get out of here. You think the FF fandom is toxic? Never tell a Tool fan that Tool isn't for you. Now, I don't know too many songs by Tool, but I know that the fandom can have a bit of a reputation. So game stream tomorrow? God no. No. I'm gonna need a big recovery after this. Difference between being a fan and a full-fledged fanatic? Yeah, I'd say if you like something, you're a fan. You know what I mean? Like, let me put it this way. If someone likes a lot of metal bands, I'd say they're a metal fan. You know, you like Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Megadeth, or if you like the death metal bands like Opeth, Behemoth, Cephalic Carnage, Agoraphobic Nosebleed, Hatebeak, Caninus, you know, you like that. If you like that, you like metal, you know? Dillinger Escape Plan. But by this logic, by this sort of logic that many FF fans operate on, many video game fans operate on, in order to be a metal fan, you have to have listened to every song written by every metal band in existence and committed to memory so that other fans can purity test you at the drop of a hat at any moment just to test if you really did listen to that song. That's what modern fandom is like, and that's what this kind of fandom is like, and it's horrible, man. It's insufferable, to be honest. So, yeah. People have this idea that in order to be a true fan of something, you need to sit in the cock chair and watch a developer ass blast some mid crap at you. This is one of the greatest chats of all time. People have this idea that in order to be a true fan of something, you need to sit in the cock chair and watch a developer ass blast some mid crap at you. This is one of the great sentences, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the great chats. Oh, that is so good. You are a fucking legend for writing that. That was amazing. Oh my god. That you're a lyrical wordsmith, mate. What a sentence. As Quid, thank you for that sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Worldwide Warrior of Light, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Subarus on SebiWebs TV. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, oh my god, absolutely massive. I kind of really, oh, I can't use the word. Does YouTube auto censor the word cock? I think it kind of does. Does it? Oh, we can risk it. Maybe we can put, I kind of want to put that chat in the video. That's so fucking funny. I'm going to call it the cock chair. Cock chair chat. Yeah, fuck. We'll figure it out. Anyway, the video is already very long, so you're a borderline Final Fantasy fanatic, but you'll have intelligent discussions as to why they're great and great for you. See, I think that's actually fine. I think that, like, the problem is not loving the thing deeply. The problem is getting outraged and feeling attacked when someone has a different opinion about it, you know? So, yeah. And person, you discovered me through my clips and felt inspired to see someone who cares so much for RPG games. Oh, you get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. All right. Okay. I think we're done with this. Oh, fuck. We got so much to get through. We got so much to get through. You know what? Tell you what. No, not that one. Let's do something fun. Let's do the fun one. I got a fun one for you guys. We'll get back to the rest of these Twitter videos, but I have a little fun idea for a video. I haven't tweeted it. I've written a script, and I'm going to need to get into costume for it. Trust me, you'll see why. So yeah. Hope you've been well, Mr. Worldwide. Thank you again for that 5-pack. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Wish me luck, chat. I'm gonna give you an Academy Award-winning performance. It's going to happen. Let me just timestamp it exactly. Okay. This will be a really fun, this will be a really fun YouTube video. This is gonna be so stupid. It is that. Okay. All right. Hopefully the costume doesn't make too much noise. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna you know what? I'm gonna take a piss, so I'm just like fully ready. It is time! Oh god, is this it is time for my performance. My Academy Award-winning performance. All you need to know for what is about to happen is think of the opening of Lord of the Rings, alright? Think of the opening of Lord of the Rings. Actually, I don't even need my earphones in for this. You know, the world is changing, that part. We are not going to have the script in the video. My editor will basically animate it while I read this beautiful poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, begin. Oh God. The world is changing. In the beginning, there was Squaresoft. 10 games were forged. These were gifted to the first men, an ancient race, handsome and noble. On each of these games was inscribed the runes, Final Fantasy, with a given number. And though none of these games were exactly alike, each was splendid in their own special way. Except FF2. But in the darkness, something dreadful was born. A cursed film, a spirit within. A work of cinema so catastrophic, ancient men bear its scars to this day. This spirit within destroyed the noble Squaresoft, shattering its core. From its foul ashes, the monstrous Square Enix was born. From that day forth, hordes of orcs from across the land would repeat this foul chant. Final Fantasy has always been about change. Someone's like, and thus began the age of disappointment. Aeons passed. Then, a rumor, a glimmer of hope. A whisper on the wind. The mightiest of the first games, Final Fantasy VII, would be reforged. Let me do that line again, sorry. The mightiest of the first games, Final Fantasy VII, would be reforged. Unshackled by hardware limitations, it would be greater, grand, and more splendid than before. Amongst the ancient men, there was much rejoicing. Many made faces of soy. But all of them were deceived. For Final Fantasy VII was not truly remade. In the fires of Mount Squeen, its once great story was rent in twain. What was once one game was rebirthed into 3 hideous parts. A multiverse sequel, a time travel spin-off. Both of these things, yet neither. Rewrites to rival the foulest fan fictions, filled with fan service, censorship, filler, and cringe, and plagued by a vile creature simply known as Chadley. But the great eye of Squareon did not stop there. It turned its gaze to the past. It sought to rewrite the pages of history itself. It pronounced that this was how Final Fantasy VII was always meant to be. It was the one game to ruin them all. And we'll end on this quote. Evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. J.R.R. Tolkien, the first Final Fantasy fan. And scene. All right, we got it. I think we got it, chat. I think we got it. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh my god. Jeez Louises. I think that's gonna be a very fun video when my editor animates that and works that. I don't think I'm gonna tweet it. Maybe one day, maybe one day. I'll hold on to it. It's so stupid, but I had a lot of fun making that, writing that. That was a very fun script to work on. Bugs Error, thank you so much for the 20 gifted Subarus. Thank you, Bugs. The 20 gifted subs to ruin them all. No, to rule them all. Thank you. If anyone got a sub from Bugs Error, please say you all right. Thank you. That's huge. Blue Waffle Maker, thank you for the 100 bits. Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you. You're watching this dressed as Batman? Oh my god. Splendid work of art, Flo Dadold. Thank you. I appreciate that. Square On was something else. I don't know where that name came to me, but it was so fun. Also, thank you, chat. I'm just reading you guys right now. You guys are awesome. It's not a Tolkien quote. The one originated on TV tropes. It summarizes his... it's close enough. Timing on that sub-gift, Sun Tzu. Oh my god. Stares into a cup of meat. It just ain't right. Fucking dying digital decade. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Oh my god. All right. We'll just hold on to that for now. There you go. That's scheduled for like... Sometimes I have some tweets that are just scheduled for... like a year from now, and it's not that they're gonna happen then, it's just like, I'm just holding on to this for a rainy day. Like that one, for example. So, Smack Frost, thank you for the 5 gifted Subarus on Sebi Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 subs to rule them all. Smack Frost. I raise a glass of mead to you. Waiting to cause chaos. Yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna timestamp where that ended. I think that video is gonna be hilariously fun. It's gonna be great fun. Link says, thank you for the $6 super chat. Take my money, you beautiful ancient Aussie. You bastard. Thank you so much, Linksys. Sorry, Linkus, SSJ2. You all right. I just realized it's Linky SSJ2. Cool, I got it now. Water in a schooner glass is un-Australian. We'll get more drinks in a bit. I got so many videos to record and I just want to be sharp. That was a fantastic performance, Draws. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. What else can we do? Tell you what, chat. Let's do something that no one's expecting. I made a tweet about all the things that I liked in FF7 Remake and Rebirth. Who would have thought? But I thought, you know what? People have, like, challenged me or asked me, well, like, what do you like? I tell you, we'll just turn this into a video right here. We'll turn this into a video right here, because this I also want to do. Things I like. Oh, Jesus, sorry, my chair. Things I liked in FF7R. Why not? People say, oh my god, you hate everything. I actually don't. That's the tragedy about it. So, my editor's working 24/7 at this point. Yes, he is. Alright. Enough talking about Dead Cell's music is great. Dead Cell's music is so nice. I'm just going to do this really quickly because it's quite easy. It's quite easy to read. We'll just get through there. So, how do I start this video? For today's video, I decided to surprise everyone and to, oh fuck, God, how do people do this? How do streamers record on YouTube? Today's video is going to surprise everyone because it's about all the things that I liked in FF7 Remake and Rebirth. And, yeah, I thought, why not? Why not? So, I'm getting there. Sorry, chat, this is a hard gear to shift into. So I tweeted out, people ask me if there's anything I like about FF7 Remake or Rebirth at all. Believe it or not, there is, and I'll list it below. Sorry for the TLDR. 1, I enjoy the remixes of For Those Who Fight and the Airbuster boss theme. They felt like FF7 on steroids. I'm talking about the normal boss. Yeah. That's good enough. Good enough. The slow motion bullet time when you use ATB was fun. I'm a sucker for the Matrix, and it's a step up from FF15, where it just pauses mid-battle. Yeah, no, I mean, if you see my Rebirth streams, you'll see there's a lot of times whenever I go into the ultra slow-mo, I'm just messing around heaps. I'm just like, oh my god. Stuff like that's fun to me. Number 3, the synergy attacks were fun. You can't really go wrong with Tifa and Barrett doing a team-up attack. However, I wouldn't say this is a win for modern Final Fantasy's action combat, because at the end of the day, this technique was made famous in Chrono Trigger, a turn-based game. Yeah, ATB, no one cares, alright. But still, all that aside, synergy attacks were fun. I remember I used Cat Sith and Barrett's one a lot, because it just looked really stupid. Now, let's go to some scenes. There's a scene where Dio tries to give Cloud a crushing handshake. It's after Dine's death. And you see Cloud just sort of look at him and squeeze back mildly. I worded that wrong. And you see Cloud look at him and just squeeze back mildly, and it hurts Dio's hand. He's just like, hang on. Now, this should be impossible, all right? Because Dio probably weighs about 100 kilos more than Cloud in pure muscle. So this, I thought, was a cool, subtle way of showing how insanely strong Cloud is, despite his build. Cloud's not necessarily a physically big character, but he is insanely strong. Number 5, in Cloud's flashback where the bridge breaks, the soldiers, Sephiroth, Tifa, Cloud, they all fall into the river below, and everyone is swept away by it. Except Sephiroth. Well, yeah, he is completely unaffected by it. And you see him just standing there, and he kind of just like effortlessly walks through it. This raging torrent, and just grabs Tifa, who just is powerless in the face of all this water. Zack gets swept away, Cloud, and so on. This is a cool, subtle way to show Sephiroth's immense strength. Lastly, and yeah, the last one is, and this is the most important one to me, I thought the expanded flashback of Aeris with a fauna, I thought the expanded flashback of Aeris as a child with a fauna was strong. Because when you're walking around as this little girl, just trying to find someone to help her dying mother, it was pretty powerful and emotional. You know, I actually felt something, believe it or not, especially in Japanese. I'm not knocking the English VA, but the Japanese VA for Aeris as a kid is like pitch perfect. It made me sad. It made me sadder than when she actually died. However, it didn't need the part where a man pushes Aeris to the ground and says, "And stay down, brat!" And then his girlfriends laugh at how cool he is for pushing a child. All right, that actually happens. Like, this is kids show writing, man. This is like something out of like I don't know, high school bully Power Rangers stuff. It's just, that was unnecessary. But apart from that, it was the one scene that I thought was expanded upon authentically. You know, it felt true to the spirit of the original 1997 game. And I even made a short about that. I have a short where I talk about how I thought the scene was authentically done. But the tragedy of that scene is it just shows you they could have done that for the rest of the game. They didn't need to just change the tone so wildly and bloat it and make these characters into jokes and stuff. They actually just could have just made them more of who they really are. And anyone who says, oh, well, how do you do that? Well, it's actually quite, well, examples already exist, okay? There's The Warriors, the PS2 game, which is a game whose story leads up to the events of the film that the game is based on, and it feels fully authentic. Everything they wrote for that movie, despite being something like 20 years after the film, it feels authentic. It feels like these are the characters, this is their world. And I think the other one is probably, I haven't played it, but it's Scarface, where the game begins where he actually survives the shootout at the end of the film, but then he's back to square one. You got to build up again. Everyone I know who's played Scarface says that all the new scenes, all the new story was like very authentic. It was very truthfully expanded upon. Tony Montana, Al Pacino, whatever you want to call it. So it can be done. This has been done before. There was no need to change it so much. That's one of my main issues. I mean, that's the tragedy of FF7 Remake and Rebirth, is that it's actually not all that bad. Is that you get glimpses of how good it could have been, and that in a way is even worse. So apart from that, I can't remember any changes FF7 Remake made that I like that much. And look, man, I'm not trying to hate the game. This is honestly how I feel. If that bothers you, there is not a lot I can do about that. People have different opinions. You like what you like, and if you like FF7R, I hope you enjoy Revelations. Yeah. Yep. So, and that's it. Like, subscribe, catch me on Twitch, Sugoi, leave a comment. Yeah, anyway, we all know. Get out of here. Get out of here. And that's the end of the video. So, see, chat, sorry, the fan video took a really long time because it basically was almost like an FF tier list. That's why it took so long. This we can just knock out very quickly. Thank you everyone who waited patiently while I did that big Chungus video first. So, as Steven Seagal said, no matter the size of your opponent, always give it your all. And that's why I use my full strength when fighting children. You know what? I actually kind of secretly like Steven Seagal. For all the wrong reasons, mate. I got nothing against him. He's never offended me. People rip on him, but look, man, there are parts of the world where he is loved, all right, you know? Like, if being Steven Seagal in Southeast Asia would be fucking awesome, mate. It'd be fucking cool. So, yeah. There's someone who made a video about Rebirth and put in the video title, A Speck of Gold and a Mountain of Dust. God, Sag. You love the dancing? No, I don't, Mesmero. Get out of here. The scene where possessed Cloud punches Eris in Rebirth, you know it's not. You know that's not in the game. You know they took out the part where Cloud, in the OG, Cloud says to Eris, oh no, I gave the black materia to Sephiroth. Star President's a wound. Oh no 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 no. Oh 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 no 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 no. You know, and he does that to her. They you know, I'm devastated we didn't get to see that. So it's terrible. But yeah, I don't. You know what? Rebirth is so forgettable. Maybe they put it in and I don't remember it. But I actually just, like, when we were doing the shot by shots, I couldn't believe how much I completely forgot from Remake Rebirth. It's so forgettable. I don't think it's there, to be perfectly honest, because why would it? Why would it? So, Gohan, thank you for the 200 bits. That's why you're here, for a perfect balance in every way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. When you were Aikido back in the 90s, he was a guy we wondered about Razel. Yeah, because the gas, you know, some people thought, whoa, this guy's amazing. So, yeah. You love his movies as a kid? No, Steven Seagal's movies are actually really fun. Like, think about it this way. His world is full of bullies. And he's an even bigger bully than them. And that's the movie. He's just a huge fucking arsehole who's directed against other arseholes. And it's great. It's like he's as bad as them. It's so sick. Like, don't go to a Steven Seagal movie expecting, like, an Academy, like an Oscar film or something. Just go there for, like, how dumb it is. So, or just how it's B movies at its purest essence. So, all right, okay, all right. We're gonna get through this, guys. It's gonna happen. Have I seen Ravenwing Plays FF7 remake critique. I have not seen that, Aura Halkin, but thank you for sending me that. All right, what else do I have? This is, what is FF7 remake? This is a good question, actually. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna machine gun through these guys. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. All right. So with all the debates on FF7 Remake, Rebirth, Revelation, it's still a point of contention. No, how do I open this? What even is FF7 Remake? Like, it's not a remaster, it's not a remake, and I wouldn't even say it's a reimagining. I think Resident Evil 2 is more like a reimagining, you know. This is something else, and this video is going to try and tackle this weird question. So, it was doing the rounds on Twitter, and I responded. FF7 Remake is not a remake. For lack of a better word, it's a remakequel, or a sneakquel. In other words, a sequel disguised as a remake. But it's even worse than that. FF7R seeks to combine the original Final Fantasy VII with all the poorly written spin-off media that came years afterwards, all right? Advent Children, Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus, the Leslie novella, The Kids Are All Right, and so on and so forth. The result is a Frankenstein's abomination of a game that has no respect for the player's time. The devs won't be clear about what FF7R is, from what I've seen, at least, and not even the die-hard fans can get their story straight. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if you say it's a bad sequel, they say it's a remake. If you say it's a bad remake, they say it's a sequel. Like, even they can't agree. It could involve time travel. It could be an alternate timeline. No one knows for sure, and no one can agree. You know, it might not even be a sequel. We don't know. I think Square Enix is just making it up as they go along, to be perfectly honest. FF7R will go down in history as the ultimate example of how not to remake a game and how not to treat your audience. And I think I'm right when it comes to that, because no other game... have you noticed that no other game company is copying this remake model? Or ever will? I don't think you'll ever see any other game company try and pull something like this in the history of video games. This is basically Final Fantasy Spirits Within levels of bad. This is basically the FF Spirits Within of remakes. This is like the Spirits Within of video games, what's happened here. It's, yeah, it's not great. So, what do you think, guys? What do you think it is? Share your... God, how do YouTubers do this? Share your... Fuck! Share your thoughts in the comments below. Like, subscribe, Uru Sugoi, catch me live on Twitch. All right, get out of here. Video's over. It's done. So, that's how fucking hell. How do streamers flip between recording a YouTube video and streaming mode so effortlessly? It pisses me off. Oh. So, let's get this back on. Yep, all right, that one's done as well. Getting it right would have been so easy. They just need to do the same thing with better graphics. Graphics being the one thing that SE was known for so long. Well, the thing is, right, Square Enix is very good at graphics. I don't think anyone's going to argue that. But I made a short about this with Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Someone was saying, like, why do the characters feel more alive and believable in Clair Obscur than in, like FF7 Rebirth? And the answer is actually quite simple, because in Expedition 33, they're acting like normal people. They kind of just hold themselves like normal people. They speak microtransactions, micro expressions in their face and stuff, no excessive movement. They just behave like real people. Whereas what FF7 Rebirth does is it has the characters act like wacky, expressive, over-the-top, silly geese, because that's how the characters moved in the original game. But the thing is, these were like little representational, spritish characters. And I say it's basically, you've taken theater acting and you put it on film. If you do theater acting on film, it looks wrong. It looks way too big. It looks way too expressive, over the top, blah, blah, blah. But if you do film acting on stage, no one's going to see what you're doing. Because film acting works best with a camera right in your face. Like, that's where all the Mads Mikkelsen subtlety comes into play. So, yeah, that's kind of it. So Square Enix is very good with graphics. I don't think anyone's going to deny that, but I think they're using the wrong type of acting for it. Yeah, which is tough. So, and the thing is, people will say, no, Japanese people move like that, or they do act like that in their movies. No, they don't. No, they don't. Stop fucking lying, all right? I've been to Japan. They act like normal people. I've seen plenty of Japanese movies where they act like normal people in them, all right? That's like film acting has been established for nearly a century, and they know how to do it. Yes, yes, kabuki theater exists. Yes, that's true. You know what? Theater acting exists in the West as well, but they know not to put the theater acting on film. And yes, there are some Japanese shows where they might act a bit silly. That don't act like that's 100% of them. And just because anime moves like that's cartoon body language, man. That's like saying, how come this person doesn't act like Tom and Jerry in real life, or like Bugs Bunny in real life? Cartoons move differently from real life. It's just ridiculous, man. So, yeah, people will lie to you and act like this is a Japanese thing. It's not, man. I think it's a Square Enix thing, and I think that they are still figuring out how to do it with Final Fantasy. And I don't think they're always like this. Like, FF16, to my memory, was not like Rebirth. It didn't feel kind of wacky. Like, I remember Sid and Clive moving naturalistically. So I think Square Enix can do it. But I think with 7 Remake, they were trying to have it feel like the woo, you know how like characters like have these exaggerated expressions and like huge physical acting in their field characters of the OG game. Something like that. Yeah. You see no problem with theater acting. The problem is everyone acting similarly. Well, no, theater acting is bad on film. It's bad on film. It is. Just, you know how you know? Just watch a filmed performance of a theater play. That's it. Notice how literally 0 films, period, do this. And the ones that do, it's unwatchable. It's basically unwatchable, man. So, yeah. Anyway, enough fucking about. Even Yuffie, there's ways of having Yuffie being quite bubbly and over the top without it feeling unnatural and silly and weird and immersion breaking. Just gonna refill my water here. And we're gonna do the next one. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there, guys. So, thank you, Krillidara. I appreciate that. 3 to go. We're doing this. Yeah, that's the thing, Skralatos. You understand. The reason theater acting is so big is because some people are sitting like 30 to 50 feet away from you. They need to see what you're feeling and what you're doing. You don't need to do this on cinema because the camera's here and it will blow your head up to be the size of like the TV or like the wall of a cinema. So, yeah. You hate musicals? Don't we all? Yeah. Anyway, enough fucking about. Let's do the next video. Oh yeah, this one, I'm gonna add this to what we were talking about before. Okay. Okay, oh, hang on. Go on. Let me say thank you for that. Let me just thank you guys for these super chats before we begin the video. Giorgio Sawaz. A lot of people might not know this, but Lean's scene from FF14 where they won the battle is phenomenal. There are so many cutscenes. There are cutscenes and then there are FF7R cutscenes. Yeah, I think Emmett Selk is the strongest character in FF14. And Estinian is a personal favorite of mine. You can't go wrong with Estinian. He's just a magnificent man. What else? Rebirth, I think, just goes too silly. And the OG was not like that. And they know it wasn't like that, so. Alright, Thank you, Georgios. Gohan, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the 1,000 bitaroos. I don't play games overall for graphics. I play for story, weapons, women, and lore. Also, Robot Co-op is the reason why you follow videos like this, because he had faith until he didn't. I've heard Robot Co-op. I don't know who that guy is, but I've heard he breaks down 7 Remake, or at least Modern Final Fantasy, to an extent, yeah. Thank you, Gohan, for that 1,000 bits. Absolutely massive. Makasheri, that's why you hate theater acting. You get it, but it's peak cringe. It depends who's doing it. Depends who's doing it. When I was in America, I've seen Christopher Walken on stage. I've seen Sam Rockwell. I've seen Kevin Kline. I have seen Hugh Jackman, and I've seen Daniel Craig. They are fucking good on stage. All right, it's totally doable, but you have to be really good. And I saw a play in Australia that had Rose Byrne, who was superb, but the other 2 guys were just okay. So it was just this really unbalanced play where she was just too much better than the others. The other guys just kind of looked like they were acting. She looked like a real person who was a really intense character. So it's doable. It's doable. So, but thank you, Gohan, for that 1,000 bits. Let's see. Dr. Trips, you get so much hate like if you were a Trump supporter. Oh god, you must be doing something right. I'm not even political, man. I'm not even political, man. I just say why I think a game is good or not, or why I think something in a story is good or not. But yeah, no, I do get a lot of hate, Dr. Trips. It's not always fun, but man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. So alright, enough fucking about. Wise Day, you're fed up with people trying to argue the actual Final Fantasy, the actual FF7 was as imbecilic and saccharine as the remake. Wise Day, you were gonna love one of the videos I'm making today. So, alright, enough fucking about. Let's do this. Let me just timestamp this exactly. I'm just gonna... This is something I wanted to add to a video. There's one other tactic I wanted to point out amongst some, some of the usual suspects, and that is the straw man technique. Now, this tweet got 30,000 likes a while back, and it was, oh my god, Rebirth ruined the original. Now, I think you and I, and everyone who's being intellectually dishonest, sorry, I think you and I, and everyone who's being intellectually honest here knows that this is not the argument. This is not what people are complaining about. In fact, I think when it comes to FF7 Remake, I don't think I've heard anyone complain about the graphics at all. That's not a point. That's not one of the points of contention. I would say the lighting is pretty bad in the sense that every time you leave a building, you get flashbanged in Rebirth, but this is missing the point 101. Now, the thing is, it is funny. I'll give it that, all right? I saw that, and I'm like, oh, God, you're like, you know what you did. It's funny, but it is misrepresenting the other side, and it is missing the point. So, but this is also, in a nutshell, kind of how a lot of these arguments go. It's just basically straw man. Keep an eye out for it. Anyway, Uwu Sugoi, like, subscribe, follow the video. Oh, sorry. Uwu Sugoi, like and subscribe, follow the channel. See you live on Twitch. Now get out of here. All right. So, all right, we'll just get that done. I just wanted to add this to a video I was doing already. And let's do this one. Yeah, we'll do this one next. So, actually, we'll hold on to it. There was one other tweet going around that I found fascinating where a guy was saying that, like, I don't get it. You'll say that, Remake is so different from the OG, but I played the OG and every character's like this. And it was showing Gus dancing around, on like 5 hits of caffeine in Rebirth. And I saw someone go into the comments and be like, no, it's not. And they literally posted my shot-by-shot videos of, like, Rude's Ball Bar, the singing lady, and also, Gus hyped out of his mind. And the guy's response to it, the poster's response was, yeah, that further proves my point. And he had like 700 likes on that comment. And that's kind of a very interesting thing you'll see in these FF7 remake arguments. Something could be blue in the original game and red in the remake, and they will swear that it's the same color in front of 1,000 witnesses. Then they will all flood in and upvote the comment to make it look right. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this, man. It was crazy to witness this. I wish I could find that tweet, but it's there. Here, let me put it this way, chat. It's not the last time you're going to see something like that. Now you know it. Keep an eye out for that, and you'll see it. Right, we'll put that in. Yeah. We'll put that in there. I was blown away, and you know what? I was just like, I can't be fucked. I just couldn't be fucked to go in and argue. I'm like, whatever. Whatever. Because at the end of the day, you might make a tweet that everyone upvotes to make look right and get like 1,000 likes. It doesn't change reality. It doesn't change reality. So, would I recommend Dave the Diver? You're looking for someone to play? Yes, Dave the Diver is fantastic. This game is super cozy. It looks really nice. It sounds and feels really good. The characters are great. There's something just really just chill and therapeutic about swimming around and just fishing, catching fish, diving deeper and deeper into the ocean. The sushi mini game that you play at night is just super. It's just so fun. It's a brilliant set of two different games at the same time. Yeah, it's weird. It looks like an indie, but it's actually not. Apparently, it's like a AA, or it's got a lot of funding behind it. But it's like Echo the Dolphin if it was good. That's the best way I can give you Dave the Diver. So most people don't want to admit it. Maxi, yeah. You had the same thing. You point out Red 13 moonwalking, and they just show Red balancing on two legs. Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys said that, because the thing is, though, the problem is, the more these people lie, the more that videos you can make about it. Just debunking it, you know. Just be honest. Be honest. So, aloha ferret. Sebi, love the shorts and love your opinions of things. You avoid my videos because you're avoiding spoilers for Rebirth. You need a better PC. Saw a thumbnail of Eris and dipped. Not on you, just need to finish Rebirth. Anyway, love the stuff, keep up the great and honest work. Aloha Ferret, yes, I warn you, you will get spoiled on Eris's death in Rebirth if you watch my streams. I got a lot of videos and shorts on that. Echo was bad, thank you. Echo is a bad game, but it's a beautiful game, and it's an important game. But it's a bad game. It's extremely, it's brutal. It's fucking brutal, but it is a unique and fascinating gem of its time. So, all right. Enough fucking about. Okay, let's do this one. Based on what you guys were saying before, we're talking about how some fans try to rewrite the history around the original game. We're going to do this right now. We're going to address this right now. Okay. Here we go. So why do so many FF7 Remake fans lie about the original game? Because they know that FF7 Rebirth cannot survive real criticism. That's why they say, the 1997 game was just as cringe. If you love the original game, you have to love FF7R. It's basically a cheap trick, you know? They exploit the fact that you probably don't have every detail of OG FF7 committed to memory in order to win internet arguments. And even they don't believe it. Anyway, when they're doing this, their favorite example is, you go snowboarding right after Eris dies. Ooh-woo. Here's what actually happens. Eris dies. Genova boss fight. The party mourns Eris. Cloud puts her in the water. Next scene, Cloud addresses the party. You travel through a whole new area. You end up on the world map. You travel through snow. You find Icicle Inn. You explore the entire village. You find videotapes of Professor Gast and Afauna, Eris's parents. You watch 3 entire scenes from the past. Elena from the Turks shows up and punches you in the dick, or she misses and falls down the mountain. Then you snowboard. All right? But according to some FF7 Remake fans, Cloud does a kickflip McTwist before she hits the floor. And by this logic, Lord of the Rings is a wacky comedy, because a few scenes after Boromir dies, the movie makes fun of Gimli for being short. And you know what? Don't take my word for it. Let's watch the whole video. And before we continue, I'm just going to say, shout out to the Final Fantasy, shout out to the FF7R fans who are chill and honest about these games. I am so sorry that, like, I'm sorry that so many dishonest fans give you a bad name. All right? I'm sorry. Okay? There's actually, like, so many of you who are just trying to be normal people, and some of these lunatics just make you look bad, man. I feel sorry for you. So, why don't I feel sorry for you? I feel for you. How about that? Evan, welcome in. Guys, please chuck a follow to the lovely Evan Hart. She's one of my lovely mods. She's one of the inspirations for me doing Metaphor. So, check her out. And without further ado, chat, let's watch Cloud do a 900. Oh, God. Without further ado, chat, let's watch Cloud do a kick flick McTwist on Eris's body as soon as she gets stabbed. Oh, wait. Wait. Hang on. Wait. There we go. Start again. And should happen that... Hang on. Where's the snowboard? Hang on, but remake fans told me snowboards right after she... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just remember this wrong. Maybe it's a glitch. Maybe there's hardware limitations at work here. I'm sure he goes snowboarding in this part. The 7 remake fandom told me he does. Hang on, let's have a look here. Okay, well, maybe in the next scene. Okay, here we go. Okay, insert disc 2, snowboarding. What? Hang on. Why is he not snowboarding? That's strange. Okay, see, he's remembering how to snowboard here, and there's Sephiroth up there. Okay, alright, it's gonna happen. Okay, so you follow him through that way. Okay, here we go. So here we go. Snowboarding is definitely happening in the next scene. Believe that, alright? The FF7 Remake fandom has given me their word on this. And... Huh. I mean, maybe these are like ancient snowboards, like sticking out of like a tree or something. Well, anyway, let's see where they go. There's no way the FF7 Remake fandom would lie about this. Oh, here, snowboarding here. See, you can see he's holding the snowboard in his hand right there. I'm gonna turn the volume down a wee bit. See, he blocked it with the snowboard. Here it comes, snowbeam. Oh fuck, hang on. Okay. Alright, here it comes. Snowbeam. It's gonna happen. And... That's... no, it's not quite snowboarding. Alright, well, let's jump ahead a bit. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Shh, hang on. Okay, snowboarding happens here, I'm pretty sure. That's weird. What? Maybe there's a snowboard in that chest. I think that's what he's gonna do. Okay, so we'll just, okay, well, he comes up here. Okay, well, I could have sworn that snowboarding happens at this point. I mean, 7 Remake fans have, they have guaranteed that it happens right here. They have assured me that it happens here. Ah, here we go. Power snowboard. There you go. Snowboard source. He's got it. He's got the snowboard, boys. And it's going to happen in the next scene. Here it comes. Here comes the snowboard part. Huh. That's strange. What? I could have sworn he goes snowboarding here. Hang on, maybe... There's no way the remake fandom would lie to me about this. There's no way. They're so trustworthy. There's no snowboarding here. Okay, well, let's keep going. Okay, well, maybe snowboards at this part. Hang on, it's gonna happen. Okay, let's get you over here. Ah, here we go. All right, okay. All right, guys, here comes the kickflip McTwist. And snowboarding. Strange. What? I know. I've been told that he should have been snowboarding at least like 5 or 10 minutes ago. What's going on here? Grandpa, wake up! We have a customer, and he's going snowboarding. Okay, all right. So, okay, what do we do here? I think you go. Well, he's definitely going to snowboard in this house. He goes through here. Why hasn't it happened yet? The FF7 remake fandom would never lie to me. Or anyone. I refuse to believe it. The fandom is known for their honesty. Okay, well, maybe it happens over here. So you get a map. And then he goes down... So maybe he snowboards down these stairs, you know. Maybe it happens here. But, I don't understand this, chat. This is... I'm baffled. I'm shocked and appalled. Well, anyway, he talks to some people here, I guess. Ah, here we go. Snowboarding incoming. Here we go. He snowboards down the stairs onto the machinery. Play the video. Is it a video of him snowboarding? Hang on, let's see this. Okay, well, there's Eris's parents and Professor Gast and a fauna. They have a weird chat about all this. Yeah. So this is basically history. The history of when Cloud snowboarded on Eris's dead body. Ah, so there it is. They mentioned it right there. That was in the original translation. It's not in the American release. All right. So, well, surely he goes snowboarding in the next scene. I guarantee you he is, because there's no way the FF7R fandom would lie to my face. Or your face. There's no way that these people would ever lie to you. So they have put their word on this. Let's see. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're talking about how she just got born. Yeah. And then... Oh! Hello, boys! It's me, Hojo! Hojo! How did you know? And then so on and so forth. I think this is where Hojo comes and snowboards on a founder's dead body. Yeah, see? Hojo, he snowboards on Eris's mum. Alright, so... So now we go down here. And then I think Elena shows up. Oh my god, Cloud. Ooh. And then I think she punches you. Now, Elena's such an idiot. Now, I just got punched when I played this the first time. And then she goes snowboarding down the mountain, ladies and gentlemen. What a wacky, silly comedy it is. And Cloud's like, fuck. Alright, and then... You go here. Ah, that's right. You go here. You get the snowboard. It's definitely coming now. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the moment of truth, I think it's happening. Get ready. Uwu Sugoi. It's gonna happen. And we're here, ladies and gentlemen! We're here, we're here, we're here! We're finally on the snowboard. Now, according to the FF7 remake fandom, that happens 5 minutes after Eris dies. But unfortunately, it seems like their calculation was a little bit off, because it seems like it's a whopping 25 minutes after Eris died. Also, not including the fact that when I made this video, I removed every single random encounter except for 2. One in when you follow Sephiroth, and one on the world map. So it's actually even longer than that. And again, by this logic, Lord of the Rings is a silly-willy wackadoo comedy, because a few scenes after Boromir dies, the movie makes fun of Gimli for being short. Alright? There you go. Immediately after, chat. Immediately after. It's, yeah. So I hope you enjoyed today's episode of 95% the Same, and yeah, that is how and why FF7 Remake fans lie about the original game, because they use the original game as a shield. They use the original game to shield the remakes against criticism. That's why they want you to think the original game is the same as Rebirth, because if you love the original, you have to love FF7R, and if you hate FF7R, then you hated the original. Luckily, evidence is not on their side. Luckily, reality has a different opinion from them, and you can basically debunk this with the most basic video. Just look at the OG. There, problem solved. There, gaslight's over. Anyway, hope you enjoy that, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, good luck, and sub to the YouTube channel, catch me live on Twitch, let me know what you think in the comments, and uwu sugoi. Get out of here, video's over, get out of here, it's done. It's finished. Right. Alright, let's get the music back on. Alright, chat, how'd you enjoy that? Let's end that here. Alright. Unbelievable, mate. Get off my lawn! They're gonna be mad at me? Well, I mean, if you're mad that, like, your lies got debunked, that's not my fault, man, alright? You shouldn't have lied to begin with. It's just simple. So, people are gonna say it's useless padding? Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're mad at me no matter what. The funny thing is, right, is like, my earliest FF7, if you watch my, the video where I kind of delicately say why the OG games felt more special than the newer ones, and I'm quite delicate on the newer ones. It's like a viral short I've got. Oh, I'll respond to super chats in a second and gifted subs in a second. If you go to the TikTok comments of my video where I just basically say why the older games felt a bit more special to me than the new ones, I get flayed in the comments. I get roasted alive in there, and that kind of taught me something. There is no right way to do this. There is no way you can criticize the modern games without them hating you. You just have to choose how much they hate you. You can choose whether they hate you a little or whether they hate you a lot. And to me, I'm like, well, if you already hate me, you may as well hate me all the way. So I don't pull any of my punches. I don't see why I need to pull any of my punches, because it's all the same. Get hated a little bit or hated a lot, what difference does it really make at this point? So, yeah. Also, Black Sheep Prime, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Subarus on SemiWebs TV. Black Sheep Prime, you alright? If you got a sub from Black Sheep, please say thank you. Eben, you don't have a problem with liking both games? Yeah, well, Eben, I mean, you like FF15, and you have to see me be mean to that all the time, but you know, you're like a normal person as well. You understand that it's my opinion, so... and I'm not trying to make you not like it, even though I'll rip on Prompto all the time, because he deserves it. So, Defo, thank you for the 14 months. Oh my god, 60... God, that was like 6 minutes ago. Defo, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you so much, Defo. You alright? Holy shibbly wibbles. Real fans will always say the truth, even if it hurts your heart, because the game you love is bad. Well, I mean, like... I'd rather just know the brutal truth than believe a beautiful lie. And it's not even a beautiful lie. It's Red 13 moonwalking and talking like Mickey Mouse. How... Like, why are you dying on this hill? That's the crappiest hill to die on. So, Cherry Opera, welcome in. You're based, get out of here. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm gonna take a piss, and I might turn off my aircon because I'm freezing now. So, all right, enjoy the sights and sounds of Squall in Balam Garden. God, guys, also thank you guys. I just want to say thank you. It's really good to be back on stream, and thank you for having the patience while I make these videos, because they just gotta get done. They just have to get done. But there's so much as they say, when it rains, it pours, and there's a lot to get done. But we're nearly done with the FF7 remake stuff. We are going to get into the we're going to get into some of the variety stuff in a bit. So you can't convince or argue against stupid. You can't argue with a bad faith actor, right? You can't argue with someone who is pretending not to understand. But to me, right, that's like one of those kung fu exercises that's actually impossible to do, but you still have to try to do it because it will make you stronger. That's kind of like why that's one reason I sometimes argue with people who are just completely impossible, because it's like, I know I can't convince this person because they don't want to be convinced, but if I try, I'll get better at arguing than I was before. And the funny thing is, chat, there is actually benefits to doing this, which is by arguing with people who are trying to not get the point, it's forced me to be able to word my arguments in a way that a 5-year-old could understand. And then when you do that, it's clear to anyone just looking at the argument, it's like, this person's just arguing in bad faith. They're just trying not to get the point on purpose. And this guy's actually trying to explain it in the way a kid could get it, you know. So, Torius, thank you very much for the 100 bits. To quote a famous man, better by far to embrace a hard truth than a reassuring fable. But what's the fable, you know? That I cannot help but sing. Like, who wants to believe in that? It's dog shit. In my opinion, it's dog shit. Like, why die on that hill? So, Lump Critter Gravy, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. You all right. I respect people who have legit criticism for games I love. Makes me love them more, warts and all. Hey, you know what, Lump Critter? If you enjoy FF7 Remake and Rebirth in spite of my criticism, then good. Good. It means that you think for yourself, man. You know how... I love Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, but we have all seen how much hate that game gets on Twitter and so on and so forth. Hasn't affected how much I love that game at all. Hasn't affected it in the slightest. Because I think... Because I like it. Doesn't matter that... how much people strawman it or criticize it or even say like this thing about it and it's like a legit criticism, or they hated the parries or they hated the turn-based or they hated this or that. To me, I'm like, well, I guess that's just opinion at this point. You know, some people found it too emotional. To me, I loved how emotional it was, and I loved its brand, its unique, iconic, specific brand of turn-based combat. You know, and it doesn't matter how many people hate it. Expedition 33 could have gotten 6 out of 10 from all reviewers across the board, and I would still say it's fantastic and recommend that everyone play it. So, but Lump Critter, thank you for that $20. You all right. Belize Tourism, thank you for the Sebi Soys. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take a piss, guys, and then I'll do this. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, back to the Eternal Chair. Eternal Chair. Cherry Webs TV. All right, how you guys doing? How you guys doing? Eldritch Nightingale. Man, it's bad. I'm not an FF player, but your games were also destroyed. They converted Lost Planet into a Dead Space wannabe, and it died. So you understand the rage of getting your favorite game getting trashed. Yeah, well, the fact that, as I say, it attempts to rewrite the history around the past in order to use the OG game as a shield to protect the new game is crazy. Not that scene again, bang? Oh, alright. So, as I say, Roger Ebert, man, he gave the first Harry Potter movie a better review, a better score than Fellowship of the Ring, which I disagree with. He had an interesting explanation, which I know. He thinks what he thinks, but I don't think he's lying or dishonest. Roger Ebert was kind of known for... His opinion was his opinion. He wasn't kind of seen as, like, having sold out or being bought by anyone, so... Remake Sephiroth is not intimidating or scary, or why would he be? He shows up, he does nothing, and when you do fight him, you kick his ass. And then he says, I lost, just as planned, and then runs away. He has no aura. Remake Sephiroth sucks. So he's annoying. He's annoying. And Remake Sephiroth speaks in like this weird cryptic pseudo poetry riddle. It's just pseudo intellectualism, his writing. Whereas like the OG Sephiroth doesn't talk in riddles, you know what I mean? He's actually like quite direct. Well, he just kind of like, he's dangerous, he's got aura, but he's not talking in like all this like fake poetry. So yeah. All right. All right. All right, what are we going to do now? I think it's time for this video. This is kind of an interesting one. This is, There's this article that's been going around, and it's kind of important. I think it's worth talking about here. Took slam poetry classes? Oh god, no. Jojo Firefly, thank you very much for the 3 months on SebiWebs TV. Alright. I think it is time, ladies and gentlemen. You think some modern games are making you lazy. Sometimes you boot up a retro game and you can't get into the grind. Then you spend 12 hours straight grinding for a weapon in a different game like it's nothing. Yeah, I mean, like in World of Warcraft or something, like people grind for a thing that's going to give them like a 2% boost in some shit like that, which is kind of interesting. So, yeah. So I just had to sort something out. I'm just trying to think what we're going to do next. We can close that one. We can do that. Where's the death battle? That's going to happen after this last one. I'm just kind of like raising my power level for this. Am I hyped for Revelations? Not really. Just kind of don't really feel anything about it. You got introduced to FF officially with 7. You've been watching my videos on the wishes you're getting regarding your comments on the remake trilogy. Not surprised that there are some people who are deranged. Yeah, I mean, it's not fun. It's not fun. Having a lot of people on Twitter just hate you, but I'd rather that than not say anything at all. All right? I'd rather that than not say anything at all. Now, what else do we have here? First time catching you live. Black Waltz, welcome in. Cool name, by the way. You know, cool reference to the Final Fantasy IX Black Mages. You had expectations for Sephiroth after hearing him be considered the best villain in gaming, but after seeing him in Rebirth, it failed to make you understand how he could be intimidating at all. Yeah, if you, what am I trying to say here? If you play the OG, it makes a lot more sense, I would say. So, alright, enough fucking about. I am going to do this. Oh, someone sent me a picture of Billy. It's alright, I'll get back to that later. The Sword of Lumiere. That's a fucking awesome name. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 3 months. Sebi, talking about good games for a second. Are you planning on streaming Subnautica 2? I've been playing the shit out of that lately. I don't know. I feel like Subnautica 1 is kind of complete. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like, I don't need any more than that. I don't see how it can really be expanded beyond that point. So, you had one friend that didn't enjoy E33, not because of the story. He thought it was an extremely well-written art piece, but he hated the combat. Yeah, he's more of a Pokemon kind of guy. Yeah, I know people who liked the story but didn't like the combat. I know some people who didn't like the combat and stuff, but enjoyed the story. Yeah, people can like different things. Scriblicky, thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distracted by cats, Andy? I can't help it, mate. Ever wonder what it was before they decided development? I don't know, Makasheri. I think it's kind of this weird mystery, you know. Mantis, the first time you played them, you thought you had outgrown video games? Yeah, no, well, as I say, I thought that, like, after Rebirth, I thought that maybe I don't like games anymore. Maybe there's something wrong with me, you know. And I was glad that I played games where I was like, no, this is really fun. Like, it's just that kind of... But the fact that a game could put doubt in you like that is really weird, man. That fake god. Dinner. Oh, God help me. So, all right, enough fucking about. We're going to do this one. This is a really interesting article, chat. I think it's worth talking about. Final Fantasy VII director is a bit embarrassed by the original game's social and cultural depictions. Just 1 second, I'm gonna... Let me say thank you, Rainstorm, for the Tier 2 subscription! Thank you very much, thank you very much. Oh my god, sorry, I was in the middle of recording a YouTube video. I just don't want to get distracted by that. Welcome in, Rain, you're alright, you're alright. I'm just fucking about. So, let's do this. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm going to open this differently. Is Final Fantasy VII Remake trying to fix the problematic original? Is FF7R trying to correct OG FF7 and become the new definitive version? Well, the more I look at it, the more that I think that is. And this article... It's not a good sign. Final Fantasy VII director is a bit embarrassed by the original game's social and cultural depictions. Game Informer recently hosted a significant feature about the development of the upcoming FF7 Rebirth. Additionally, the staff reflected on the creation of the original game. Several intriguing stories and comments have been made, with this particular one centered around the perception of the original FF7's social and cultural depictions. Director Yoshinori Kitase acknowledged that the themes of corporate greed, environmentalism, and mental health in FF7 are relevant to modern day, though he has some regrets about how they were depicted. In particular, while Kitase doesn't go into deep detail, he calls those reflections a bit embarrassing due to their naivete. Granted, this is all part of the learning process for the team, and the imperfection may be partially why fans fell in love with the game from the start, but he still feels embarrassed about it all. On the other hand, Toriyama doesn't feel any regrets since the team did everything they could at the time. So here is the Kitase quote. Considering the way to depict social problems, social issues, and cultural depictions, in some ways, I'm a bit embarrassed by the original title, Kitase says. In its expression, in some ways, it was very young and naive in itself. That is a learning for us, but at the same time, I do believe that perhaps that is one of the reasons why it was so widely accepted. It's not perfect, and it's kind of uneven and jagged in its young and naive nature of its depiction. Of course, after more than 25 years, there is a lot of personal learning, changes, and growth. But looking back on it, some parts of it, I'm a bit embarrassed. Now, I think... that the usual suspects, and we all know who they are, in video games, I think maybe they've kind of gotten into the ear of Square Enix and told them that OG FF7, great game, but a little bit problematic. All right. You know, the way Sid Highwind talks to Shira? Maybe not the best thing. Dine and Dine's suicide? Yeah, it's a bit problematic. I don't think we should really, you know, great game, but I don't know about that. And I think that, like, Square Enix now feels embarrassed by OG FF7 and that it reflects poorly on them. And when you think about it, Square Enix today couldn't make OG FF7. They just wouldn't be allowed. You know what I mean? I think that the motivation for what I'm trying to say, to me, I think there's motivation to use FF7 Remake to fix OG FF7, you know? That's why Sid Highwind is the way he is. The cigarettes are gone. What else is there? Seng no longer slaps Eris. That's problematic. We can't do that anymore. Cat Sith no longer kidnaps Marlene and uses her as blackmail to the party to force them to keep him along after he's betrayed them. That happens in the original game, not in Rebirth. We can't have any moral grayness here, and that's gone. Which is actually quite a powerful part of Cat Sith's character in the OG, because you totally underestimated him. It's like this big, cute, fluffy cat thing literally holding a child hostage and forcing you to keep him along. It's like, what the... Jesus, what is this thing? You know? Yeah, man. I don't know, chat. It's, do you guys... Well, here's the thing. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this is a tinfoil hat thing, but I see the motivation here and I see the results in 7 Remake and Rebirth. I think that FF7R is meant to overwrite the original and become the definitive version of this game. And the tragedy is that this does work on some people. There are people today, you know, TikTok posting broccoli-haired Zoomers who are like, yeah, I know you say the original is the best game, but I can't look at it, all right? I can't. It looks too old. I'd rather play the one that looks newer, that looks like modern graphics, flashier, all this and that. And it's kind of a bullshit thing they've done, in my opinion. It's kind of like brute force. It's like using money to brute force the problem. To me, FF7 Remake is like a really crap 1984. It's like, it's... The title remake does connect it by the hip to the original game, basically forever. Yeah, it'll always be compared for that reason. So people will always think it's a remake as long as it's titled that, if they're an outsider, if they don't know the go. So, yeah. It isn't overriding the original. They both exist together and are different things. If they made OG FF7 unavailable, you'd agree and be fighting against that, but it's not. Well, that's the thing. They can't. Here's the thing. They can't make OG FF7 unavailable. They can't. There's too many physical copies. There's too many digital copies. But what they can do is they can basically flood the airways. They can just basically make so much FF7 remake stuff that when you search FF7, that's what you get instead of the original game. You already have to type OG FF7 if you want to get the original FF7. If you type FF7 in Google search or YouTube, you basically get 7 remake stuff. So, that said, it's also possible that the public could basically just eventually just not care or reject it, which kind of is already happening. And it will just basically go down as like another bad remake. You know, for example, it's like Metal Gear Solid and Twin Snakes. I think Twin Snakes is much less egregious than 7 Remake, but the Metal Gear Solid fandom still considers that to be a bad remake. They say if you're playing Metal Gear Solid, you play the original one. You don't play Twin Snakes. You can play Twin Snakes if you want, but I think that's kind of what's going to happen. So I think OG FF7 will survive this, but I also think that's kind of what they're doing. I think they're just trying to right the wrongs of the past with this game. This embarrassing past that makes them look bad. I don't know why they think that, but I think someone's gotten in their ear. Toriyama said the following: at any given time or place, we try to strive to put our best foot forward We have utilized the best game specs at any time, whether it had been the original or today. So even with the original Final Fantasy VII title, there were no regrets or feelings that there was more that we wanted to do, something I had not regretted doing. God, that sentence hurts my brain. We truly put in our best efforts. That's kind of whatever, but this is the statement that concerns me here. Yeah. So, anyway, nothing really else important here. You know, Cat Sith, Junon, infiltration minigame, blah, 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 blah. This is kind of whatever. But yeah, this is one of those sentences where once I read it, I can't unread it. And I can't help but think, as I say, that FF7 Remake Trilogy is meant to overwrite the original. So, yeah. I don't know. I think it's meant to fix this game they made in the 90s that they feel embarrassed by today. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just a tinfoil hat conspiracy. Maybe I'm just crazy. But anyway, whatever you think, like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments. Catch me live on Twitch. Ubu Segoy and get out of here. That's the video. I'm out of here. I'm walking. So, I'm walking here. There you go. All right. I'm walking. God, that's a shocker. Okay, let's continue. So, let's get out of here. And I'll give you the article. See ya. Okay, we did it, chat. Oh, it's done. All the FF7 remake stuff is done. Oh, that was so long. Oh, that was so long. Oh my god. Oh, actually, no, there's one last thing I would like to say, which is the death of the author. There you go. Actually, screw it, I can't be fucked. Just, we'll talk about the death of the author another day. Death of the author, I think, is like a French idea from the 60s. I could be wrong about those details, but it's basically saying once the work of art is out there, the writer's intention actually isn't that important anymore. The result is the most important. And there'll be audiences across the world who will all see some of these amazing things in the book that the writer didn't intend, but they that was the accidental result. And I think that's a really interesting idea. And I think that OGFF7 is where Death of the Author applies massively. Massively. Yeah. In fact, it's probably the most important example of Death of the Author, period, I would say, is OGFF7. I think every time I've listened to any of the devs say anything about it, none of it seems to line up. And it often seems to contradict what each other say. So, no disrespect to them, they've done great work, but I'm just saying that whenever I've looked up stuff like that, it does more damage than help, from my perspective. So, yeah. The new Zelda Ocarina of Time will 100% be the definitive edition. No one plays the original because it's so old now. Well, OGFF7's unique. People still play it. And it's easier too because it's on PS5 and PC, whereas Ocarina of Time, the original's not on Steam, right? I think if it was on Steam, it would be a different story. So, what about Super Mario RPG? Is that... I know that got a remake. Is that the definitive version now? No, because you can switch back to the old graphics style in that, so you can still do that. The game is a product of its time. Trying to judge it by today's morals is stupid. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, as you say, like, we're seeing this with the Odyssey with Christopher Nolan. I'm not going to go into that. But yeah, it's just... people who look at ancient stuff and try to hold it to a modern standard, you can't really do that. Because, yes, they are the same kind of people as us, like, you know, genetically, but their culture was so wildly different that they may as well be aliens, man. Like, ancient Romans would probably have some things more in common with, like, Protoss than us, and how they think, man. Some of their ways of thinking are completely alien. So, I bet Square Enix is embarrassed with how Sid Highwind was written in the OG, but they don't realize that the unapologetic writing of their characters was such a large part of what made Squaresoft titles great. Yeah, no, Sid Highwind is one of the most popular... Eben, good night, take care of yourself. Sid Highwind is one of the most popular characters in all of FF history because he's so real. Like, you know, if you've worked with Scriblicky, thank you for that Prime. Did I miss that earlier? I think I got it. If I didn't, I'm fucking sorry, mate. I'm fucking sorry. I think I got you. Sorry, my memory's a bit scattered. I've been streaming for like nearly 6 hours talking non-stop. So yeah. What was I gonna say? Sid is real. Yeah. Well, if you worked high-vis jobs, you'll meet Sid Highwinds. You know, if you work construction, demolition, forklift driving, you're gonna meet Sid Highwinds, man. Where in Australia are you from? I live in Sydney. So 6 hours, then we're rookie numbers. Yeah, the thing is though, 6 hours is easier if you're playing a game, but it's harder if you're doing these talking pieces, because I know I'm gonna miss a thing or two. So today's morals look anything but moral. Oh yeah, so there are people today who think that they are acting totally morally fine, which is like shocking, you know, from a 90s perspective, and vice versa. There are some things that people today would look at from the 90s and they're like, oh my god, it was normal, I was fine. Sid's redemption arc is amazing. Yeah, no, it's great, man. He's so rough around the edges, but the thing is, we've all known someone like Sid Highwind. We've all, as a kid, we've all had an adult sort of snap on you and like tell you off really harshly. And Sid kind of is that, but he's on your side, and he's a dragoon fighting against dragons and gods. It's fucking sick. So, Snacker Hacker. Sebby, been loving the videos recently. I know you love dunking on Wu Clamart, but what's your feeling on A Realm Reborn, Endwalker, and the Ashian storyline? I don't think too much about it, to be perfectly honest, but I do think that Emmett is one of the best written villains they've had in modern Final Fantasy. I think he might be the best modern villain they've got. I'd kind of put Emmett, Sephiroth, and Kefka in the same trifecta. Yeah, he absolutely stood out to me out of everyone. I mean, he's written by Ishikawa, who's the best writer that Square Enix currently has, in my opinion, so. Yeah. It's easy to mod Seventh Heaven to modernize the graphics, but that's not really what people want, or what a lot of people wanted, you know what I mean? So, like, you could have remade FF7 with its free cam and with its combat, but kept the story the same. That said, though, while the combat of 7 Remake Rebirth is not necessarily my biggest criticism of it, it still loses something in transitioning from turn-based to action combat. There are some enemies who are specifically designed to be most effective in turn-based combat, and they actually don't work in action. And I think the Tonberry is probably the best example of this. Like, because in turn-based combat, you see a Tonberry and you're like, doesn't look very impressive. Like, okay, and you slam it with your strongest move and it's still alive. And then it counterattacks with a move that will one-shot Cloud usually, because everybody's grudge does damage based on the amount of damage based on how many enemies that one character has killed. It's everyone's grudge. So Cloud has probably killed everyone. He'll usually get one-shot by a Master Tonberry. And then after that, you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And then the Tonberry just walks a few steps closer to you. And you're like, hang on, wait a minute. And you hit it with more big, strong attacks. And Master Tonberry has something like 48,000 HP. So you keep hitting it and it just won't die. And it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. You're like, oh my god. And then doink, Chef's Knife, one-hit kill. And you're like, what the fuck? And then he turns and he starts walking to the next character. Now, this only works in turn-based combat. This creates a building feeling of dread that you are trapped alone in a room with this thing and you can't escape. And it doesn't work in action. Because in action, right, like, he's like, if he walks that slow, he'll just never catch up to you. So they had to, in Remake, I think they had Rude somehow had a Tonberry and throws it at you, and then you have to fight, and it like moves around like Speedy Gonzales, which is antithetical to its design. It doesn't look right. It doesn't work. Second of all, how the fuck are humans in control of a Tonberry? A Tonberry is much stronger than that. A Tonberry is like a fucking Master Tonberry is like a top tier level enemy, man. It's up there with like dragon. There's a reason you find those in the same area as dragon zombies, behemoths, and iron giants. All right, Master Tonberry belongs with them. He's a monster. So, yeah, that's my answer, Snacker Hacker, when it comes to Emmett Silk. First time you fought a Tonberry, it killed all your characters. Yeah, it seems like anything you did, it would kill you. Well, that's the thing, Death Gem. If you've grinded with every character a lot, the Tonberry is going to punish you for that. So, yeah, I actually want to make that into a video someday. I'm kind of a bit FF'd out when it comes to 7. I've I needed to get those videos done. I needed to get them done. Oh, God. So, that's the thing. Cactuars are speedy creatures, so it makes no sense. Like, a Cactuar makes sense for them to speed around. A Tonberry, no. We're going to move on to different stuff. Remake, it was an enemy from a random quest. It slowly walked towards you when it got close, jump scared you with a 999 insta-kill. In Remake? Which enemy is it? Ugh. Final Fantasy it out. Makasheri. Imagine if they surprise us in Revelation. Sid does the same. The thing is, though, Makasheri, I don't think we will see the OG FF7 Sid Highwind in Part 3 because he's too problematic. You know, he's embarrassing, remember? That's why they make an FF7R, to fix this embarrassing mistake of a game, you know. Yeah. Anyway, you love the Tonberry Jedi fighting style in 15? It's inspired by Yoda? I forget the Tonberries in 15. I kind of forget about, like, how they were. It was all a dream! For Revolution. He starts smoking because of stress? But why would he? You know what I mean? Like, that's problematic. A hero doesn't smoke, I guess, in their Disney game. And I think that's... whereas, like, One Piece doesn't have this issue at all. Like, Sanji lights a cigarette when he's about to bash someone. And Captain Smoker, who's like a Navy officer, has 2 cigars in his mouth in every single frame of the entire show. Yeah. Have I tried Strangers of... I haven't done Strangers of Paradise. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah. Everyone's a winner. Hello there, Nine Death Dark. Flan is the most evil Jello. Flans are real assholes, mate. Fuck the Tonberry quest in FF8. Wow, yeah, that's not fun. So... Alright. Just 1 second. They should have given Sid the smoker cigars from One Piece. They just should have gone even harder. Like, they just should have gone even harder, mate. So, just Sid with 2 cigars at all times. Oh my god. All right, okay. This is so much. Okay, all the FF7 remake videos are done. And now it's the other videos to do. So much. I'll tell you what, chat. Maybe I'll pour myself a whiskey so I can do this a bit more easily. Because this is going to be fun, alright? Let me show you, chat. And will I have the energy to do all this? We have Dante versus Clive. Virgil versus Sephiroth. Will I have the energy to do this entire Baki character tier list? This is so much. This is so much. Well, the thing is, and here's the reason I'm doing this, guys. No, I'm going to get through these 2 today, at least. And I will see if I can do this. Because I want there to be long-form videos on my channel that are not just Final Fantasy, that are not just FF7 Remake. Even though I just realized this is Final Fantasy. Well, it's crossover. Devil May Cry, alright? I want to do some other stuff. I don't want it to only be that. So that's why I'm here. Changing Dine's death was wildly insulting. Yeah, Palmer shaking his ass in the middle of that scene. Not a good idea, but we all know. We all know. No more water? Yeah, it's got to be done. Black Sheep Prime, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Get yourself a whiskey. You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Alright, fuck it. Let's do it. I'm gonna take a piss, and I'll be right back. Isn't Clive a mortal while Dante is not? Yeah, I mean, every game, Dante gets stabbed through the chest with a giant sword and then he's just like, fine. He's just fine right afterwards, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Ponte, thank you very much for the 64 months on SEPHIROTH TV. Thank you so much, guys. Also, please chuck a follow to my man, Ponto. Chuck a follow to my man, Ponto. I've known this man for a million bloody years, mate. A million bloody years. Prompto, yes. Prompto. Follow Prompto, the FF14 streamer. Oh, hi there, opening. What's up, my lad? Oh, I'm good, man. Just good to be back on stream. I needed time to just, like, be a normal person for a bit. Actually leave the house. Do stuff. Another thing that adds insult to injury regarding Diane's death is, well... You came off of E33, which beautifully tells the story of grief, and Diane is a side character. Even the side-by-side worse than you think. Well, Diane's scene was very strong in spite the fact that he was a very small character in the original game. Small, but very powerful, very effective. Yeah. Stairs, they go on. Forever, they go on. Have I ever dropped their prank to foreigner, Marco? Oh yeah, I tell them all the time. I tell every foreigner I meet that drop bears are real, and I try to convince them as much as possible. Kill, thank you for the 300 bits. Remake has tarnished the legacy of FF7. It's sad it's been sabotaged. Well, ultimately, it's on the fans whether they accept or reject it or not. And, I think it will basically... I think it will always... It's already regarded as a bad remake. There's people who like the game, but they know it's a bad remake. And maybe that's just kind of how it's going to be. So, Blue Waffle Maker, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on SEPHIROTH TV. Thank you, Blue Waffle Maker. You all right? If anyone got a sub from Blue Waffle Maker, please say you all right. Also, that name, my God. So, how have you been? Malicious Fog Doors, welcome in. Excited for Evercold? I don't know if I'm going to be doing Evercold. There's tons of other things I want to do instead. Oh my God, that's good. Cheers, chat. Cheers. I raise a glass of whiskey to you. It's good to be back on stream. I spent a lot of time just like doing shorts, going outside, being a normal person, editing a ton of YouTube videos. I gotta say, that FF Resonance video, that was brutal. You miss Parasite Eve? Oh yeah, dude, this game's fucking awesome, man. What was I gonna say? What else have I been doing in my life? As I say, yeah, I finished the new season of Baki. We'll get to that. And I also was rewatching Overlord, which is really fun. Overlord's fucking sick. And I do want to do stuff that's not so FF7 or FF heavy, period. That's why I think the next game I'm going to stream will be Devil May Cry Reboot. I think that's the next one. Because I do want to do a video of all Devil May Cry games ranked. Because there's a lot I want to say about each of them, especially 5. And I can't do that without DMC Reboot. I know, not in a million years. Yeah, I know, I'm walking here. So, and then I don't know if I'll do FF2 or 3 next. Or continue Metaphor. But I think I need to do DMC Reboot so I can do my all Devil May Cry games ranked video. Overlord's amazing. Overlord's so fun. It's so fun, man. They butchered how sick the baby goats could have been. Wait, you mean the baby goats in Overlord anime are underpowered? Because they're fucking living nightmares the size of skyscrapers in that film. They're horrifying, mate. Square could have made Tonberry's work in action, Catsroy. All they had to do was have the Tonberry cast a spell that slows its current target so they can't run away and have it walk up and stab them. That's, you know what? You know, Catsroy, they should hire you, mate. Because I didn't even think of that, but that's actually a really good idea. That is a good way where in an action game, You can create a sense of dread and danger. Tonberry hits you with a spell, and you can't move, or you're basically moving in slow motion, and then he slowly walks up to you with that little chef's knife, and you're like, and then bang, one shots. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, they should hire you, man. I mean, that's a good solution to the problem created by transitioning from turn-based to action. So, going out at this time is great in Quebec. It's warm. It's really short. You have to appreciate it when it's here. Yeah, I mean, God, I would love to go to Canada again. I've been there twice. Yeah. The Dinosaur Museum in Trumhella is sick, if you haven't been there anyway. Christian, you reckon Doom 2016? I don't know if that would be the best stream game for me. But, yeah, there's quite a few variety games I've got that I want to do. So, Parasite Eve's successor? I've seen the anime one, it doesn't interest me. I think like Parasite Eve works best with that realistic look. Dragon Age Veilguard, I'm not doing that, Hannah. I'm not pulling above. I'm not pulling above. Alright, boys. Alright. Can I do this? What did I think of Iron Lung? Oh, I made that movie, because I am the real Markiplier. I haven't seen it yet. I need to. I need to see the Iron Lung, and I need to see Obsession. And isn't it interesting that the biggest movies right now, one is made by a YouTuber, and the other's like a low-budget indie that's carried entirely by its acting and its concept, you know? Like, when that girl in Obsession is like, no, like, it's actually quite scary to watch. It's psychologically unhinged. Like, it does something to your brain, that scene. It's like, what's happening, man? So, yeah. Bayonetta can be really fun. Gogeta, on my SebiWeb's VODs channel, you can find my Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough and the end of my Kingdom Hearts 2 one. I did get pissed off at Kingdom Hearts 1. Because I think I kept getting lost and I hated having to backtrack heaps. Yeah. But overall, I think Kingdom Hearts 1 is very good. I think it's a good game. So, yeah. Iron Lung is pretty good. I gotta do it. Yeah. It's hot in Toronto? How is it hot in Toronto? It's supposed to be one of the coldest parts of the world. So, Nier Automata, I would love to stream that. Yeah, no, I have played that game, and I've streamed that game as well. And when I stream it, I will stream it in the correct language, Japanese. And I will translate everything for you, because that game in Japanese, the VA is so strong. It's so good. It's so sick. So, Bayonetta is very unapologetic. She is one of the most... Look, I don't simp for video game characters, but I think Bayonetta is S tier, like top tier. That hairstyle is just brilliant. The glasses, she almost wouldn't look right without the glasses and that crazy hair. And her weird, I wouldn't say it's her, I wouldn't say she has weird proportions, but no human is as long or tall as Bayonetta. Like, there's actually like subtle enhancements, or she's just kind of longer or taller than a person. It kind of adds this amazing dommy mummy aspect to it. Also, Twisted Legion, thank you very much for the 2 gifted Subarus on SebiWebs TV. Spooky, welcome in. Thank you, Twisted. Appreciate that. Cheers. You all right? Bayonetta is 7 foot tall. Yeah, no, she's awesome. Just a fantastic character. Right, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna fucking do this, alright. It's gonna happen. Guado jeans? Oh my god. Okay, guys, it is time. I am going to do a react video to Dante versus Clive. Should I do Dante versus Clive, or should I do Virgil versus Sephiroth? Which one should I do? Which one should I start on? I'm just timestamping this so I can turn them into videos. And Dante versus Clive first. Yeah. Alright. Oh, the song's so cute. Virgil then Clive. Virgil versus Titus. Virgil versus Titus. Oh, that would actually be such bullying, man. Like, don't get me wrong, Titus isn't weak, but Virgil would fucking kick the shit out of him, mate. It wouldn't even be funny. It'd be cruel. It'd be bullying. My contact lens is itchy. Hang on. I can just picture Titus, like, laughing in Virgil's face. Fuck, that'd be so funny. Is it Dante or Dante? Because everyone's disagreeing. I think it's Dante. Because it sounds cooler. Virgil versus Eris. Just impales her immediately. Yeah. Bayonetta versus Lulu. Yeah, I could. Titus would just laugh in his face. Oh my god. Alright. Enough fucking about chat. Let's do this. Just gonna turn the brightness down on my monitor a bit. It's a bit bright. Yeah, that's good enough. Cloud is a lame protagonist? No, he's mad. You need a whole party of FF10 to fight Virgil. Virgil is just, like, obscenely strong. He's just awesome. He's just such a cool character. Alright, we'll start you there, and we'll end here. It's Dante. See, you're saying Dante, and you're saying Dante. You see what I mean? Like, one chatter says Dante, the other says Dante. So, Dante is what people call the reboot. But people call DMC reboots Dante? But Dante is the... Oh, okay, so it's like a joke name. Alright. I'm learning. Alright. Noctis versus Sora? They should do Noctis versus, Noctis versus Nero. That would actually be fucking sick. Just because I want to see Nero grab Noctis's head and just, like, slam it repeatedly on the ground. I think that'd be a fucking sick death match. Yeah, do that. Noctis versus, Nero. Alright, enough fucking about, chat. It's time. Hang on, it's the volume. Let's just see if the volume... Let me just test the volume. Too loud. Too loud. Loud noises. How's that? Just turn it down a wee bit. How's that volume, chat? Was that... Let's just balance the volume before we do this. Every YouTube video is different. We all know. We all know how it is. Too loud, too quiet. Or perfect. Too loud, too quiet, or perfect? What do you think? Seems okay? Alright. Enough fucking about shut. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Dante versus Clive. Devil May Cry versus Final Fantasy 16. Fight.
Dante versus Clive.
DMC's Devil Hunter versus Final Fantasy's Shield of Rosaria. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Just 1 second. Could probably go up a bit higher, and I'll just increase my own volume a bit so I can hear them a bit better. All right, not fucking a bit. Let's do this. This is also the first death battle I've ever seen. So, yeah, I'm new to all this.
Skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Death battle.
It's a dangerous world out there. Cultists, demons, and evil businessmen lust for power. And every day brings a new cataclysm humanity must face.
This world may seem like the end, but for a devil hunter like Dante, it's party time. Who'd expect anything less from the son of the legendary demon Sparta?
I think we could disregard all the Netflix Devil May Cry, though, as non-canon. I think we should only draw from the games when it comes to this. Anyway, let's keep going.
Who'd expect anything less from the son of the legendary demon Sparta?
A dark knight who, thousands of years ago, woke up to justice and sealed away the demon lord, Mundus.
But then Sparta mysteriously died, and his wife got iced by some demons, leaving Dante and his brother Virgil separated.
Despite a long-gone family, Dante kept a chipper attitude and set up a business dedicated to one thing.
Killing demons? And with the blood of Sparta running through him, he's the best in the business.
That, I gotta say,
Dante kept a chipper attitude and set up a business dedicated.
That pose of Trish with the guns like that, you know what I mean, is just one of the coolest things I've seen in gaming. Like, every time I see it, I feel happy. Like, this is like peak design right there. Anyway, just want to point that out. Let's keep going.
To one thing.
Killing demons? And with the blood of Sparta running through him, he's the best in the business.
By harnessing his
So
own
ridiculous.
demonic energy, Dante bolsters his speed, power, and durability, letting him block kaiju-sized punches, move faster than a meteor,
And regenerate like an unstoppable force of nature. As long as he has the energy, he can heal from getting shot, stabbed, sliced through. Basically anything.
Even without his regeneration, he's survived heat that would reduce the layman to ash.
But no hunter
Wow.
is complete without an arsenal. And Dante's got one hell of a sword left by his dad, Rebellion. Plus ebony and ivory, 2 magic pistols with endless ammo clips. And they say the perfect gift doesn't exist.
But
The fact that you don't have to reload or find ammo in Devil May Cry is such an underrated feature of these games. Can you imagine if you had limited ammo or had to keep finding packs everywhere? You just wouldn't use your guns nearly as much. But the fact that you can just spam them endlessly, it just keeps that flow of combat going all the time. It's like, oh, there's no enemy near you? It's fine. Just spam, like gun, and now you're close to them and now you can keep fighting. It's such a small but important detail about these games.
Pistols with endless ammo clips. And they say the perfect gift doesn't exist.
But Dante's full arsenal is far larger and stranger.
Like King Cerberus, a shape-shifting set of elemental nunchucks. Cavalier, a pair of buzzsaws that are also a motorcycle. Balrog, fiery fisticuffs for boxing and capoeira. And Navan, a guitar. An electric guitar.
There's also Lucifer, a
That weapon is fantastic, and the demon lady you have to fight to unlock it, you know, sugar, get ready. 10 out of 10 voice acting performance. Good stuff. All right, let's keep going.
Guitar. An electric guitar.
There's also Lucifer, a backpack of endless laser swords that Dante got after slaying. Actually, we never see how he beat Lucifer.
Yeah, you know someone's a badass when they off-screened the actual devil. Then there's my fave, Dr. Faust, a sentient hat that turns Dante into basically
Oh
Orville
my
Peck. Oh,
god.
it shoots crystallized demon blood.
Dante needed this and much more when he got a
Yeah, with that hat, I beat Cerberus by just throwing heaps of hats on him. It looks so dumb. This huge 3-headed dog with like tiny little hats on his head when he died. It's a pretty funny weapon. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, it shoots crystallized demon blood.
Dante needed this and much more when he got a warm welcome from the brother he thought long dead. In a twist of fate, Virgil was alive, but went down a very different path.
While Dante was partying, Virgil studied the blade, seeking the power he needed to exert his will, even if it meant killing his own brother. Something he came close to doing in their first meeting.
But the defeat only spurred Dante's awakening. He learned to teleport using Trickster, slow down time through Quicksilver, and double-team foes with Doppelganger.
With a slick pose and the right timing, he can royal guard dang near anything, then use the absorbed energy to armor up as a dreadnought.
And then there's Devil Trigger, a super form Dante achieves through his supernatural power. By tapping into his inner demon, Dante can fly and gains an enormous boost in speed and power.
Naturally, his rematch with Virgil went very differently, and that was far from Dante's peak.
When Mundus got up to his old tricks, Dante battled the Demon Lord in a vast sea of stars, a universe Mundus created on a whim. Even later, Dante one-shot a stronger alternate future Mundus who had completely merged with the demon world.
So he's kind of a big deal. Literally, Mundus became a living universe just for Dante to shoot him in the face.
Then there's Argos.
What is that from? Devil May Cry manga and novels specify the human and demon worlds were once one then split into separate universes. How canon? How much is that regarded to be canon? the novels and the manga. Kent Bloody Ninja, what's going on, you fucking dog? Good to see you. Wouldn't Vincent versus Dante be a better fight? I think Dante would probably kill Vincent. As much as I love Vincent, I'm an FF7 guy, don't get me wrong, I think Dante would crush him. Because he's just a different level of power. Vincent's kind of still bound to this world, I would say. So, it is considered canon? 100% canon. Okay, so it's not like bad spin-off media. Alright, not fucking about. Let's go.
A living universe just for Dante to shoot him in the face.
Then there's Argosax, a god so astronomically intense, he had the power of every other demon in existence, a divine deity of the sun that Dante also shot in the face.
Oh, that guy.
I love it in Devil May Cry, you can just solve these supernatural problems just by shooting it in the face. The American method.
Dante also shot in the face.
Oh, that guy. I completely forgot about him.
Funny, so did Dante. Despite how powerful Argosax was, he was just an insignificant Tuesday to Dante.
So it's safe to say Dante had become the strongest around. But no amount of style, pizza, or wahoos could fill the hole in his heart. Sure, Virgil was a power-hungry weeb, but he was still his bro. Beneath Dante's antics, killing the last of his family kinda messed him up.
Until he learned his family wasn't as gone as he thought. It turns out he had a nephew, Nero, who Dante would help get into the family business in his own unconventional way.
And for dead weight, Nero was pretty badass, even helping Dante take on the so-called Demon King Urizen. Nero's Devil Breaker arm can fire light-speed lasers that Dante and Virgil have dodged.
Dante and Virgil can already dodge lasers in their base forms, but when charged with enough demonic energy, they can outright blitz beams over 11 times faster than light.
Nero even survived getting melted down while inside a living statue. It's a long story.
And that's the same sort of regeneration that Dante has, meaning he can survive being turned into a puddle.
So Dante was ready when Virgil somehow returned. Again. And made an apocalyptic demon tree.
The thing is, when Virgil somehow returns, everyone's happy. Like, this is good news. When Palpatine somehow returns, it's like, oh god. Robotron, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate that, appreciate that. OG FF7 characters are relatively low power level wise. You have to go beyond the compilation to get them super out. Well, I mean, like, I would say Sephiroth is very strong. Like, Sephiroth is very strong. But he's still kind of bound by the rules of this world. Whereas Dante has, like, fantasy powers. He's got, like, he's kind of, like, immortal in a way. So, I don't know. It's kind of a different... Yeah, it's a different set of rules, so... Joe Crowhurst, first time tuning in live, but you have great FF12 live streams, and I think your takes are pog as heck. Crowhurst, thank you for enjoying my FF12 streams. A lot of FF12 people didn't enjoy them, but I'm glad that you did. Appreciate it. Death Battle uses all official sources unless stated as non-canon. Okay, I'm new to this channel, so it's just kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here. The Herosaurus, thank you for the 7 months. Good morning, bro. Good morning. Good morning. All right, enough fucking about. Let's keep going. Clive was fighting in space. Well, we'll get to Clive. We'll talk about him in a sec. Let's keep going with Dante for now.
When Virgil somehow returned. Again. And made an apocalyptic demon tree for what else? More power!
With the entire world now on the line, Dante had to get serious and fully embrace his human and demons on the line. Dante had to...
God, they don't make characters like her anymore, do they? Trish is just fantastic. Look at that style. All right, sorry. Keep going.
Get serious and fully embrace his human and demon sides alike by stabbing himself.
Holy shit, Dante has been impaled so much, he decided to make it how he powers up. So he got his greatest weapon, Devil Sword Dante, and became Sin Devil Trigger. This is Dante's demon energy at its peak.
Hell yeah, brother.
Lasers with loose, obliterate with the fires of judgment, and surpass even the legendary Sparta.
But although Dante was totally a match for Virgil, neither of them would budge on their ideals. Both were destined to duel until one was dead forever.
But thanks to Nero and 2 well-placed bitch slaps, they got some sense knocked into him.
Dante realized that if he couldn't make Virgil abandon his ways, he might as well keep an eye on him. In one fell swoop, the two severed the world-spanning demon tree and prepared for a permanent departure to the underworld.
You can choose your friends, but not your family. But if that's what it takes to keep Virgil safe, or rather to keep the world safe from Virgil, Dante will deal with it.
Fuck, this game, Devil May Cry 5, was so fun. It just was it was just pitch perfect when it wanted to be serious or intense, and it never forgot it was a game. It just knew that fun was the #1 priority in every aspect of it. I had so much fun with this game. It was so good. Little Shakespeare, thank you for becoming a member on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'd recommend the hell out of DMC5 to anyone. So good.
Virgil safe, or rather to keep the world safe from Virgil, Dante will deal with it. And all things considered, he's happy slugging it out with his bro. Maybe happier than he's ever been.
Proof that as long as you have the human drive, even hell can become a paradise sweet enough that a devil may cry.
Jackpot!
Whiz, it's an emergency! This fight's gonna have a banger soundtrack, but my headphones broke!
Well, good news. This battle is sponsored by Raycon.
Also, Heidi the Mighty, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will not be watching the commercial. I'm not doing it. Sorry, I'm not. I pay for YouTube Premium, all right. If I have to sit through one more unskippable ad, I'm gonna put this phone in my ass. All right, I'm not doing it. So, all right. Anyway, Heidi the Mighty, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Let us continue. East to West, welcome in. You caught a Sebi stream.
Sit down as we tell the tale of the kingdom of Rosaria and its prince, Clive Rossfield.
Boring!
Destined to be a dominant, the host to a mighty...
Sorry, you can tell I'm a little bit biased here. I actually think Clive is a cool character. I just think he deserved a better game. And that game was not Tekken 8.
Clive Rossfield, a man destined to be a dominant, the host to a mighty guardian icon. Mother Annabella, Clive and Joshua were only kind to one another. Clive saw the burden his brother bore and accepted his blessing of the Phoenix in hopes of becoming Joshua's shield.
Meaning he learned a bunch of magic. He can shoot fire, teleport with Phoenix Shift, and took down this beast before he was even out of puberty.
Even without magic, Clive's a capable swordsman, able to boost his speed and perception with precision dodge. But it wasn't enough when Annabella betrayed Rosaria for the Empire of Sanbreque. In one night, Clive's knights, people, and his own father were slaughtered before him.
Quick, someone use a Phoenix down!
Those aren't in this game.
Well, that's unfortunate. But the Phoenix icon sure is, because the trauma of everything made poor Joshua lose control.
Clive wanted nothing more than to help his brother, and perhaps this desire awakened the icon that was in him all along. The fiery beast, Ifrit.
Boy, is Ifrit a wild one. Just standing nearby will incinerate the average Joe. It can make fire barriers, regenerate lost limbs, decimate foes with a flaming spirit bomb, and shatter a walking mountain.
The downside being Clive couldn't control it. He didn't even remember becoming Ifrit, or battling the Phoenix in a fight that reduced every...
This part where he's ground and pounding Phoenix in the opening of FF16 is probably one of the strongest scenes in the entire game. I mean, it certainly gets your attention. You can't look away from it. It's just a pity that this game starts so strong and then it just kind of gets less and less interesting as it goes along. Ben Starr gives a very strong performance in this game. In fact, that's one of the best things about FF16 is it introduced the world to Ben Starr. And considering that he didn't have the best script to work with in the world, he absolutely proved his acting chops. And yeah. And then he went on to do Expedition 33, where he's brilliant as Verso. So, yeah. Voodlo, thank you for gifting a Subaru to Diara Day. Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It was the peak of the game. It's a bit downhill. I'm trying to think of... I think I liked Sid, but this is definitely the most extreme part of the game for me. Maybe Clive telling off his mum right before they fight Bahamut. That was another scene that I thought was very strong. Or at least it was less boring than all the others. But yeah. Cosmic Savant. I tip my fedora to you, sir. Thank you. Cosmic Savant. I appreciate it. Thank you. FF16 to you feels like a game that spent too long in the oven. Correct. They had an amazing start to the story, and the game spent longer and longer in development. They lost the direction, and they gained bloat. See, I think, right, like, there was one author I know called Matthew Riley. He's an Australian author. He wrote the books Ice Station, Contest, Temple, Area 7, and he said that when he writes a book, he rereads the whole thing 6 times. And he just trims every single unnecessary word, every unnecessary sentence, just everything that's not necessary 6 times. And the crazy thing is, if you read a book like Ice Station, which is about 600 pages long, I read it in 2 days when I was a kid, because it's just blindingly fast. It's just action, 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 cool shit, cool shit, cool shit all the time. Now, it's like reading an action book, Ice Station. It was a very popular Australian book about 20 years ago. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. You want to read a fun book? That's it. But I never forgot that after he writes a book, he rereads it 6 times to just trim every little unnecessary thing. I think that Square Enix needs to do this with Final Fantasy. I think FF16, one of the biggest tragedies about it is that it could have been so much better. Like, there's like 20 to 30 hours of good content in there, buried in a 50 to 60 hour game. But even then, it still needs to be rewritten. I think that most of it would be fixed if you just kept Sid alive until the very end of the game, because he's a carry. You need him. I'm sorry. As in terms of story characters, you need Sid for the entire game. Then kill him off at the very end, but not 1/3 of the way through. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to respond to these super chats and I'll continue. Spooky, you give it. Thank you very much for the Prime. Rubicant, holy shit. Thank you for the $20 donation. Love your content, my dude. Cheers. You know what, Rubicant? You all right. And I recognize that name. One of the 4 bosses from Final Fantasy IV. I voiced him as Al Pacino when I did FF14. And Midnight Haru! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on SebiWebs TV. I almost thought it was Twilight from Spy X Family, but Midnight, it's good enough. You all right. Midnight, thank you so much for the 5-pack. Anyone who got a sub from Midnight, please say, you all right. Exactly, Day. Don't make an 80-hour game that is a slog to finish and no one recommends. Make a 30 to 40-hour game that people can't stop replaying and they recommend to everyone. Like, I would say Devil May Cry 5 is a great... Notice how Devil May Cry 5 is 20 missions, it's 20 levels, but people have replayed this game endlessly. People have like thousands of hours replaying Devil May Cry 5. That's the thing. Don't make it... Make a short... It's better to make a shorter game where every moment is good than a really long game with only a few good moments, where most of the moments are bland and boring. This whole idea of like, oh, it's got 40 hours of gameplay, no one cares anymore, all right? That was only a selling point back in like PS1, PS2 era, where, you know, you had to ask your mum for one game, so you may as well get a long one. These days, I'm sorry, like, just, I don't care if it's 40 hours of shit, I don't care. I don't give a shit. It's better... That's why Resident Evil 9 sold 5 million copies in its first 5 days. Everyone knew this was probably not going to be a 40-hour game, but it was going to be a really good, like, whatever, 5-9 hours, however long it is to beat that. People will pay for something that's good. That's it. Also, Voodlo, thank you for gifting a Subaru to Hannah. I appreciate it. You all right. And oh my god, Virtual Shaky! Thank you for the 5. Virtual thank you for the shakies. Virtual Shaky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. So, Capcom is the master of that. Capcom is really fucking good at what they do, man. Like, I just, as I say, Capcom course corrects after one bad game. Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 3. Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7. They course correct after one bad game, whereas a certain other company, who shall not be named, still hasn't course corrected after 25 years. Like, This is... What am I supposed to do with this? Also, Black Sheep Prime, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on Sebby Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you very much. You all right? I couldn't help myself. Thank you. Thank you, Black Sheep. Huge. Go Jada, thank you for the $5 super chat. Who writes better, FF Kingdom Hearts characters or FF Remake? I think Kingdom Hearts characters feel better from what I've seen. They kind of are what they are, whereas 7 Remake Kingdom Heartsifies its characters, which is a very bad idea. A very bad idea, in my opinion. So, the main issue is Square wants to tell very long stories. Devil May Cry is short and the ranking system makes you replay the game. Yeah, that's the thing. Devil May Cry combat doesn't make sense for a Final Fantasy. It makes perfect sense. DMC combat makes perfect sense for a game that's structured like Devil May Cry. 20 levels, you know. But that's not how a Final Fantasy is. A Final Fantasy is like this huge sprawling world with like towns, and you go and you talk to all these different people and you feel immersed in this other world, and you can spend ages not even fighting. That's not how that's why that combat doesn't work. It's not built for that type of game originally. So to my editors, you all right. Yeah, damn straight. Anyway, Peanut Fish, what's going on? Oh, I'll be on for a while. Enough fucking about. Let's go.
He didn't even remember becoming Ifrit or battling the Phoenix in a fight that reduced everything he loved to cinders, leaving Joshua presumed dead.
If that wasn't bad enough, dear old Ma found him the next day and made him a slave to Sanbreque's army.
Basically, his mum is Cersei Lannister mixed with Catelyn Stark's hatred for Jon Snow, and Clive is a bit of a Jon Snow in this. That's the Game of Thrones influence. Oh, and he's got a huge direwolf called Torgal.
Bad enough, dear old Ma found him the next day and made him a slave to Sanbreque's army. Clive spent 13 years wallowing through life, searching for Ifrit's host for revenge, only to learn the one he wanted to kill was himself.
This revelation hit Clive like a phantom train. He thought death was all he deserved for taking the lives of Joshua and so many others. Even so, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. No, not like that.
Thanks to his friend Jill, the outlaw Sid, his doggo Torgal, and a very therapeutic battle with his self-hatred, Clive learned to carry the torch for his brother, fighting the real problems plaguing his world, crystals and racism.
In the world of...
I'm going to come back to this in a second. Hannah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted Subarus on Sabby Webs TV. You know what, Hannah? You all right. Thank you, guys. If any of you guys have been gifted subs by Virtual Shaky, Midnight, Black Sheep, or Hannah, please say you all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's also something I wanted to point out here.
Fighting the real problems plaguing his world, crystals and racism.
This side quest is actually very well written, in my opinion, or at least I was surprised by it. So you find a kid who said, oh, I've lost my pet, and you look for it and you find this dead girl and you're like, oh my god, this is horrible. And the kid's like, oh, there she is. Wait, why isn't she moving? And Clive's like, are you fucking serious, mate? This is a human being. You're a terrible person, mate. He tells off the kid. It's like, that was a clever way of developing this world through tell, don't show, rather than show, don't tell. And there's also another good side quest where a father is like, you, Branded, my son's being attacked by wolves. Save him. And Clive's like, fuck. He goes in, kills the wolves, and then the boy's like, why did you do that? Why didn't you die? And Clive's like, what? And the father's like, Brandon, you silly sausage, you were supposed to get eaten by those wolves for my son's entertainment. Because you're a slave and that's all you're good for. It's like, you're a fucking asshole, man. Those were the 2 best side quests in the entire game for me, and I thought they were so good. I actually thought they should have been mandatory. I don't think they should have been missable. They were very fun, and it's just a pity that so much of FF16 is not like that, you know. So yeah, anyone who says that I'm being unfair on this game or I'm trying to hate it, no, I'm not. If it does something well, I'm going to praise it. I'm going to call it. I'm going to, you know, if it does something good, I'm going to praise it. I'm going to say what it did well. So, Burge of Cerberus, my god, that name. Thank you for the 4 months. You all right? Yeah, I'm just going to open my window real quick. Yeah, we gotta make room for the garlic fetch quest MMA. Oh my god, mate. Exactly, Peanut. So you see what I mean? Like, why are those two quests I described not in the main game, or not mandatory, but why is there a main quest for Clive to go to the shops and buy garlic? This is real, by the way, that's actually in there. Like why? Like, that should have never passed testing. That should have, like, when they played these games, they should have just been like, okay, well, hang on, no, we need to, like, reshuffle some of this. Virtual Shaky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I raise a glass of whiskey to you, Virtual Shaky. You all right. Thank you for that 5-pack. My god, guys, chat, thank you. You guys are, like, super, super generous and supportive. I really appreciate that. So, oh my god, Keelth, thank you for the 1,000... for the 1,000 bits on SebiWeb's TV. Fuck, as Clive would say. You know what, Keelth? You all right? Having a drink too? My man! Super Kami, love my videos. Finally caught me on stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. If FF16 was on sale for $20, you still wouldn't buy it. Ultra Death. What's the thing? I mean, like, they didn't make this game to sell it for $20 either. It's just... in this day and age, no one buys a AAA game, even if it's dirt cheap, if the game is known to be a waste of time. You know what I mean? Life's too short, all right? We're not like 14 anymore. We're not like in our early 20s and just made of time. Like, many of us are like in our 30s and stuff, and you realize that time is more valuable than money in a lot of ways, you know? And we've also seen enough billionaires who are like in their 60s, 70s, being like, I'd trade all my money in the world just to be like 20 again, you know, because you can't buy that back. Time is extremely valuable, and you got a lot of it, but you don't get it back. You don't get to regen it or respawn it. So have respect for it, man. Yeah. Anyway, Gohan, thank you for the 100 bits. Virtual Shaky, thank you again for that 5-pack. Kilth, thank you again for the 1K. How old am I, Verso? I am 38 years old, believe it or not. My god. That sounds rough just saying it. But as I say, that's why I don't waste my time on literally anything. I'm just like, nope, waste of time. Already done this. I already know how this ends. I'm not doing that. So yeah. And you become like that when you're in your 30s. So, Javier Rodriguez, blah blah blah. All I hear is you whine about the FF7 remakes because nothing will compare to the old games you play. Why? What are you talking about? We're talking about FF16. I'm praising FF16. We're watching Dante versus Clive. What are you talking about? Like, do you want me to talk? Do you want me to talk about FF7 remake? I don't want to talk about it, man. You're the one bringing it up. We're talking about aging. We're talking about time. We're talking about, like, money. We're talking about something that I thought FF16 did extremely well. Like, that's what I'm praising 16. Yeah, anyway, enough fucking about. I think it's time, chat. Let's get down to business.
In the world of Valisthea, prejudice is alive and well for bearers. Basically, anyone who can use magic without special crystals.
So what better way to dismantle the system than to help fellow bearers and destroy the mother crystals ruining the planet, all while picking up some nifty abilities.
Through a mysterious power that lets him absorb icons, Clive took Garuda, an avian with sharp slashes and sharper talons. From Sid, he received Remove, so he could summon lightning.
From his bae Jill, he got Shiva to freeze lava and even time itself. With Titan, he can block and absorb blows with earth-shattering fists. From this Dragon Prince, he got Bahamut and some deadly lasers.
And through Odin,
I'm just wondering, like, I'm just thinking in my head how FF16 could have been done better. What if your party actually was Clive, Jill, Sid, Benedicta, and Titan, you know? And it was turn-based, and each of the limit breaks were built around the icon they could turn into. And then you fight against really intense enemies with that party. Fuck, that actually could have been way better. That actually could have been really sick. And we're never going to get that. So, because I found like Titan's story, like the fight was cool, but it was very unsatisfying, I thought. I thought he should have learned the truth about who really sent him Benedicta's head. I found Benedicta's story extremely depressing and sad. I wish it could have been... That's got to be rage bait like that, Beastly Gamer? No, that is exactly what I think. Exactly. That is... what I just described, I actually think would be better than what we got. And considering that FF16 sold 3 million copies on launch, and then after 1.5 years, it only sold 500,000 copies because no one told anyone to rush out and play it, I think what we got wasn't necessarily that great. I think what I described is actually better than that. So, Odin? I mean, yeah, maybe get Barnabas in your team as well. Now you got Odin as well. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's far more unique. What I described, let me put it this way. What I described is far more unique than what we got. What we got is basically Devil May Clive. And I just don't think it's very good. I think it's a bad idea in its foundation, and then I don't even think it was executed that well. So yeah, that's not me trying to rage bait. That's just like my honest opinion. So yeah, Midgeworth. That's basically what I'm saying. I think that could be a really cool game. Then you also need to trim it and you need to rewrite it a lot. Yeah. So all right. Could have been done, but the main issue is why not have different playable characters? Sid, Clive, Girlfriend playable would have made up for some of the gameplay sameness. I was thinking, you get your players one guy who can do everyone else's powers. Well, I don't know. A traditional party system would have been better. Well, it would have felt like more like a Final Fantasy because, you know, FF16 isn't necessarily the worst game in the series, but it feels the least Final Fantasy, if that makes sense. All right, let's keep going.
From this dragon prince, he got Bahamut and some deadly lasers.
And through Odin,
Dion as well. You got a guy who can turn to Bahamut. Why is your whole party not just all these characters? That actually would have been kind of mad. Anyway, let's go.
From this dragon prince, he got Bahamut and some deadly lasers.
And through Odin, he can slow the flow of time and slice apart the fabric of space.
Looks familiar.
With these powers, Clive stepped up to lead the bearers, and even reunited with...
Yes, Clive has Virgil's judgment cut end. The difference is that when Clive does it, it's just like a wet noodle. It's not really epic. It's just kind of like he's just slapping the enemy about. Whereas Virgil, it's just absolute cinema.
With these powers, Clive stepped up to lead the bearers, and even reunited with Joshua, who was alive all along. Surprise!
Clive spent 5 years freeing the land and became hot as hell while doing it. Well, no, not well, yeah, that way, but also through Ifrit. By using part of Ifrit's power, Clive can set himself aflame, activating Limit Break to boost his abilities.
But Limit Break is far from Clive's limit. After absorbing the Phoenix essence from Joshua, he became Ifrit Risen. Now fully in control of the monster that had tormented him, he embraced his role as a shield for his brother and friends.
Just in time to battle in space, block a planet-wiping blast, and overpower this dragon at the speed of light.
I actually thought this was one of the most entertaining parts of FF16. Clive, like, Ifrit fuses with Phoenix, you know, like in a Dragon Ball fusion, to fly into space to fight Bahamut, King of the Dragons. Yeah, it was kind of, it was entertaining. I wasn't bored. Yeah, no, whatever. Also, Trashly, welcome in. How are you, Trashly? What's going on? An open world Devil May Cry co-op could be fun. You just got to do it well. It's just tough because Devil May Cry's fighting style, it works best in like contained environments, like these missions, like these Capcom style levels, rather than these huge open worlds, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't necessarily, I'm not going to praise it for its gameplay, but I thought the idea was very cool.
Block a planet-wiping blast and overpower this dragon at the speed of light.
That's no exaggeration. Ifrit Risen is literally stated to move at light speed. Not surprising when Clive has intercepted lasers over 3 times faster than that, and overpowered Omega, a god-slaying weapon that can destroy, and I quote, all of creation.
But what made Clive strong enough to do all this? You know, besides the majestic man cleavage.
Turns out Clive's birth was orchestrated. He was intended to become the vessel of Ultima, an ancient, all-powerful being that created humanity, but abandoned them after they developed free will.
Meaning everything that happened was the fault of one person. God, the bastard! But Clive wouldn't be a puppet. If God was in the way of humanity's freedom, then God was gonna die.
Easier said than done.
No shit!
Ultima was stronger than anyone Clive had faced, able to warp all of reality to create a universe. But Clive had a secret not even Ultima foresaw. Over his journey, he developed a special state of mind, Logos.
It's amazing how forgettable so much of this story is. And I wonder if FF16 would have worked better if it stayed at its sort of Game of Thrones political intrigue level rather than eventually just be like, and we're just fighting God again. I don't know. Because FF Tactics does something similar, but I think it blends the two of them better. I don't know. I don't know. This game requires so many massive rewrites for it to really work. God, I don't know. You know what? Maybe we need FF16 remake.
Ultima foresaw. Over his journey, he developed a special state of mind, Logos.
AKA someone powered by human will and the bonds of consciousness with others. Okay, that sounds like anime friendship crap, but trust me, it made Clive a badass who could surpass his limits, getting stronger over the course of just one fight.
The thing is, it actually does do anime friendship crap. Like, I do remember a scene where Clive is telling Ultima something like, the problem is you tried to do this all on your own. You didn't have friends. You didn't have the power of friendship, but I do have friends, and the power of friendship is within me. It's some. I'm paraphrasing, but I do remember a scene basically like that, and I was like, fuck.
So much so that, despite struggling against Ultima initially, by the end of the fight, Clive took out Ultimalius, a more powerful amalgamation of Ultima and his entire species, all while Clive was in his base form.
Ultima literally became Ultima squared, but Clive still kicked his ass. Using his bonds with his brother, his friends, and his unbridled will, Clive killed God in a giant 999,999 damage punch. Okay, so it really was the power.
I actually think this is a bad idea with FF16. Like, if you're going to have a cutscene, if you're going to have a QTE, mash X, hit square at the right time, like do that. But don't insult my intelligence by then saying that did 450,000 damage or 63,000 damage. It does the same amount of damage no matter what. All right, the result's the same. It's not like, oh, we should have grinded more before that QTE. It's like, no, it's the same result every time. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Anyway, the arbitrary damage numbers, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
99,999 damage punch. Okay, so it really was the power of friendship after all. Man, this guy's got a future in shonen.
Well, except we don't really know what happened to Clive. Whether he lived or died, though, doesn't really matter. It was his journey and the world he created that made his life meaningful. Clive's dream of a future where everyone can live and die on their own terms had become a reality.
And his stories were written up in a book by a certain Joshua Rossfield, which he titled Final Fantasy.
Yes, Clive also has a line in this game where he says something like, the only fantasy here is yours, and we will bear its final witness. Oh, they actually did that. It's almost like a Simpsons joke at that point. I was just like, oh, come on, man. Come on, mate. It's just too self-aware. It's just too self-aware, mate. So, yeah, they did that. Also, True Romance, welcome in. QTEs didn't feel that great and ultimately didn't matter, so why do them in the first place? The thing, QTEs worked fine, I think, in God of War, and I didn't mind them in Uncharted 4, but they don't need to be in this.
Rossfield, which he titled Final Fantasy. The battle's coming up next, so call your winner now, folks, just like our sponsor, DraftKings.
The NBA season tips off.
We will not be watching this ad. All right, let's do this. Here's the thing. As much as Final Fantasy can, as much as FF16 can gas up Clive, I think Dante deserves to win more. Anyway, let's keep going.
/promos. All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for a death battle!
Hello, it's me, Clive. Fuck.
Hey, I heard your fiery friend is causing trouble, and I'm in the business of dealing with trouble.
Leave now. I have a god to kill. The last thing that will stop me is a demon.
Oh shit! That's on now, boys. Do it, baby. Electric guitar time. Let's go.
Fancy yourself a bard?
Use. Missed opportunity for Clive to say, "You spoony bard." Anyway.
Fancy yourself a bard?
You fucking asshole. Oh my god, man. Hell yeah, brother. America style.
No hiding in the shadows anymore, Smokey. Time to see the light.
I feel like guns wouldn't do much to Clive, though. Hey, that's Nero's move. That's Nero's move, mate.
What the hell is that?
Is that a motorbike? What the fuck is that?
Oh shit! Demon bike time. Let's go. That's Virgil's move, mate. That's Virgil's move.
Still holding out on me? Let's see what your monster can really do.
So the devil cries for more. Let's give him everything we've got.
So the devil cries for more. Well, guess what? You're living in a fantasy, and it's going to be final.
Here we go, boys.
Come to me, you freak! Devil trigger.
I won't underestimate you.
Oh my god, double QTEs. Alright. Oh my god, he's gonna spirit bomb him.
Hell yeah, brother. Smoking sexy style.
Please. Just once. I need more.
It's been a bash, Smokey. Clive, I need it free! Not bad. Not bad at all.
After a fight like this, a god will be nothing.
KO! Okay, that was a whole nother level of close, but I think we got the point. This
How much did Square Enix pay you?
Okay, that was a whole nother level of close, but I think we got the point.
This was not an easy call to make. Dante and Clive matched each other so closely it was hard finding a definitive advantage either had. This is best explained through 3 categories, starting with stats.
Both Dante and Clive could easily beat up universe-busting threats.
Mundus and Ultimalius could create universes at a whim, and Dante and Clive defeated them sans their own super forms. Dante and Clive could both consistently intercept lasers at faster-than-light speeds.
And Dante could always amp up with demon juice to briefly outspeed Clive anyway.
But Clive could match that by boosting his own speed and reflexes through precision dodge. Both were so beyond the pale that neither could definitively overpower the other.
Still, given their crazy powers, you'd think one of their abilities would break the deadlock.
Not so much. Dante and Clive could generally match each other blow for blow, be it to teleport, slow down time, flash freeze the other, block and absorb hits, etc.
And Dante could survive the intense flames of Ifrit. He's dealt with heat like that before.
Though Clive did not have a perfect match against Doppelganger, he did have more methods of manipulating time, both
I guess
more
at the end-
reliable and abusable.
I guess at the end of the day, we can let Clive have this one because Devil May Cry 5 sold 12 million copies and FF16 still hasn't broken 5 mil. Yeah. So, you know what, Clive? You can have this one.
Doppelganger, he did have more methods of manipulating time, both more reliable and abusable, in addition to defensive measures like Ifrit's barrier to fall back on to outlast powers like Doppelganger.
But their super forms evened out. Any edge Clive could get from, say, Limit Break or Ifrit Risen, Dante could match with Devil Trigger or Sin Devil Trigger.
In the end, both have answers to most of each other's powers, making it still anyone's win.
Which is why it came down to one major factor: endurance. Just how long could these two keep at it?
While Dante's super forms could undoubtedly keep up with Clive's, there is an emphasis in story and gameplay that they expend a lot of demonic energy.
The longest Dante has battled in Devil Trigger against someone his equal is about 6 minutes, and abilities like Doppelganger, Quicksilver, and Sin Devil Trigger burn through it even faster.
Clive's time in Ifrit Risen isn't limitless either, but it can last longer, fighting for tens of minutes if necessary. But given how close this match is, it's vital. If Ifrit
See, as they talk, all I can hear are like dollar bills just like slapping into their bank account. All I can just hear is just endless wire transfers from Square Enix into these guys' accounts while they're saying all this. I'm just fucking about. I'm just fucking about. I'm just messing. Or am I?
Clive's time in Ifrit Risen isn't limitless either, but it can last longer, fighting for tens of minutes if necessary. But given how
Or am
close
I?
this match is, it's vital. If Ifrit
I
Risen
am.
catches Dante outside of Devil Trigger, it's
Or am
over.
I know what you're thinking. Dante's
I am.
crazy tough. His healing factor's way better than Clive's. Clive can regen lost limbs, sure, but Dante can heal from getting reduced to a puddle. Couldn't he just tank Ifrit's attacks?
Well, yes, but also no. This is where context is everything. While no doubt impressive, Dante's healing has been overcome in the past because it is tied to how much energy he has. Less demonic energy means a less potent healing factor.
Like when he got knocked out for a month straight by Urizen, only surviving thanks to a constant source of demon blood. Hell, overtaxing demon regen is how Dante killed Virgil in the first place.
Even if we assume Dante could get a second wind, it's always possible Clive could get one too, becoming even stronger from pure willpower, just like when he fought Ultimalius.
So, for as tough and persistent as Dante was, Clive was able to endure just that much more to get the final edge. The devil was in the details, but Clive's victory is no fantasy.
The winner is Clive Rossfield.
Next time on Death Battle.
All memes and all jokes aside, I think you can actually argue that Clive would win that fight. I think you can argue that Clive would win that fight. But you know what? I still think Dante has the better game. Alright? I think that Devil May Cry is the better series, whereas Final Fantasy has been bad longer than it's been good. As we all saw. Devil May Cry course corrected after one bad game, that was number 2. Final Fantasy still hasn't course corrected after 25 years. So, yeah. It's one of those things where sort of like, it's Goku versus Superman. I can see how you can argue that Superman would win the fight, but it doesn't change the fact that Goku, I think, is the better character. I don't think Superman is that interesting a character. I think Superman as a character works best in alternate timelines where he is either an anti-hero, like in Red Sun, where he's Russian, or in Justice, where he's a full-up villain. That's where, like, Superman is really interesting to me. And I want Goku to win more for that reason. Same reason I want Dante to win more, because I respect his game series more at this point. So, what are you talking about? Final Fantasy ended in 2002, 2001 actually. But yeah, Clive is arguably the strongest FF protagonist. I see a lot of that going on Twitter, and I can believe that. But as I say, at the end of the day, the stronger a character being the strongest doesn't mean that they are like the best character. Like let me put it this way, right? Like okay, I'll give you an example. Cyclops from X-Men is stronger than Yujiro Hanma from Baki, but it doesn't matter because Yujiro Hanma is the more interesting character. Like every time that guy is on screen, you pay attention and you can't take your eyes off him. Cyclops, he's not a bad guy, but I don't think Cyclops has that same level of aura and intensity that Yujiro Hanma has. And that's why when I do my Baki tier list, I'm not going to talk about who's the strongest. I'm going to talk about who's like the most, I'm going to be judging it based on how good they are as characters and stuff. Not a fan of classic Superman? No, I don't hate Superman. I have a lot of respect for Superman because he is basically the foundation of superheroes in a lot of ways. But because Superman is one of the earliest heroes ever, he's also fundamentally flawed as a character in some ways. Like Iron Man is interesting. The fact that Iron Man is an alcoholic, that's an interesting dimension to him. Whereas Superman is kind of like the perfect man. I don't think Superman really has any major character flaws. And for that reason, I don't find him that interesting in his stories. But you make Superman an anti-hero, you make him a villain. Now this is really interesting because you've got one of the strongest beings in existence, and he's not necessarily on your side. That's what's really interesting about Superman. Elmer, this death battle video is disingenuous. These guys want us to believe Dante gets tired or gassed out using Devil Trigger, yet Devil Trigger is his natural form and he can stay in it as long as he wants. His bar only runs out for gameplay reasons. Dante can freeze time and summon a black hole inside Clive's body before he can even think. Only Virgil can make Dante actually tired. Yeah, I can see that. That's the thing, like, all of Clive's moves are basically Devil May Cry moves anyway. Like, even when he stops time, that comes from DMC. Judgment Cut End comes from DMC. So yeah. What is Baki about? Baki is about huge jacked men who headbutt each other in the face and then piss on each other. And I'm not even joking. That's kind of sums up the whole show in a way. Nobody hates Final Fantasy more than Final Fantasy fans, and it's totally valid. Well, that's the thing, Monkey Watch. You're right, and you're also right that it's totally valid. A lot of FF fans are pissed off because it's not... you just know it can be better from example. You know it can be better from example, and it just kind of never goes back to it. So look, I don't know these guys too well. I don't judge them. Like when I say like how much did Square Enix pay you, I'm just being salty. I'm being salty. I think you can argue that Clive can beat Dante, but that doesn't change the fact that Dante has the better game. Dante's got the better series, better game series at the end of the day. So Yujiro Hanma stopped an earthquake by punching the ground. He did! He's that much of an asshole. So, what are my thoughts on One Punch Man? No, I like One Punch Man a lot. I think One Punch Man's a really good character. I love the idea that he is perpetually bored. Like, his greatest enemy is his own boredom, because he can't find a good fight. I like him a lot. I think he's a lot of fun. And I like Mashal from Magic and Muscles even more, because he's One Punch Man, but even less expressive. Like, he's even blanker. He's even more blank than Saitama, which is great, so... El Randino, talking about Baki when you're tuning in. You started watching it for the first time? Oh, Randino, enjoy Baki. It is one of my favorite journeys through anime, period. I fucking love Baki. It's so good. So... I'm gonna... Yeah, I guess we'll end it here. We'll end it here. God, now we got Virgil and Sephiroth next. All right. I'm gonna take a piss. If they made better action combat for Final Fantasy, it would be another story. But yeah, it pales to Black Myth and Ninja Gaiden. Well, that's the thing, like, modern Final Fantasy's action isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in a vacuum, but the problem is it pales in comparison compared to real action games. Like, playing FF16 after Devil May Cry 5, it's like, I mean, my God, man. Jesus. When you play, or if you play Devil May Cry 5 after FF16, you're like, oh shit, this is how this combat's supposed to feel. This is how it's supposed to be. You know, FF15's combat, like, don't make me laugh, man. Don't make me laugh. Like, notice how I don't think a single game in the history of the universe has ever copied FF16's combat or ever drawn inspiration from it. Because it's just not good. It's just not very good. It's carried by the fact that you thought FF15, you thought Final Fantasy was going to be good again, and it wasn't. That's kind of what carried it. Or you've never played a Final Fantasy in your life, and it's such a bizarre, new, immersive experience that you just kind of go with whatever they throw at you. That's kind of how I'd see that. Anyway, I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to refill my whiskey, and we're going to do Virgil versus Sephiroth. Be right back. You all right? Oh, all right. Not fucking a mood. Not fucking a mood. Oh my god, Gohan, thank you for the 100 bits. I missed that. That was like 35 minutes ago, but I appreciate it. Oh god. Dragonborn, thank you for the 2 years. The 2 years on SebiWebs TV. Thank you, Dragonborn. I appreciate that. Hello there, editors. You alright? Risk of chair. I'm back, boys. Fucking back. You didn't hate 13's combat system, but it took too long for it to really open up. Yeah, like, a lot of people say that 13's combat system... I find it very... I find the UI kind of a bit of a mess, but... I think the real problem that I hear is that it has like a 20-hour tutorial, like a 10-hour tutorial. I don't think any game should really need that. That's a bit too much. Yeah. So, all right. Enough talking about. You heading out, Rainstorm? Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate that. All the fights in FF16 felt lacking in impact. It was cyclical and boring, Roma Tomato. Yeah, they could be, as I say, Titan and Bahamut were entertaining when I was streaming them, because it was so boring before and after those. But really, it doesn't really feel like real gameplay. They are just kind of cinematics you press buttons through. You know, that's to be completely honest. Tender Vidlers, you were watching an earlier video when my friend said FF13 is Square trying to make a Final Fantasy and failing. That's an accurate description. Yeah. Well, the friend who told me that, he is an aspiring game designer himself, so he's kind of like just learned as much as possible about this at a fundamental level. So he can kind of break things down a bit better than I can in that regard, so... You're trying to get your non-gamer friend into Expedition 33. You sent him the Gommage scene, and he thought, I've seen it before. He won't get me this time. And then it got him again. Yeah, the Gommage is a very pitch-perfect scene in E33, because even when you've seen it, something about that music, visuals, and voice acting, it somehow can get you every time. It's like trying to watch the scene with Littlefoot's mother in The Land Before Time. You know it's coming, and it will still destroy you. In fact, it'll probably destroy you worse now that you're an adult than when you were a kid. It's impossible to watch that scene and not feel something. It's so powerfully done. It's so effective. So, yeah. Why'd I have to bring that up? Because it's devastating. It's like the most crushing. I think Littlefoot's mother, the scene with him, is like one of the most crushing scenes in all of cinema. I think it's actually like, I think it can hold its own against like actual adult films. It's so powerful. It's so strong. So, all right. Enough fucking about chat. How dare you bring that up? It's so sad. Am I going to play FF Resonance or no? No, I'm not interested in it. I mean, like, I don't think FF Resonance looks like a bad game. But when people say they want the mainline FFs, like 15, 16, and 17 to go turn-based again, they don't mean, like, we want a 2D mobile game that's turn-based. That's not what anyone has ever said, and it is pretty disappointing that so much of the FF Resonance fandom tried to use that game as a bludgeoning tool. They tried to use it as a chess move against people who want FF to go turn-based again. See, this is what you wanted. If you don't buy that, then you just shut up forever. It's like, man, come on, guys, just be honest. That's not, come on, you know that's not what people are talking about, man. Like, come on, mate. Come on, mate. So, all right. Enough fucking about. Ladies and gentlemen, ones in chat, if you're ready for SEPHIROTH versus the storm that is approaching. I'm gonna start this timer. Here we go. Booyakasha. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for SEPHIROTH to fight the storm that is approaching. Begin.
The great philosopher Plato once said, "The measure of a man."
Let's just, sorry, it's YouTube, it skips if you have it, we'll fix it in post.
The great philosopher Plato once said, "The measure of a man is what he does with power."
But to these guys, power is the measure of a man.
Sephiroth, the fearsome one-winged angel of Final Fantasy.
And Virgil, the half-demon son of Sparta from Devil May Cry. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Death battle.
Through the
I heard Virgil was massively overpowered in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, to the point where other players feared him. Is that true? And if so, why?
battle. Through the millennia, legends were passed of a source of unlimited energy, the Promised Land. Unfortunately, all hope of finding this sacred ground had been lost, until the Shinra Electric Power Company excavated the remains of a being believed to hail from the very land they sought.
They called this weird naked purple lady Genova and thought that if they could bring her back to life, she could help them find the Promised Land. But apparently, they just didn't have any Phoenix Downs.
If they couldn't resurrect a being who could lead them to the Promised Land, Shinra decided they would simply create their own. After many experiments infusing Genova's cells with those of a human's, they finally found their savior. His name was Sephiroth.
With hair like that, it's no wonder he was created in a lab. Look at how majestic that mane is.
The funny thing is about Sephiroth is you actually cannot picture him without long hair. Like, the hair going all the way down behind him is such an iconic part of his identity. I can't picture him bald, or I can't picture him with like a fade or like a broccoli zoomer haircut. Nor should we ever see him like that. But it's kind of cool that in a way his hair is kind of just part of his body.
No wonder he was created in a lab. Look at how majestic that mane is.
According to Final Fantasy lore, Sephiroth has to use an entire bottle of shampoo and conditioner every single time he bathes.
Why do you know that? Did you join his fan club or something?
Something tells me this is Crisis Core information. Dear members of the Silver Elite, in this update we present another piece of Sephiroth trivia, the secrets to his beautiful long hair. The hair products he uses are of the highest grade, made and supplied by the Shinra Company. He seems to use one whole bottle of shampoo and conditioner every time he washes his hair. I don't need to know this. I don't need to know this. I feel like this kind of cheapens his character. I don't need to picture Sephiroth just like shampooing and conditioning his hair. In a way, it's kind of like a cooler explanation that maybe he doesn't even think about it. Like the Genova cells in his body just keep him like heaps clean and perfect or something like that. I don't know. This is like part of the Disneyfication of Final Fantasy, or making these characters just kind of more ridiculous or a bit harder to take seriously. Anyway, let's keep going.
For research. But Shinra wasn't interested in Sephiroth for his hair. Instead, he was an essential part of their soldier program.
Wait, this electric company has their own private military? I'd hate to miss a payment with those guys, especially if they sent Seph after me. I mean, look at the ridiculously long sword he keeps with him.
It is a very cool idea that Shinra isn't actually a government. It's actually like an electric company that just has all the governments in the world in its pocket. And it has its own private army as well. It's like a Star Wars army, except corporate. Such a cool idea.
They sent Seph after me. I mean, look at the ridiculously long sword he keeps with him. That's his Masamune. This 7'2" behemoth of a blade is a lot like the Nodachi swords they used back in feudal Japan. But instead of wielding something long with two hands like those, Sephiroth only needs one.
Even that speaks nothing of his effectiveness as a war.
Such a cool idea that the sword is like 7'2" long and only he's strong enough to wield it. I remember it says that in the instruction manual that came with FF7 in the back on the PS1 disc. So cool. What else did he have? Yeah, the tough ring. See, in the in the PS1 translation, it was called the tooth ring, as in the G was a P. That's at least how it was in my version. So, and I remember all the weapons, the like ultimate weapon, diamond weapon, whatever. Weapon was in all caps, and it just made it seem heaps more intense, like ultimate weapon, ruby weapon. And I kind of still spell it that way to this day, like with all caps. It just kind of feels right. So, anyway, not fucking about.
Sephiroth only needs one.
Even that speaks nothing of his effectiveness as a warrior.
Yeah, you know when people spread legends of someone, they usually make him out to be even better than he really is? It's the total opposite with Sephiroth.
With his superhuman speed, strength, and durability, Sephiroth was instrumental in ensuring Shinra's victory in the Wutai War, conquering the last free nation on the planet. He returned home a legend.
But all those warm, fuzzy feelings of victory didn't last long. While on a mission to the town of Nibelheim, Sephiroth found a bunch of books on the Genova project. That's when he discovered he was a secret science project the whole time.
The truth crushed Sephiroth and drove him mad. In a rage, he annihilated Nibelheim, but was stopped by a mercenary named Cloud Strife. Sephiroth
Hell yeah,
was
brother.
impaled by the Buster Sword and fell to his death.
My man!
Well, that's disappointing. Which is what I would have said if Sephiroth hadn't dropped into a hole in the ground that led him to the giant Windows screensaver called the Life Stream.
The Life Stream is a buried river of energy which basically maintains life across the planet. Normally, merging with the Life Stream is the equivalent of entering the afterlife, but not for Sephiroth.
And this is where things get weird, so buckle up. Still conscious, Sephiroth's essence floated through the life stream for years until he absorbed enough energy to rebuild his body. With the energy of the life stream, he could control.
It is actually really strange when you're playing this game that this is the first time you actually see Sephiroth as he is today. Like all the Sephiroths you've been seeing up until this point are actually like Genova cells imitating his form. And there's various debates on how this works. I personally think narratively it works better that Sephiroth himself is the puppeteer manipulating her own cells for his own purpose, because he's got a more human conscious and he is Cloud's nemesis. Genova, I don't know how many thoughts are really in her head, to be perfectly honest. I think Genova is more like the Thing. She's like a giant clump of alien cells, and she kind of just assumes whatever form it takes to trick you and kill you. But I don't think she's thinking like a person, if that makes any sense. Whereas, and also, who the fuck is Cloud to Genova? No one. Likewise. Whereas Cloud and Sephiroth, they have history. So yeah. Bro's got lats? Yeah, damn straight. Look at these wings, mate. He's more like the two-winged angel. Am I bloody right? So, yeah. Also, did I see Cider Spider has been playing E33? I have not. I hope he's enjoying it. I hope he's been enjoying it. He's a cool guy. So, did Ifrit just twerk at us? You wish. So, it's never really expanded, but you think your theory is good. My theory, Arcanimus, comes down to what is the best narrative. What's the best narrative? You know, ultimately the most effective story is kind of the best one, I think. And I think that's just how all storytellers should really think. Because why would you do it any other way? What, you want to write a worse story? Anyway, not fucking a beat. Let's continue.
Build his body. With the energy of the life stream, he can control other beings with Genova's cells.
Including the corpse of Genova, who he manipulated like a puppet.
Oh my god, it's the eyeball boob! It's the famous eyeball boob! That is not in 7 Rebirth, which was probably the most upsetting thing for me. All I've ever wanted to see was the eyeball boob in glorious 4K. And Square Enix denied me that privilege.
As himself.
Oh, what the hell? That's his mom? Who would do that to their own mom? I mean, I know she's a genocidal alien monster, but...
Oh my god, there it is! The eyeball boob! It's there!
But Sephiroth's descent into the life stream offered him even more. It transformed him from a mere super soldier into the most dangerous being on the planet. He's strong enough to throw a man hundreds of feet skyward, move at supersonic speeds, and withstand brutal stab wounds through vital organs.
He's got illusion powers that can trick people by creating an entirely fake scenario. He can lift people with his mind, including himself, and then he can just fly. That's how it works, right?
Additionally, Sephiroth can cast magic thanks to his on-hand materia. Materia is crystallized life energy which grants different powers according to the type of materia used.
This lets Sephi attack with fire, lightning, ice, and earth-based magic. He can block attacks with barrier and reflect, and heal himself with cure and regen. And ever since jumping into the life stream, he's had unlimited access to his magical powers.
With his...
I guess where I think that, like, Virgil may be stronger, or can be argued to be stronger, is Sephiroth is still bound by the rules of science, if that makes any sense. Because in FF7's world, magic is actually still, in a way, scientific. It's like... materia is like condensed Mako energy, and through that, when you equip it, you're able to channel the powers of the land, whether it be water, fire, lightning, and so on and so forth. Whereas like Virgil is like kind of pure fantasy in that regard. He's fighting demons and devils and basically living in hell and immortal. It's kind of a different kind of power. It depends. Let's see how much they measure it. But that's, you're kind of pitching science against fantasy here.
Since jumping into the live stream, he's had unlimited access to his magical powers.
With his new godlike abilities, Sephiroth began a plan to stop mankind from drying up the planet's life force.
That doesn't sound so scary. Does that mean he's an environmentalist, or...?
But to do this, he decided to use black materia to summon a giant meteor to destroy the planet and absorb all of its life energy for himself.
So, like, an opposite environmentalist. A planet vampire.
It's not actually that he's trying to destroy the planet, at least from my memory. I think he wanted to use meteor to create a huge wound in the planet so that the live stream would send tons and tons of energy to that wound, and then he would siphon it and basically absorb it like a super spirit bomb and become an ultra god. He's not trying to destroy the world, he's trying to rule over it. I don't think that's canonically correct. Sorry, I am being Mr. Actually over here, but it's whatever. You know, let's see where they go with this. Sephiroth is basically the ultimate supremacist with demigod-like powers. Very dangerous combination.
Life energy for himself.
So, like, an opposite environmentalist. A planet vampire. I mean, we're talking about a guy who kicked a dude through solid concrete, murdered the crap out of a 30-foot serpent with a spike through...
That is just one of the greatest images in video game history. Like, you could actually, if this was a painting from the 1800s and it was hanging up in the Louvre, you wouldn't think twice. All right, you'd be like, oh yeah, that belongs here. It's just that awesome, that iconic Midgar Zolom image. It almost looks biblical.
Murdered the crap out of a 30-foot serpent with a spike through the face, and tanked a dragon's flamethrower attack without even getting a teensy bit hurt.
A particularly impressive feat considering this attack was capable of one-shotting fellow soldier Zag Fair.
Yeah, and I made one of my earlier shorts, actually, where I talk about the differences between OG FF7 and 7 Rebirth, is that, like, in this, the dragon stands on its hind legs, walks all the way up to Sephiroth, bites him in the head several times, and it's just 0 damage. Flamethrowers him, 0 damage. Like, it's just, you're looking at this guy and like, hang on, when we catch up to this guy, how are we supposed to beat him? How do we, this guy's too strong.
The impressive feat considering this attack was capable of one-shotting fellow soldier Zag Fair.
Wiz, you may need to up your prescription, because that's definitely Cloud.
No, Cloud was just recalling false memories there. It was really Zack. However, it was Cloud who impaled Sephiroth pre-livestream with...
Hell yeah, brother.
And holy God, is it huge! It's like 2 feet wide! You'd think a stab from that thing would just...
Oh my God. Yeah, in a way, getting stabbed by the Buster Sword should actually nearly cleave you in half entirely. Like, you should... Your body should basically just be hanging by a thread after that. That's actually, like, lethal, what Cloud did.
Steph just kind of shook it off.
And in his rematch with Cloud, he blocked an attack strong enough to crater the metal around him. Considering the diameter of the crater, the surface area of Sephiroth's feet, and assuming the most likely steel composition, I estimate this attack to equal nearly 1,600 tons of force.
Sephiroth can use that wicked sword to stab and lift wannabe heroes by their ribcage, slice through skyscrapers, and shoot energy beams that can shred these huge Mako cannons. And from the live stream, Sephi figured out he could create new bodies or even take on other forms.
These forms greatly resemble certain creatures found in Christian and Jewish mythology.
He certainly looks the part when he goes into his ultimate form.
It's such a cool image. When you saw that for the first time, if you're like 10 years old in 1997, you were probably intimidated. You were probably like, what the fuck is that? How am I gonna beat this thing? This is biblically accurate Sephiroth. He's got these wings below, but they're almost like tentacles, like an octopus. He's an angel, but wrong. There's something not quite right about him. 2 halos. Halo around the body, halo around the head. 1 angelic wing, but it's wrong. This wing is, there's nothing holy about this. Normal human arm. Just so sick. Just so awesome. Amazing boss arena. Incredible final boss song as well. Like, you know, you've come this far and then you get like this operatic orchestra. Sephiroth! It's so good. It's one of the greatest final boss reveals of its time period. Probably of all time in video games. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you go, oh no. Because you think you've beaten him. You think you've beaten Bizarro Sephiroth, and you're like, oh man, that was a hard final boss fight. And then you're wrong. And then this guy shows up. So, Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. The fact that a foot soldier Cloud could beat Sephiroth makes him very underwhelming for you. Well, I think the way that Cloud did damage to Sephiroth, let me put it this way. I think Cloud is operating on Gohan physics here. So, think about this. Gohan is, for the most of the time in Dragon Ball, he's actually quite weak. But when Gohan gets angry, he's suddenly stronger than everyone else. When Goku and Piccolo fight Raditz, they're both mostly outclassed. But when Gohan actually gets really angry, Raditz is like his scanner's off the chart. He's like, what the fuck? Like this, why is this kid this strong? And then Gohan just headbutts him, and Gohan does the most damage to Raditz right off the bat. And then that's it. He's out just for one hit. Gohan's like the Incredible Hulk. Same with Gohan versus Frieza on Namek Saga, where level 1 Frieza kicks the shit out of Vegeta. Level 2 Frieza can go toe-to-toe with Piccolo, but then he goes level 3 and kicks the shit out of Piccolo. And then Gohan gets angry and kicks the shit out of level 3 Frieza. And even Frieza's like, what? There's no way this kid should be this good. What the hell's going on? So I think Cloud, and I also think it's no mistake that Cloud, in a way you could tie it to the fact that Cloud's design is very much like Gohan from his Cell Saga. Cloud and Gohan in Cell Saga have similar clothes, similar hair, but they are such distinct characters that you wouldn't mistake them. You wouldn't think that unless you really like sat down like, hang on, okay, that's where it comes from. You could argue that Cloud operates on Gohan physics, and that's why he's so angry, you know. His hero, the man he looked up to, killed his mother, burned his town to the ground, and then slashed his waifu, Tifa, the love of his life, you know, or maybe not the love of his life, but like Tifa was the reason Cloud joined Soldier to begin with. I mean, he says this, you know, like this is so many multiple angles of betrayal that I think in that moment, Cloud is just like, and it just awakens something in him, and everything goes into that one stab. And everything goes into that one moment where he picks Sephiroth up and throws him into the pit, whatever, you know, the Mako in that reactor and stuff. So, yeah, I think that Cloud has a Gohan moment. That's the way that I square it in my brain, at least. So, Legendus, Sebi, love your content. Legendus, you know what? You all right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The indomitable human spirit dance. Yeah, exactly. The design is more Berserk style. No, Refi, it's both. Cloud has Gohan's clothes and Gohan's hair, but he has Guts' sword. And he's his own character. Sephiroth is like Griffith, and Sephiroth fucks up his missus as well, like Griffith does as well. And Cloud and Sephiroth have a Guts-Griffith betrayal type relationship. There's multiple influences going on in OG FF7, but it's distinct enough that all of these feel like their own characters rather than a cheap ripoff of the things that inspired them. So, Gauntlet, thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Goku was a crap dad. Goku is a crap dad. Goku's a fucking idiot. Goku throws Gohan to Cell and then gives Cell a senzu bean. He's a terrible father. He's a fucking asshole. So, but we still love Goku because, you know, you can't stay mad at him. You can't stay mad at Gohan, mate. All right. Enough talking about it. Let's keep going.
Regarding mythology.
He certainly looks the part when he goes into his ultimate form.
Regardless, Sephiroth does possess a single black wing, a blatant symbol of his fall from grace.
So basically Final Fantasy does everything it can to not be subtle. Just like Sephiroth's most devastating attack, Supernova, which decimates an entire solar system. Wait, if Zeph is that powerful, how does anyone ever beat him?
Don't get the wrong idea here. There's a lot of debate over how Supernova actually works, But I think it's pretty clear that Sephiroth isn't creating the explosion himself. Rather,
Yeah, it can be argued that supernova is actually like a gigantic illusion that attacks the mind, because if he blows up the sun and it consumes Earth, well, you kind of just destroyed Earth. I mean, what's the point? But it makes more sense that it's an enormous psychological attack, which should not be underestimated. I mean, if your mind is crushed, you're still lost, you know? You can't even fight, so...
But I think it's pretty clear that Sephiroth isn't creating the explosion himself. Rather, he's transporting his foes to a specific point in time within an alternate dimension.
Careful, Wiz, don't sell him short.
Just look at it.
No. Get your alternate dimensions out of Final Fantasy. Get it out. Get it out. All right, we've had more than enough of these shenanigans with FF7 Remake and Rebirth. Do not put those into the OG. Get out of here. Get out of here, you. I've heard some people argue that even Whispers and Fate Ghosts were in the original FF7. There's no end to how much people will lie about the OG game to try and make it fit with FF7R. All right, there's no escaping the 30-year cook. More like the 30-year cope.
Uses the attack, reality literally crumbles away like glass. This is identical to the animation for certain summoned creatures.
This can be perfectly explained as like it's an attack within your mind. I don't think you need to transport these characters to another dimension, hit them there, and then bring them back to this dimension. It's just silly. I think the simpler explanation is the better one. And multiverses suck and everyone's sick of them. It's over. All right.
According to the official Crisis Core Complete Guide, summons draw their targets into their own space in order to attack. And this is no different.
The ultimate fanfiction guide. Anyway, sorry, let's keep going. Sorry, let's keep going.
In the Dissidia fighting games, Sephiroth goes for the simple approach and opens a dimensional hole to the explosion. The attack is even described as sending destruction even into other dimensions. And if he could summon planet-busting meteors at will, why did he go through so much trouble to get the black materia, which literally summons meteors?
That would explain why the supernova doesn't hurt him. He's not really there, just using those illusion powers of his. With all these powers, I can't believe Cloud and friends were able to take him down.
He's not invincible, but he's damn powerful. Ever persistent, Sephiroth departed with a final, chilling promise.
I will.
Someone made a good point. If you can bring them into another dimension, why not just leave them there? Yeah, why bring them into another dimension, hurt them, then bring them back into your own dimension where they can recover and kill you? It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Multiverse basically ruins all storytelling, unless the story itself is written around the concept of multiverse, like Rick and Morty or things like Spider-Man Homecoming. But inserting the idea of multiverse into something like FF7 retroactively is a terrible idea. It dilutes the story and it just basically ruins everything, and everyone knows it.
Persistent, Sephiroth departed with a final, chilling promise.
I will never be a memory.
Why does he sound so bored?
Because all the post-FF7 comp stuff is very boring, that's why. sorry, Tom. Look, it's me. You knew what you signed up for when you got me to react to this. Anyway, let's get going.
A great mutiny transpired in the underworld. The demon warrior Sparta
here we go. Here we go, boys.
To protect the world, Sparta did
Here we
its best
fucking
to see
go.
the connection between hell and earth.
But then Sparta got lonely. Or maybe it was just a sausage fest in there. Either way, he snuck out of hell long enough to knock up this chick named Eva. And she popped out a couple of awesome demon slayers. Nice choice.
You may remember the younger of the two, Dante.
Oh yeah, he fought that witch chick with the hair.
But the eldest and potentially deadliest brother was the one and only Virgil.
Hell yeah, brother.
Virgil and Dante were rivals from birth. Dante was a goofball. Virgil was serious. Dante hated his being a demon, and Virgil loved it. It's that classic odd couple scenario.
But then one fateful day, in an act of vengeance against the late Sparta, a group of rogue demons separated the two brothers and killed their mother. Virgil was believed to be dead. But in reality, Virgil survived and set out on his own path to seek his father's immense power for himself.
And he's 100% equipped to be a butt-kicking demon slayer just like his pops. As a half-demon, Virgil can jump several times his own height, move at supersonic speeds, and heal himself quickly, kind of like that Wolverine guy. He can tough out getting stabbed through the lungs, intestines, the heart, Body parts I'm pretty sure most people need.
Not if my experiment has anything to say about it.
I kind of think Virgil is canonically faster than Sephiroth. Like, Sephiroth is very strong and he's not slow, but Virgil has the judgment cut end. Just the... I am the storm that is approaching. You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen Sephiroth do anything like that, at least in the OG. Anyway.
I'm pretty sure most people need.
Not if my experiment has anything to say about it.
You say something, Wiz?
I said not if Virgil's abilities have anything to say about it.
Well, sadly, for any human demon or human demon who gets in his way, Virgil also happens to carry some extra deadly weapons on hand, including a spiffy katana called Tomato.
Yamato.
It's said that this sword can cut through anything, even dimensions, and probably tomatoes. Actually, Yamato is the exact thing Sparta used to seal hell from Earth in the first place.
Virgil's sword fighting prowess draws from his Dark Slayer fighting style, which emphasizes
I really think base Virgil would destroy base Sephiroth, or at very least, he'd win overall. Like base Sephiroth is not weak. He's not going down without a fight. But when you then get One Wing Angel Sephiroth versus Devil Trigger Virgil, I don't know. That's when it gets a bit harder to call. But I think base Virgil's stronger. He's just insane.
Sword fighting prowess.
Your mama's so fat, not even Virgil could cut her in half. God, Cladverse. Thank you for that, chat. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Dark Slayer fighting style, which emphasizes teleportation, movements, and even quicker slashes straight from the
Oh my god,
This
man.
technique is directly influenced by Ei Jutsu, the real-life Japanese art of the quick draw. And thanks to Virgil's demonic powers, he can attack so fast the blade seems invisible.
Yeah, the only thing better than fighting with one sword is fighting with 8. With Virgil's ghostly summoned swords, he can turn himself into a living Beyblade, fire them like a machine gun, or make it rain!
Blades may be Virgil's bread and butter, but if he needs to focus on brute strength, he switches to Beowulf.
He can charge up blink of an eye punches and kicks that hit like a cement truck made of lead and KO some of the toughest demons in just a few hits. And hey, looks like he digs Street Fighter.
It's cool because, like, Virgil to me feels the most right with a sword, the Yamato. It felt a bit weird having him punch and kick at first, but I think it's just, of course, he can fight unarmed as well. And when he does, it's unbelievably intense. He's awesome. All his moves are fucking sick.
The toughest demons in just a few hits. And hey, looks like he digs Street Fighter.
There's one more trick up Virgil's sleeve. Thanks to his demon blood, he can access a form known as Devil Trigger. And this mode amplifies everything.
His strength, speed, and healing all get a huge boost, making him several times deadlier than before. Plus, he just looks badass.
In his quest
so
to become
sick.
as powerful as his father, Virgil's abilities skyrocketed. He's taken down dozens of demons in the blink of an eye, and escaped an illusion from the sorcerer Arkham, which makes normal people go crazy.
But if anything's gonna show off what a son of Sparta can really do, it's pitting him against his bro. Sure, Virgil can easily avoid Dante's bullets, but why dodge them when you can spin your sword, line them all up, and fire them back? Like a boss.
In the same battle, they briefly created a 12-foot diameter open space in a heavy rainstorm with nothing but their sword swings. On average, storms can fill a cubic foot space with as many as 30 raindrops. So, Virgil and Dante must have destroyed 108,000 raindrops in less than a second.
If Virgil can swing his sword that fast, I bet he...
Just want to check something real quick. When did this come out? This came out before Devil May Cry 5, right? Oh, fuck. This is before DMC 5. Ooh. I was just thinking, like, why are we not seeing... Oh, that's rough. It's a pity, because I think DMC 5 Virgil, it's kind of... DMC 5 Virgil is better than FF7 Remake Sephiroth. And that's not me trying to be mean, that is just an objective fact. Virgil's aura and awesomeness has only increased with time, and in DMC 5 it is at absolute peak. Whereas Sephiroth in FF7 Remake and Rebirth, he has become far less intimidating than he ever was in the original game because he's overexposed. He shows up in every single scene. He shows up and says, "Soon, Cloud, come to me. Then he reaches over, gives Cloud a little, you know, cups his balls, and then gives him a kiss on the cheek and leaves. And he just does this like 50 times before he ever does anything in the game at all. Whereas in the original in the real FF7, when Sephiroth shows up, something bad happens every time. He's like Renoir in Exhibition 33 follows this principle. Every time Renoir shows up, someone dies. And OG Sephiroth used to be like that, and he's not like that anymore. So I would say Vergil has continuously gotten better with time, and Sephiroth has continuously gotten worse with time. For that reason alone, I'd say Vergil deserves to win this fight, because he's in a game series that has more respect for its audience and is better written. Yeah, I just said that because it's true. All right, let's keep going.
1,000 raindrops in less than a second.
If Virgil can swing his sword that fast, I bet he'd make a killing mowing lawns, or chopping meat at the deli, or giving haircuts, or doing that thing where he chops bad guys to pieces so fast they don't even realize they're dead yet. Like when he fought Beowulf. The monster, not the weapon. And then he punched him so hard, he flew 55 feet up and hit the ceiling.
You know what else is great about Vergil? Is that this type of character, you know, the fedora tipping, teleports behind you, nothing personal kid, katana wielder, it's not even my favorite kind of character, but Vergil is one of my favorite characters because he does it so well. I think he's just the best, period, in all of gaming at that. I've never played another game. I don't think there's anything that really tops Devil May Cry 5's Vergil in that particular type of character. I don't know. He's so good at what he does that I respect it, even though it's not necessarily my style.
When comparing Beowulf's size to Vergil, he appears to be as large as an elephant. Given what's available, this seems like our best measure of Vergil's strength, but there is one issue. The Devil May Cry series makes frequent use of slow motion to depict the absurdity of these characters, and this could be a similar case.
So let's look at another slow-mo feat, the rainstorm fight.
At one point, the rain freezes in place for about 2.5 seconds, as Vergil and Dante keep moving, indicating a 14,500% speed increase in real time. Applying the same degree to the Beowulf punch gives us an acceleration speed of about 4,882 feet per second. With that in mind, we can apply our previous data to deduce the maximum height sand ceiling, and determine Vergil's striking strength to be nearly 720 million newtons of force.
Now, the thing is, even if you don't know science, you can tell that's a very high number. You can tell that's going to hurt. A lot. Probably enough to even hurt Sephiroth. so much force, it's unbelievable.
Vector, but it's even more overpowered than you think. Vergil once got completely cut in half, but healed so fast that it's impossible to even notice.
And his regeneration ability can be worn down.
Yeah,
that's a very cool line. He heals so fast that he didn't even notice he got cut in half. That's insane. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, I fucking love this Jester guy. I love those fights where every time you shoot at his feet, he's just like... Reminded me of Zoidberg in Futurama. Anyway, let's go.
That's how this weird Jester guy beat him.
But it takes a lot to pull off, and Vergil can always just use Yamato to hop through dimensions to get away if he wants.
Sadly, Vergil never got to rule the demon realm like he wanted.
Instead, the Demon King Mundus permanently transformed Vergil into his puppet, irreversibly manipulating his mind in the process.
And then Dante kind of, exploded him. But 1 or 2 losses against someone who's basically goddamn Satan hardly makes him a weakling.
Hell and Earth trembles before the power of Vergil.
It'll be fun to fight with the Prince of Darkness. If my father did it, I should be able to do it too.
All right, the combatants are set.
All right, we're on, boys.
Let's end this debate once and for all.
But before...
Also, I just want to say, Moju TMT, thank you for the $5 super chat. OG FF7, Cloud chases after Sephiroth. 7 remake, Sephiroth stalks Cloud like he needs a restraining order. Well, he does, and FF7R's Sephiroth is almost written like some guy's weird power fantasy, but it's just, it's whatever. But anyway, thank you for that $5 super chat. Enough fucking about chat, it's time. Let's go. Brother, you work crazy hours, Gigabeef? You're damn straight I do.
All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all.
But before we get to the bloody slicing and dicing, pick up some Blue Apron and slice and dice in your kitchen.
Blue Apron's goal.
And we will not be watching any of this. Let's skip through all of this. Let's get to the actual fight. Where is it? Where is it? Oh no. Load. Load. I want to see the... And when you see Virgil versus Sephiroth. Okay. We're back. Let's go.
You are powerful. I can see it.
Who are you?
Your despair.
Okay, you're strong.
Come on, Virgil.
But are you fast enough?
Oh, shit. Let's go, boys. So I think Virgil's faster.
Can't be helped.
But Sephiroth's durability is insane. When the fuck did Sephiroth gain this ability? I don't quite remember this from the real FF7. Is this... What is this? Some Ultimania rubbish? Anyway, not fucking know. Whatever. Let's see where it goes. So Sephiroth is now Naruto. Okay.
They're fake.
Stop wasting my time.
Oh, yeah, boys. Funny, I realize that's probably something Sephiroth is not used to. Someone just fucking kicking him in the stomach. Someone punching him in the face. I don't think anyone has ever done that to him before. But Virgil will do that to you, because he's that intense. Alright, let's go.
You're going down.
Oh, the sword shield, let's go. Jeez Louise!
Behold the truth.
Ow! Sephiroth just cast like Cure 3. to be fair, that's in his arsenal. It's legit. It's lore accurate. All right, let's go.
Behold the truth.
What is that?
Supernova. I saw you pierce the fabric of our dimension.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great.
Disguise this. Witness oblivion.
I can't even be mad at this. This is such a cool idea. Oh, shit. All right, Virgil, let's go.
Free. So you are.
KO! Extra crispy.
These two were extremely powerful swordsmen, but Sephiroth's cunning and stronger abilities led to his victory.
Wait a minute.
You know, the sad thing is, before FF7 Remake and Rebirth, I would have been like, yeah, Sephiroth, motherfucker. Whereas now I'm just like, I don't know. But then again, this is before Remake Part 1. It's before Devil May Cry 5. I can see this. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too salty these days. Maybe I'm just too much of a jaded boomer. You know what? Let's, I may as well play the role. You know what, Death Battle? How much did Square Enix pay you?
Swordsman, but Sephiroth's cunning and stronger abilities led to his victory.
Wait a minute. I thought the lore said Virgil's sword could cut through anything. Why didn't it cut through Sephiroth's sword?
Yamato was a unique weapon, but its legend clearly exaggerated.
I think that is fairer than Dante versus Clive. I think Dante deserved to win that over Clive. Clive is, you know, his game's not that great. At the very least, Sephiroth does come from OG FF7, which is one of the greatest games ever made. Virgil, I think, if you did this fight again in today's day and age, Rebirth Sephiroth versus Devil May Cry 5 Virgil, I think Virgil would deserve to win, because I think he's simply a better character. I think he just plays better. The series has more respect for its fan base than modern FF does. But this, in the Devil May Cry 4 pre-remake world, yeah, it's whatever. I can live with this. It's not too... It's okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. So... Also, I'm going to respond to some chats real quick. Some super chats real quick. Screech to Play, thank you for the 150 bits. Seeing this, you want to see Zorro versus any of them. Zorro versus Virgil? I feel like Virgil's going to win that, though. But Zorro's really cool. Zorro is still fucking sick. Steve Jeff McJeff Orrington, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. And Silver, thank you for the $6.06 super chat. Do I think Cloud always seeing Sephiroth is a reflection on Nomura's real-life fantasy on him? Maybe that's his true Final Fantasy wink wink. God, I gotta stop reading these chats out loud before I've actually read them in my head. Well, I'm starting to wonder if Remake Sephiroth is a bit of a self-insert power fantasy at times. Like, I think Chadley is a self-insert. I think Zack is a self-insert at this point. They're just kind of like... They just don't feel like good characters. They feel like writers putting themselves in the game, and then the game's characters tell them how cool they are. I don't know, it's just annoying. It doesn't feel authentic. So Leslie is the self-insert, yeah. Cloud versus Link, I didn't know that existed. I mean, maybe I could. Yeah, maybe I could. I didn't even know that was a real thing. Yeah, why not? Because I don't know too much about Link, but I know enough to sort of... I feel like Cloud would kick the shit out of Link. But maybe Link has stuff I've never seen, because I don't know Zelda. I'm a noob. Devereaux, Snake versus Gabe Logan. As in Gabe Logan, is Gabe Logan from Siphon Filter? I feel like Snake should win that. I feel like Snake deserves to win that fight, and I feel like Cloud deserves to beat Link. It depends on which Link. Toon Link. Cloud versus Toon Link. Oh, Splinter Cell. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different one. All right, enough fucking a bit. Let's keep going.
Sephiroth's sword.
Yamato was a unique weapon, but its legend clearly exaggerated. On multiple occasions, it's clashed with Dante's blade and even a common rocket launcher without cutting through either, and sometimes requires an exuberant amount of force to cut through tougher material. But let's discuss the real facts.
Like strength. So Virgil with Beowulf could do 720 million newtons, right? But there aren't a lot of good Sephi strength feats to compare.
First, let's compare Sephiroth to a fellow first-class member of the Soldier Fighting Force, who had also been experimented on with Genova cells.
I mean, Sephiroth's strength feat is that a giant dragon can bite him in the head several times and do 0 damage without him even defending, blocking, or guarding. That's fucking crazy. That's insane. Like, even Virgil would probably get a bit hurt by that. So I think Sephiroth is more durable, but Virgil's faster. So it just comes down to that.
Zack Fair.
Remember him? He's the not Cloud guy who fought that dragon.
At his peak, Zack could cut through a large metal door with one swing, seemingly with most of his strength. Given the size and width of the door, this feat's sheer strength comes out to 980 million newtons.
And Seph was way stronger than Zack. In fact, if we look at their strength stats when they fought that dragon, Sephiroth was 3.5 times stronger than Zack.
Putting Sephiroth's strength output at over 3 billion newtons. That's almost as much force as 30 Hiroshima bombs.
I could even believe that Sephiroth is physically stronger than Virgil as well. But Virgil has the speed and he's got the sword. And as Kung Fu Hustle said, in martial arts, speed determines the winner.
Strength isn't everything, though. Virgil was technically faster than Sephi, but Sephiroth has handled people of similar speeds before. Plus, Sephiroth could survive plenty of hits because his healing power is broken.
The capabilities of Virgil's healing factor was nearly unprecedented, but it had its limits. In contrast, Sephiroth's healing abilities were only limited by his pool of magic, which was unlimited.
Well, he also had to take some time to cast each healing spell, but that's why he distracted Virgil with his illusions.
We know Virgil was susceptible to illusionary and mental attacks, as it's happened to him multiple times and even led to his in-canon demise.
And Sephiroth's illusions could hide his ultimate technique.
That's great.
Yeah, Virgil's healing was pretty awesome, but it was never gonna hold up under an exploding sun to the face.
Virgil put up a good fight, but he couldn't match Sephiroth's superior strength, magic, and techniques.
Looks like this devil's cried for the last time.
The winner is Sephiroth.
It's just as you can say, it's just you can tell how much my faith as a Final Fantasy fan has been shaken that I'm not happy about that. You know what I mean? Like these days, as I say, I like Virgil more than Sephiroth as he's evolved. But you know, whatever. This is the pre-remake world. This is the pre-Devil May Cry 5 world. It's whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We'll give that a like. Am I not subscribed? Well, I am now. These guys are very good at what they do, and I would just say that, like, even if I don't necessarily like the outcomes or agree with them, I still think these guys do a very good... I still think they make very good videos. I think that the concept of this channel is very strong. It's very cool. So, I will chuck the... Oh, you've already seen this bloody video, but fuck it, I'll chuck it in Twitch anyway. It's 8 years old. You've already seen it. I'm late to the party. Why am I sharing this with you? So, let's put the music on. Let's have a wee chat. And then let's continue. I think we've ended it there. Anyway, thank you for enjoying my reaction and commentary to the Sephiroth versus Virgil death battle. And anyway, like, subscribe, catch me live on Twitch. You know, share your thoughts in the comments. You know the YouTube stuff. All right. Anyway, get out of here. The video's over. It's done. Get out. So, all right. Now I will pop this in. All right. Done. Where's the Tekken song, Princess Barrett? Oh, the Tekken song is on. It's the latest video on my YouTube channel. Yeah. By the way, guys, yes, I have moved the Tekken music video from my music video channel to my main channel. You can find it, and the thumbnail is absolutely horrific. All right, it's awful. It's I'll show you. My thumbnail guy and I were just like, man, I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It'll probably be fine. It is. Let me find it. God, that is absolutely the stuff of nightmares. But you know what? It's good enough. It's good enough. Okay, and yeah, did my thumbnail guy use a little bit of AI for the bald head? Yes. You know what? Because I'm not shaving my head for one thumbnail. Okay, I'm not doing it. For a video that's not even gonna do well in the algorithm because it's a copyright song. It's copyright shared. All right, it's good enough. It's good enough. I paid my thumbnail guy. All right, money changed hands. It's fine. Get over it. But yes, this is Sebi Webbs as Heihachi for the song 500 Moves I'm Gonna Lab from Tekken 8. Yeah. It's horrific to look at, isn't it? It's just so brutal. This is my final form, ladies and gentlemen. This is my final form. So, yeah. Look, I personally don't think... Let me put it this way. If a company just, like, used AI to replicate Charlie Cox and Andy Serkis, all right, and then just, like, use the AI replications for their game instead of paying the actual actors, like... Yeah, whatever, you got a point. That's not what Sandfall did, by the way. Or if it's for, like, subtle enhancements and stuff, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad, man. It's here to stay. We got to learn to live with it to a certain extent, but we also have to kind of figure out how much of it we're okay with and not okay with. I mean, AI is going to, like, change the laws in a lot of ways. We're going to have to, like... Yeah. But anyway, that's a whole separate conversation. Silent Observer, thank you for the $2 super chat. Did I do the Rude song? The Rude song? What's the Rude song? Technically speaking, most men's final forms involve being bald. There's nothing wrong with being bald. I mean, we're all going to go bald at some point, you know? I mean, and if you're scared of going bald, just look at all the celebrities and people throughout history who made being bald look cool. That's all you got to do. Like, it's been done. You are not entering uncharted territory here. You now are joining the pantheon of all the great bald men throughout history. Just look at them. Just be like, how'd he pull that off? How'd he make that look cool? Bruce Willis, Jason Statham, Samuel L. Jackson, so on and so forth. Like, can you picture Bruce Willis with hair? Can you picture Jason Statham with hair? They'd look wrong. They'd look less cool with hair. Like, that's how well they pulled off being bald. So just learn from these guys. Yul Brynner, you know, you don't know who the fuck that is, do you? I do, because I'm that old. So, yeah. Anyway. If you don't want to go bald, make sure your lifestyle is in check. Well, if you go bald, you just got to work with it. You just got to work with it, man. So yeah. Can't wait for Sebi to stream while bald and has 2 hairs. Hey, look, if I go bald, I'm not gonna... If I have, like... The only person in the entire world, in my opinion, who pulls off being bald on this much of his head is Hulk Hogan. The only person. Alright? In fact, he'd look weird if he had a full head of hair, and he'd look weird if he was fully bald. Hulk Hogan is peak... Hulk Hogan was peak power level when he had the skullet. All the hair here and a bald top. I can't picture him any other way. So, yeah. Great actor. I don't know if I'd say Hulk Hogan was a great actor. I don't know if I'd say that. I think the... Have you seen Hulk Hogan's acting? Alright? This is the pinnacle of Hulk Hogan's acting, alright? Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an Academy Award-winning performance.
What's that smell?
Wow! Watch out, Mads Mikkelsen! Watch out, Ryan Gosling! Watch out, Kevin Spacey! There's a new master of subtlety in town. Alright, this is... It's so brutal. It's so brutal, man. Remember when I was talking about the difference between theater acting and stage act? Remember when I was talking about the difference between theater acting and film acting? This acting might work in theater, but it doesn't work in film. Not in a close-up camera. Not in a close-up camera shot. It's just too much. It's just too much. That was the Academy Award-winning screen acting of Hulk Hogan. The thing is, though, you put Hulk Hogan on stage, you put him in a wrestling ring where some people are sitting, like, 500 feet away. Perfect acting. Think about that. So there you go. Yeah. Oh my god. Dookie! Nothing beats 80s cocaine. God, I tell you what, man. If there was any time period you could travel back in time and live in, I feel like the 60s, 70s, and 80s are kind of peak. 60s, you would have to... 60s is kind of the beginning of the party. I think in the 60s you'd be fine if you're doing a lot of LSD. That's the time to do that. 70s is like, fuck it. Full disco, full party, let's get down and boogie and all that. 80s is when everyone's on steroids and cocaine. Alright. 80s is where you just do coke every single day and you don't give a shit because it's not getting any better than this. 90s, I feel like 90s is probably good for weed. You got Wu-Tang Clan, you got Blink-182. 90s would be fucking awesome for weed. But I don't know what you do now. Now I don't know what you do. I think you just doom scroll and jack off to OnlyFans. It's not. I don't think we live in a good time period compared to the ones I just listed. Yeah, it's not great. So yeah, now we just sit on Twitter and argue with people about 2D games. Like, that's basically where we're at now. Now, well, the time period we're in now is we go on Twitter and then people tell me to off myself because I don't want to play a 2D game that used to be a mobile game. That's kind of the time period we're in. We don't live in a great time period in that regard. So yeah, but at least we can reminisce on the good ones. At least we can reminisce on the good times. So yeah, yeah. But I, you know, that whole conversation about the time periods we live in, and I think our time period that we live in today is quite a strange one. It's sort of like a culture war time period where maybe it's on us and our generation to try and like, course correct somewhat. Because a lot of things that are happening today in entertainment, it's clearly not the right call. It's just not working. And how the hell do you fix that? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, trigger warnings, you know, making everything PG, everything's safe because money, this and that. But the strange thing is, it just does the opposite. It doesn't work, you know what I mean? Like, as I say, we all know how, like, Sid Highwind in FF7 Rebirth was, like, censored for ratings and all that. But Rebirth, we don't even know if it's cracked 5 million copies. Probably hasn't. But then you get, say, The Witcher 3 with the Bloody Baron. Bloody Baron is much worse than OG Sid. And The Witcher 3 sold 60 million copies. So just let those numbers sink in for a second. It's not that, like, making everything safe makes more money. It's just that that's what I think people think. That's how some people think it works, but it's not that way. A lot of people, I think, are just kind of fed up with a lot of the censorship and bullshit, and they just want things to, like, feel, I don't know, strong and unapologetic. And, yeah. You fix that by pulling investment bros out of art media. Well, the crazy thing is that, like, we all... Okay, let me put it this way. From our perspective, studio interference, producers interfering, is always a bad thing. But it's not always, and I'll give you an example. Going back to The Land Before Time, you know Littlefoot's mother? That scene is devastating. That scene was so devastating when it came out that, and this is the Hollywood story at the very least, the producers themselves said to the film runners, that scene is so crushing, you need to, like, write a new scene to, like, sort of give some sort of closure or lesson after that. This is too much for kids. It's too much for us, you know. So because of studio interference with Land Before Time, they then wrote the scene after Littlefoot's mother dies, where Littlefoot bumps into this older boomer dinosaur, and they have a scene where the old dinosaur talks to him about life, death, and that's okay. It's just going to happen to all of us. It's something we're going to learn to live with, and you need to be able to move on after that. Accept that. That scene with Littlefoot and the old boomer dinosaur with a lesson on life, that is the result of studio interference, apparently, from what I've heard. That's the producers actually making a work of art better because they thought the original scene was too crushing. So I don't even think it's that. It's actually not even... It's not even the money, man. It's just... you could argue it's ideology. You could argue that it is... I mean, we all know this, you know. And here's how I know this, because I went to the same acting school as a lot of these failed theater kids who then decided that they wanted to turn video games into their political ideology pushing machine. You know, I know how these people think because I grew up with them, and I know what they're trying to do. They looked at movies and they saw how movies shaped culture, and they thought, well, maybe we could hijack video games and have them shape culture in the ways that movies did, but for our own purposes. So how do you deal with that? Vote with your wallet, man. Vote with your wallet. And I think people already do that. When people find out that the usual suspects are involved in the tampering and meddling with their favorite video game franchises, they're like, you know what? I'm out. I'm not buying this. Fuck this. I'm done. And then the game loses money, and some companies learn and others don't. So, yeah. I don't know. Nice music? It's perfect music for this conversation, isn't it? You know. So, yeah. You could also tell the stories you want that no one else will. Well, the thing is, in this day and age, and it was quite cool that Sandfall did this, they showed that Unreal 5 was capable of producing AAA level graphics without it breaking the bank, without you having to spend too much money. And it really came down to the quality of writing, art direction, music, gameplay, mechanics, and so on and so forth. Sandfall did not throw endless amounts of money at the problem and hope that fixed it. They used the limited amount of money they had to make the best thing possible. They used it as creatively as possible and ended up making one of the best games basically on the market, probably of all time, you know. And that's really what every game company needs to do. They need to... It's not about the biggest budget, it's about how effectively and efficiently and creatively can you use that budget, even if it's a small budget. So yeah. I don't know. You know what? That's a very interesting line of conversation that might even be worth making into a YouTube video. Meditations on... I don't know. What could I even call that? Could be an interesting video, could be an interesting short. So... yeah... I'll just say find where it starts. I don't even remember how long I've been rambling about this. But it's important. And the thing is, like, I'm not political, guys. I actually don't... I don't, like... Whatever, make your game left-wing or right-wing, but at least make it a good story. Make it authentic, make it real. You know what I mean? Don't have your politics... Don't put your politics in the game at the expense of the story and the characters. Like, this is what Metal Gear Solid got right that so many other games got wrong. Metal Gear Solid is very political, but people of all ends of that spectrum enjoy it because the product and the story and the characters itself are so good. They come first over the politics itself. You know, Network from 1978, I think, which is a Sidney Lumet film. For those of you who are old enough to have actually seen this, very political film, but it's an excellent film first that then discusses and thinks about politics on the side. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that because, as I say, I don't like thinking about politics. To me, art and entertainment kind of operates in a different sphere, a different level from that. They can sort of cross paths, but they can also be very different. So, Zagarapito, thank you very much for the 11 months. Sebi goddamn Webs, how are you? I'm good. I'm good, Zagarapito. How are you doing? How are you doing? Devereaux, thank you for the 100 bits. Don't forget about Artax the horse in the Neverending Story. Is that the horse that gets, like, eaten by the swamp? That's really horrible, that scene. I was really upset by that as a kid. So, yeah. I'm gonna read some chats. Guan Panatar, less is more. Sandfall didn't go above what their scope was, whereas Square Enix should take notes. I agree, they were reasonable and realistic. They didn't overspend to bloat the game. Well, think about it this way, right? For example, let's say you're Sandfall. Let's say you have $10 million to make your game. Do you put in a 2-hour Cat Sith box throwing segment? You don't. That is the result, I think, of there being too much money and too little restraint. And I don't think Square Enix has a funding problem. I think that FF14 is the infinite money printing machine for them. And I think that the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering cards are also an infinite money printing machine for them. I don't think that funding is their problem. But and also I say this with all due respect to the devs. I mean, I'm not very happy with a lot of their work when it comes to the modern Final Fantasies, but I do respect that they have worked on a lot of great games that I love and respect, you know. I don't disregard that good work, but I don't know. I think the main problem with modern FF is a lack of direction. And I don't think the solution is necessarily getting Sakaguchi back. It's filling the hole that Sakaguchi left behind when he left the company, you know. You gotta find someone with a focused vision, with a focused sense of direction, to be like, this is what Final Fantasy is at its core. We can have infinite variety and variation around that, but this is what it is at its core, in terms of its storytelling, its gameplay, and the experience that it offers. Because there's something very different about the experience of FF1 to 10, and then FF12 and everything onwards after that. 10-2 onwards after that. There is something very different, and it is, I think, the result of a lack of leadership and focus and clear direction. So, yeah. FF feels lost and person. It's holding on to anything that works even for a little, hoping it sticks. Well, that's what I thought, Person, when I saw the fit system in Revelations. It looks like they're just kind of throwing anything against the wall from older games and seeing if it sticks. The thing is, FF7 doesn't need a job class system because Materia already takes care of that issue. And 7 Remake and Rebirth expand upon the original game in that Cloud, Tifa, Barret, whatever. They all have unique specific attacks that are character specific. They are separate from Materia and all that. They don't need a job system. It looks like they're just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks. So, yeah. You'd rather them have a job class system in a new FF game rather than throw in the remakes? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to make FF17 fully job class, like, by all means, but it's weird to chuck it onto 7 Remake because it doesn't need it, in my opinion. So, They don't have a liquidity problem, they have a profitability problem, which for a company as a sharky shareholders as those is the worst time. I don't know much about their shareholders. I just know that, like, the result has been a series of confused messes for a very long time. What's the most memorable moment in Metal Gear Solid? Psycho Mantis? Oh, yeah, dude. The Psycho Mantis fight in MGS1 is one of the most legendary moments in all of video game history. Like, when you fight him and he literally blanks the screen and it just says Hideo in green in the top left, and you're like, did this guy just crash my game? And then you fight, and then you just can't beat him, and then Snake's like to the Colonel, I don't know how to beat this guy, I can't hit him, and Colonel's like, you know what? He may be reading your inputs. Try plugging your controller into the second controller port. I was like, oh, what? I was like, what do you mean? Like, that is... Who even thinks of a thing like that? It's one of the greatest moments in video game history. It's just fantastic. That moment alone kind of solidifies Kojima's genius outside of everything else. And you know what? I think that deserves to be a, I think that deserves to be a short in itself, talking about that Psycho Mantis genius moment. Because it's like, how do you even think of that, man? Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going, guys. Sorry, I know I'm like kind of... I know I'm rambling, but I kind of like talking with you guys and, you know, bouncing things off, you know. As I say, I've missed streaming, guys. I really have. I mean, I've been walking around a lot, going for long walks to try and recover enough mentally and physically so that I can stream again, because shit's been pretty intense, man, you know. I can take a lot on the chin, but even someone with as much tolerance as I, still, basically, you know, it's not fun to have, like, a lot of people just express a non-stop tidal wave of unbridled hatred towards you. It's not fun. No one likes that, man. But I mean, I endure it as much as I can because I really believe in what I say and what I think is good, and I argue why, and if the only counter-arguments you have against me is a series of insults, I don't really think that's a civil discussion. I don't really think that's a counter-argument, so. Twisted Legion, I love your content and I love your FF videos. You're watching my Expedition 33 videos, you love it. You're playing the game for the first time, you're fighting one of the gastro bosses. And you love my work, keep up the good work, you're amazing. You know what, Twisted Legion, you all right. Thank you so much, appreciate it, so. Balmung, oh my god, and then Psycho Mantis reads your memory card, you know, and if you're playing the GameCube version, he's like, I see you've been playing Super Mario Sunshine. It's like, oh, fuck you, man. He's such a fucking dickhead. Which is, I think that's one of the funniest things that any villain has ever said in a video game, ever. Oh, I see you're playing Super Mario Sunshine. So, you bastard. That's so funny, man. That's not even AI. It's just, they just did it back then as a fuck you. So, World's best pants. You are a force for good, and as many haters throw shit your way, know that there's a ton of us who love your stuff. I appreciate that, world's best pants, and I have to remind myself of that because when you're a YouTuber or a streamer or a content creator, it's very easy to kind of have your attention drawn by the one negative comment out of the 100 positive ones, and there's evolutionary reasons for that, right? You know, like if you're a caveman and in your village, people are just like, hey, yep, how's it going? That's like, it's like normal. But if someone looks like they want to kill you, you better pay attention to that, because they actually might try to do that. That's kind of like how the human brain is wired. That's why a negative comment might draw attention from you in a way that a lot of positive comments might not. But the thing is, as soon as you're aware of that, you can kind of work with it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the content I make is very argumentative. It's a lot of debate stuff. It can be seen as controversial within like this specific Final Fantasy conversation. It's naturally going to piss off a few people, and honestly, I really don't actually want to do that. I actually don't want to do that. Now, believe me, when I want to rage bait, you'll know. When I want to rage bait, it's extremely obvious. But when I say what I think is good or not good, I'm not trying to rage bait. I'm just saying it in the most blunt way possible. And maybe a lot of people aren't used to that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how this younger generation's been raised. Maybe they're not used to that level of blunt expression or way of speaking, but that's just how I am. Also, let me say thank you to these bits. Keel, thank you for the 100 bits. Floppy chess balls, thank you for the 200 bits. Don't let the bastards grind you down. I know that line. George Orwell, 1984. Amazing writer. World's Best Pants, thank you for the 500 bits as well. Sorry, I didn't realize that your message was attached to that. Devereaux, thank you for the 100 bits. You work in a liquor store, your skin is quite thick. Oh, mate, Devereaux, I imagine that if you work in a liquor store, you're probably used to dealing with quite the parade of colorful characters, as they might say. So, you want Psycho Manus to see that you've been playing Dance Dance Revolution. Oh my god. Just don't go to Twitter, Fangiana, save your mental health. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. There are times when I'm like, okay, all right, I've been on this platform too much. Even though I do like fighting the good fight there, because Twitter in some ways the conversation is irrelevant, but in other ways it does shape the conversations around these things. And Twitter can be a very unpleasant place. It's basically a PvP zone at this point. But the thing is, the conversation, Twitter is like the public space of ideas in a lot of ways. Ultimately though, I think everything is decided on YouTube. I think YouTube is the decider. Reddit and TikTok can kind of be quarantine zones on the internet. Let me put it this way. If the only places in the world where people agree with your takes are Reddit and TikTok, you are wrong. Doesn't matter what we're talking about, you're just wrong. If the only people agree with you on Reddit and TikTok, you're wrong. Twitter is a weird sort of 50-50 free speech gladiator arena war zone. And Instagram, oh my god. The things people post there, the things people say in the comments. I go to Instagram when I need to break from Twitter. I'm like, god, this is a miserable place. I go on Instagram like, oh my god, this is the funniest and most shocking thing I've ever seen. TikTok must be the worst. TikTok is like Bizarro World. Whatever is true in real life in the real world, it's the opposite on TikTok. That's kind of the best way to look at it. That's why TikTok hates my opinions on Final Fantasy even more than Reddit. Really let that sink in. Let that sink in. Look, TikTok is Bizarro World. Let me put it this way, man. People will say that Twitter is cancer, but they'll still use Twitter. They'll still check it. Whereas TikTok, people won't even have it installed on their phones. That's how much of a quarantine zone TikTok is. That's how much of an opposite world, Bizarro World TikTok is. Twitter is considered normal compared to TikTok, and Twitter is fucked. So that's how crazy it is. So Hobgoblin, how the hell are you doing, you fucking dog? Thank you for the 46 months. How the fuck are you doing, Hobgoblin? Holy shibbly wibbles. Devereaux, imagine if he saw you playing Doki Doki and turned to Monica. Oh god, my Doki Doki literature playthrough was fucking top tier, mate. Fucking top tier. So, yeah. Well, I do like Instagram. I like Instagram a lot. I think it's kind of like the most normal part of the internet, for lack of a better word. It's where like the most... It's where people give the least of a shit. They just don't care. Like, Instagram goes so fucking hard. I cannot believe how hard Instagram goes these days. Blue Sky would be the worst. Well, the thing is, I don't even know Blue Sky. I'm not even on it. But I hear that Blue Sky is, not great. But to be honest, I keep forgetting it exists for the most part, so, yeah. You hope Atlas doesn't take the wrong message from Square and stick true to their vision? I have such an evil tweet I was preparing. I have such an evil tweet I was preparing. Oh, I still don't know if I should send it or not. I'll read it out to you, chat. I'll read it out to you. I thought this could be... On a boring day... Let me put it this way. On a boring day where I decided, you know what? I don't think Twitter's angry at me enough today. Maybe I'll fix that problem. The tweet I have drafted is about Persona 4 Remake, and it goes something like this. Dear Atlas, and then I'm wondering whether I should actually at the company myself. This is such a terrible idea. I am a humble member of the Final Fantasy VII Remake community. I noticed Persona 4 was getting remade. I just wanted to make sure that P4 Remake does the following. Split the game into 3 parts over 7 years. Introduce time ghosts who preserve the original game's storyline. The ghosts represent the original fans. The player has to kill these ghosts so that the game's writers are free to completely change the original story. Change the game's tone to that of a Disney/Marvel movie. Add 50 plus boring new characters and minigames. Give it the worst pacing in storytelling history. Have Kanji Tatsumi talk like Mickey Mouse for the entire game. He's younger than people think. Tell fans that this is what you always wanted to do. Tell fans this is what you always wanted to do in 2008, but couldn't, due to hardware limitations. As a humble FF7 Remake fan, I guarantee your fans will love it. Everyone in my community is happy with the FF7 Remake trilogy. Now, I know that FF7 Rebirth... Not really what I think. This is why I did that. And they deleted their tweet and then talked to me normally in the replies and said sorry. I'm like, it's all right. It's all right. Like, you know, it's Twitter, man. People treat this like PvP. You didn't know. Like, you can, as soon as you talk to someone 1v1, you're usually fine. But when you talk to someone and they're just, like, hostile right off the bat, I'm sorry. I'm just out of patience for it. Like, why should I have you in my life? Why? If you don't know not to come up to a stranger and insult them to their face, why do I owe you anything for that, you know? So, anyway, enough talking about it. Oh, that Red 13 line, Panator? Yeah, it's brutal, man. So, yeah. And as I say, I've had people who don't agree with my takes, but they're respectful of me, and I'm respectful back, and that's just, you know, kind of better. That's how it should be. You think the minority speaks louder in that regard? You're an FF fan and a Persona fan. You like E33 and you don't like FF7R. I think, look, the vocal minority is always going to be a thing, but as Winston Churchill said, a vocal minority, a fervent minority will overtake a complacent majority. So while there is a vocal minority, they can do a lot more damage than you might think. And that's kind of why I do like to hop onto Twitter and just kind of argue, because I don't know. So sometimes I see a lie or a gaslight and I'm just like, I can't stand no more, and I have to say something, and then that causes a meltdown for about 3 days. So, all right, I'm gonna respond to some chats here. Alec in the house. Ali G in the house. Thank you for the $22 super chat. I think that the younger generation got the opinion of, quote, if you're not for me, you are against me. When you disagree in just one minor thing, from caveman to caveman, you all right. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Ali G in the house. The funny thing is, I think that comes from... Does that come from George W. Bush in the post 9/11 war on terror? I remember around that time there was the phrase, if you're not with us, you're against us. I forget. This is like literally 20 years ago. It's not fresh in my memory too much. But the idea of if you're not with us, you're against us is a very, very destructive mentality. I don't think it's particularly healthy. So, yeah. But Ali J, awesome movie, by the way. Thank you for the $22 super chat. I appreciate that. You all right. And the funny thing is, if you watch left and right wing people debate in the 1990s before 9/11, they sit down and they have a civil conversation. They'll literally be like, well, I mean, I know my opponent says this about that, and while he makes a good point there, I got to respectfully disagree with this other thing. I think that if we did this, the country would run a bit better. That's literally how a left-right wing debate could be in the 1990s. You can't imagine this in this day and age, because now it's just a shouting, screaming match. So, yeah. Mihono Bourbon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Persona 3 Royale already changed a character in the beach arc. P4 might change the My Motorcycle scene. So I don't even know what that is. When I read out that character's name in that tweet, I don't know who that is. I just looked up P4 coolest character. And I thought, okay, take the coolest character, give him Mickey Mouse voice, because as a parallel to Red 13 in that tweet, so. Yeah. Bush said that, but Star Wars comes to mind? My opponent wants to destroy this company. Politicians realize they don't need to pretend to be civilized to get elected. You know what? I'm not going to continue on that train of thought because I don't want this to be a political stream. I'm just kind of talking about a more historical thing in that way. When I say that, like, how debates used to be before 9/11 and all that, so... George W. I do think it's amazing, though, that in Baki, which we're going to be talking about, there is a plotline in Baki the Grappler, or Baki as it's now called on Netflix, where he kidnaps George W. Bush in broad daylight so that he can be put in prison to fight Mr. Oliver, an American who is so physically strong that he pulls literal helicopters that are flying down as a form of training. Baki wants to fight him. Mr. Oliver is so dangerous that the American government has to monitor him by satellite 24/7, and but before Baki is allowed to fight him, he has to wait for Che Guevara to fight Mr. Oliver first, who also got himself put in prison on purpose to fight this guy. That's the plot of Baki. It's just phenomenal. No spoilers? No, that's just the plot. That's just the plot. In other words, as an audience member, you got my attention. All right? I'm interested. That's a plot. That's a storyline right there. So yeah, I fucking love Baki. I think it's one of the greatest shows ever made. It's so good. So I'll tell you what, chat. I think we could do. I'm just kind of curious about this. Death Battle Cloud versus. Oh my god, this is real. No way did they fucking 5 years ago? Which one, though? There's two. I feel like I should do the more recent one, though. Yeah, I should do the more recent one. Link will probably win because of BS. Possibly. See, I think Cloud should win, but I don't know what Link has up his sleeve. I actually don't know. What do you think, chat? I think the top one, man, it's like, it's the newer one. The newer equals better. Newer equals better. So, is Baki worth getting into? You just finished Vinland Saga? I feel like I should do my Baki tier list. I think I've only got... You know what, chat? I think I've only got enough energy left to do this in its entirety. I think that's what I might do. Fuck. I think I should... you know what? I've been wanting to do this forever, and if I don't do it today, I'm not going to do it. So, I'm going to do the Baki tier list. Yeah. Alright. We're going to do this. Now, I'm going to refill my whiskey before I do this. I'm going to take a piss. And, we will get down to business. Prosper, thank you very much for the 31 months. Mihono, thank you for the super chat. I should look at the My Motorcycle scene. Maybe in a bit. I kind of want to stay focused on this. Yeah. I can come back to Cloud versus Link later on. It could be kind of a cool idea to do a death battle at the beginning of every stream, because I've never watched Death Battle before. So that could be kind of interesting. You need to finish Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is amazing. It's so good. I want to rewatch that after Overlord, to be honest. So, all right, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna come back, and then we are going to make the Baki tier list. And this tier list, just giving you, I'm just going to tell you right now, Saren Eros, welcome in. Good to see you. Have you been well? It's been a while. Been a while. Guys, please chuck a follow to the lovely Saren Eros. I've known her for like a million years. She's absolutely wonderful. I will not be ranking these characters based on their fighting strength, all right? We've all seen that a million times. And I'm going to change this real quick to whatever. This will not be a tier list on how strong each character is. This will be a tier list on how good each character is, in terms of how strong each story character is. So a character who might be physically weak might actually get a high ranking if they are an amazing character. Likewise, a character who's strong, if they're boring, they might get a low ranking. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assess each of these characters in terms of how strong they are in terms of storytelling, in terms of how cool it is whenever they show up on screen, or how excited you are whenever they show up, or how interesting they are. So, yeah. Anyway, enough fucking about. I'll be right back. Squanchy! Thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. New Sebi series just dropped. Does watching ads give you money? If you have like Twitch Turbo, I think that I get revenue from you watching the stream. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, I mean, if you don't have to watch ads. I am never ever gonna tell anyone to watch ads, all right? I pay for Twitch Turbo, so I don't have to see ads on stream. I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to watch ads on YouTube. Because if I have to see one more 30-second unskippable ad, all right, I'm gonna put this glass in my ass, all right? I can't take it anymore. I would rather pay a bit extra for an ad-free life. Life is too short to watch ads. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. All right, I'm gonna take a piss, refill my drink, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I would rather one man, one jar than watch a single ad for a second longer. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you are young, and you are lucky that you don't understand that reference. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. It's about to get heavy. Saber, thank you for the $2.28 super chat. Still streaming? You beast. FF9 is the best Final Fantasy. I think it's a very good one. Not necessarily my favorite, but I think it's a very good one. So, and I would recommend it, so. If you're still in the mood for fight animations, you got to check out Dead Fantasy or Haloid. I don't know those ones. I still got a lot of animes to get through. Maybe the beer's talking, but you guys in chat, you all right? What's going on, Plastered Moogle? I mean, yeah. I'm gonna be a Plastered Moogle in a second as well. Liger, you can't stay for the tier list since you haven't watched Baki. You want my take on Metaphor Refantasio. Will I continue it? Is it no longer something I want to continue? I do want to finish Metaphor Refantasio, but I think the priority for me would be Devil May Cry Reboot, so I can do my all Devil May Cry games ranked. Then probably FF10 and FF2 and 3, just to get them out of the way. Just to fill them out on the list. I don't know what, and then maybe I'll come back to Metaphor, or maybe... or maybe I'll start FF13. Oh god, I just recovered from FF12. I've just recovered from the brain damage that FF12 gave me. I don't want it. I don't want it. So, Alina Inverse, welcome in. Guys, please give, please give a follow to the lovely Alina Inverse over here. She's absolutely fantastic. She's a mod in the channel. I've known her for bloody years at this point. She's seen some of my silliest behavior on stream, and I think you'll enjoy her company. Welcome in. Welcome in. Margie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. You all right? Thank you, Margie. Absolutely massive. And you know what, Margie? Cheers. He's a fucking whiskey. Silent Observer, welcome in. You remember me saying I was going to do a fully VA'd playthrough of OG FF7 on stream? That is on the cards. That is on the cards. And I will have to choose between doing that and FF13. I don't know. Maybe that before 13, just so I'm fully charged. Because OG FF7 regenerates me. It regenerates me. It's such an amazing experience. So, yeah. All right, boys and girls, let's catch up with chat over here. Sorry, I'm just gonna scroll through chat. I'm like a million miles behind. All right, okay, I'm nearly at the bottom, my god. You would take Sebi Remastered over 13 any day. Well, the thing is, probably OG FF7 first, because I'll get that done faster than FF13. And it requires less setup, you know, just stream it on PS5. Whereas FF13, I gotta set up an Xbox, test that. Oh god, I don't want to do that. So, yeah. Yeah. Voicing all of Metaphor takes long with the VA. Yeah, Metaphor is really intense. Maybe it's too much to voice act the whole thing, but I want to at least try until I reach the point where I'm like, it's too hard. So, all right, enough fucking about, chat. Enough fucking about. It's time. You love Winx Club? You can't hear? You woke up and don't have the sound on? Let me give you a wee shout out. Chuck a wee follow to Alina Inverse, guys. She's currently playing Infinity Nikki, all right? That is not Nico, not the game with the anime girls with the jiggly butts, all right? You absolute goon lords, all right? She's playing a wholesome game, okay? Behave. So, anyway. So what's the criteria for this tier list? I'll get to it in a sec. Let me just, like, get myself into, like, let me get myself into YouTubing mode. So, I'll turn this down a wee tad. It's quite loud. I might turn the volume off for this just so I can kind of think through this without worrying about music so much. Yeah. Baba Sikushu! Welcome in. Have I played the Lufia games? Nah, the Lufia games don't interest me too much, even though I know that they were, like, strong for their time period. There reaches the point where my brain is just like, it's too old. But I got a lot of this. Oh, Nikkei. Nikki is dress up, Nikke is boober. Well, now I know. Ultra Cypher, welcome in. FF13 is good. The battle theme slaps. The battle theme's cool. FF13 has a lot of cool music from what I've seen, so I'm not going to knock it in that regard. Do I recommend a good whiskey, Truth fan? Johnny Walker Black. You can't go wrong with that. Johnny Walker Double Black, if you want to be a true gentleman. All right, okay, enough fucking about, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for... Oh, God. One's in chat if you're ready for my Baki tier list. This is going to be quite a list. And you know what? Fuck, I'm going to need some music on for this. It's going to be... This is going to be intense. Right. Okay, we're going into YouTube mode here. This is going to be a fucking awesome video. If you don't know Baki, this is one of the greatest shows in the history of the universe. Baki tier list begin. If I don't do this today, it's never getting done. So, right. You're not enough of a weeb to know what Baki is? Well, that's the interesting thing. Baki is the anime that gym bros who don't watch anime watch, but they don't know. Because in Baki, everyone is the biggest Giga Chad in the universe. Everyone is the biggest man in existence. In fact, I'm gonna bring this up here and we're gonna have it be its own thing. You too. We're gonna... Just one second. I'm gonna pull you into this as well. You'll be your own separate thing, because we're going to need to pull up some videos right here. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now let's pull you up. All right. Let's change the music as well. Let's get it away from... Let's get you here. I think that's going to work. There we go. Ooh. You just can't go wrong with a song, can you? All right, so... All right, stay a while and listen. Now, I'm going to do this video, ladies and gentlemen, and I will try and keep my train of thought as much as possible, but sometimes I'm going to need, like, a mini break, and I'll respond to you guys, and I'll respond to, like, super chats or resubs and all that. So, all right, enough fucking about. Ladies and gentlemen, the Miyamoto Musashi arc from Baki has concluded on Netflix, and we are... This is not how I'm going to start my video. Rubbish. Cut! Start again! Alright, fucking hell. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Baki tier list. We are going to be ranking every fighter in the series, but we're not going to be doing this like other Baki tier lists. We're not going to be ranking them on strength, alright? It's already been done. We are going to assess them from a storytelling perspective, all right? We are going to rank each character in terms of their quality of how good a character they are. So a character who might be extremely strong but boring might not get a very high ranking, but vice versa, a character who is not that strong but is electric every time they're on scene, oh god. But vice versa, a character who is not very strong but electric every time they are on screen, they might actually pull a high rank. So that's how we're gonna do it. Anyway, without further ado, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with Doppo Orochi. This guy is an absolute bloody legend. We're starting strong today, guys. Doppo Orochi is the karate dude in Baki. He runs the dojo where on the front it has him killing a tiger by karate chopping it in the neck. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. He actually just did that in the show. But there's something about this guy that I love. He has a fight with a dude he has a fight with this guy, Dorian, who's an American prisoner and an absolute menace. He bashes a lot of people, but when he fights Doppo Orochi, there's this incredible moment where Orochi basically, like, does a few karate punches and breaks all his ribs. And he has one of the greatest lines I've seen in all of anime, which goes something like this. I'm paraphrasing.
This is the punch of a man who has given 50 years of his life to karate. This is not a feat that you can achieve. You mistakenly think that martial arts has given all it can to you, when in reality, you have not given all of yourself to martial arts. End quote. I'm paraphrasing, but that is one of the coldest lines I've ever heard in all of anime, and it shows that the writer of Baki absolutely knows his shit when it comes to art, when it comes to martial art, because that's really the only way you reach your highest potential in whatever it is you're studying, whether it's music, whether it's acting, whether it's dance, whether it's writing. If you use art selfishly, in a self-serving purpose, the way that Dorian does, there is a ceiling to how strong you can get. But when you use it selflessly, you kind of just give yourself to the field, to this higher purpose, you reach this level that is, seems like magic to an ordinary person. Doppo Orochi, we'll be talking more about him as we go on, but he is just an awesome character. And for that line alone, which I never forgot, and I think about it a lot, I'm fucking putting him in S tier. I don't give a shit what anyone says. This guy rules. We'll be talking about him later on. Believe that. So, all right. I'm just gonna check one other thing. Okay. All right. I'm not fucking about. You gotta run, Hannah. Take care of yourself, Hannah. Thanks for hanging out. So, all right, let's keep going, guys. Here's a problem, chat, is that I love these Baki characters so much that almost all of them are probably gonna end up in S tier. So I'm gonna have to try and like have a bit of a discerning eye, and that's gonna be extremely difficult because next up is Kaoru Hanayama. This guy is one of the greatest strongmen in fiction, period. Hanayama is one of my favorite characters ever. He is... how would I describe him? He's the leader of the Yakuza, and his grip strength is so strong that he can literally rip a chunk out of a deck of playing cards with one finger. He has a move where he basically can just grab like a part of your body and just squeeze it so hard that it literally like explodes the muscle. It explodes the skin and everything. He's so brutal, and he doesn't even train. And this is what's so interesting about Hanayama. I think in the show, I forget if it's Redditors or the show itself, they say if Hanayama trained, it would have changed the history of martial arts. But I don't actually agree with that. And the show itself explains through Hanayama's psychology why that is the way it is. From Hanayama's perspective, he was just born naturally stronger than literally anyone else in the world. So from his perspective, he's like, why would I train? Like, that would actually be... for him to train would be an admission of cowardice. From his perspective, training would be cheating. He's like, martial arts techniques are for weak people to beat strong people. I'm stronger than everyone. So if I learn martial arts techniques, I'm basically saying I'm weaker. So in a way, him training might actually psychologically make him weaker. That's what's so interesting about this guy. And for anyone who's still thinking, well, but surely training would make him stronger, let me put it this way. Hanayama is not like a normal person. Does a gorilla need to train? Does a lion need to train? Does a grizzly bear need to train? The answer is no. It's naturally at its highest power level by its own genetic blueprint. And that's what Hanayama is, which is such a bizarre thing to think about. But that is kind of who he is. And I just want to show something to you guys, which I think is really funny. Let me find this. Hang on. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Hanayama at age 14. This is canonically Hanayama, age 14 and 2 months. So then what happens in the story here is that he's just gotten the tattoo of his family's sort of crest and emblem on his back, and he realized, well, there's a problem with this, because the guy who we have a tattoo of, you know, he got cut like a million times. This guy has no cuts. I'm going to solve that problem. So Hanayama, as you can see, age 14, typical 14-year-old here, goes to a rival Yakuza gang and kills basically everyone in the gang. I think their leader, he caves him into like a wall. He's like indented into the wall. But in the process of doing this, he's covered in cuts and slashes and knife wounds everywhere. And he's like, okay, my tattoo's complete. This is how much of a monster Hanayama is. He's just one of the greatest characters ever. And I let me find another one. Hanayama Baki. Oh my god. This is one of my favorite images of him right here. There. This is Hanayama, I think age 17 or 19. I think this is a 17-year-old in the Baki universe. Now, what I love about this character so much is he's not actually one of the strongest characters in the show. I think you could put him at roughly like between B and A, but that's not what we're assessing here. We are assessing someone's quality as a character, and every time this guy is on screen, you pay attention. Every single time Hanayama shows up, you kind of can't take your eyes off him because you don't know what he's going to do next. He is one of the boys, but he's also kind of a bit different from all the others. Oh, and I also forgot to add, Hanayama has one of the greatest punches in the history of anime. Because remember, I said he doesn't train. So normally when someone punches you, you got the jab, you know, you got the cross, you got the uppercut, you got the hook. Hanayama's punch is not like that. He kind of like winds and twists his entire body all the way backwards, almost like a baseball throw. And then he spins his entire body around like he's throwing something at you and will clock you in the face so fucking hard that it will throw even like another huge man across the entire room. It's just amazing. I would love to show it, but I can't show it because that would be DMCA, but let's see if we can find a Hanayama punch. Let's see if we can do that. Oh god, how do you spell this guy? Hanayama punch. Let's see if we can find it exactly. Yeah, I mean, this kind of sums it up right here. God, this character's fucking amazing. Hang on. This will all be edited in post. We'll get that. And what else can we get? We'll get rid of this. Well, that's kind of it. Like, this is him kind of... This is Hanayama before he punches you. He winds his entire body all the way back like he's going to throw something. And then when it's time... Yeah, he'll hit you something like this. Come on, Reddit. Load it up. Load it up, boys. Or... like this. Yeah, well, I mean, it's low quality, but you get what I mean. You see what I mean? That's almost not like a punch. That's like a throw. Like, just... Oh, that's... Also, Hanayama fights Spec, who we're going to talk about later, and this is, for me, one of my favorite fights in the entire show. Just two absolutely gigantic mountains of muscle just beating the shit out of each other. It's just... glorious to watch. And look at that, he's complete 180 spin because of that punch. Yeah, no, I fucking love this character. I think he's awesome. As I say, Hanayama, in terms of strength, is probably somewhere between B and A, but in terms of a character in the show, I would put him in S tier. Every time this guy is on screen, I'm like, I'm paying attention. I want to know what's going to happen next. Yeah, and as I say, he's kind of unique in that all the other characters are kind of always constantly training. He's not. Hanayama doesn't train. He just sits around with the Yakuza boys smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. And he's fucking awesome. So. Baki is Uggies, Alina. No, Baki is famously ugly. And that's why it's so good. Because every man is just the biggest pile of muscle in the world. So... It's the most telegraphed punch in existence. How does it ever land, Colin? Oh, it's simple. Because you dodging the punch is an admission of weakness. That's how things work in Baki. It's like, oh, you dodged? That's weak. A real man would just take the punch right to the face and show that it doesn't affect them. The problem is with Hanayama, this punch would probably just kill you. It would probably just kill a normal person. It's so strong. So, next up, we're going to talk about, I think this guy's name is Shinogi. Now, Shinogi, I don't think is particularly too interesting a character. He's a good sort of like B-tier villain early on. He uses a form of karate that is called cord cut karate. And by that, get ready for this description. He will literally put his fingers inside your body, grab your nerve endings or like your veins or your muscle tendons, and then like slice them with his fingers. Yeah, it's that horrific. So he'll basically like do this with your neck and sever your optic nerve so you can't see anymore. He'll sever the nerves in your arms so you can't move your arms anymore. Now, because it's Baki, right, naturally all Baki does is that he takes the two severed nerve endings and ties them together like a shoelace, and then his arm works again. It's anime physics. Guys, I don't think he's that cool a character, though. He's all right. He's kind of a guy who, when he shows up, oh god, he's a pain in the ass, and then you just kind of beat him. But it's a really horrific fighting style. Like, in the Baki universe, everyone heals very quickly. Let me put it this way. In the Baki universe, someone can grab your head and literally headbutt you 3 inches into your face. All right? Cave it in. And then the next scene, your face will be completely normal and you have a band-aid on your nose. All right? That's the level of recovery we're dealing with. So it's a horrific fighting style, but you can still recover from it in this world. So I will give him a B tier. I think he's okay. Shinogi's all right. He doesn't really have too many interesting moments, but you know, he's one of the boys. So, you know what? Let's make this interesting. Let's chuck in his brother here. This is Kureha, who is Shinogi's brother. I think he's his brother. Sorry, I apologize if I'm getting a few things wrong. Now, Kureha's really interesting because he is a doctor. He's a medical professional, and he uses his this knowledge for combat. And he is very hard to fight for that reason, because he understands human anatomy exactly. And Kureha is not really that interesting in terms of fighting, to my memory. I can't really remember any fights he does. But I think the funniest thing about him is he is where you get the meme that in Baki, even the doctors are jacked. And I'll show you what I mean. So, hang on, we need to get his physique. Okay, so that's his physique. Oh my god. So that's Kureha's physique. I mean, my god, look at these quads. But most of the show, you don't see him like that. You see him like this. He's just usually a character gets severely injured and then the doctor walks in and he's just the most jacked man in the world, just wearing medical clothes and like a stethoscope and stuff. I need to find him more in his more of his doctor outfit. He's fucking hilarious, man. Oh my god, yeah. This is a very iconic Baki image. You get the shit beaten out of you, you go to hospital, and then the most jacked doctor in the world just walks in and basically fixes you. Yeah, he is a bit of a pretty boy. I don't remember his fights too much, but I do think that the meme of the jacked doctor is like a very funny, iconic image from Baki. Kureha, I'm gonna put him in B tier, because he's okay. He's a character I forget exists a lot of the time. But for this meme alone, all right, you know, he's good enough. He's one of the boys. So, are the females ripped in Baki too, or is it just the guys? No, usually it's just the guys. But if you want to see Skylar built like Yujiro Hanma, you need to watch Breaking Baki, which is a real YouTube series, by the way. They took Breaking Bad. They took the audio and the dialogue from that, but then they animated it like it was Baki, and it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. It's fantastic. You should watch it. So, Muffin Time Gaming, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Welcome in. All right, let's continue. All right, chat. Enough fucking about. Actually, let's put you first. All right, chat. It's time for the big guns. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Retsukaio. Retsukaio is basically Jet Li on steroids. This guy, every time he's about to fight someone, he talks about how he is the embodiment of the last 4,000 years of Chinese martial arts. This man is the embodiment of Chinese Kung Fu himself, and he has some of the most ridiculous moves I've ever seen. In Baki the Grappler, which I think is the 90s anime in the tournament, he does a move. I'm going to try and describe this, all right? He fights a guy, and the first thing he does to demonstrate ancient Chinese martial arts, he jumps and sits on the guy's head, so his legs are wrapped around his head, and he's sitting above him, and then he just rotates his entire body like that. Like, just... and breaks the guy's neck. And gets off. I'll see if I can... I'll see if I can find a visual of it. Retsukaio. Baki neck break sit move. I hope I'm right. This. Yeah, this. He sits on the guy's head and then with his whole body just rotates like oh, there you go. Like, what the fuck is this? Who even thinks that move? And then also we have this meme, this legendary meme that comes from him. Basically, without spoiling too much, he gets into a fight where he loses a body part, and it's only a body part, but the internet, of course, went to town with this, and then they made it look like he just lost every body part. So it's just this does not happen in the show. This does not happen in the show, guys. I'm just letting you know this. This is a meme, but it's a really funny meme, and it gets spammed everywhere whenever Baki gets brought up, ever. So Retsukai is such a cool character that in Tekken 5 they introduced Feng. And Feng is, for lack of a better word, Retsukai in Tekken. And he is an extremely dangerous character. He is very, very hard to fight. He basically takes all the weird sort of moves in Chinese martial arts and then he just does them on steroids. He's kind of always been a top-tier character no matter what. I think he's still strong in Tekken 8. All I know is this guy is a fucking pain in the ass to fight against. Retsukai... I'm trying to think what other cool stuff he's done. You know, I'm gonna spoil something here, and I'm sorry, chat, but I'm just gonna spoil it. We all know. If you don't want to listen, then my editor will give you a moment when the spoiler's over. But he meets a rather grisly end, shall we say, in Baki. He dies, but I think what the writer did, which is really interesting, is he then gave this guy a spin-off isekai manga where in the afterlife Retsukai then goes and fights literal gods and demons in the afterlife with nothing but raw martial arts and beats all of them, which is a really fucking cool idea. That's like actually a very cool, respectful way to treat a character who everyone was upset that he died. I mean, like, I was sad. I fucking love this dude, man. He does so many cool things in the show, and I think that's kind of a cool idea, that in the afterlife he gets his own adventures as well. So yeah. Alright, Screech to Play, thank you for the 100 bits. I missed an important character in Tokugawa. Well, okay, sorry. For anyone who's like thinking, for anyone who's looking at this character list and thinking it's a bit bare, I'm going to explain myself. I'm not judging all the other characters, like, you know, there's Obama in this. Yes, he is actually a character in the show, or Tokugawa. I'm only judging the fighters, and I'm judging them by their worth as a character, rather than their strength level, if that makes any sense. Also, I haven't read the manga, alright? So I don't know the sumo wrestler arc. There's a few I don't know Jack versus Hanayama. I'm only going by the show. But at the very least, Stridum, you want Stridum in there? I'll talk about Stridum, but he's not really a fighter. He's not really one of the boys. Yeah, he fights Yujiro. What he loses and he doesn't even get to fight. It's not even a fight. It's not even a fight, mate. We'll talk about Stridum as we continue, though. So I'm also going to get some of the music in here. Let's get this song in. No. Let's get this song in. Yeah. All right, so is this about the Baki anime or the Netflix show? This is about, I'm going to cover the 1990 movie, Baki the Grappler, and also the Netflix show, which basically covers the prisoner arc up until now. So, let's get back to Retsukai. Where were we? Retsu versus Musashi was amazing. Yeah, now Retsukai is interesting because he's not just an unarmed specialist, he also knows how to use weapons as well. And that comes in very handy against Doyle, who's a fucking asshole, and Musashi. And now, we'll get to Miyamoto Musashi, believe that. But his fight with Retsukai is very intense, and Musashi gives him a lot of respect after that fight. He's like, I've never seen anyone like this guy in my life. That was nuts. So, Baki is just JoJo, but stands weren't invented. Yeah, no, in a way, Baki is JoJo, except they are the stands. So, what else can I say about Retz? Retz is also unusually nice compared to the other characters. There's parts where he's unusually nice to Doyle. There's parts where he's unusually nice to Baki when Baki gets a bit of a sickness and is trying to recover. And actually, there is a phenomenal moment where Baki has basically been pretty fucked up by an illness. And after he's cured, I think Retz gives him like 1,000,000 plates of dumplings, and then he has this incredible technique for restoring his strength to the maximum in the shortest time possible, which is something, I think it's a gallon of water with 5 pounds of sugar mixed into it, or something like that. It's like a bucket of water with 5 pounds of sugar mixed into it, and Baki has to drink all of it, and Retz tells him, if you drink this, a miracle will happen. And the miracle is that Baki just explodes back into like his usual muscular self after he's been really fucked up from this thing. Now, I don't know if that's, I don't know the science of this, but I think with Baki, science is rather a flexible concept. What matters most is if the fight was cool. That's everything. That is the final decider of what is true and not true in this world. So, I will give... Also, Retz is quite interesting. He has an arc where he actually becomes a boxer, believe it or not, which is kind of interesting. And, you know, because he's Retsukai, he just, like, bashes everyone until he fights Smoking Joe Frazier, who is, you know, based on Joe Frazier, the real-life boxer. But they have a different explanation for why he's called Smokin' Joe, which is that, like smoke, he just sticks on you and he never leaves. And it's an okay arc. It's all right. But I would ultimately say that Retsukai is a fucking awesome character. There's a reason that he gets his own Tekken character based on him, and there's a reason he gets an entire Afterlife isekai based on him, because he is that fucking cool. He is 4,000 years of Chinese martial arts embodied. He is just a living historical artifact. He's a wonderful character, and I don't think anyone is going to disagree when I put him in S tier. He's just so sick. So, all right. You've had to do that before, Alina? Alina, I've been told that that's what I have to do after a stream. Like, I'm just like a withered husk after like 12 hours, and then I have to just like eat an enormous amount of dumplings and then just drink sugar water and explode back into a normal person again. So, yeah. Alright, okay. I want to get to, you know what, I'm gonna do a lower tier character before I continue on. Let's do Suedo. I mean, he's kind of a throwaway character. Suedo is something like 6 or 7 foot tall. He's fucking massive. He's a karate guy under Doppo Orochi. You first see him in the Baki movie from the 1990s, and he's kind of the first opponent who Baki fights. He's okay. It's a very well animated fight. He's kind of whatever. I think the best moment he has in the entire series is when he fights against Dorian, the American prisoner, where he... Okay, being Baki, Suedo and Dorian get on top of a roller coaster in a theme park and try to fight each other on that. And that's where Suedo, in order to maintain his balance, brings out this technique which was developed by martial artists specifically for fighting on boats, where there would be like an unstable, you know, surface. And he basically just turns his feet inwards, all right, into a triangle. And it's sort of the show's way of explaining that this is you know, this is some very old martial art technique designed for very situational fights. But it's kind of cool that in that moment he's like, okay, now I have perfect balance because I'm using this very old school technique. It doesn't go too well for him though, because I think Dorian throws the two of them off the top of a roller coaster, but Dorian breaks his own fall at the last second because he uses invisible string. Yes, we will get to that. Believe that. Suedo is not particularly interesting or exciting. I'm gonna put him in C, to be perfectly honest. He's kind of just like a very whatever. I'm gonna put him in whatever. He's kind of whatever. He doesn't really add too much to the show, but I mean, he's one of the boys, but you know, he's not particularly amazing, so. All right. Okay, screw it. We're getting to one of my favorite characters of all time. We are getting to the god of martial arts, Goki Shibukawa. This guy is one of my favorite characters in the entire show. Goki Shibukawa is about 70 years old, and he uses a fighting style called Aiki. It's basically Aikido on steroids. And it's all about using your opponent's strength against them. We all know, we've seen this a million times and stuff, but like, Shibukawa is very interesting and unpredictable for a number of reasons. Usually in any martial arts show, you know, the old man is usually some wise, sensible sort of teacher, a fatherly type. Wrong. That's not the case with Shibukawa. Shibukawa is a fucking asshole. He is just as bad as everyone else, mate. He is... Do not be fooled by his age. This guy thinks exactly like everyone else. And one of the funniest moments he has in the whole show is in the 90s anime series where I think he's fighting Doppo Orochi, who's 50 years old. And Shibukawa says something to him like, listen, you young whippersnapper, I've been thinking about how to kick people's asses for 70 years. And Doppo Orochi, who's 50 years old, is like, whippersnapper? Like, it's... This is when Doppo is so puzzled that he's been called a youngster. Because he's 50 years old. You don't get called a youngster when you're 50 years old. Unless your opponent is 70 and doesn't give a fuck. Shibukawa is just brilliant. And, how would I say this? He's not necessarily the strongest, but his style of fighting is so weird that it's a hard counter to characters who should be much stronger than him. For example, Mr. Oliver. We're gonna get to this guy. Basically, this guy is physically one of the strongest characters in the show. But every time he and Shibukawa cross, Shibukawa wins. 3 times. One is when they shake hands, and Shibukawa gets his strength and basically crushes him into the ground with a handshake. Then later on, you see Shibukawa holding Mr. Oliver by the ear. He's like, come with me, young man. And Oliver's like, hey man, that hurts. And last, I think, is when Mr. Oliver is basically just bashing heaps of judo specialists. Not with any technique, by the way. Mr. Oliver's just that strong. He's throwing all the biggest boys across the room. And Shibukawa's like, all right, my time. Mr. Oliver picks him up, throws him across the room. Shibukawa lands. And Oliver's like, you know what? I think I'm done, guys. I think I'm done fighting for the day. And you see that his entire arm has just been dislocated. It's like, bro, how fucking strong is this dude? Well, basically, Shibukawa's not strong. But if you're strong, he'll be strong against you. So he's very hard to predict who he's going to win against. But basically, he's a hard counter to very strong characters. And I also love what he does with Muhammad Ali Jr., who we're going to get to, the boxing character. Shibukawa is... He's technically a good guy. He'll help you out. but he's a fucking asshole. He is a crotchety, cheeky, scheming little old man. He's a little bastard, and I fucking love him for that. Every time Shibukawa's on screen, it's fun. You don't know what he's going to do next. And he even gets one over on Miyamoto Musashi, which is a great scene. Because Miyamoto Musashi has killed Retsukai at that point, and no one's happy about this. And Shibukawa's like, look, I would love to fight you, but before this fight, can I have a friendly handshake? And Miyamoto Musashi's like, yeah, okay, if this is your custom. And he's like, I can't let go of your hand. What are you doing? And Shibukawa's like, listen, you motherfucker, Retsukai was my friend. Boom! Like, slams him into the ground and fucking just, like, nails him in the head. It's so good. It's so good, man. You don't want to give this guy a handshake. As soon as this guy touches you, you're fucked. And he's just, oh, fuck. I love this character so much. He's so cool, man. Sebi's memory is a steel trap, Big Boss. My memory is good for things that I like, or things that I think are cool. I have a bad memory for things I don't give a shit about. But if something's important to me, and stuff like this, I just find it so cool. I think it's so valuable from an entertainment perspective that I will remember it for that reason. So, Baki tier list shuffle, you're damn straight it is. Sonny Jim, you're damn straight it is. Let's get... Yeah, that'll work. You know what? We've done so many S tiers. Let's just get, like, someone who's a bit shitter, just to balance this out. Now, I don't even remember who this guy is. Alright? I don't even remember his name. He's like a gangster leader of a motorbike gang. Does anyone remember this guy's name? Because he's a fucking idiot. There's only two things I remember about this guy. One is that when he's in the martial arts tournament, his opponent breaks his arm, and he's like, heh, I've won. And the guy's like, you think a broken arm's gonna stop me? Watch this! And he just breaks his arm even further. He just repeatedly bashes it on like the barrier until it's even worse. Like, see? A broken arm's not gonna stop me, mate! And then I think he actually wins the fight through pure stupidity. So... in anime physics, this is fine, because in Baki, that you can recover from this. You just need like a sling and then your arm is fine in like a week. In real life, you should not do this, okay? In real life, if your arm is broken in like 15 places, you're probably not going to have the same use of it ever again after that point. It'll be more like My Hero Academia with Deco. This guy's a fucking idiot. His name is Matobe? Is that his name? Yeah, he becomes Hanayama's lackey, because he's a gangster as well, so he looks up to, like, you know, the biggest gangster of all. Extremely stupid character. Ah, Chiharu Shiba. Yes, that's his name. Chiharu Shiba. Chiharu Shiba is basically the Kung Pao meme of the guy who they trained wrong on purpose as a joke. And Baki starts to figure out his fighting style, where he's like, hang on, this guy just hits me with the weakest part of his body. This guy blocks my punch with his face intentionally. That's how fucking stupid he is. Yeah, no, Matobe is this guy is a different dude. So I still to this day don't understand even the anime physics of how this works. But Baki has a fight with this guy where he tells Chiharu to hold his fingers out straight like that, and Baki rushes into his fingers and breaks his fingers with his eyeballs. This is real. This actually happens in the show. How this works, I don't know. I know the show explained it, and I still don't understand it. But yes, Baki, with his eyeballs, breaks another man's fingers. And it's this fucking idiot. This guy, I don't really care whenever he shows up on screen, so I'm gonna give him whatever. He's whatever. Is Matobe on the list, or are you blind? No, Matobe's here. Matobe's here, mate. He's here. He deserves to be there. Yeah, he's like Wimp Low in Kung Pao. Exactly. So, alright, chat. Alright. I'm just thinking who I'm gonna do next. Who I feel like doing next.
You know what? I'm actually gonna do Igari before this guy. We're getting to this guy, believe that, because there's so many good things I want to say about this character, but it's Igari, right? Is that his name? I think it is. I'm just checking something. Yeah. Here we go. So this is Igari, who is based on the Japanese wrestler who you all know. He's got a big chin. He fought Muhammad Ali in real life. This is a real fight, by the way. And the way he fought Muhammad Ali was he's like, well, I can't beat this guy's punches. So he lay down on his back and just kicked at his legs for the whole fight, which has been described as the most boring 30 minutes in Japanese martial art history. But yes, he is based on Antonio Inoki, who is a real-life person. Absolute Giga Chad. And the thing is, right, when you watch this fight of Inoki versus Muhammad Ali, it looks stupid what he's doing, but it actually starts to work. At one point, he actually does kick Muhammad Ali in the knee pretty hard, and you see Ali has a bit of a limp from then on. And until that point, Ali's like, the fuck you doing, man? Like, come on. But he's like, hang on, wait a minute. This guy, I can't hit this guy. Every time I try to get close, his legs have more reach than my arms, so what can I do? Igari's an interesting character. Oh, he's not really an interesting character, but he has a funny moment against Baki in the 90s anime where he's a professional wrestler, basically. And before his fight with Baki, he basically gaslights him heaps. He's like, listen, man, I'm an old man. I'm at the end of my career. Please let me have this win. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Just, if you beat me up in that arena, you're beating up a senior citizen. And he guilts Baki so much that it actually messes with his mind. And then as soon as the fight starts, it was all bullshit. It was all an act. He's actually like in full physical top form and does like... he does like heaps of power bombs and wrestling moves on Baki because he blindsides him. Baki still wins, obviously, because he's the main character. But Igari is like, look, man, I had to, man. Look, you're the son of Yujiro Hanma, man. You're the son of the ogre. I had to do something to have a chance against you. So Igari's okay. Not particularly an important character, but he does have his moments. I'd put him in like C tier. He's all right. He's all right. So let's see what else we can do here. Yeah, just a bit of tomfoolery. Nightblader. So Plastered Moogle, take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Also, chat, sorry I am not as interactive with you guys as I usually am. I've been wanting to make this video for a million years, and since the Musashi arc has just ended, it's time. Let's just fucking do it. So, take care, big boss. So, what else do we have? All right, chat. Time to bring out the big guns. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Spec. This is easily the easiest S tier character. Not strength tier, character tier in the entire show. This guy, I fucking love this character so much. Let me just show you this character in a nutshell. Oh my god. Where's the one of him smiling? We need Spec smiling. What a beautiful man. Hang on. Look at this absolute prime specimen right here. Well, I know I can get a high quality picture of this. Come on, give me the high quality one. I will get it, chat. I will get it. I will fucking get it. This is also pretty good. We'll use this for later purposes, but I think we can get the thumbnail of him Baki Spec. Yeah. Just look at that award-winning smile, chat. Just look at that charming face. That tells you everything you need to know about this character. So the reason Spec is such a cool character in Baki is because he's from the Prisoner arc
And the story of that is that 5 death row inmates from around the world, America, Scotland, Japan, they all break out of maximum security prisons to come to Japan because they have never been defeated. And they want to know defeat. Spec is so unbelievably dangerous that he is kept in a submarine underneath at the bottom of the ocean. And this doesn't matter to him because when he breaks out, he can hold his breath for 5 minutes and he can escape after killing everyone else. Of course, that we need to make that point. Now, Spec is not necessarily the strongest character in the show, but psychologically, he overwhelms his opponents. So let me put it this way. Baki is used to, hang on, let's find him over here. Oh my god. So Baki is technically stronger than him, but what Spec does is Spec shows up at Baki's school. He's like, "Hello, young man. Lovely to meet you." Pulls out a handgun, shoots himself in the mouth multiple times, it doesn't hit his teeth, goes through his mouth, and just like, then he says to Baki, "Please, young man, I would love to fight you. Would you like to shake my hand?" Baki takes the hand, and it's just a severed human hand. And Spec's like, "Hey, don't drop the hand that loves you." Boom, kicks him in the fucking face, slams his head into the severed hand. "This is the hand of someone you love. It's one of your friends, mate." Bang, bang, and it's so fucking insane that these other characters don't know how to deal with a person like this. So let me just recap a little bit before we get here. In the world of Baki, these guys fight in an underground arena where there are no rules, basically. You're allowed to bite, you're allowed to punch people in the balls, you're allowed to gouge people's eyes. Everything is allowed except, are you allowed to gouge eyes? I think you can. Everything is allowed except weapons and killing. Everything. So these guys are just like, okay, we're the most badass guys here, ever. But none of these guys are used to a guy showing up, shooting himself in the face, giving you a severed hand, and being this fucking nuts. Spec is one of the most terrifying characters of all. He actually is not in the show for very long. He has this incredible fight with Hanayama, but every time this guy is on screen, it's terrifying. There's a great... yeah. There's a great scene where I think they put him in prison, and the chief of police... Let me just put it this way. There's a great scene where they put Spec in prison, and the chief of police is in the bathroom, all right? And he's just taking a piss in the urinal. He's like, just minding his own business. Then you just suddenly hear... the rushing of water, and he looks at the urinal next to him, and the urinal's just overflowing with waterfalls of water, steam coming up, and it's fucking 7-foot-tall Spec standing next to him, just piss-mogging him, and he's just like, "Hello, detective." He's like, "Oh, I just thought I would just break out of my prison cell for a short stroll to get some pork buns. Would you like some pork buns, detective?" And he just shoves heaps of pork buns into his mouth in the toilet. This guy is fucking crazy. This guy is nuts. No one else really thinks like this dude, because, like, what the fuck do you do against someone who's this completely unhinged? And that's why I love Spec. And Spec is such a good character that in the show Breaking Baki, they model Walter White after Spec. His moves, his face. That's how good a character he is. So, yeah. Metal Dad Gaming, welcome in. It starts to make less sense than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly, Clad. And the funny thing is, with that piss-mogging scene, whenever that's showed on Instagram, the comments will just say, "Not even the top 5 pissing scene in Baki, by the way." So stupid. What else can I say about this wonderful character? Spec, I can't play it on this video because it's super copyright, but Spec has one of the coolest theme songs ever. His song is so lethal sounding, it sounds unhinged, and they even use like submarine sounds in it. And those of you who know, it's like dun 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 Dun, 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 dun. Chun, chun, chun. It's just like, it's just crushing metal. Whenever this guy shows up, something really bad is about to happen. He's a fucking asshole. He also has this incredible fight with Hanayama. And in a way, Hanayama is the ultimate guy to fight against him, because Spec is a huge unhinged man, but Hanayama is just lethal. And their fight is just... it's just top tier. Spec will do things like... As I say, these guys are used to underground fighters, but they're not used to someone like him. Because what Spec will do is he will literally throw bullets into your mouth and slam your jaw shut so the bullets go off and blow your cheeks out and blow your eyes out. Like, what are you going to do against this guy? This guy's like, he doesn't give a fuck. He'll even just use a gun. He's like, this is a weapon for winning. Why can't I use this? It's like, what? That's against the rules, man. But they don't care about the rules. That's the cool thing about the prisoner arc in Baki. Because I think the show writer, I think Itagaki was trying to find a way to top this sort of underground fighting arena where there's no rules, you know, you can do anything. Well, then these prisoners show up. Spec, Doyle, Sikorsky, who else? Yanagi, and so on and so on, and Dorian. And for the prisoners, there are no rules. They can attack you while you're having a meal at a restaurant. They can attack you while you're asleep. They can attack you while you're with a woman. They will attack you. Sikorsky is such a fucking asshole that he will attack your girlfriend after you've dropped her off at home and left. We're getting to this guy. Believe that. And the philosophy these prisoners have is like, well, if you couldn't defend yourself while you're eating a meal, then you're not that strong, are you? You're the one on the ground pissing blood. I'm still standing here. So who's the strongest now, mate? Like, these guys don't play by the rules, and that's what makes them so lethal. They don't care. There's no arena. There's no ring. There's no bell ring. There's no tapping. There's no nothing. You either win or you die. And that's why. So even though they're not necessarily that strong, their psychology is so different from anything that these guys are used to that it blindsides a lot of them at first. It's so sick, man. Such a fucking awesome show. I can't say enough good. You can tell I like this show, guys. Now, who are we going to go next? You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Sikorsky. Let's, maybe I'll chuck some music on for this. Yeah, let's do this. Here we go, boys. Sikorsky. Sikorsky is a huge Russian man whose grip strength is so strong that he can put his hands against sheer vertical walls and climb up them like he's Spider-Man. The next thing Baki will do, the show will do, is explain for 2 minutes how a normal person can do this. Yeah, so Sikorsky is an interesting character. He's not particularly strong. Like Spec, I would actually say in terms of strength, Spec is kind of between, he's kind of a B, but as a character, he's an S. Sikorsky in terms of strength is maybe like B-ish, A-ish, but he's a fucking menace. Sikorsky is the guy who will attack you while you're eating food. Sikorsky is the guy who will attack Baki's girlfriend after he's dropped her off at home. He is a very, very bad man, and that's why he deserves everything that is coming to him. And believe me, he gets a lot. But he absolutely fucks up Igari. He does this weird thing when he fights as well, with his fingers like that. Like, he makes these weird knuckles, and he'll just, like, literally slash you like that and cut your entire face open in these, like, huge gashes and stuff, and you're just fucked. That's it. You just got these huge scars for the rest of your life. He is a terrible person. He's an awful man. And yes, that's right. No, that's right. Jane R's. Later in the show, you see him literally sleeping glued to a vertical wall like Spider-Man. He'll just sleep attached to a wall. So yeah. It's so dumb. Now, Sikorsky goes around being a menace to most of the C-tier, B-tier characters. And I'll tell you what, we'll put him I'll put him in B tier because he's all right. He's not as electric as the other characters. He's not like Spec or any of the others, but he's a good menace. I would say he's not that strong, but he's a good sort of low-level menace. Because eventually he learns what true strength is when he fights Baki's brother, Jack Hanma. Now, Jack Hanma is just, oh my god, there's so many cool things you can say about this guy. So Jack Hanma is, I guess, he's one of Yujiro Hanma's biological sons, but as Yujiro says, the Hanma blood runs thin in him. So Jack is actually, his natural physique is that he's really skinny, really withered, really thin, and the way to solve this problem naturally is to inject himself with the most intense steroids ever developed by science, including before every single fight. So when you're watching the 90s anime, before every fight the Canadian Jack Hanma has, he injects himself with 3 syringes and eats an entire mouthful of pills. He's so fucking outrageous. And later in the Prisoner arc, characters note, is he a lot taller than he used to be? So, oh yeah, because Jack Hanma has been getting bone lengthening surgery, so now he's about 8 foot tall, I think. Let's just see. How tall is Jack Hanma? Here we go. So I think... I think at the current point, Jack Hanma is about 9'8". At least as far as the manga is concerned. Let's see what... Jack Hanma's height is increased dramatically through extreme experimental limb lengthening surgeries. He was initially 6'4". After that tournament, he becomes 7 foot, but his current final height is 8 foot tall. Jack is a fucking monster. He is the pinnacle of unnatural strength. He's just, And you know what's really cool about Jack? Even though he's a monster, he's actually a really nice guy. He's actually a very polite, civil man. He's not a fucking asshole like the rest of them until you fight him. Then he's the worst human in the world. But when you're not fighting Jack, he's actually a very civilized guy. You just wouldn't think it, because he's absolutely terrifying. So, and Sikorsky, when he's running around being a huge menace, that's when he meets Jack, and he learns what real strength is. And Jack fucks up Sikorsky so bad that he just stops fighting him. Oh, that's right. I think Jack traps Sikorsky in a phone booth, and then they transport the phone booth to the fighting arena where Jack can fight him, and Jack just gets bored because Sikorsky's not enough of a challenge. So then Jack is like, all right, I'm going to give you an opponent who's more suitable, and he brings out Gaia. We're going to get to Gaia later on. But I just think Jack Hanma, I'm just going to put him in S, man. Every time Jack shows up, it's fucking cool, man. He fucks up Muhammad Ali Jr., he gets his shit ruined by some other characters, and we'll get to that, but Jack is just a very fucking cool character. Watching him eat is hilarious. He just picks up an entire T-bone steak with one fork and just eats it in a single mouthful. Yeah, he's just... And there's all these memes on Instagram where it's like me after like 3 reps. It's just like Jack Hanma just eating a whole steak. So yeah, he's just a wonderful character, man. Here's the thing, I like Baki characters so much that way more of them are going to end up in S tier than they should. But the thing is, that's why you know it's a good show, that it has this many S tier characters. So Claire Obscure song over a Baki tier list is illegal? No, it's perfect. It's fucking magnificent. Yeah. What else are we gonna do? I would say let's get to Gaia. Gaia is an interesting character. It's kind of hard to read his power level. Like, Baki's beaten him in the 90s anime. He used to have a bit of a multiple personality thing. They kind of dropped that. But Gaia is kind of... He's kind of the environmental fighter. So when Gaia fights Sikorsky, he fucks him up in ways that this guy didn't even think was possible. First of all, he can shout so loud that it can literally like create a shockwave and shatter glass, which is a thing a normal human can do, according to Baki. Then he's able to completely camouflage himself in sand and become invisible, which apparently you can do in this universe as well. And he will also basically pick up entire handfuls of sand and broken teeth and just leave. Remember, there's broken teeth everywhere because this is a fighting arena that's been around for hundreds of years. He'll pick up sand full of broken teeth and just throw it at you with the force of a shotgun. So you're just like, oh fucking hell, man! It's like getting in your eyes. Bits of teeth and shards are just getting everywhere, and you're just fucked fighting this dude. He has an interesting fight against Miyamoto Musashi. But it's not, we'll mention that when we get to Musashi. I think Gaia really shines against Sikorsky because you see how much this guy can fuck you up when he uses the full environment against you. I'm not going to say he's a B. I think he's better than these other guys. He's more interesting, but I wouldn't say he's an S. I think Gaia, ladies and gentlemen, is our first A-tier character in the entire Baki tier list. Yeah, guerrilla tactics, chat, as you say. He's basically he's a soldier, I think, originally. So didn't Gaia beat Baki's ass in old episodes? He did, but Baki ultimately wins at the end of the day. Marcel's, what's going on, you dog? How long has YouTube streaming been a thing? I've started multi-streaming recently, and it's just kind of like the norm at this point, so. The Ways Experience, thank you for the 100 bits. I love you, Sebby Webbs, and your pure, hinged hate of FF7 Remake and your sheer turkey donut glazing of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I just hate Nanaki Remake so much. I cringe so hard. Thank you, Ways. I appreciate that. At this point, though, I mean, we talked about this earlier today on stream. I kind of don't even hate it anymore. I just don't care. And in a way, that's kind of worse. Because when you're angry at something, it means you kind of want to fix it. When you're indifferent, it's like, yeah, it's unfixable. What's even the point? Like, as I say, when I saw the FF7 Revelation trailer, I didn't even feel angry or hate. I felt inconvenienced. I just felt tired, felt exhausted. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Let's use a different song for this. Let's go back to this one. So, who else can we do? That deserves a short with that explanation. Midnight? I feel like I've done too many FF7 Remake shorts at this point. I do want to dilute it a bit with some other stuff. Rose Cavalier, you're a great streamer. Oh, you! Get out of here. I appreciate that. But Ways Experience, thank you for the 100 bits. So good. I become numb, Monkey, and that's kind of the worst thing, in a way. I just don't care anymore. The OG FF7 I will always care about. Everything after that, I just don't give a fuck. It's just whatever. So, alright. Where were we? We were talking about... Yeah, we were talking about Gaia. Gaia, A tier, he's kind of whatever. I mean, well, he's okay. He's kind of cool. But I feel he's a bit... It's not that he's underutilized. What am I trying to say here? I would say Gaia's best moment is him fighting Sikorsky, because he gives this guy exactly what he deserves. So, alright. Okay, chat. Alright. Time to bring out the big guns. Are you ready? Because here we bring out Dorian! Dorian is one of the Prisoner Arc characters. He's an American. He's clearly based on Hulk Hogan, visually. And this guy is very hard to deal with. This guy is an absolute... This guy is a real problem, man. Dorian is extremely strong physically and in terms of martial arts, but he will also use every weapon you can possibly imagine in the most unexpected ways possible. You just kicked him in the face? That's fine. He'll take the kick. Because while he did that, he's wrapped a cord of steel wire around your hand, and then he'll literally just cut your hand off. Like, this guy is like, wait, what? You're allowed to do that? Dorian will walk into the middle of the dojo full of all these guys who he wants to fight with a bucket of gasoline and be like, hey guys, do you like gas? And he's about to set it on fire, and I'm not going to spoil what happens next, but this guy is fucking intense. This guy is really, really hard to deal with. Oh, and in a fight, you'll punch him in the stomach, and he'll just be like, and vomit up a grenade. A fucking hand grenade mid-fight and be like, oh, I was wondering when I need to use that. And he'll just pull the fucking pin. This guy is so incredibly difficult to deal with. I think he's kind of the biggest menace out of all of the prisoners. I think he's... Spec is great, but he kind of just gets dealt with by Hanayama. We'll get to the others. Sikorsky gets fucked up by Gaia. Dorian is like... Dorian's fucked, bro. And he'll even do things like hypnotize you mid-fight. Like, he'll clap his hands, and you'll be hypnotized, and then in your mind, you create a weak version of him who you beat. And you're like, haha, I want this to be true, therefore it is. And then while you're hypnotized, thinking that you've won, he'll just fuck you up when you don't even see it coming. This guy is nuts, man. This guy is like a... Is he a cheater? Yes. But here's the thing, though, Shatter. From his perspective, if he cheated and won, that's your fault. Because you were too weak or too dumb to figure out the cheat. Remember, these guys don't think the same as like a normal fighter. Like, they'll be like, yeah, sure, like, I cheated, but I'm the one who's standing and you're on the ground, like, bleeding, unconscious. So who really won? Remember, these guys don't think like normal fighters. They don't think like honorable warriors in that regard. It's either I'm alive, you're dead. I'm standing, you're knocked out. That's just it. And not only that, here's what makes him even more dangerous. You're right about this, Apothecary. Not only does he use all these insane weapons, but he's actually like a top tier Kaio. He's actually, in terms of combat ability, probably somewhere around Retsukai, but below. He's not as strong as Doppo, and he's not as strong as Rets. But he's very, very, very strong. He's extremely difficult to deal with. He fucks up everyone and everything. So, yeah, I would actually put Dorian as... I don't know if I'd put him as S. I'd put him as A. I'd say he's a really good character. He's a really good villain who a lot of characters have a tough time with until they eventually fuck him up. I'm going to put him as A tier. Yeah. So... Being alive is a win logic? Well, at the end of the day, they're just like, well, I'm alive, you're dead, so who won? What does it matter if I cheat? Is that honorable? No. But they don't care about honor when you're dead and they're alive. And how do you fight someone like that? You have to think differently. So, this guy is so shit that I forget his name. And he's absolutely not even worth mentioning. Does anyone remember who this guy is? Can anyone say his name? The only cool thing this guy does, to my memory, in all of the entire series, is that he actually fucks up Dorian by blindsiding him. He does get one good hit on Dorian, and that's it. Otherwise, he's kind of just like a bit of a punk. He's kind of a bit of a, you know, bit of a bad boy. He's okay at karate, but he doesn't do anything cool at all. I don't even remember his name, and it's not important. I would just put him in whatever. So yeah. He's whack. Every time this guy's on screen, I'm like, oh, fuck. This guy, look at it this way, guys. This guy is the Deep of Baki. Not in terms of how entertaining we find him, but in how... No, he's like the Deep in Baki. You know that meme where the Deep shows up and the Preacher and Homeland are just like, oh, fuck. Like, oh, God, this fucking guy. Katu. Yeah. Katu, I would say, is whatever. He's absolute shit tier character. He's, I don't know, never gave a shit about this dude. All right. Here we go. Bumbo Boy, they don't care about honor when you're dead and they're alive. Summarizes... I'm not going to go there. Well, I'll tell you what. On this subject, there is an Australian criminal who's now dead called Chopper Reid. There was a movie called Chopper with Eric Bana in the year 2000. It is... the best Australian movie ever made, period. No debate, no discussion, it wins. All right, if you haven't seen it, watch it. You will understand Australians much better if you see that film. Chopper Reed was a real life person. There's a reason I'm bringing this up in terms of Baki, by the way. Chopper was a street fighter whose mother was a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. He got himself put in jail on purpose by abducting a judge with a shotgun in court so that he could be with his best friend, Jimmy Luffman, who was in jail at the time. And this is all true, by the way. This is all in his book. It's all in the movie. And when Chopper was in jail, his dad said to him, listen, son, if you're up against someone you can't beat, here's what you do. You throw away the rulebook, all right? You throw away the rulebook, you win the fight. We can discuss ethics when we're burying the body. That's a quote from Chopper Reed's book. So, I don't want to cite too much more from this. This guy's really fucking intense, by the way, and he's a fascinating human being. He's worth studying. Chopper Reed was unbelievably charismatic, and let me just get back to the point here. But yeah, that's kind of how Chopper thinks, and that's how these prisoners think when they fight. It's like, well, we can talk about what was right or wrong when we're burying the body. That's it. So, yeah. Who's next? Doyle! Doyle is a very interesting character, because he's not actually that strong, but I think he's the only prisoner who really explains their psychology in a conversation the best. Doyle is from Scotland. He has blades, retractable blades built into his body that come out of his elbows, that come out of his knees. He has, like, explosives, I think, that are pulled by triggers in his hand. He even has C4 strapped to his chest, but a bulletproof vest underneath, so it doesn't hurt him. This doesn't work in real life, by the way. C4, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a bulletproof vest, alright? C4 is gonna, the shockwaves will fucking kill you, but this is Baki, it works. He'll blow you up with C4 on his chest. Doyle is a very intense character, and he has a conversation with Stridon, who is the American general who's friends with Yujiro. And in how he talks about how, well, it's fine if I use weapons when I fight. What's the problem? And Stridon's like, well, what if I shot you in the head with a gun? Do I win? He's like, well, yeah, because I'm dead and you're alive. And Stridon's like, well, what if I shoot a nuclear bomb at you? Is that fair? And Doyle's like, well, sure. But I will kill you before you press the button. That's the difference. So Doyle explains in extremely simple terms how he and all the other prisoners think. You can use weapons, by all means. You can use guns, you can use sniper rifles, swords, whatever. Like, at the end of the day, you either lived or you died. You either won or you didn't. And he doesn't really understand what the problem is with that. And he fucks up... Actually, his fight with Shinogi's really interesting, because it looks like Shinogi's winning at first, because he really hurts Dorian. I think Shinogi kicks and pokes... Sorry, Doyle. Shinogi, like, kicks or pokes Doyle in the throat. Something like 3 times, to the point where he can't even breathe. These are really strong hits to the same point. It's to the weak point of your body. It's fucked. But Doyle wins the fight because he blows him up with C4 attached to his chest. Like, what do you do? What do you do against this guy? That's the thing. Let me put it this way, chat. You may think you're good at karate, all right? You may be training karate with the boys. But Doyle will just walk into your karate dojo wearing a fireproof hazmat suit. He'll zip it up and just be like, hey guys, and throw an entire sack full of explosive chemicals into the room and set it on fire and blow up the whole room. And be fine, because he's wearing the fireproof suit. What do you do against this guy? You see what I mean? He's not necessarily that strong, but he will just do insane, crazy shit that no one else even thinks of, and that's the advantage he has on the other guys. He will just do what you don't expect. So, yeah, you need a gun against this dude. And, what's really good about Doyle's arc is that he's a bit of a menace for a bit. He has a very funny scene where he actually sneaks up on Mr. Oliver by dressing up in, like, I think like a police skirt, like a sort of stewardess outfit. So he's just this huge jack dude in a dress, and he kind of blindsides Mr. Oliver. That's kind of funny, until he realizes how obscenely strong Oliver is. But he has this great fight with Retsukai, where Doyle has basically been using weapons this whole time, and Retsukai is just like, you want to see what weapons look like? Watch this. And I think he basically sets Doyle on fire and throws something like 50 Chinese knives into his body. Like, Retsukai fucks him up so badly, it's not even funny. Like Doyle has been a bit of a pest until then, and then he sees what real strength looks like. Like, Retsukai is not a weak guy who can use weapons. Retsukai is a top-tier fighter who can also use weapons, and that's where Doyle is like, oh, fuck. What do I do against this dude? So, yeah. Zen, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Retz is on another level. There's a Retz is an S-tier character and an S-tier fighter. He's just a wonderful creation of Baki. So, Doyle, I would... What would I put him as a character? I honestly, I don't think too much of him as a fighter. But I do like him as a character. I think he's quite unusual. Unlike all the other prisoners, he sort of has like a mini redemption arc. He's not actually as bad as all the others. He has more of a sense of honor than the other prisoners. And I find his conversations kind of fascinating. And I liked how relentlessly unpredictable he was. Because he'll just do anything. He'll use anything against you. I'm gonna put him in A. I like Doyle. So, yeah. Yeah, you think Doyle is A tier, Vanta Black? I like him. I think he's sick, man. I would put him above Sikorsky. I think Sikorsky, Shinogi, I'd put him above those guys, so. Just for the skirt alone, he's got lovely legs. Let's see if we can find that. Where's the one where he's with Oliver? No. Hang on, maybe it's with Oliver. Oh, where's the shot of him in a skirt? It's so fucking funny. This is probably as good as you can get. Oh, it's low pixel. You sort of get the picture. He's in like a police woman's outfit with these incredibly muscular toned legs, just clocking Mr. Oliver out of the blue. It's a pretty funny fight, and he's in like full makeup as well. He's just like, hi. She's like, hi. Here's your tea, Mr. Oliver. It's like so fucking stupid. It's so good. Maybe in a dress. Oh my god. Doyle is also really intense, because his opening scene is him getting electrocuted in an electric chair, and he just survives it. Because why not? Just out of sheer spite. I also like that he's Scottish. I think that's cool. So. Celeste music is god tier. It's so good, isn't it? Next we're going to talk about... Well, next we're going to talk about Katsumi Orochi. I think this guy is unbelievably boring. I think the show tries to make us care about this guy, and it never really works. He is Doppo Orochi's adoptive son. He was an acrobat when he was 5. They always talk about how, like, he's going to be the next big thing in karate and martial arts, but he never really does anything cool. And he's not really interesting. Retsukai beats him in one punch when they fight. Yeah, he develops a very special punch for fighting against Pickle, who is a caveman. We'll get to that, believe me. But the punch kind of costs him his arm. It's kind of, yeah, he's the boring version of Doppo. I don't hate him, but I'm actually going to put Katsumi in C tier. I think there's only one scene he has in all of Baki that actually held my attention, that I actually thought was really interesting, and that's when Pickle... Okay, I'm going to jump the gun a bit. There's a character called Pickle. He's a caveman whose scientists found frozen in a block of ice, a caveman punching a T-Rex in the face. This is Baki. They unfreeze him, and, you know, he's there, and all the characters, all the fighters are just curious about this guy, because, like, holy shit. And they're all there, and, Yujiro shows up, and he says something about, you know, oh, look at this ragtag crew. And Katsumi is like, aren't you, Yujiro, part of this ragtag crew? And Yujiro says one of the cruelest lines ever. I'll see if I can find this line exactly. Quote, Yujiro, Baki, Katsumi, this is why no one respects you. I need to find this line exactly. What's the exact quote, though? Yeah. So Katsumi's like, hey, Yujiro, aren't you part of this ragtag crew? And Yujiro's just like, this is why no one respects you. Not Baki, not me, and not even your own father. Because you are so reckless and unaware of the consequences. You want to sound strong and powerful? Even knowing that you're going to lose for sure. Like, Yujiro just fucking cucks him with one line. But that line is what Katsumi needs to realize the reality of the situation and realize, like, fuck, everyone's stronger than me. And he does what he can to reach the next level. Can you skip the grappling arc? If you do, you can start on Netflix with all the prisoners, but you're not going to know who all these guys are. But in a way, that can be very fun. That's actually how I did it. That can be fun, just finding out through these fights who these guys are. But if you want to do it chronologically, I would say start with the movie, which you can find online, then do Baki the Grappler, which starts when Baki is 13, and it's okay. You'll get to see how much of a fucking asshole Yujiro used to be before he kind of chilled out in the Netflix version. So I think they're all good. To be perfectly honest. So where was I on this? Yeah, Katsumi develops a very special type of punch where he regards the bones in his arm as if they were like a whip, not even like bones himself, but it fucks you up, and it's he's kind of whatever, man. I'm gonna put him in C tier. I'm not really impressed with Katsumi for the most part. But you know who I am impressed with? This absolute fucking actually, no. Before we get to this absolute legend, let's finish off the prisoners. Let's get to this guy, Yanagi. This guy is physically the smallest of all the prisoners, but in my opinion, he is the most lethal. He is the most dangerous out of them all. Yanagi has the ability to... How do I describe this? He beats Baki. He can beat you by walking up to you, putting his hand on your mouth, and then creating a vacuum with his palm that's so strong that it sucks all the air out of your lungs, and then you pass out. Then the show spends 2 minutes explaining how a normal person can do this. Right, Yanagi, in terms of technique, is the most lethal out of them all. He uses a poison hand technique, which is, the show describes it, that you just dip your hand in poisonous chemicals for over something like 5 to 10 years until your hand is literally imbued with poison, and anyone you touch will now get poisoned and will just die, and it's completely incurable. This guy's fucking intense, man, and that's not even how bad he gets. And they describe this process of hand poisoning as so painful that some people can't even endure the full process, and they just cut their hands off just to, like, stop the pain. Yanagi actually might have the most brutal escape from prison out of all the prisoners, because they talk about, like, deadly gases, and he basically puts his hand on, like, this glass wall of the prison, creates a vacuum, can suck the fucking glass off the wall, and then he has this phenomenal moment where he says to one of the guards, "Do you know what the most dangerous gas in the world is? This." And he gets the guy's head, blows in one ear, and out the other ear, the guy's entire brains explode. because he blows so hard through that direction. It's fucking horrific. This guy is no fucking joke. This guy is basically the Vegeta of the prisoners. Just because he's the smallest guy out of them all does not mean he is the weakest. This guy is nuclear. He's terrifying. He's absolutely fucked. So, yeah, no, I like Yanagi. And Yanagi seems to have a relationship with Goki Shibukawa. They're both quite old. And he teaches Goki a lesson in martial arts in this, where they're just sitting there having a pot of tea. And Goki's like, so, you broke out of prison. How's it feel? And the guy's like, yeah, it's all right. And Goki's like, so, when are we going to fight? And the guy's like, and Yanagi's like, you don't have to ask when we have a fight. You just do it like this. And he immediately throws the teapot at him full of boiling water, and it just catches Goki off guard. And that's also like Goki learning a lesson from these prisoners, that these guys don't think about like time, place, you know, when's the arena, when's the bells start. It's just like, oh, you want to fight? Okay, I'll attack you right now. And you know what's really interesting is this is kind of similar to Bruce Lee's mentality when it comes to this. There's a phone call you can listen to, a recorded phone call between Bruce Lee and one of his friends. I forget the guy's name, but they talk about, you know, like time and place, the fight, when are you going to arrange this, when are you going to set this up? And Bruce Lee's like, what's the time? What's the time? Like, what do you mean, what's the time? I'll just show up outside, like his house, whenever, like right now. Like, that's how a fight works, man. So it's interesting that like there's a bit of Bruce Lee in all of this. He's like, what do you mean, the ring, the time, the place? Either you win or you don't. It's fascinating, this shit, man. I love thinking about this stuff because there's a lot more depth. Baki is basically the psychology of fighting, winning, losing, martial arts, warrior philosophy, rules, the meaning of rules, the purpose of rules and all this. It's such an interesting meditation on all this. Yes, all these characters are super jacked and huge, but that's kind of just like an interesting window into the psychology and philosophy of the show. There's a lot more depth to Baki than people might think at first, but if that depth wasn't there, this show would not be the worldwide phenomena, this smash hit that it is. If it was simply superficial, it wouldn't be hitting us on this deeper level. There's plenty of things out there that have like very flashy aesthetics, you know, or whatever, but they have no substance, and that's why we don't remember them or don't know them. Baki is known kind of worldwide by a lot of people, by millions and millions of people. People who don't even watch anime watch this show. Like, if you're a gym bro, if you work out a lot, if you love your protein shakes and whatever, you probably know Baki, because this show is extremely inspiring in that regard. When I watch it, I'm like, fuck, I need to eat more. And I need to go to the gym because I feel weak in the face of these prime specimens. So, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Zen, thank you again for that YouTube membership. I appreciate that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can say about Yanagi. I think I've kind of set my pace on this guy. Yeah. Lol strapless. Every time you see me on YouTube, you are instantly reminded how bad FF7 Remake is compared to the original. Good. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Good. I'm glad that I have that effect. Welcome to the stream. You were rewatching the Musashi arc, Regalia? Yeah, oh, we're getting to him. Believe that. So, did I hear FF Tactics got an update and now is New Game Plus? No, I didn't know that. Shadow Luminary, welcome in. Was the prisoner arc before or after the Kaio 5v5 fight? It was before. The Kaio 5v5 is okay. We'll get to that because I really think the only character of note worth discussing from that is Sea King Kaku. And we'll get to him. Yeah. It's like Attack on Titan. It transcends the anime genre. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. There's plenty of animes where dudes are jacked, but Baki is the anime where everyone is jacked. There's something unique and special about it. I'm going to... Who should I talk about next? Just deciding on a song for the next one. We'll do this. All right. Ballsy! Thank you for the 11 months. Fuck yeah. Another month rolling with the coolest sebs on all the webs. Can you dig it, sucker? Ballsy, thank you for the 11 months. You all right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so... Oh, that's right. In terms of how I would rate Yanagi as a character... He's very interesting in terms of how lethal he is and how he has a very unusual set of skills. He really fucks up Baki. Yanagi is the only prisoner who beats Baki twice, let alone once. What would I rank him though? I'm actually gonna. That's a tough one, man. I don't think he's A, but I don't think he's B. He's like a B plus or an A minus. I'm gonna give Yanagi. You know what? Put respect on his name. A. He deserves it for the one move where he puts his mouth to the guy's ears and blows his brain out the other side of his head. Like that alone is so outrageous that bumps him from a B to an A. That is absolutely ridiculous. But then again, he's not on Dorian's level. Nah, fuck it, he's a B. All right, that put him from C to B. Yeah, no, he's a B. Fuck him. All right. Okay. You know what? I was going to do Oliver, but I agree. The Mouth is a really bizarre character, and we're going to do him next. So, here we go. This is not even one character. He's 3, and he's called the Mouth. And I'll see if I can pull him up right here. Mouth is an extremely unusual character in Baki, but he absolutely belongs in this universe. Just one second. Give me the... Okay, there we go. So Mouth is 3 triplet brothers, and they are... The way they speak is that, like, each guy will say a different word in the sentence first. So it'd be like, hello, I am Mouth. Nice to meet you, sir. Now I am going to fight you. It's really weird to listen to, and even the characters in the show remark that this is really off-putting psychologically, just to listen to this guy talk. We're gonna go further with this guy. We'll get a shot of him, all 3 of them at once. There we go, that's the one. Now, Mouth shows up in the Baki prison arc. For those of you who don't know, let me summarize this arc. Baki kidnaps George W. Bush, the President of the United States, in broad daylight so that he can be put in prison to fight this guy. Mr. Oliver, an American prisoner who is so dangerous that the United States government has to monitor him by satellite 24/7. But before Baki can fight Mr. Oliver, Che Guevara wants to fight him first. We'll get to that guy later on, believe that. Now, during this arc, this is where we meet Mouth. Now, Mouth is... How do I describe this? Okay, we all know the meme of, like, the guy's so strong he can beat 3 people at once. Yeah, sure, whatever. Because in most movies, like, it's 3 thugs who kind of attack you in an uncoordinated manner, one after the other, whatever. That's not what Mouth does. Mouth has perfect coordination. When he punches, you'll get 2 punches and 1 kick all at the exact same time. If he kicks you, you'll get 2 kicks and 1 punch at the exact same time, and it doesn't matter how good you are, you're gonna get hit by one of them. You might block both punches, but bam, you took a lead kick. You might block a punch and a kick, bam, you got clocked in the face. This guy is not good at any martial arts. He kind of admits that. He's like, yeah, I'm just okay at, like, everything. But we have absolute perfect coordination, and you get fucked up when you fight this guy. So, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, these guys fight Mike Tyson. I forgot to mention, Mike Tyson is in prison. He's Baki's roommate because why not? It's a free country. And Mouth is hired by some people on the outside to basically cripple Mike Tyson. Tyson's getting out of prison soon and he wants to fight again, but someone on the outside is like, hey man, this guy's a criminal. If Mike Tyson fights again, this is going to be bad for business. So they send Mouth to beat the shit out of Mike Tyson and then basically snip the tendons in his arms so he can't make a fist again and can never fight again. It's really fucked. But thankfully, they don't succeed in their mission because this absolute fucking legend shows up. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Che Guevara. Yes, yes. So these guys in a 3v1 try to cripple Mike Tyson, but they get interrupted by Che Guevara in prison. This is real. This is all in the show. This is why I say Baki is the fucking best show in the world. Because shit like this, it's fantastic lore. It's the greatest thing ever, isn't it? It's the fucking best show in the world. So this guy comes up, completely fucks up these dudes, and yeah, they get what they deserve. So, but I do think Mouth, they have one scene basically. I'm gonna put them in B tier, not A. But I find them fascinating for the idea that they have perfect coordination when they fight. They're not just three randoms just ganging up on you. They're three guys who their martial art is that they attack you with absolute perfect coordination and precision every time. It's kind of like, it's a very interesting idea to me. So I'll put him in B in terms of characters. They're very unlikable. They're absolute pieces of shit, these guys. They're bad people, so they deserve what comes to them. So, all right. You know what? Let's go to Che Guevara next. So, how do I have this much energy after 10 hours, Tyler? Because I've been wanting to stream for a very long time, and I also want to get... I've been wanting to do this video forever, and it's fucking time. So... This is amazing, Herosaurus. Here's the thing, Herosaurus. I've saved a lot of the best characters for last. It's gonna get even more ridiculous than this. Geneva, I'm selling this well. Geneva, I've watched this entire series twice, and I'm considering doing it again, because I just have so much fun with it. Also, Cornfield, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. So, you want Ali Jr. after Che? We'll do Oliver, because he's grouped into all this, so... All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next character. We have Che Guevara, because why not? Why not put this guy in prison to fight the strongest man in America and also clash with Baki while this is happening as well? So let's get this guy. I think he's... This guy's a pretty cool character. He's not actually that strong, but he has one of the most ridiculous moves I have ever seen in any martial arts media, period. That move is he slams your eardrum, so he pops your eardrum, then he pulls out a handful of his own hair, twists the hair into a claw, puts the hair claw inside of your ear until the hair wraps around your inner ear cochlea, slices it to pieces, shreds your inner ear with his hair claw, and now you've completely lost your sense of balance. You can't even stand up. You just constantly fall over, endlessly. And you're fucked. Like, who the fuck does this, man? Like, who even thinks of such a move? But yes, that is one of Che Guevara's moves in the prison arc of Baki. This guy is no fucking joke. He's not really... I don't think he's actually that strong. Like, he fucks up Mouth, but when he fights Mr. Oliver seriously, we see the meaning of true power. So, I'm not going to dwell too much on this guy. I think Che Guevara's alright. I wouldn't put him in A. I would keep him in B tier as a character, because he's... To be honest, when it came to his actual combat abilities against Mr. Oliver, I found him a little bit disappointing, but that move alone is, like... legendary, and that he deserves a spot right there. CA KRB, thank you for the prime. When I do Mr. Oliver show his wife, no. No, I don't want to do that to him, man. But what I will do is we'll chuck on this song for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to rank one of the greatest characters in all of Baki. I give you. Here it comes. Come on, load. Load. Come on, load. Come on, internet. Load. Is this Facebook? Oh, it's Instagram. Oh, fuck off. That's good enough. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Biscuit Oliver. Mr. Unchained. He is based on the bodybuilder, I think, Silver Oliver? Let me find him. I think that's his name. He's based on a real guy. What is it? Bodybuilder Oliver? Sergio Oliver, this dude. Yeah. He's based on this dude. This guy, I mean, this guy was like, look at this dude! This guy was basically rivaling Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day. This dude's real. I don't even think he spoke English. He's kind of a legend of the bodybuilding world. And just, oh my god, man. I just feel, I feel weak just looking at these people. But Mr. Oliver is based on Sergio Oliver. Now, he's a fascinating character because he has absolutely no regard for martial arts at all. He doesn't know any techniques. He relies purely on brute strength. And even Yujiro at times tells him, like, hey man, don't disregard martial arts, man. It's not only about strength. But let me put it this way. Mr. Oliver is so strong that even Yujiro Hanma acknowledges him. Now, how does a man get this strong? Well, it's quite simple. Mr. Oliver eats 100,000 calories every single day. When he gets injured, or let me put it this way, he's so strong that he can be completely naked and tank the blasts from a shotgun at point-blank range and be completely fine. When he hardens his muscles, he can stop bullets. To recover from the minor wounds of a shotgun blast, he sits down and eats just entire pounds of steak and wine. Nothing but steak and wine. That's how he heals. To train, he has literal helicopters fly, and then he pulls down the helicopters through chains as a form of working out. I'll see if I can find an image of this. Oh my god, he's so good. He's a wonderful character. There you go. So, you know, it's a rather... Hang on. It's a rather simple matter to build this much muscle, all right? You just chain yourself to a helicopter and then you pull it down as forms of reps. He is just an absolutely incredible character. He's fucking awesome. And he has one of the best theme songs for a character in the show. Like, everyone else has a theme song that's like really intense, really dangerous, really like brutal. Oliver has some sort of like chill jazz song. It's like it's like a really classy American jazz tune. He's so sick, man. And I'm trying to think what other cool things he does. He has really weird moves when he fights. Like he can ball himself up like a fucking Pac-Man, grab you, pull you into the ball that he's made with his own body and crush you like a human hand crushing a butterfly. It's like he's fucking weird. And I'm trying to think what other cool things he does. Well, basically he's technically an American prisoner, but he's so physically strong that he can just leave the prison whenever he wants. So that's why he's called Unchained. The US government can't contain him. He can just fly to other countries whenever he wants. He can just go and do whatever the fuck he wants because no one can stop him. He's such a fucking gronk, man. And his prison cell, it basically looks like the interior of a mansion. It's like luxurious, full of paintings, books, classical music, sculptures. What, are you going to say no to him? You're gonna say no to that guy? What the fuck are you gonna do against that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, I think during the Baki prison arc, they sort of, there is sort of like a storyline that goes along with his wife, which at first makes him look kind of ridiculous, but in the long run, when you see how it fully plays out, it actually kind of paints him to be quite noble. Like, basically, Mozzie, thank you so much for the 25 months. You all right? Basically, in a nutshell, his wife used to be beautiful, then she sort of lost her figure due to, like, a disease, and when I say lost her figure, I mean... how big can you possibly imagine? And at first I thought, like, does he have, like, a fetish, or does he have, like, a type? But no, he still loves her in spite of how much she's changed as a result of that. And, it kind of makes him out to be a bit of a good bloke, I would say. But at first I thought, like, oh man, what are they doing to this character? Show her? You know what? You're just gonna have to watch it yourself. And he also says that the reason he gets so... Let me put it this way. His wife might be the biggest woman in the world. Let's put it that way. And he even explains to Baki, oh, the reason I got this strong is just so I can carry her. This isn't for fighting, man. That's just, like, secondary. So, and, oh, no, he actually, and you know what? It actually is very important to his character, because he has this wonderful line with Baki when he shows up, long before this arc even begins, where Baki's like, how the hell did you grow so strong? And Oliver hugs him, and he's just like, you silly boy. Love is the only thing that makes us grow stronger. And you know what? I fucking love that line. I mean... How true is it? We'll leave that to the philosophers to discuss. But I think that line to Baki, love is the only thing that makes us grow stronger. You know what? You all right. It's so poetic that it must be true. So, I fucking love Mr. Oliver. I think he's a very awesome character. I think he's an awesome character. He's this noble, gentlemanly pile of muscle. And I won't say a bad thing about him, all right? Mr. Oliver, no discussion, straight into S tier. Love this dude. Fucking sick, man. Love is the only thing that makes us grow stronger. All right, okay, who's next? Let's do Muhammad Ali Jr. This guy is a very... God, this guy's a very polarizing character. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention. Muhammad Ali is a character in the show as well, and he has a son called Ali Jr. Ali Jr. is extremely good at fight. He's a very fucking good fighter, and he can counter all the moves that were used to beat Muhammad Ali back in the day, such as like Igari over here lying on his back and just kicking his legs. Ali Jr. can counter that. He kind of has a very good moment with Yujiro Hanma, where Yujiro's like, okay, you're good at boxing, what are you going to do against this? And he lies down on his back, and he's like, this is the stance that was used to beat your dad. What are you going to do? And Ali's like, well, it's simple. In a fight, you want the other guy to be on their back. I mean, you're already on your back, so I've won. And he just leaves the room. And Yujiro Hanma's like, ow, what? Fucking destroys the door. He's like, where the fuck is he? Where is he? And he's gone. And he can't get Ali. He's just like, so Ali, without necessarily beating Yujiro, trolls him harder than almost any other character has in the entire show. like he baited Yujiro like no one else has, and Yujiro, he's not happy. I can tell you that. So, I'm just gonna let Billy outside. I can just hear him. He wants to go. Billy, you want to go outside? All right, you can, but you got to say goodbye to chat first, all right, Billy? You've got to say goodbye to chat first. Mr. Oh, what a fat boy. Come here to eat, Billy. All right, Billy, I'm going to let you outside, but first you have to say goodbye to chat, okay? Give them a goodbye smile. Look at that smile, chat. Look at Mr. Billy Fluffles. Oh, you're so squishy. Come here, you. Come here, you wee fatty boy. Only you. Mr. Squishle Fluff. Alright, give him a wave, Billy. Wave. See, he's waving, chat. He's giving you a wave. Alright. Off you go, mate. Off you go, buddy boy. Oh my god, man. He's like catatonic at this point. Alright, out you go, buddy. Out you go. Out you go. Get out of here, you. Get out of here. Oh, fucking love that cat, mate. Oh, fucking love that cat. He's so cute. So, all right. We're gonna continue with this list. I just gotta grab something real quick. Del cat loaf. He is a loaf of bread, basically. One of my community members, Hannah, turned him into a loaf of bread through Photoshop. It's really cute. It's really funny. All right. Enough fucking about. How's my whiskey? Oh! My whiskey's gone. Noob King, thank you for the prime. When am I going to do more Metaphor? You're loving watching the VOD. I might do Devil May Cry Reboot first. I might do FF2 and 3. And then I might resume Metaphor. I'm thinking about it. Either that or OG FF7 or FF13. So, I'm still on stream, Madeline? Of course I am. Of course I haven't been on stream for bloody weeks. Nothing else I'd rather be doing right now. So, who are we talking? We were talking about Ali Jr. I'll tell you what, chat. We will continue to talk about Ali Jr., but I need to refill my whiskey first. And, oh my god, you guys, thank you. Thank you for saying hello to Billy, all of you. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Billy's very happy to see you. Right, let's get the music. Let's get this music on. I'm gonna refill my whiskey and I'll come back and we'll finish Ali. Ali Jr. is a very unusual character. What they did with him, and we're gonna discuss that. But I need to refill my whiskey first. So. Alright, boys and girls. Fucking back. Is that Celeste's music? Yes. There's this one song from... Even though I haven't played the game, there's this one song from Celeste that I just love it. It's really, like, interesting. So, what am I ranking, Shiondu? For those of you who just shown up, I am ranking all Baki characters, but not in terms of strength. I'm ranking them in terms of their quality as characters themselves. And, because everyone else has done a strength tier list. I'm going to do something different. I want to talk about why these characters are interesting on screen or why they're not. And that's why a character who is weak might actually be A or S tier because they're such an interesting character, or a character who is strong might be low tier because they're actually not that interesting. So, all right. So we were talking about Ali Jr. In terms of combat ability, Ali Jr. is actually really high. He is devastating with his fists. Extremely fast, extremely strong, and it's quite surprising what happens with his character or how it ends. But I think I've thought about it a lot, but I think I've understood it when it comes down to it. So basically, Ali wants to fight Baki, and Baki is not really interested. So the way that Ali wants to provoke him is that he tries to hit on Baki's girlfriend. This is an extremely bad idea. And in the process of doing that, he goes around being a pest. Like, he wants to fight Doppo Orochi, he fights Goki Shibukawa, he fights Jack Hanma, and in these first fights, he does KO Doppo, and he does KO Goki, but when he fights Jack, that's when he learns what a real monster is, and Jack fucks him up really badly. Now, I think the purpose of Ali's character is to show the difference between these, like, brutal fighters' mentality and a sports fighter. In the world of sports fighting, Ali is a genius. He'll probably beat anyone. But he's a bit injured after Jack. And then Doppo comes back and he's like, hey man, I know that like, what is it? Is it Doppo or Goki? I think it's Goki. Goki comes back and he's like, hey man, I know that we fought the other day and you won, but like, I just, doesn't feel right to me, to be perfectly honest. I think I'm not satisfied with the result. I kind of want to fight again. And Ali's like, well, I'm a little bit injured, man. And Goki's like, well, what does that matter? I'm here right now. What are you going to do? And this is where Ali's like, oh shit, these guys don't think like me. They don't care about your condition. You win the fight or you lose. And Goki basically grabs him by one finger and fucking smashes him into like trees, like something like 15 times. Goki fucks him up. And then I think Ali is just a bit more injured. And then Doppo shows up. And Doppo's like, hey man, I know you KO'd me, but like, yeah, I'm not happy with the result. I want to fight again. Ali's like, man, I can't even use my hand. And Doppo's like, what does that matter? What are you going to do? Just give up? And this is where Ali starts to realize, like, oh, fuck, these guys kind of don't think like sports fighters. You have to... They don't care about condition. You won the fight or you didn't. So, is that unfair? Sure. But they won and you lost. So, they don't think about fair in that regard. So, how long has this tier list been? It's been a long one, but like... And that's the thing. Like, I have not included a lot of characters in Baki. I'm only talking about their fighters and how they rank up. This will be an interesting list. I don't know if it'll be any good or not, but fuck, I want to make some content that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy or FF7 Remake. And I fucking love this show so much. I thought, why not? Take a sip of whiskey for you, Nyako? Oh, all right. Also, cheers, chat. Thank you for enjoying the stream. It's good to be back here. I fucking love this shit. I've been wanting to do this for ages. So, Ali Jr. kind of comes to a bit of a bad end when he fights Baki, and you think he's gonna whip out some crazy shit, and he doesn't. Baki just fucking destroys him, and it's not even funny. It's like a humiliation ritual almost. And I think the whole purpose of this was to show the difference between a sports fighter mentality versus a real fighter. And I don't mean to disrespect boxers when I say that. I'm saying that these guys are fucking crazy. That's what I'm saying. So, and there's a very interesting detail that people pointed out that I never noticed until they mentioned it. Any of these guys, Doppo, Hanayama, Retsu, Goki, Spec, when they're getting serious, they get like a red sort of line in their eye, like a red knife or something. It's like a killer instinct look. Ali Jr., I don't think ever gets that look. And that's the difference between him and them. He never has the killer instinct. And that's why, in a way, Ali Jr. is the inverse of Spec. Ali Jr., in terms of combat ability, would probably beat Spec, but Spec will fucking kill you. That's the difference. Ali won't kill you. Spec will murder you. And so Spec has a much more overwhelming psychology. That's why Spec is able to fuck up Baki on their first appearance, and he even fucks up Hanayama pretty badly until the end of the fight. So I would say that Spec and Ali are interesting sort of opposites in terms of combat ability versus combat psychology. Ali has the ability, but not the psychology. Spec has the psychology. despite the ability. And that's why he's so lethal. And Ali doesn't really... Ali punches below his weight because he doesn't have that killer instinct. So, yeah. Yeah. Is Baki the strongest? I mean, he's the main character, and we'll get to him in a second. So, yeah, and also, Ali Jr. has this amazing face that you'll see this memed a million times. This is after he loses. It might be the greatest crying face in all of anime history. It's just the face of absolute humiliation. It's the face of when you've just absolutely lost everything. You weren't the man you thought you were, and you just lost in the worst way possible in front of the woman you were hitting on and in front of the whole world. It's an incredible face. So, as much as I feel bad about... Some people argue that Ali Jr.'s character is wasted, and I thought that at first, but I actually don't think that in retrospect. I think that, there was a very important point being made with this guy, that it's not only about your physical ability, it's about how intense your psychology is as well. Like, let me put it this way. Are you willing to die to win this fight? Are you willing to fucking die in the process of winning? If you're not, then you're not going to beat the guy who is. That's the difference between Ali and everyone else. Everyone else is willing to, like, fucking die for a victory. And that's, yeah, there you go. I don't need to say it I don't need to say any more than that. So, all right. What else do we have? All right, chat. All right. Let's get Baki back in. Come here, Baki. Let's get Megalovania. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final stretch. Some of the most intense characters in the entire series. We have saved some of the best for last. And without further ado, it wouldn't be called Baki without Baki. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Oh, fuck. Where do I put Ally as a character? You know what? This is gonna blow everyone's minds. I'm actually gonna... Oh, fuck, man. Do I put him as A or B? No, I'm gonna put him as B. I think that, like, what happened with Ali Jr. is a very interesting lesson, but I do ultimately think that his character does feel a bit disappointing and a bit wasted. You know what? I'll even put him as C. You know what? Fuck him. I think Ali doesn't really do anything. I think really what is done with this character, I think he's a bit of a wasted character ultimately, but no, what am I saying? I think that even though his arc makes a very interesting point, I still ultimately think he's a bit wasted. I still did feel a bit disappointed by him. And I guess what the meaning I drew from his character is ultimately me trying to make the most of what we got from him. So I think C is where Ali belongs. I wouldn't put him in A with the others. So, all right, let me try that again. Let me try this again. I'm a champ for the stream, Keelth. Oh, you, get out of here. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be called Baki without the star of the show himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the one, the only, Baki Hanma! This character is just awesome. He's great, man. The opening of the prison arc episode is pretty funny with this dude. Hang on. The opening of the prison arc episode is pretty funny with this guy because it's after he's won the martial arts tournament from the 90s anime Baki the Grappler. And he is so unbelievably strong physically that him just sitting in his own classroom just doing nothing, makes everyone else around him tremble in fear. That's how the Netflix opens. The teacher's trying to write stuff on the board, but he's just trembling in fear, and he doesn't know why. And the reason is because on an instinctive level, on an evolutionary level, he can tell how dangerous that person is. Baki is so lethal that ordinary people tremble in fear around him. Which is very similar to what happens with his dad, except on Baki it happens at a smaller scale. He is the son of Yujiro Hanma, the strongest creature in the world, and I think if you're watching the 90s anime, you see him at age 13 fight 100 men and only beat 60 of them at age 13. So he considers, oh damn, I'm too weak. He has been put through every martial arts training a program in the world. He's been given the best diet and the best nutrition in the world by his mother. He's inherited the demon back from Yujiro Hanma himself. And Baki has a very fun psychology. It's kind of it's similar to Guts. You know how Guts is like from Berserk? It's like, I don't want to be the strongest thing in the world. I just want to be happy. You know, I just want to be at peace. The problem is, in order for Guts to have peace, he has to fight the strongest demons in the world. Baki's in a similar situation where he doesn't want to be the strongest man in the world. He just wants to be strong enough to beat his father. The problem is, his father is the strongest man in the world. So he's got his work cut out for him. Baki knows basically every martial art in the world, like his dad. Exceptionally fast, exceptionally strong, incredible technique. I mean, this guy was doing, let me put it this way, Baki was doing like MMA and in the 90s, before like UFC had kind of really blown up in the mainstream. In a lot of ways, Baki the Grappler is kind of ahead of its time in its martial arts philosophy, that it wasn't only about strikes. It was kind of just like everything. What is everything the human body... What is every martial art? What am I trying to say is, what is everything the human body can do? That's kind of what this show was back then. It was pretty ahead of its time in that regard. So, yes. Now, why does Baki want to fight Yujiro Hanma? Because his dad killed his mother in front of him. Now, there's a very complicated family history between these guys. Baki's mother is a woman who Yujiro Hanma met, I think, in like South America at some party, and she seemed like a normal enough person, but Yujiro, being an absolute monster, could sense a psychopathic killer instinct in her, and it's like, okay, you're the perfect woman to be the mother of my child. So had a baby with her, and then basically told his wife, train my son to be the strongest thing ever, and then I'm going to fight him at the age of 13. And if I'm not impressed, I'm going to kill him. It's something like that. I forget the exact specifics of this, but knowing Yujiro Hanma, that's basically what he would do. Before their fight, there was an earthquake. So Yujiro solved this problem by punching the ground and stopping the earthquake. Okay, this is what Baki, the 13-year-old boy, is up against. And I think Yujiro's about to basically kill Baki, and Baki's mother, who's been an absolute bitch, like a terrible person up until this point, I think her protective instincts switch on, and she's like, no, fuck you, you're not killing my son, I'm your opponent now. And Yujiro kills her. He basically bear hugs her to death. And it's kind of a weird thing in the show, because it's never quite, at least to my satisfaction, never quite fully explained why. I think it could be as simple as she challenged Yujiro. That means you're ready to die. And but when Baki sort of like questions him about this later on, like, why'd you do that? It kind of like makes Yujiro angry immediately. Like, don't ask me such things. You know, I don't know if I'm fully satisfied with the explanation of why Yujiro did that, or how Yujiro sort of lives with that or squares that for himself. It's a kind of complicated show in that regard. These characters have very strange psychologies. Yeah, you're right, Death. It could be as simple as she traded her life for Baki and Yujiro accepted it. And it was literally as simple as that. It actually is as simple. In a way, with Yujiro, it can be as simple as that. But let's get back to Baki. Baki is really interesting because when he wants to be lethal, he can be devastating, but he's still a child at the end of the day. He's something like 17 or 19 years old, and he's still got a kid mentality about a lot of things. And I think that's quite an endearing quality for him. I think that's what makes him so good as a lead character and sort of a window for us into the world of Baki. Because most of us are not like 50-year-old escaped prisoners who've killed like 100 people. Most of us are not like 50-year-old karate specialists. So like most of us are probably like have lived a somewhat more normal life like Baki in a way. But then again, Baki's not normal. But anyway, you see the point I'm making. But he's an interesting window into this world to see all these other characters through, interact through, and he's also quite surprising. Like in a lot of ways, he's like Goku. He always has some crazy shit up his sleeve that you are not expecting, and he'll whip it out during fights, and you're just like, hang on, wait, he could do that all along? For example, when Baki activates his demon back, he can basically punch you faster than your own eyes and nervous system can react. Like, he's nuts, man. Or in order to train against Yujiro Hanma, he will imagine a giant praying mantis that weighs 100 kilos, but maintains the strength of a bug at that scale. In other words, he's fighting like, this thing is as strong as Superman, and he'll fight that thing in his mind as a form of training to take out Yujiro Hanma. Or he'll look at a cockroach and he'll be like, hang on, a cockroach has no acceleration when it runs. It just goes to top speed in 1 second. How's it do that? So he will literally study a cockroach and learn how to mimic its movements. So out of nowhere, Baki can explode at like top speed with zero acceleration right into your body. And even Yujiro is like, how did you do that? Like, who taught you that? That's a great bloody move. You know, I've never seen that one before. So, I mean, it doesn't do shit to Yujiro, but it impresses him. He's just a great... Yeah, Baki is sort of the Goku of the MMA world, but also just kind of the street fighting world. I really... Yeah. In a way, he's not necessarily... I don't find him as electric or fascinating on screen as, say, like Hanayama or Shibukawa. Not as unpredictable, but he is the lead of the show. He's you and me, mate. He's a fucking true blue Australian. He can do basically everything. And for that reason, he goes in fucking S tier, mate, where he fucking belongs, mate. And it's cool because even when he's incredibly weakened, he's still unbelievably strong. Like, there's a part of the series where he is weakened by poison, and he basically looks anorexic. He looks fucked. And he gets brought to China for, like, a tournament against the greatest Chinese masters, and they kind of want to test him before the fight. And the guy's like, man, this kid looks like he's about to die. Are you serious? And he's like, oh, all right, I'll fight him. And he tries to kick Baki, and Baki immediately, in his withered anorexic form, just grabs his leg, holds it so the guy's like in a perfect split, and hugs him. And he's like, okay. He puts his leg down. The guy's like, what? And then I think he tries to punch him again, and Baki just like in his withered form will basically wrap up all your arms and legs, hold you, and he's like, okay, I think I've won this one too. Here you go. And he just kind of puts you back. And the guy is trying to fight Baki is like, I can't beat this guy. I'm sorry. He's outclassed me. He looks like he's dying where he's standing, and I can't even touch this dude. This guy's something else. Yeah. He's the hero at the end of the day. He's just he's an absolute Giga Chad. Baki is the man, S tier, it's not even a conversation. All right. Let's get to the fun stuff, boys. Let's get to the fun stuff. Poison Baki was a fun arc. I was like, man, how's it gonna get out of this? So, yeah. Before he consumed 4,000 years of sugar water, pretty much, Chris the Chilled, yeah. So, where are we gonna go with this? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth saying about Baki. You know what? No. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to talk about one of the greatest characters in the history of anime. Maybe in the history of storytelling itself. We're going to talk about the strongest creature on Earth, Yujiro Hanma! Soon to be the new DLC guest character in Tekken 8. A character who is so intense that he is going to bring me back to Tekken itself. A game that I gave up because I think Heat sucks balls. But I'll still play it for this guy. Yujiro is the One Punch Man of the Baki world. He is the strongest creature ever. He is so dangerous that him and Mr. Oliver are both monitored by satellite by the US government at all times. Yujiro is so dangerous that the United States government itself has a peace treaty with him, with one man, because they know very well that at any moment, Yujiro, if he wanted to, could break into the White House and kill the president. And there's nothing you can do to stop him. The United States has a peace treaty with him. Yujiro is so strong that he stopped an earthquake with one punch. By punching the ground. Yujiro is so strong. God, where do I even go with this guy? Yujiro is so strong that if there is a window... How do I say this? God, how do I say this? Yujiro is so strong that if there is a wall full of bulletproof... Oh God, how do I word this? Fuck, this is so stupid. Yujiro is so strong that there is a wall of bulletproof glass in front of him, and someone will offer him the key to get through that door, and he'll say, "Fool, I don't need that." And he will literally press his body into the bulletproof glass so hard that he will literally break through it, walk right through it, and then the glass will snap back into place after he's done. And I'm going to show you an image of him doing that right now. All right. This is so stupid. Let's see. Oh my God. Yes, that's the bulletproof plexiglass that Yujiro just pushes his face through. Why do you need a key? What, are you not weak enough just to walk through walls? let's get the there's an even funnier picture of this. Yeah. This is one of the greatest images, quite possibly, in all of anime. You know what I love about this? It's so stupid, but look how happy he is. He's so happy. Like, there's nothing else in the world that he would rather be doing than literally walking through bulletproof glass with nothing but his own body just to show how strong he is. He's such a fucking asshole. He's such a dickhead. I remember I might have watched this scene at least like 20 times because I just think it's so funny. I think he's such a dickhead. What else does he do? Yujiro is so strong that when he plays scissors, papers, rock with Baki to see who does the dishes, Baki wins. Because Baki did rock. Or so he thinks. And Yujiro's like, no, you didn't win. Watch. And he puts his fingers on Baki's fist and he squeezes with his fingers so hard that it makes Baki fall to the floor and opens his fist into paper, which means that Yujiro wins. And Yujiro says, "Listen, son, there are some blades in this world that can cut stone." It's like, you can't beat this guy. He's too strong. This guy doesn't play by the rules, man. Like, who the fuck can do something like this? It's so ridiculous, man. I fucking love Yujiro. I'm trying to think. What else? Everything he does is hilarious. What else? What else does Yujiro do? I think that's enough for now, but something I'll say about Yujiro's philosophy that I absolutely love is that he knows every martial art in the entire world. He knows every move in existence. and he doesn't use any of them. Because to use a move would be to admit that he's weaker than his opponent. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Because to use a move would be to admit that he is weaker than his opponent. So he never uses moves ever. He only uses brute strength, even though he knows every martial art in the world. Only 2 characters in the entire show, to my knowledge, have ever been a challenge to this guy. One is Sea King Kaku, who we're going to talk about later, and the other is Pickle, a literal caveman who punched T-Rexes in the face. But I digress. We'll get to them. Yujiro is just in my opinion, he's just one of the greatest characters of all time. Every time he is on screen, everyone else is terrified. Yujiro is so scary that he will just literally walk into like a US military base because he wants to see something inside it. And if the guards stop him, he just looks at them and the guards get so scared that the only thing they can think of doing is beating the shit out of each other. And Yujiro's like, that was the right choice. If you didn't do something like that, I would have killed all 3 of you on the spot. And the show describes it as like the soldiers react as if they got caught by their dad doing something bad, and so they punished each other before their dad could punish them. Like, this is how terrifying this guy's psychology is. He will literally make you beat the shit out of the people around you just to like get him off your back. He's nuclear. Yujiro is a monster. So, also Silent Observer, thank you for the $2.64 super chat. Yujiro sounds like Chuck Norris. Yujiro is unironically Japanese Chuck Norris. He actually is, like, without, like, no joke at all in that regard. So, Vanta Black, do I remember when he ripped a guy's face off at the China tournament? That was cold-blooded. Yes, also Yujiro ripped a guy's face off just because he wanted to prove a point. So he was in a Chinese martial arts tournament. He was put up against like the head monk, and just because he wanted to humiliate Chinese martial arts, because why not, is Yujiro, he's a fucking asshole, he grabbed the guy's face and literally ripped it off entirely. He's a bad man. He's a bad person. Okay. What else did he do? There's so many ridiculous things Yujiro has done, it's not even... Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, that's right! When Yujiro wants to drink a bottle of whiskey, I think he just kind of... What does he do? Oh, yeah, when Yujiro wants to drink a bottle of whiskey, he just takes the entire bottle of Johnny Walker Black, turns it upside down, holds the bottom, just pulls the bottom off with brute strength, and then just drinks out of the broken bottle like that. He's just a Giga Chad incarnate. Like, whatever he does it in the whatever he does it in the strongest way possible. It's hilarious, man. He's just fantastic, man. Pops, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. You all right? Oh yeah, also there was a giant elephant in Africa that was the size of a dinosaur, like a brachiosaurus. It was killing people everywhere. It was killing plenty of soldiers. Not even the army could handle it. That's alright, because Yujiro Hama showed up, and I think he just punched the elephant in the face and killed it in one hit. That's canon, by the way. That actually happened. That's just Baki. What else does he do? This guy, he's just everything this guy does is like the coolest thing ever. There's one other I'm trying to remember, and I'm not gonna miss it because it's so good. Oh yeah, he also beat a polar bear in hand-to-hand combat, but I mean, like, you know, that's just small potatoes compared to the elephant he beats later on. And, what's the other thing he does? Oh, fuck, there's so many cool things this guy does. I mean, mate, just look at this prime physique. And the cool thing is that Yujiro is actually based off of a real bodybuilder. I forget the guy's name, and if any of you guys know it in chat, please let me know. But there was a bodybuilder, I think in the 80s or 90s, who had long red hair and actually kind of a similar physique and build to this guy. So it's the fact that he's inspired by a real person just makes him even cooler. So, Oh yeah, to relax Yujiro, I think he swims in a pool that is set to be rushing at something like 20 miles an hour, and for him that's a brisk swim. He just swims against the equivalent of the most intense current in the world, just to relax. To draw that as mental, oh dude, Baki, the artwork in Baki is fantastic. It just makes you want to work out, it makes you want to eat more, it makes you want to improve yourself as a human being, I would say. Yeah. Oh, Yujiro, when he smokes a cigarette, he just like inhales the entire thing in one go. You just see the entire cigarette just go. he's like a fucking big Les character in that regard. So, McDo, thank you for the $2 super chat. Greatest character, B tier. Just a funny thing. No, I haven't put. No. I haven't put him in B tier just yet. That's a placeholder. That's a placeholder. We all know Yujiro's in S tier. But just while we're talking about him. So, Sir Scuffington, thank you for the $5 super chat. How are you still awake? Also, Googling Daisy Dukes after your last comment 9 hours ago gave you a genuine laugh. I mean, look, I think we can look up, I think we can look her up. Someone mentioned Daisy Duke earlier, because you can put Tifa in this outfit in 7 Remake, and you know what? I have no counter-argument to this statement. You want to dress Tifa like this in FF7R? Be my guest. You know what? I'll be doing the same thing. Except I'll be doing that with Scarlet, who the real men love. So, yeah, get out of here. All right, you goon lords, get out of here. So, All right. Question for you. You said I like FF Tactics. I don't have an opinion on Tactics Advance. I only really know the PS1 version, and that's all I really need to know, to be perfectly honest. So, what else can we say about Yujiro? I'm just thinking. Yujiro's kind of... Oh, yeah. And the thing is, Yujiro's not getting weaker with age. He's getting stronger. As he gets older, he develops the ability to literally see weaknesses and physical problems in your body. So he'll just be walking down the street and he can see if you have a lung infection, if you have a broken arm, he can see if you've got like a cancer. He didn't ask for it, he just can, because he's Yujiro and he can just sense these things. I think he's also immune to every poison in the world. And people wonder, well, you know, if the US government is so scared of him, why don't they just snipe him? Why don't they just kill this guy and get it over and done with? Well, here's the problem. You could probably kill Yujiro with a sniper rifle, but there's also a very high chance that won't work. That's the problem. He could probably sense your killer instinct from like a kilometer or two away as you take aim, and he'll dodge it. And if he knows that you, the US government, have tried to kill him, then that's it. You're done. He's coming for the president. So that's the thing. Like, and it's not. And people say, "Oh, is this anti-American?" It's actually not the way I perceive it. I don't think this is a rip on America. I think it's meant to be a way of bigging up Yujiro Hanma. Whoever the strongest power in the world is at the time of writing Baki, that's who Yujiro is going to have this agreement with. Whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whoever it is, whether it's Australia, if we ever take over the world one day, I think that's the joke, is that the strongest country in the world has a contract with, has a peace treaty with him. So yeah. A nuke won't work? Well, the problem is, Yujiro would probably just see the nuke coming from a million miles away. He would just sense it. Like, you could try and shoot this guy with a gun. He's going to know. And then you're going to pay for it. So that's why I think they know not to do that. I don't know about his brain dodging a bullet. I don't know if that's Baki canon, but in one of the Bakis, and I might be wrong about this, but apparently in one of the Baki mangas, maybe this or maybe it's the Isekai with Retsukai, but someone shoots someone in the head and their brain dodges the bullet. Their brain literally shifts its position to dodge the bullet. That's how stupid Baki gets. It's stuff like that happens in the manga. What's his weakness, WR? See, that's the problem. Yujiro doesn't understand the question. There is no weakness in Yujiro. Like, look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him. Hang on. Look at this man. Do you see any... Hang on. Let me find a good picture of this guy. Oh my god. Okay. You asked me, what's his weakness? See, you're asking the wrong question. Do you see any weakness in this man at all? This guy is relaxing by doing a perfect Jean-Claude Van Damme split while smoking a cigarette in his late 30s. Alright, the word weakness doesn't enter the equation when it comes to Yujiro. There is no weakness. You can't beat this guy. Period. I think if Baki properly beats him, the show's over. And even though he didn't beat him though, Baki does fight him at one point, and Yujiro admires that even though he won, Baki's spirit is not broken, but he still didn't win. He still didn't win, man. He's the peak of humanity. So I can't say any more good things about this guy, but he is one of the greatest characters just ever. His theme music is like godlike. It's like something out of a symphony orchestra. It inspires pure terror, and anyone he is around just immediately trembles in fear. He is the strongest creature on Earth. He is the One-Punch Man of Baki. He will be the newest DLC guest character in Tekken 8. He is Yujiro Hanma, and he goes in S tier, and it's not even a debate. What, you gonna argue with him? You gonna tell Yujiro he doesn't belong in S? Didn't fucking think so. Yeah, so, he's there. Alright. He'll be held back by the health bar in Tekken. I kind of think that if you're gonna do him in Tekken, he almost should have a unique losing animation. Like, you can't beat him in a way. Like, if he loses, he kind of just gets bored and walks away or something like that. I think you could do something very unique with this guy. Because the idea of seeing Yujiro KO'd on the ground, it feels wrong. I mean, you can do this with Akuma at the end of the day. I mean, Akuma is basically unbeatable. So is Heihachi. So, but the thing is, I remember when we were discussing like guest characters for Tekken, some people said Baki, and I always said, no. Yujiro is a much more interesting choice. Because Yujiro is the Heihachi Akuma of that world. That's why he's a far more interesting addition to Tekken. Baki is still a work in progress. His son is still trying to figure out how to beat this guy. Yujiro is at max level already. He's complete. And that's why I think he's got a much more interesting look, and I think he's more iconic, and that's why he should be in Tekken over Baki, in my opinion. So, all right. You would pay to see him versus Akuma. Oh, Akuma's really strong, though. And Akuma can be... Well, I don't know, man, because Akuma can do, like, Hadoukens and stuff. Like, he can basically shoot fireballs out of his hand, but Yujiro could probably pull some bullshit and somehow be more, like, physically strong and durable than him. Akuma might be faster and maybe able to shoot fireballs, but I feel like Yujiro's just... That's a tough one, man. Because I'm not really a Street Fighter guy, but I know very well how fucking strong Akuma is. Akuma is no joke. There's a reason he's, like, one of the most nuts characters in all of Street Fighter history. So, Heihachi's probably a more balanced fight at the end of the day. They are kind of, yeah. You don't think a Hadouken would accept... yeah, no, a Hadouken would just, like, kind of do nothing to... A Hadouken to Yujiro would be like Goku's Kamehameha to Broly. Probably nothing. It probably just, like, cleans him. So, yeah. Right. Okay, chat. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Oh, God. I can't believe I've been streaming for, like... Am I at 11 and a half hours? Fuck. All right. Okay, we gotta finish this video. It's gotta be done. It's gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for an unexpected wild card out of these characters, and it is Sea King Kaku. Now, there is an arc where the Baki characters go to China to fight all of China's strongest Kaios, and honestly, most of them are a joke, except this guy. This guy is the trump card in their arsenal. And I would say he's even more lethal than Retsukai. Sea King Kaku is about 140 or 150 years old. And you might think, well, okay, how strong was he during his prime? No, 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 you're asking the wrong question. This is him at his prime. Every character in Baki, whether it's Goki at age 70 or Sea King at 140, that's actually their strongest power level. Because he uses a thing called Shaori. I think that's the word. But it's like extreme relaxation. And he has a very interesting conversation with Yujiro before they fight, which is, well, Yujiro says to him, what was the hardest thing to give up on your quest for strength? And Kaku is like, it was strength itself. Just physical muscles and all that. Oh, by the way, I just realized there was a super chat that I didn't answer. Sir Scuffington, thank you for that $5 super chat that you sent 9 minutes ago. I'm so sorry I missed that. Bro, how are you still awake? Oh no, I read that. Fuck. I read that because you're talking about Daisy Dukes. I'm so sorry. Oh god. I'm gonna do this video. I'm gonna finish it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. All right. Let me rephrase this sentence. Yujiro asks Sea King Kaku, like, what was the hardest thing to give up on your strength for, like... Oh, fuck. Yujiro... Oh, God, I can't even speak language anymore. Fuck! It's pissing me off. Too tired? No, I am tired, but I am absolutely determined to get this video done because I've been wanting to do this for fucking ages, and I'm not ending stream until this is done. It's going to happen. It will happen, Genova. It will happen, Default, despite the fact that I am tired, and I'm going to say it right now, alright? So, Yujiro Hanma... He asks Kaku, like, what was the hardest thing to give up on your strength? Oh, fuck, man! Not on your strength! Fucking hell! Fuck! I'm taking a piss. I'll be right back. Screw it. Ow. The difficult thing of recording a YouTube video when you're streaming is that I feel really bad when I'm not responding to chat. I don't want to make people feel like they're being ignored. And it's hard to work between that tug of war when I'm trying to focus entirely on this, but feeling bad because I'm ignoring you guys. So that's kind of like, that's where this is coming from, if that makes sense. So, you get it, Casabella? I appreciate that. Kemi Low, that's been you? You've been like, yeah, if you've been a streamer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, because you don't want someone to show up and say hello and you just ignore them. And it's no fun being in a stream where, you know, you're saying hello, you're saying a few things, and the streamer just doesn't respond. But, like, I'm at the point where, like, I can't get everyone, even though I really want to. And it's why I do about 1 hour. The first hour of every stream is me responding to chat as much as possible. So, how am I still going, Tasty? Because I want to do this. You're a gem! Oh, you Ultra Cypher, get out of here. Nah, cheers for understanding, Eliminator. Famous streamers do that? God, I'm not famous, though. Like, guys like, the guys are like tens of thousands of viewers, like Ludwig. I don't know how these fucking guys do it, man. But I think that they... every now and again glance at chat and kind of respond to something there. I'm very lucky that you guys are even here at all. So, yeah. Truth fan, thanks for the response. That clears thing up. You didn't think the guy would do something like that? Well, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I'll take it at face value. Well, that's the thing. As I say, I know what let me put it this way. I know what it's like. I know how it feels to be ignored in chat, whether it's intentional or not, and it's not a fun feeling, and I don't want to give anyone else that feeling, if that makes any sense. So, Eben, you got 3 hours straight, 3 hours sleep. Welcome back. Oh my god, I can speak language, and I am going to finish this video. I've got 4 characters left, and I'm going to do it right here, right now. It's gonna happen. All right. Fuck! So, Seiken Kaku is interesting because when you see him, he's about 150 years old, and he's this tiny, small, withered little man. But he explains that when he was a young man, he was immensely physically strong. He was one of the strongest men in China and could perform feats of strength. But then he realized that wasn't actually the secret to true power. And he said the hardest thing to give up on his journey was his physical strength. He had to let all that muscle he'd spent so many years working for just wither away in exchange for pure relaxation. And he's extremely hard to hurt because if you punch him with like a full force punch, he'll just go with the flow, do like 20 backflips and then just land. And then it didn't damage him at all. It's sort of like, you know, Muhammad Ali's sort of rope-a-dope technique, or whatever Muhammad Ali did where you punch him and he sort of just rolls with the punch and it doesn't hurt him nearly as much. Or if you've seen Vinland Saga Season 2, where Thorfinn takes 100 punches and he says there's a trick to getting punched, and he kind of like every time he takes a hit he kind of like rolls into it and it never hits him at full force, and the other guy's like, I don't get it, I know that I'm hitting him, but every time I do it feels like it's just like I'm hitting paper or something. What is this guy doing? This guy, Seiken Kaku, does that to the max, so he's extremely hard to hurt. And he also has a very weird type of punch, which is, it works through pure relaxation, but like a whip at the last moment, it hits you with an impossible amount of force. And the reason this guy is so nuclear as a character is that he is the only character in the entire series of Baki who I've ever seen make Yujiro Hanma scared. This is true. When you see their fight, and he's like, oh, you're quite strong. You know what, Yujiro? Why did you take this punch? You're a big man. This shouldn't hurt too much, should it? And at the last minute, Yujiro's like, wait, what the fuck? Oh, shit! And he jumps back. And even Baki is shocked, because he's like, I have never seen my dad, Yujiro, back away from anything. Why the fuck is he jumping away? Why the fuck is he retreating from this guy? And the old man's like, hey, why are you running away? It's only a little punch. You don't need to worry about this. And he literally backs Yujiro into a wall. And it's shocking because up until that point, nothing has ever scared Yujiro. Except this dude. This guy has got something else up his sleeve. And it's a very big oh shit moment where it's like, oh man, what even is this dude? What is he using? What is this? So, Angel Roche, welcome in. Gamer Jam, good morning. And, but at the end of the day, it is Yujiro Hanma, so he does adjust after a while, and he's like, oh, okay, I see how you're doing this, you know. And he's like, well, I'll tell you what, I've got a punch of my own. And he fucking just caves the floor in with his punch. But at the same time, they're kind of almost similar power levels in some regard, because when this guy hits the wall, he makes an entire crater in it. He's nuts, Seiken Kaku. And he actually, I don't really know what else to say about this guy, but the end of their fight is actually extremely funny, where Yujiro, I think, is about to literally kill him with a punch, and Seiken basically dies on the spot. He just dies mid-fight. Or so he thinks. But it's like when an animal plays dead, and Yujiro's just like, what? Because he was having a really good fight with this guy up until this point. And it's just like, what? oh, come on! Oh, and Yujiro's just like, ah. Oh. He kicked the bucket, and he just leaves. So everyone thinks this dude has died, but he's just like played dead. And he's like, no, you don't understand. And when he wakes up from his thing, this is a victory for martial arts. If I didn't play dead in that moment, that punch would have killed me. And everyone's like, he's like, listen, it's a victory for martial arts. You don't understand. I'd be dead if I didn't do that. So it's kind of a funny fight between these two. And this guy is also just like a great character. Whenever he shows up, he's got really funny advice. He's absolutely lethal. I would say in terms of power level, I think he's actually kind of top tier. I think Yujiro is obviously at the top. Miyamoto Musashi would be at the top as well. So would Pickle. You could kind of put this guy in 4th place, man. I think he would fuck up Oliver. I think he would beat Jack. I think he would beat all these guys. I think he'd beat Hanayama. He'd easily beat Hanayama, Doppo, Retsukai, Dorian. Yeah, I think Sea King Kaku would probably be the 4th strongest character in the whole show. And I do love, I love him for the same reason I love Goki Shibukawa. Just because he's an old man does not mean that he's a nice person. He's a fucking asshole. He is just as bad as the rest of them. And he has this great moment where all the Sea Kings, other than Retsukai and him, have been absolute shit tier. They've all just, it's been a humiliation. And he goes to the guys who trained them all, and he's just like, I'm pretty disappointed with how the Sea Kings have performed. You made China look pretty bad. Tell you what, can you please put your hands on top of each other like that? And then just like, okay. He's like, okay, thank you. And with one chop, he just chops all their hands off. He's like, yeah, that's your punishment for embarrassing China. Like, this guy's fucking crazy, man. That's what's great about Baki, is that everyone is unexpectedly lethal. So, my streaming endurance is legendary, Icy. Well, once I start streaming, I can kind of go almost forever. For me, the hard part is like recovering after a stream and getting ready for the next one. I'm like a Protoss, all right? I got a high energy output, but I need a long recharge time. So, all right, yeah. So, Sea King also teaches Katsumi this sort of whip bone technique where you imagine your arm being made up of many more small bones than it actually is, as a form of like having a very whip type punch. It's kind of whatever in that point. I think that he really shines during Yujiro because he's the only character who ever made Baki's dad scared, and I think he's fantastic. I would put him in S tier. I fucking love Sea King Kaku. I think he's sick. So, all right. Chat, we're nearly done. Home stretch. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Motobe! Motobe is pretty underwhelming, to be perfectly honest, for most of the series. Every time he's in the martial arts tournament, he kind of gets wrecked. He kind of gets cucked. The thing is, he's not in his true environment in the martial arts tournament because he's a weapons specialist and you can't use weapons there. So for most of the series, you think he's kind of underwhelming, but he really shines when Miyamoto Musashi shows up. Because, and I'm just gonna respond to this super chat first. McDo, you like anime but not anime style games. Just curious as to why. I don't remember if you mentioned the reason. I'll tell you, McDo, I'll answer that question because it is a very strange, I admit it's a strange thing about me. As you can tell, chat, I don't know if you could tell, but I like anime. All right. There's no way I could bullshit this much information about Baki if I didn't care about it. The only reason I know or remember the stuff off the bat and can do this while after like 11 and a half hours of streaming and 3 whiskeys, the only reason I can remember all this and talk this much shit about this anime is because I know it and because I like it. So clearly I like anime, but I don't like anime games. And I've tried to understand that myself, why I don't like it. Say like Xenoblade. The most I'm really ever tempted by anything would be like Metaphor or Persona 5, but even then, because I think that like, When I look at anime, to me, that is the apex of the art form. It couldn't be any better than that. When I look at JoJo, when I look at Baki or whatever, or Ghost in the Shell, it cannot be improved upon further than that. That's the art form at its highest level. But when I look at anime games, I don't see games at their highest level. Does that make sense? When I look at Devil May Cry 5, Elden Ring, or similar like OG FF7 or FF9 for their time periods, Baldur's Gate 3, I see games at their highest level. When I see an anime game, I don't see a game at its highest level. Does that make sense? I understand it's quite hard to I don't even fully understand it myself. I'm trying to work through it myself. But when I see a lot of anime games, to me, look cheap. I just see a lot of cost-cutting techniques. I kind of see an anime that's kind of being clumsily, weirdly shoehorned into the video game format, and it doesn't quite look right to me. And very rarely do you get a game like, I'd say, maybe Persona 5 that is that looks different from all the others. It kind of stands apart from that. And I think a lot of you probably actually feel the same way. But like me, you're struggling to put into words exactly why that is. Does that make sense? Anime games are like fast food, enjoyable but not peak to consume for too long. Yeah. You're an OG FF7 fan, it's been pretty much a childhood. You skipped the remakes, but because of my dissections, you started to stream the games and it sucks so bad. Hey, wait, you're streaming FF7 Remake and you're not enjoying it? Yeah, it's a tough one, man. The storytelling from anime versus anime games are off. Well, let me put it this way. When I watch anime, for the most part, they follow the rules of good storytelling extremely well, to a T. Almost every anime I've ever watched. I'm actually struggling to think of animes I've seen that aren't following the basics. But when I play anime games, it's like they don't even know what the basics of good writing are. They just exposition dumps, lore dumps, terrible pacing, no sense of tone or humor. Vast majority of them. It's not saying that I don't understand JRPGs. I'm saying most JRPGs don't understand good storytelling. How about that? Yeah. That's why they don't interest most people. Okay? And when you get a game with good storytelling... Yeah. Does that make sense, chat? Maybe that's a harsh thing to say, but I'm just like... People get angry at me that I'm not into anime games, and it's like I'm trying to explain why they don't interest me, and please stop getting angry at me for them not interesting me. You can't yell at people to like something. You can't bully people into liking something, which a lot of video game fans don't seem to understand. McDo, thank you for that super chat. Thanks for answering. You were genuinely curious. No, McDo, I agree with. I'm glad you asked that question because I'm really trying to think out the answer right now, and because I know a lot of people on Twitter get pissed off at me and they don't understand. Well, you love anime, but you don't love anime games. Why? And it's like, because anime games, for the most part, are not at the same quality level of anime. They're just not. Vast majority. Most anime is held to a much higher standard than anime games. And I think I'm completely right when I say that, because that's just my experience. That's what I've observed throughout the 38 years I've been on this fucking planet. You know, you want to call me old? Yeah, sure, I am, by internet standards. That's why I know this, okay? Because I've been around a bit longer than many people. I've been around long enough to notice all these patterns and stuff. You know? Yeah, am I 10 years older? You're right, I've had 10 years longer to notice these things. Like, that's what, that you know... Maybe, like, maybe consider for a fact that I'm not lying. Maybe consider for a fact that I'm just speaking my mind. So, Torius, thank you for the 100 bits. It's a matter of exposure. Anime tends to focus on the plot and moving things forward. Anime games tend to be the reverse. That's why they pad plots to the extreme. I don't think it needs to be that way, though. I don't think there's any excuse for bad storytelling, period. Yeah. So, or bloated storytelling. Phantom Narf, because of your heavy criticism of FF7 Remake, I decided to play FF7 first, and then OG FF7. You got back into Expedition 33. Absolute cinema. Well, if you play OG FF7, that was basically the Expedition 33 of 1997, of the 90s, you know. Or Expedition 33 is the FF7 of 2025. Tasty Tide Pod, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm not going to read that out just because believe it or not, chat, I don't want to engage in any sort of streamer drama or any content creator beef. I know that I might attack the arguments that are circulating, but I'm not interested in like the streamer beef, if that makes any sense. So, as I say, I'll argue with the argument. I don't want to necessarily argue with the person. Every now and again, someone makes a YouTube video about me, insulting me. I respond as civilly as possible, and then the last time I did that, that person deleted their YouTube video and changed the name of their channel. I didn't mean to have that effect. I just responded. But I mean, yeah, I don't like it, man. But if you strike at me first, I'm gonna respond. I mean, why shouldn't I? Do I not have that right? So, Silent Observer, thank you for the $6 super chat. I enjoyed the trails of games on the PSX. The story was peak for you in the 90s. The remakes are an anime style. It's a bit odd to you. FF7 remake anime games? No. FF7 Final Fantasy is not an anime game. It's not. Do you know why? Because people who don't play anime games will play Final Fantasy. That's why. Now, you can argue this in all the tweets, with all the likes, with all the Reddit posts, and all the updates you want, but you can't change that fact that people who don't play anime games will play Final Fantasy. So clearly they're not anime games. Clearly there's something different. There's something else. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do this, chat. I'm gonna do this. CGI heavy anime drives you up a wall. Eben, I know what you're talking about. Not my favorite. Have I played the Tales series? No, I'm not interested in Tales, Trails, or anime games. I'm just not. The best, I'm gonna say this right now, the best you'll ever get out of me is probably Metaphor and maybe Persona 5. That's the best you're ever gonna get out of me. Everyone right now needs to stop trying to sell me on Xenoblades, Trails, Tales, or Doki Waku High School Girls with no powers go on holiday, the game, alright? It's not gonna happen. It will never happen. That's the best you're gonna get out of me. I'm gonna blow my nose and I'll be right back. And I'm gonna finish this list. I'm gonna finish on Matobe, and then Pickle, and then Miyamoto. Right. Not fucking about. We're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. I will finish this fucking video. It's gonna happen, alright? I will finish this video. I gotta finish it. I'm gonna finish it, chat. I gotta finish it. Right! Okay, let's do it. Matobe is kind of undersold throughout the entire series. He doesn't really do anything impressive up until the Miyamoto Musashi arc. When that happens, he is the only character in the whole show who truly understands this guy. And he has to tell the other characters, you don't get it. You guys are like brutal street fighters, in and outside the ring, whatever. But when you win a fight, both of you are still alive.